In a world ruled by dragons, the ancient dragon god rose to divine status through unparalleled talent, ultimately leading to a conflict with the divine council, which sought to impose limitations on his power. The dragon god, defiant by nature, united with other divine beasts to wage war against the gods. This conflict engulfed the entire divine realm, as the five great deities of the divine council united to confront him. Having attained such power through our own efforts, why should we be oppressed by you divine beings? The dragon god proclaimed, adorned in resplendent scales, his eyes shimmering with ethereal light. With a fierce roar, he charged into the fray, displaying combat prowess that rivaled even the divine kings. As the five deities launched their assaults, the dragon god, though formidable, was ultimately overwhelmed and gravely injured. Yet, in a final act of defiance, he unleashed a dazzling burst of energy that obliterated four elemental gods. In a climactic moment, the Shura god struck with his sword, and the dragon god, caught off guard by a powerful psychic attack, was cleaved in two. Yet, from this catastrophic event, he manifested into two distinct beings, the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. As the Silver Dragon King summoned elemental powers, the Golden Dragon King found himself struck by a sudden force, leading to a bewildering awakening in a new existence. I have become the Golden Dragon King? He mused, grappling with the reality of his situation. His previous life had ended in tragedy, and now he faced a destiny entwined with the very essence of power. Before he could fully comprehend his circumstances, a melodious voice resonated in his mind, announcing the activation of the Dragon God Selection System. This system presented him with choices that could alter his fate, offering paths laden with potential rewards. With determination, he selected the option to escape the divine realm alongside the Silver Dragon King. Instantly, he felt a surge of divine energy coursing through him, empowering him beyond measure. As he witnessed the Silver Dragon King struggling against remaining elemental gods, he unleashed a powerful roar, his innate abilities manifesting effortlessly. The elemental gods fell before him, unable to withstand the might of the Golden Dragon King. Silver Dragon King, follow me, he commanded, seizing her arm and breaking through the divine realm's borders, determined to forge a new destiny for the soul beasts and reclaim their rightful place in the cosmos. The dragon god conceals himself too deeply. The five divine kings gazed in astonishment at the retreating figure of Gu Chen, stammering in disbelief. At that moment, a blue silhouette flashed before Gu Chen and the Silver Dragon King, brandishing a trident with piercing light radiating from his eyes. This individual was none other than Poseidon, the god of the sea. Where do you think you're going? Tempestuous winds. Poseidon bellowed with fury, wielding his trident as swirling rings of light surged toward Gu Chen. A mere first-tier deity dares to obstruct me? Gu Chen retorted with a mocking smile, swiftly executing a sweeping tail strike. Under the force of this attack, Poseidon was severely wounded, propelled thousands of miles away, blood gushing from his mouth, and even his divine armor showed signs of shattering. Disregarding Poseidon, Gu Chen and the Silver Dragon King made their way to the edge of the divine realm. Boom! Boom! Gu Chen struck down with two claws, unleashing the might of the divine kings, causing several cracks to form in the protective shield of the divine realm. Submit now. Rakshasa slash. Unbeknownst to him, a purplish-green figure had appeared behind Gu Chen. The Rakshasa god, with a grotesque smile on his ghastly green face, swung the Rakshasa scythe fiercely towards the neck of the Golden Dragon King. Chapter 2. Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. As the Rakshasa's demonic scythe struck the nape of the Golden Dragon King, it failed to cleave through the scales, producing only a thunderous resonance. The Rakshasa deity, as a first-tier god, could sense Gu Chen's strength surpassed her own, yet she never fathomed that Gu Chen possessed the might of a god king. Otherwise, she would have never dared to ambush him alone. Realizing that the Rakshasa's attack could not harm him, Gu Chen retaliated with a swift claw, shattering her soul and extinguishing her existence. Gu Chen shook his head, pondering the apparent lack of intellect among the deities of this divine realm. Unbeknownst to him, the knowledge of Gu Chen's god king strength was confined to the five great god kings and the Silver Dragon King, the former sensing it through their own divine prowess, and the latter through bloodline intuition. With a series of brutal strikes from his golden dragon claws, Gu Chen forcibly breached a section of the divine barrier. Though it was but a fraction of the barrier's entirety, it sufficed for both him and the Silver Dragon King to slip through. The two hastily traversed the breach, escaping the divine realm. At this juncture, Gu Chen's God King experience card had expired, should the 5 great God Kings pursue them. Both he and the Silver Dragon King would surely perish. Contemplating this, Gu Chen plunged headlong into a turbulent stream of time and space. The Silver Dragon King followed closely behind him. In the Divine Realm Council, a furious voice echoed, "Damn it! Where did this Golden Dragon King acquire such God King strength? If we leave him unchecked, he will pose a grave threat upon his return." The God of Destruction slammed his palm onto the table, nearly shattering the divine wooden surface. The God of Azura, leaning on his Azura sword, contemplated aloud, "We must intensify our surveillance of the lower realms. We cannot allow the Golden Dragon King to grow in power. Yet, the aftermath of the Dragon God War left our deities severely depleted in numbers," lamented the Goddess of Life. "Let those lesser priests ascend to the upper echelons of the divine realm, providing them with certain benefits to ensure they diligently monitor the various lower realms, especially the Douluo Continent, for it is the birthplace of the Dragon God," declared the God of Kindness. Thanks to the system rewards bestowed upon him, Gu Chen and the Silver Dragon King managed to evade being torn to shreds by the turbulent stream of time and space. The pair fled within this chaotic rift for an entire year before finally emerging in a lower realm. Time passed differently. A day in the divine realm equated to a year in the mortal realm, and having spent a full year in the turbulent flow, they were unaware of how much time had elapsed outside. Upon landing, Gu Chen and the Silver Dragon King surveyed their surroundings. Gu Chen could ascertain with certainty that they were in a relatively primitive forest devoid of human presence. "The Star Dou Forest," the Silver Dragon King murmured. "Huh?" Gu Chen was taken aback. Although he had traversed into the body of the Golden Dragon King, he had not inherited the Dragon God's memories. Hearing the Silver Dragon King's words made him realize that this place bore an uncanny resemblance to the Star Dou Forest described in the original narrative. A roar erupted from the Silver Dragon King, causing all soul beasts within 1,000 miles to kneel in reverence toward her. In the heart of the forest, a colossal ape-like soul beast and a bull-headed serpent soul beast approached after paying their respects to Gu Chen and the Silver Dragon King. They were none other than the renowned Titan Great Ape and the heavenly blue bull python from the Douluo Continent. "Master," both beasts bowed once more. The Silver Dragon King nodded and inquired, "Where is Emperor Tian?" Emperor Tian, the beast god, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, had been a subordinate of the Dragon God prior to his ascension. The beast god is currently in the core area, absorbing the energy of a million-year soul beast. The heavenly blue bull python spoke, "Master, do you wish for me to summon the beast god to meet you?" At that moment, from the core of the Star Dou Forest, a shadow of a black dragon soared toward Gu Chen and the Silver Dragon King. "No need, I have arrived." The golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, upon seeing their current state, bellowed in anger, "Master, you damned human deity." Gu Chen pondered, realizing he could not merely stand by. He gestured with his golden dragon claw, and Emperor Tian immediately fell silent, awaiting Gu Chen's command. Observing the once mighty Emperor Tian now kneeling obediently before him, Gu Chen marveled in astonishment. Clearing his throat, Gu Chen spoke solemnly, "Let us set aside past grievances. Now that we are here, we must lead the soul beasts to dominate the continent. One day, we shall return to the divine realm and exact our vengeance." Emperor Tian was instantly stirred, responding fervently, "Master, please issue your command. We shall all comply. Should there be any defiance, we will face obliteration." The Silver Dragon King glanced at Gu Chen and suggested, "In that case, shall we not initiate a beast tide to sweep across the continent, unifying Douluo at the fastest pace? Then we can strengthen our power in anticipation of the day we return to the divine realm." Just as Gu Chen was about to respond, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! The host's current situation has been detected. The following plot choice is available. Initiate a beast tide to sweep the continent and unify Douluo. Assistance. All soul beasts will increase by 10,000 years, and their cultivation speed will increase by 10%. To annihilate humanity, one must first understand humanity. Seal your power, transform into human form, and infiltrate the human world. Assistance. Completely conceal your and the Silver Dragon King's auras to evade the divine realm surveillance." Though the option's assistance was enticing, upon seeing it, Gu Chen quickly regained clarity. Indeed, even if they unified the continent, a single high-tier deity could obliterate it. What significance would it hold to unify the continent under such circumstances? While the option proposed seemed irrelevant since he had been human in his previous life, the assistance offered was undeniably advantageous. Noticing Gu Chen's momentary distraction, the Silver Dragon King curiously waved her claw before him. Gu Chen snapped back to attention and stated, "This is ill-considered. A casual deity from the divine realm could obliterate the continent. Rapid unification holds no merit. To eradicate humanity, we must first comprehend them. You shall join me in sealing our powers and transforming into human forms to infiltrate the human world. Before long, the continent shall belong to the soul beasts." The Silver Dragon King nodded, acknowledging, "Your reasoning is sound. However, even if we seal our powers, the divine realm will still be able to detect us." Gu Chen smiled mysteriously, silently, selecting the option, and then addressed the Silver Dragon King. "Feel within. Do you sense something new in your body? With it, we can completely evade the divine realm surveillance." The Silver Dragon King felt a warm energy surging within her, unmistakably belonging to her, yet she was unable to harness it. At that moment, Gu Chen had sealed his own power with 18 layers, akin to the sea god Tang San from the original narrative. Simultaneously, Gu Chen transformed into a human form, becoming a 6-year-old child. He quickly assessed his appearance, satisfied. Still as handsome as in my previous life. Turning to the Silver Dragon King, he observed 9 shimmering silver lights. She had placed 9 seals upon herself. Her magnificent silver dragon form gradually faded into a spectral image. Within the ethereal dragon figure stood an exquisitely beautiful girl, waving at him, with cascading silver hair reaching the ground. The 6-year-old Silver Dragon King possessed amethyst-like eyes and lips that glowed with an enchanting hue. "Let me introduce myself. I am Gu Yue Na, the Silver Dragon King." Gu Yue Na smiled sweetly, causing Gu Chen to momentarily lose his composure. Indeed, apart from Gu Yue Na, no other girl could captivate his gaze. Regaining his composure, Gu Chen responded with a smile, "I am Gu Chen." Chapter 3. Nodding Academy. Gu Chen meticulously observed Gu Yue Na, noting the delicate flutter of her long eyelashes as she playfully blinked at him. Before Gu Chen stood Gu Yue Na, who not only possessed the ethereal beauty depicted in the comics, but also an undeniable sense of realism. "Let us transform the remaining divine power into soul power for this world," he declared, converting one of his ribs into a weapon. As he spoke, golden light radiated from his body, and after a considerable duration, it was gradually absorbed back into him, transmuting into soul power and gathering in his dantian. Meanwhile, the power of his Golden Dragon King, having been sealed, transformed into his martial soul. "Martial soul, manifest," Gu Chen intoned, and the ethereal image of the Golden Dragon King appeared behind him, emanating waves of soul energy and a faint dragon might. With a swift motion, a golden light surged forth, centering around his palm before extending into the form of a spear. The spear's tips were sharp and entirely radiant gold, exuding a brilliant golden luminescence, with the faint echo of a dragon's roar resonating within. This was the Golden Dragon Spear, forged from the rib of the Golden Dragon King. Beside Gu Chen, Gu Yue Na completed her conversion of divine power, revealing the ethereal silhouette of a silver dragon behind her, wielding her silver dragon spear. "Upon entering the outside world, I shall refer to my martial soul as the Golden Dragon, while you shall call yours the Rainbow Dragon," Gu Chen proposed. Gu Yue Na nodded, understanding that if she were to identify herself by her true form, even if she could shield against divine surveillance, the indigenous inhabitants of Douluo Continent could not. Once they gained renown on Douluo Continent, these inhabitants would inevitably spread the name of their martial souls. And should the divine realm catch wind of their existence, it would greatly jeopardize their plans. "My lord, as you venture into the human world, do you require my accompaniment?" The Black Dragon King, Tian, remained kneeling but had assumed a humanoid form. Gu Chen chuckled lightly. "There is no need. Can't Gu Yue Na and I safeguard ourselves?" He instructed Tian to remain and guard the Star Dou Forest, awaiting his command. Before he finished speaking, a two-tone golden and silver medallion formed from condensed soul power was flung towards Tian, landing before him. After memorizing its appearance, the medallion dissipated before he could utter a word. Remember this medallion S-likeness. Should you encounter a human bearing it, transform into your humanoid form and seek us in the human world, Gu Chen instructed. I shall obey your will, my lord, Tian replied, bowing his head. My lord, I know of a shortcut that leads swiftly to the outside world. I have a companion, a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit transformed into a human named Xiao Wu. She departed through the shortcut several days ago and should have reached the outside world by now, proposed the Tianqing Yomeng. Gu Chen, understanding his intent, smiled, rest assured. Should we encounter her, we shall take good care of her. Thank you, my lord. The Tianqing Yomeng gazed at Gu Chen with gratitude. With all matters settled, Gu Chen gestured to Gu Yue Na, let us depart. She nodded in agreement and followed closely behind. 5 days later, in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, Fasnuo Province, the city of Nodding. Upon exiting the Star Dou Forest, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na changed into fresh attire at an inn before arriving in Nodding City. Do not question the source of their funds for the inn. Along the shortcut indicated by the Tianqing Yomeng, they had encountered numerous corpses of soul masters. And after several days of scavenging, Gu Chen had amassed nearly 10,000 gold soul coins in his system backpack. It is well known that soul masters possess wealth in the Douluo Continent. Originally, Gu Chen intended to head directly to Tiando City, but having promised to look after Xiao Wu, he remained true to his word. Moreover, it would be quite entertaining to indulge in the original narrative. Upon arriving in Nodding City, their first stop was not Nodding Academy, but rather the Spirit Hall's branch. To enroll in Nodding Academy, a certification issued by the Spirit Hall was indispensable. Stop. Young one, this is the Spirit Hall. You cannot enter recklessly. As Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na approached the entrance, they were halted by an armored guard. Greetings, I am Gu Chen, and this is my sister, Gu Yue Na. We have come to obtain our martial soul certificates, Gu Chen politely stated, mindful of their youth and a need for humility. The sibling relationship he mentioned had been established before leaving the Star Dou Forest, facilitating their actions. Ah, I see. You may proceed inside. Go to the reception hall on the first floor and seek Master Matthew Nua. He will assist you, the guard replied, stepping aside to allow passage. The two entered the Spirit Hall smoothly, underwent martial soul assessment, and obtained their certificates. Simultaneously, due to their extraordinary talents, both Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na receive an invitation from Master Matthew Nua. Not now. I wish to cultivate at Nodding Academy for 6 years. After that, I will consider joining the Spirit Hall. Thank you for the invitation, Gu Chen politely declined, intending to join the Spirit Hall, but not at this moment. Slightly disappointed, Master Matthew Nua turned his gaze to Gu Yue Na. I will listen to my brother, Gu Yue Na softly replied. Very well then. The doors of the Spirit Hall will always be open to you. Should you change your minds, you are welcome to seek me at any time, Master Matthew Nua aside. Gu Chen then led Gu Yue Na away from the Spirit Hall. Nodding Academy was in close proximity, and they soon arrived at its entrance. Although they were not clad in the Academy's uniform, after Gu Chen tossed a gold soul coin at the face of the timid gatekeeper, they gained entry without issue. Despite the enrollment period having passed, Gu Chen's wealth proved persuasive. A bag of gold soul coins quickly secured them 2 work-study positions. The work-study dormitories were all located in Building 7, as the number of work-study students was limited to 1 dormitory. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, they beheld a boy and a girl engaged in a spirited battle. The girl had her legs wrapped around the boy's neck, pushing off the ground with her hands, and sent him tumbling onto his back. This boy was likely the protagonist Tang San from the original story, Gu Chen mused, widening his eyes as golden light flickered within them. The girl, magnified in his gaze, bore the faint silhouette of a soft-bone rabbit surrounding her. This girl was indeed Xiao Wu, the 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit whom Gu Chen had promised to look after. I concede. May I inquire about the technique you just employed? Tang San, gracious in defeat, softly asked. Xiao Wu, resembling a victorious general, cheerily replied, I call this the soft technique, a skill utilizing the flexibility and resilience of my body. Consequently, Tang San relinquished his position as the leader to Xiao Wu, as if casting away a hot potato. Leader? That sounds quite entertaining. All right, from now on, I shall be your leader, Xiao Wu exclaimed, delighted by the prospect of her new role. At that moment, a boy from deeper within the dormitory, identifiable as Wang Sheng based on the earlier conversation, leaned closer to Xiao Wu. Leader, 2 newcomers have arrived. Let us give them a taste of our might. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, the other dormitory members finally noticed Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. The boys were initially astonished by Gu Chen's good looks, but when they laid eyes on Gu Yue Na, they were utterly captivated, even Tang San, who would become Xiao Wu's future partner. Seeing this, Xiao Wu pouted, displeased. What's the big deal? Hey, newcomers, let us spar a bit. It's the rule of the dormitory. Gu Chen shook his head and swiftly bypassed Xiao Wu, ignoring her irritated glare. Boring. Xiao Wu suddenly erupted. Hey, you are incredibly rude. With that, she summoned her spirit, and a pair of pristine white rabbit ears sprouted from the top of her head. With a stomp of her foot, her body shot forward like a bolt, charging toward Gu Chen. Sensing the commotion behind him, Gu Chen turned around, his eyes radiating golden light. And an overwhelming dragon aura descended upon Xiao Wu in an instant. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, Xiao Wu lost her footing and knelt on the ground, her legs trembling uncontrollably, her rabbit ears drooping. She dared not move an inch beneath Gu Chen's imposing presence. Chapter 4. Gu Chen has arrived. Gu Chen stepped forward, grasping Xiao Wu's rabbit ears and lifting her up. At this moment, Xiao Wu realized Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na's true identities. Trembling, she remained silent, her pink eyes revealing a pleading expression. Gu Chen, uninterested in her plight, casually tossed her onto a bed adorned with a pink bag. Wang Sheng and the others stood agape, and after a moment, Wang Sheng stepped forward and declared, from now on, you shall be our leader. The group of work-study students behind him echoed in unison, leader. May I ask what your name is, leader? Wang Sheng inquired. Gu Chen, and this is my sister. Gu Yue Na, Gu Chen replied, pointing towards Gu Yue Na with a disinterested tone. He had no interest in such faction-forming activities. Wang Sheng shrank back, recalling his earlier thought of having Gu Chen intimidate Gu Yue Na. He was relieved he had not voiced it, lest he face a beating. Old leader, this bed is conveniently located. You may rest here, Wang Sheng suggested, tidying up the bed by his window to accommodate Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded, expressionless, as he approached the bed, arranging the bedding while also preparing a bed for Gu Yue Na next to him. Wang Sheng scratched his head, unable to decipher Gu Chen's stoic demeanor. Meanwhile, Gu Yue Na smiled gently at Wang Sheng before settling down on the bed Gu Chen had prepared for her, placing her belongings neatly. Hello, my name is Tang San, a fellow work-study student. Could you share the method you used to defeat Xiao Wu? Tang San approached Gu Chen, seeking advice. Ding! The system detected the host's current situation and activated a storyline choice. Befriend Tang San. Having an ally is preferable to acquiring another adversary. Assistance. Martial Arts Secret Manual, Xian Yu Hand, from a Level 2 Low Martial World, Earth. Make an enemy of Tang San. Joining the Spirit Hall would surely place you in opposition. Assistance. One slave symbol can enslave beings not exceeding 2 major realms below the user. Ineffective against Tang San. Respond with indifference, and from henceforth, be a mere bystander. Assistance. Desert Eagle, from a Level 2 Technological World, with 10,000 rounds of ammunition. After reviewing the options, Gu Chen did not make an immediate choice, instead asking, shouldn't this be a daily selection? Why is it a storyline choice? Ding. Host. In reality, storyline choices and daily choices are quite similar. However, the distinction lies in the fact that your selection will influence the world line. Gu Chen nodded, somewhat understanding, and asked, what does Level 2 world mean? Ding. Among the myriad worlds, this system categorizes them into levels ranging from 1 to 5. The rating is based on the average strength of the most powerful civilized beings within that realm. For instance, a Level 1 world corresponds to the primitive societal era of your previous life, while the realm level before your demise was a Level 2 technological world. As for Level 5 worlds, the formidable beings within can casually obliterate planets or even tear apart the universe. Gu Chen was taken aback. The power of a Level 5 world likely surpassed even that of the divine realm. He realized he had been rather narrow-minded. So, what is the level rating of Douluo Dalu? Gu Chen inquired once more. Ding. Based on the average strength of soul masters in Douluo Dalu, it is classified as a Level 3 fantasy realm. Receiving the system's answer, Gu Chen reconsidered the 3 options. Although the latter 2 options bore enticing rewards, as the system suggested, having an additional friend is indeed preferable to acquiring another enemy. I choose, Gu Chen silently declared. Given his understanding of Tang San from the original narrative, Tang San could be described as someone who aids friends rather than principals. If he could win him over, Tang San might become a significant ally in the future. Moreover, forging enmity with Tang San at this early stage would not bode well, as Gu Chen wished to remain unencumbered by the entanglements of loyalty and resentment, which would only hinder the execution of his plans. My victory over Xiao Wu was not a matter of skill. It was merely the bloodline pressure exerted by a high-grade B spirit over a low-grade one. Gu Chen explained to Tang San. Tang San nodded, then asked, "What is your spirit?" Gu Chen rose, summoning his spirit. The phantom of the golden dragon loomed, overwhelming all work-study students present, save for Gu Yue Na and Tang San, who had trained in Xian Tiangong, leaving them gasping for breath. "My spirit is the golden dragon," Gu Chen stated. Recovering from his shock, Tang San extended his hand. "Pleased to meet you." Gu Chen grasped his hand, finally breaking into a slight smile. "Likewise." "Ding! Rewards have been dispensed. Would you like to automatically learn Xian Yu Hand?" Gu Chen paused, pondering learn. In the next instant, it felt as if something had been added to his mind, the training method for Xian Yu Hand. Gu Chen chuckled wryly. Indeed, mastering Xian Yu Hand would require his own effort rather than simply acquiring it. Although his golden dragon claw could easily overpower Xian Yu Hand, the latter would still prove beneficial until the seal was lifted. Ding! The host has completed 3 storyline choices. The system feature, character panel, is now accessible. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback and instructed the system, display character panel. Ding! System character panel, character, Gu Chen age, 6 years, actual age, 200 million and 9 million years, strength, 10,000. Normal level 10 soul masters possess 100 spirit power, 100. Normal level 10 soul masters possess 100 bloodline, golden dragon king bloodline 99. Dragon god bloodline 1 level, level 10 soul master, seal lifted 0 layers. Overall evaluation, a master disguised as a novice, convincingly playing the innocent. The overall evaluation left Gu Chen feeling somewhat awkward. What did it mean to be a master masquerading as a novice? He was merely trying to evade the scrutiny of the divine realm. At this moment, Wang Sheng rose from the bed, announcing it's time for lunch. Old leader, Gu Yue Na, Xiao Wu, Tang San, shall we go together? Gu Chen and the others nodded slightly, while Xiao Wu sprang up, seemingly rejuvenated, excitedly asking, "What are we having?" Wang Sheng and the other work-study students exchanged glances, chuckling wryly. What delicacies can we work-study students afford? We'll just grab some cheap meals at the cafeteria. Tang San shook his head. You all go ahead. I'll pass. Xiao Wu appeared to grasp the situation, her exuberant smile faltering. Does eating require spending money? Is it those soul coins? Seeing this, Gu Chen pretended to wipe his waist with his right hand, but actually retrieved a pouch of golden soul coins from his system backpack and tossed it forward. As the golden soul coins landed, they emitted a delightful clink, scattering across the ground, sunlight reflecting off them, casting a golden glow that captured everyone's attention. Wang Sheng looked at Gu Chen in disbelief. With a broad grin, Gu Chen declared, "This meal is on me." Xiao Wu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Hooray, long live the boss." Upon learning of Gu Chen and his companions' identities, Gu Chen discreetly conveyed to Xiao Wu to refrain from revealing it and simply refer to him as boss. Otherwise, in the presence of the Soul Beast Sovereign, Xiao would hardly dare to be so audacious. Led by Wang Sheng, Gu Chen took Gu Yue Na's hand and exited the dormitory. Xiao Wu, understanding the hierarchy, obediently walked behind Gu Chen and the others alongside Tang San. To reach the cafeteria, they had to traverse the entire playground. At that moment, Gu Chen and his companions observed numerous students in uniforms making their way toward the teaching building, evidently all heading for their meals. Aren't those just Wang Sheng's group of paupers? Gu Chen mused. Truly, they are astonishingly poor. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, a discordant voice pierced the air, accompanied by raucous laughter. Gu Chen looked up to see a group of upperclassmen standing on the staircase between the first and second floors, disdainfully wagging their fingers at Wang Sheng. You're so astonishingly poor that you'll probably never dream of dining on the second floor. At that moment, one of the upperclassmen caught sight of Gu Yue Na and froze momentarily. A few seconds later, his eyes sparkled with interest as he addressed her. What a beautiful young lady. Would you care to join me? Upon hearing the upperclassman's interest in Gu Yue Na, Gu Chen could no longer contain his anger. What? Does he not realize that Gu Yue Na is mine? Gu Chen's expression darkened as he stepped forward. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, he inhaled deeply and concentrated his soul power in his throat. I sense that your statement is entirely fabricated, an unfounded imagination. You speak with utter nonsense, a pitiful display of ignorance. a harbinger of misfortune for yourself and others. You are devoid of any dignity. Ding dong. Your friend, Zhu Gu Chen, has come online. Chapter 5. Tang San's teacher. As Gu Chen focused his soul power in his throat, his voice reverberated, amplifying to such an extent that everyone in the cafeteria could hear him berating the upperclassmen. Yu. The upperclassman was momentarily at a loss for words. Lack of education is truly frightening. Gu Chen chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he continued his verbal onslaught. I don't need to know about your mental issues. Please don't make it so evident. Did water flood your brain, leaving no room for reason? Even a mosquito biting your face would contemplate suicide. Those behind Gu Chen, including Wang Sheng, were astounded. They had never imagined that the once formidable and cold Gu Chen had such a side to him. Gu Yue Na was also taken aback, as Gu Chen had consistently displayed composure since his escape from the divine realm. Had Gu Chen not been standing before her, she would never have believed he could exhibit such behavior. Had Gu Chen been aware of their thoughts, he would have laughed. You have no idea how I met my demise in my past life. The upperclassman, now infuriated, summoned a slender wooden stick, undoubtedly his martial soul. Be careful, Gu Chen. This guy possesses level 9 soul power. Wang Sheng warned urgently as he noticed the upperclassman preparing to strike. Just a trivial matter. Gu Chen merely nodded at Wang Sheng. Seeing Gu Chen dismiss him so casually, the upperclassman's anger surged. Fighting is prohibited in the cafeteria, if you're brave enough. Let's take this outside. With that, he stormed out of the cafeteria, casting a fierce glare at Gu Chen. Gu Chen felt a surge of excitement. It had been a while since he had the opportunity to unleash his strength since defeating the God of Slaughter. Of course, the previous incident of defeating Xiao Wu with pressure did not count. As Gu Chen stepped outside, the upperclassman charged forward, swinging his stick toward Gu Chen's neck. Gu Chen stood his ground, watching as the wooden stick descended towards him. The upperclassman hesitated upon realizing Gu Chen was not evading. Yet he didn't wish to seriously harm him, so he lessened his force and angled the strike downward. Gu Chen, seeing the upperclassman pull back, smiled. In truth, the upperclassman's restraint was not to save Gu Chen, but rather himself. If the stick had struck Gu Chen with full force, it would have shattered upon impact due to Gu Chen's formidable physique. The consequences of a shattered martial soul need not be elaborated upon. The stick hit Gu Chen with a resounding thud, akin to striking unyielding steel, and rebounded, striking the upperclassman squarely in the face. Swish! Caught off guard, the upperclassman was struck by his own weapon, causing blood to stream from his nose. Smack! Gu Chen casually swatted his palm, lightly striking the upperclassman's abdomen, sending him flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. This was still a result of Gu Chen refraining from using the Golden Dragon King's power. Otherwise, even with his strength sealed, a strike from the Golden Dragon's claw could have obliterated the upperclassman into a mist of blood. Boring. Gu Chen shook his head and turned back to the cafeteria, retrieving a bag filled with golden soul coins. He addressed Gu Yue Na and the others. Let us go to the second floor for our meal. Amidst the cheers of the working students, Gu Chen led the group up to the second floor. At that moment, Tang San spotted a familiar figure and hurried over. Teacher, you're here for lunch too? Indeed, it was the master. He nodded in acknowledgement and asked, Is everything packed up? Tang San respectfully nodded. Thank you for the betting, teacher. The master had already witnessed the events unfold and knew Gu Chen would take Tang San and the others to the second floor. So he didn't invite Tang San again and proceeded upstairs. At that point, Wang Sheng approached Tang San. Do you know the master? Tang San nodded. He's my teacher. Wang Sheng replied with a sarcastic tone. No way. You apprenticed under the master? His strength is rather lacking. In our academy, the master is merely a guest lecturer, supposedly retained due to his good relationship with the principal. To put it bluntly, he's just a freeloader, nearly 50 years old. It still hasn't broken through to the great soul master level, with only a 29 level martial soul. It's unlikely he'll ever break through. Tang San lifted his head, looking sternly at Wang Sheng. I want to allow you to make reckless judgments about my teacher. This is the first and last time. Otherwise, our friendship as classmates may cease to exist. While the master's abilities may be lacking, his theoretical knowledge was commendable. Look at how impressive Tang San's strength is. What he requires is a solid theoretical foundation. Each person has different needs. It's merely a matter of mutual benefit, Gu Chen remarked lazily. Despite Gu Chen's disparagement of the master's strength, he still recognized the pride the master took in his theoretical knowledge. Hearing this, Tang San nodded slightly at Gu Chen, feeling a newfound appreciation for him. Upon reaching the serving window on the second floor, Gu Chen handed a bag of golden soul coins to the cafeteria lady, ordering 2 large tables of exquisite dishes. A whole bag of golden soul coins could sustain an ordinary soul master family for 3 years. After feasting, the working students returned to the dormitory. Their regard for Gu Chen elevated even above that of the teachers, as the teachers would never treat them to a meal. After leaving the cafeteria, Tang San set off alone to find the master. He returned to the dormitory after a while, apologizing to Gu Chen and Xiao Wu. Boss Gu, Xiao Wu, I may need to go out tomorrow. I'm unsure how long I'll be gone, so I wanted to let you know. Gu Chen understood that Tang San intended to accompany the master to acquire his first soul ring, merely responding with a gentle, Xiao Wu, curious, inquired, going out? Where to? Tang San did not conceal the truth. The teacher had informed him that his soul power had reached its peak and that he should promptly acquire his first soul ring in order to continue his training. He was preparing to lead me in search of a suitable soul ring. You are leaving before school has even begun? Is the soul ring truly that significant? Xiao Wu frowned, and Gu Yue Na, who was beside Gu Chen, appeared somewhat perturbed as well. Gu Chen gently patted Gu Yue Na's small head and whispered in a tone only she and Xiao Wu could hear. Survival of the fittest is the fundamental law of this world, is it not? If one desires to alter it, one must first possess the strength to do so. Both Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu shivered slightly, nodding discreetly in agreement. Go if you must. However, what will happen to our work-study tasks? If you leave, the burden will fall upon me, Gu Lauda, and Sister Nair. Xiao Wu snapped back to reality, gazing at Tang San with an indignant expression. Tang San scratched his head in helplessness, replying, I will trouble you for the next few days. When I return, I shall take responsibility for this semester's work, and you will receive your due compensation. How does that sound? Gu Chen and the others nodded in agreement, and thus it was settled. In the dead of night, as Gu Chen had anticipated, Tang San and Xiao Wu stealthily left the dormitory together, engaging in what could only be described as romantic escapades, training. At that moment, Gu Chen opened his eyes, sat up, and turned to the equally wakeful Gu Yue Na, softly inquiring, shall we go take a look? Gu Yue Na turned her head to face Gu Chen. His chiseled features under the moonlight were inexplicably enchanting. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Chapter 6. The gathering of the first soul ring. Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na discreetly followed, or rather, silently protected Tang San and Xiao Wu. They soon observed Tang San and Xiao Wu pausing a short distance away. Xiao San, look at all the stars in the sky. There are so many. Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight. Tang San felt a bit exasperated. He needed to acquire his first soul ring the next day and could not afford to appear with dark circles under his eyes. You brought me out here just to stargaze? He questioned. Xiao Wu glanced around to ensure they were alone and took a step closer to Tang San. Of course not. I brought you here to... As she closed the distance, Tang San's face flushed. Suddenly, a scorpion braid transformed into a shadow, aiming for Tang San's neck. Of course. I brought you here to spar, Xiao Wu declared, raising her hand along with her braid towards Tang San. Her hand was soft and smooth, akin to a fluffy cloud. However, Tang San had no time to appreciate this delightful sensation, for he was horrified to find her arm twisting unnaturally, wrapping around his hand and extending to ensnare his arm. That scorpion braid acted like a third hand, coiling around Tang San's neck. In a panic, Tang San leaned back, attempting to evade with a bridge maneuver while simultaneously activating his Xiantian skill to empower his arms. But unexpectedly, Xiao Wu's grip loosened, and a tremendous force struck his waist, disrupting his balance and sending him tumbling backward. Xiao Wu then perched atop him, grasping his shoulders. So how do you feel about that? Do you concede? A round of applause erupted, drawing their attention. TSK, TSK, TSK. Out here in the middle of the night, showcasing your affection. Such youthful exuberance, I must say, Xiao San, you're lacking. The speaker was Gu Chen, who approached with a teasing grin. The two sprang apart, as if shocked, Xiao Wu immediately bowing her head, her face reddening like an apple. Tang San also flushed, but pointed towards Gu Yue Na behind Gu Chen, retorting, and what about you and Sister Nair out here at this hour? Are you here to flaunt your affection as well? At this, Gu Yue Na's cheeks flushed crimson, and she indignantly exclaimed, Tang San, You are asking for a beating. Come, let us spar. Tang San was unaware of Gu Yue Na's prowess. After all, Gu Chen had effectively shielded her upon entering the dormitory, and she had not shown her skills. Thus, it was no surprise that Tang San accepted her challenge. Gu Chen chuckled to himself, thinking, Tang San is quite bold, unafraid of the tiger's den. Even I cannot confidently claim I could defeat Gu Yue Na. This should be entertaining. Gu Yue Na was the first to strike, unleashing a palm strike that ignited into a fiery hand, racing toward Tang San. He was taken aback. Was that a fire element martial soul? A faint purple hue flashed in his eyes as he instinctively activated his purple extreme demon eyes, causing the fiery hand to slow noticeably. He swiftly employed the ghost shadow misty steps to evade. At that moment, the ground beneath Tang San transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring his feet like adhesive glue and pulling him downwards. In an instant, his calves were submerged, leaving him unable to dodge the fiery hand. However, Gu Yue Na displayed exceptional control over her soul power. The fiery hand struck him directly, scorching his clothing but leaving his body otherwise unscathed. Aside from the sensation of heat, I concede, Tang San sighed, his legs immobilized. What more could he do? Gu Yue Na finally allowed a smile to grace her lips as she returned to stand behind Gu Chen, her silver hair dancing in the night breeze, exuding a unique beauty. Having demonstrated her fire and earth elemental abilities, was she perhaps a dual-element martial soul? Or like him, a twin martial soul? Tang San was perplexed but too embarrassed to inquire further. The following day, Tang San rose early to accompany the master in pursuit of his first soul ring. Not long after Tang San departed, Gu Chen awoke and called to the still-sleeping Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you haven't gathered your first soul ring yet, have you? Let us go and gather our first soul rings together. Xiao Wu nodded and murmured, Master, are we returning to the Star Dou Forest? Gu Chen shook his head, replying, the Star Dou Forest is too far from here. We shall head directly to the soul-hunting forest instead. Otherwise, we will have difficulty explaining the origin of our soul rings. Thus, Gu Chen entrusted the work-study task for the next few days to Wang Sheng and others. Having treated them to a lavish meal the previous day, they readily accepted the responsibilities. Gu Chen made another trip to the Spear Hall sub-branch to apply for a basic passage permit. Accompanied by Xiao Wu and Gu Yue Na, he rented a carriage and set off for the soul-hunting forest. The marketplace outside the soul-hunting forest was bustling with activity. However, as the trio was merely there to gather soul rings and not to hunt soul beasts, they required minimal supplies. Consequently, Gu Chen and the others disembarked from the carriage and approached the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. After presenting their permit to the captain of the soldiers on duty, they confirmed their identities and entered the soul-hunting forest. Once inside, Gu Chen and his companions felt right at home, as no soul beast dared to approach within 100 meters of them without permission. They quickly made their way to the center of the soul-hunting forest, temporarily borrowing the habitat of the 10,000-year soul beast, the 10,000-year wise ape, which had evaded capture. Xiao Wu, you should gather your soul ring first. Gu Yue Na and I will provide protection, Gu Chen stated. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, master. Gu Chen gently shook his head, saying, not at all. I promised the sky blue bull python I would look after you. Realizing it was Deming, Xiao Wu nodded and settled into a meditative position, her soul power gradually coalescing into a circular form. Behind her, the silhouette of a snow-white rabbit appeared, her true form, the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit. The soul power ring behind her transitioned from transparent to a creamy white, symbolizing the transformation into a 10-year soul ring, and after 1 hour, it evolved into a deep yellow hue. After a considerable amount of time had passed, the color of the soul ring remained unchanged, and the fluctuations of soul power gradually diminished. The first yellow soul ring retracted into Xiao Wu's body, and she opened her pink eyes, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, master. My first soul ring has been successfully condensed. Gu Chen nodded gently and said, next, Gu Yue Na and I will condense our soul rings. Please guard us and ensure no one approaches. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Gu Yue Na gracefully seated herself, and the ethereal silhouette of the colorful silver dragon emerged behind her, causing Xiao Wu, who was nearby, to tremble slightly in awe. 7 luminous orbs appeared in Gu Yue Na's palms, each representing the elements of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space. The 7 orbs ascended and slowly coalesced above Gu Yue Na's head into a radiant halo. After a considerable duration, the colors of the halo gradually transformed into transparency, and it began to replicate the changes of Xiao Wu's previous soul ring. Gu Chen also sat cross-legged, preparing to condense his soul ring. Ding! Upon detecting the host's current situation, the system activated a task selection. Task: halt the condensation of the soul ring and assist Tang San in hunting the century-old soul beast. Mandala snake, located 500 meters to the southeast. Reward: 1,000 points of mental power and a trine dagger. Task: unseal the first seal and condense a soul ring of over 1,000 years. Reward: 900 points of mental power and a soul power enhancement card, which unconditionally increases soul power by 1 level for those below the rank of Soul King and cannot be used on oneself. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Accept the task, Gu Chen silently declared, setting aside the impossibility of assisting in the hunt for the soul beast. Even if he were willing, the distant water could not quench his immediate thirst. By the time he arrived, Tang San would likely have already slain the mandala snake. However, the second task was something he could easily accomplish. Although the reward of mental power was slightly less than the first task, 900 points was still substantial. Gu Chen closed his eyes, and the ethereal image of the Golden Dragon King began to rise behind him, its claws shimmering with a chilling brilliance that inspired trepidation. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated as the first seal broke apart under Gu Chen's mental command. The formidable energy from the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King surged through his body. Simultaneously, a golden light emanated from his palm, transforming into a golden halo. After a lengthy period, the golden halo morphed into transparency, replicating Xiao Wu's process of soul ring condensation. However, at the stage of the century-old soul ring, it did not immediately retract into Gu Chen's body. Thus, the soul ring continued to siphon his soul power while exerting pressure on his physique. Nevertheless, the body of the Golden Dragon King was far beyond that of an ordinary soul master. Even after enduring multiple seals, Gu Chen's physique remained significantly stronger than that of a typical soul master. The deep yellow soul ring gradually shifted to a light purple hue, and after another hour, its color stabilized at a deep purple representing 8,000 years. As the soul ring retracted, Gu Chen opened his eyes. Not far away, Gu Yue Na had already condensed her first soul ring, which was light purple. Although she possessed the formidable physique of a dragon, her mastery over elemental control rendered her mental power immense, albeit her physical strength was somewhat inferior to Gu Chen's. Gu Chen assessed the seals within his body, noting that the advantage of his self-imposed seal over externally enforced seals was that he could unseal it at will without suffering backlash. However, Gu Chen was not foolish enough to unseal it recklessly. The power of the Golden Dragon King ultimately stemmed from the Dragon God, and without a gradual and methodical approach to cultivation, he would never truly surpass the Dragon God. Now that we have successfully condensed our soul rings, let us hasten our return to Nodding Academy, Gu Yue Na softly suggested. Gu Chen nodded, and the 3 of them captured 3 flying soul beasts within the soul-hunting forest, using them to swiftly return to the entrance of the forest. Upon glancing back, the 3 flying soul beasts continued to regard Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na with awe and reverence. Gu Chen simply smiled as they exited the soul-hunting forest. After leaving, Xiao Wu parted ways with the 2, heading alone to the spirit hall to register her soul master identity, while Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na returned directly to the academy. The reason for their decision not to register as soul masters was twofold. First, neither Gu Chen nor Gu Yue Na intended to join the spirit hall at present, and given their 1,000-year soul rings, they were sure to be recruited by the hall eventually. Gu Chen preferred to avoid complications. Secondly, Gu Chen's golden soul coins were more than sufficient, rendering any meager subsidies unnecessary. Upon returning to their dormitory, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na began their cultivation on the bed until Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng returned, causing a commotion. Elder brother Gu, those upperclassmen are absolutely outrageous. They came to bully us. That scoundrel, known as Xiao Lauda, wanted me to be his pet rabbit. If I can endure this, I am no longer Xiao Wu. Gu Chen opened his eyes to see Xiao Wu, looking aggrieved, lamenting before him. He recalled this sequence of events, ceased his cultivation, and rose to clap his hands, stating, "Very well, let us go. Those upperclassmen are far too arrogant. It is imperative that we teach them a lesson." Do not disturb Gu Yue Na's cultivation. I can handle this alone. Xiao Wu nodded, signaling for Wang Sheng and the others to be quiet, and thus they quietly exited the dormitory. Xiao Laoda and his gang are currently in the woods behind the academy. Let us hurry, Wang Sheng urged. Gu Chen shot him a sidelong glance. Are you instructing me on what to do? I dare not, Wang Sheng immediately retorted. Upon reaching the back mountain, they encountered a group of upperclassmen, and at the forefront stood a tall figure, youthful yet adorned with a contemptuous and disdainful expression that marred his otherwise harmonious features. This individual was none other than the leader of the upperclassmen at Notting Academy. Xiao Lao, the little girl, if you regret it now, it is not too late. Of course, I wouldn't mind having another pet rabbit. Your martial soul is indeed a rabbit, correct? Xiao Lao zamoket upon spotting Xiao. At that moment, Gu Chen stepped forward. Ding dong, your friend, Zhu and Gu Chen, has come online. Kid, I truly envy your complexion. It is so well preserved. It's almost thicker than your mother's ashes. Gu Chen launched into a tirade. After all, it was customary to exchange verbal jabs before a fight. So why not escalate the artillery? Who the hell are you? What gave you the right to speak? Xiao Laoda roared in response. No surprise. A man of little culture, easily provoked, Gu Chen retorted. I am nothing of consequence. Rather, you are the real piece of work. Xiao Laoda stumbled over his words. Gu Chen paid him no mind and continued. You are truly a draft of humanity. Your appearance is remarkably creative. Behind them, Wang Sheng and the others were expressions of admiration, having learned from Gu Chen. So are we fighting or not? I'm not even bullying you. You have 11 people here, so we will only send out 11 of our own. We'll take turns. Whoever wins can continue to fight the next opponent until one side is entirely defeated. Xiao Laoda, clearly rattled, began to outline the rules of engagement. Seeing that Xiao Laoda had abandoned verbal sparring, Gu Chen chuckled and stepped forward, saying, no need for such complications. You can all come at me at once. If anyone can defeat me, I will consider it a loss for us. Turning to Wang Sheng and the others, Gu Chen instructed, you all stay back. I alone am more than enough to deal with these insignificant pests. Elder brother Gu. Wang Sheng attempted to intervene. Wang Sheng, trust in elder brother Gu's strength. Xiao Wu shook her head at Wang Sheng, reassuring him. What brand of garbage bag are you, that you can hold so much? Xiao Laoda was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, a flicker of fear crossed his face at the thought of Gu Chen possibly reneging on their agreement. Let us settle it this way. Lu Long, you go first. A senior student stepped forward, Lu Long, whose hands glimmered with a yellow light as a staff over 2 meters in length materialized instantly. His martial spirit bore some resemblance to the one Gu Chen had previously subdued outside the cafeteria. Kid, with such a silver tongue, if I don't leave you bettered for a few days today, I want to be surnamed Lu, Lu Long declared. Before Gu Chen could respond, Xiao Wu retorted. If you lose, you should be known as Crumbling Flowers and Weeping Willows. It seemed Xiao Wu had learned quite a bit from Gu Chen over the past few days. Lu Long's expression turned icy, and without uttering a word, he swiftly advanced, swinging the staff down in a strike aimed at Gu Chen's head. Gu Chen, however, did not unleash his martial spirit. Instead, he effortlessly directed a palm toward Lu Long's chest, misinterpreting Gu Chen's lack of martial spirit as disdain. Lu Long's anger flared, causing him to intensify the force behind his strike. Xiao Wu and the others, having witnessed Gu Chen's prowess outside the cafeteria, silently mourned for Lu Long as he disregarded the incoming palm. With a resounding smack, Gu Chen's palm struck Lu Long's chest first, causing his torso to cave in slightly. Lu Long was sent hurtling backward nearly 10 meters, crashing onto the ground and leaving a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth, unconscious. The crowd surrounding Xiao Laoda was left in stunned silence. Chapter 8. Is Xiao Wu meeting the parents? Xiao Laoda waved his hand, and a subordinate stepped forward to examine Lu Long, reporting, Lu Long is fine. He is merely unconscious due to his soul power being sealed. Xiao Laoda nodded, his expression darkening. I've only sealed his soul power. It will automatically unseal in a day, Gu Chen said with a cheerful smile. Ling Feng, you're up, as Xiao Laoda spoke. A petite senior with a small nose and eyes stepped forward. Ling Feng was a speed-type soul master. Observing Gu Chen's effortless strength, Xiao Laoda presumed him to be a power-type soul master, thus sending Ling Feng to counter him, as speed-type soul masters typically excel against power types. You'd best unleash your martial spirit. Otherwise, you 1T stand a chance against me, Ling Feng warned. Gu Chen simply shook his head, replying, "There's no need." Like Lu Long, Ling Feng felt insulted, and his expression turned cold as he lunged at Gu Chen. His movements were remarkably agile, and just as he approached Gu Chen, he suddenly flipped around, positioning himself behind Gu Chen and simultaneously striking at both sides of his neck. However, in that instant, Gu Chen elbowed backward, delivering a sharp blow to Ling Feng's nose, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain. The 900 points of mental strength Gu Chen had gained from completing the system task were not to be taken lightly. He had detected Ling Feng's position the moment he appeared behind him. With a swift side kick, Ling Feng flew away like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the ranks of senior students. Xiao Laodao murmured, "Damn, is the tide turning? Are even the lower grade students this formidable now?" "Next," Gu Chen said coolly, though there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. Wang Sheng, who had endured countless beatings from Xiao Laodao, seized the moment to boast. "So, Xiao Laodao, how does it feel? Our Gu Laodao hasn't even used soul power. I suggest you concede to spare yourself some pain." Xiao Laodao's face darkened as he stepped forward. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, he felt compelled to enter the fray. He knew there was no one stronger than Ling Feng among his ranks, and if the low morale wasn't addressed promptly, further duels would be futile. Only by defeating this young man decisively, and then besting Xiao Wu, could he salvage his reputation as the leader of their academy. Xiao Laodao's gaze turned steely as he regarded Gu Chen. The disdain and contempt that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. Xiao Qinyu, a 6th grade student, martial spirit, wolf, 11th level, 1 ring soul master. Announcing his martial spirit and rank was a sign of respect towards his opponent. A customary practice unless one feared the opponent would become a lifelong adversary. These were the traditions that Gu Chen had gleaned from the original text. In response, Gu Chen summoned the Golden Dragon King, layers of golden dragon scales enveloping his body, leaving only his face exposed. The colossal phantom of the Golden Dragon emanated a formidable aura, suffocating Xiao Qinyu, a mere owner of a lower-grade beast martial spirit. At the same time, a circle of deep purple 1,000-year soul rings slowly rose from Gu Chen's feet, hovering above his head. Gu Chen, 1st grade student, martial spirit, Golden Dragon, 13th level, 1 ring soul master. The revelation of a 1,000-year soul ring stunned not only Xiao Qinyu and his peers, but even Wang Sheng and the others who stood behind Xiao Wu. Tang San, observing from a nearby branch, could no longer contain his excitement and leapt down, hastening to Gu Chen's side, asking Gu Laodao, "How did you acquire a 1,000-year soul ring? That exceeds the limit mentioned by our teacher. Even I struggled to merge a 100-year soul ring." Tang San had endured immense pain just to absorb the soul ring from a 100-year-old mantis snake. He could scarcely fathom how Gu Chen had withstood the agony of merging a 1,000-year soul ring. "We'll discuss this later." Gu Chen nodded at Tang San, then turned to Xiao Qinyu. "Are we continuing?" At this moment, Xiao Qinyu realized Gu Chen's extraordinary background and quickly conceded. "No more fighting, no more. From now on, you are the leader of Nodding Academy." Turning to his peers, he commanded, "Everyone, come and pay respects to Gu Laodao." A throng of senior students bowed to Gu Chen, who dismissed them with a casual wave of his hand, signaling them to depart. Turning to Tang San, Gu Chen explained, "The limit on soul rings mentioned by the master is indeed the maximum for ordinary soul masters. But have you considered that the limit on the age of absorbed soul rings is related to the physical quality of the soul master themselves?" Tang San's eyes widened, as if a new door had been opened before him, overwhelmed by Gu Chen's insights. "If you devote yourself to physical training during this time, and with the aid of herbs or rare treasures, by the time you reach level 20, you may indeed be able to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring." Gu Chen encouraged with a pat on Tang San's shoulder. "And what about you? At 6 years old, you didn't start training from the womb, did you? How could you absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? I see your soul ring is deep purple. It must be nearly 8,000 years old. Such a soul ring can only be absorbed by a soul master of the soul sect, right?" Tang San countered. Gu Chen merely chuckled. "My martial spirit is the progenitor of strength, the Golden Dragon. Since awakening my martial spirit, I have possessed exceptional physical strength. Your martial spirit, however, is a plant type, blue silvergrass. Though Gu Chen knew Tang San's true martial spirit was not blue silvergrass, but rather blue silver emperor, he refrained from stating it outright. Tang San, realizing the implications, took a step back, cupping his fists and bowing to Gu Chen. Thank you. Though Gu Chen was not his teacher, he had imparted such vital knowledge. Unable to think of any other way to repay Gu Chen, Tang San offered his gratitude in this manner. Gu Chen waved dismissively. It's nothing. Just focus on your training. Tang San did not return to the dormitory with Gu Chen and the others, but instead went alone to the spirit hall to register as a soul master. After becoming the leader of Shrek Academy, Gu Chen delegated all the tasks of the work-study students to Xiao Chenyu and others, spending his days attending theoretical classes at the academy and training in the dormitory, relishing the newfound leisure. The only source of amusement for him was occasionally teasing Gu Yue Na, whose every smile could leave him entranced. Despite having read the original work, the theoretical knowledge from the academy had proven immensely beneficial to him. A year had passed, and Gu Chen had reached level 19 in his cultivation, while Gu Yue Na stood at level 18. Xiao Wu, Gu Lao Da, Sister Nar, we have a holiday tomorrow. Are you heading home? Tang San inquired as he packed his belongings. Gu Chen paused for a moment before replying, no, the three of us will probably stay at the academy. Gu Wu expressed surprise. It's been a year. Aren't you going home for a visit? Home? Gu Chen pondered, reflecting on his former life and wondering how it fared without him. At that moment, Xiao Wu's eyes brightened. Xiao San, doesn't your home lie close to the academy? How about I accompany you for some fun? Is this a meet-the-parents situation? Tang San chuckled, knowing Xiao Wu well. My family is quite poor. There is nothing of value to entertain you with. Xiao Wu, hands on her hips and her large eyes glaring at Tang San, retorted, you save every penny of your monthly allowance. Do you really think I'd mind? Tang San merely smiled. Speaking of allowances, you still owe Sister Nar 6 silver coins, don't you? He glanced at Gu Yue Na, who was enjoying a piece of bread not far away. It's just 6 silver coins. Have you decided whether you'll let me join you or not? Tang San smiled. If you wish to go, then go ahead. However, I must warn you that my father has a rather temperamental nature. Turning to Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, he extended an invitation. Gu Lao Da, Sister Nar, why not join us? It can be quite lonely staying in the dorm. Although Gu Chen wished to express that having Gu Yue Na by his side rendered loneliness moot, he felt unable to refuse Tang San's invitation and simply nodded, sure. Gu Yue Na quickly chewed her bread and declared, I'll go with my brother. Chapter 9. A hike together the next morning. As Tang San set off, he was accompanied by a lively little girl, with an attractive pair trailing behind. How much farther? Xiao Wu asked, glancing around. We're nearly there. Do you see that mountain over there? Our holy soul village lies at its foot. We're almost home, Tang San exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Is home truly so wonderful? Gu Yue Na questioned, puzzled by Tang San's enthusiasm. Tang San turned to her in surprise, replying, home is a harbor for the soul after enduring the hardships of life. Each return is a cherished experience, and every homecoming brings delightful surprises. Haven't you ever returned home? Surprises? I fear that soon the surprises may turn into shocks. Gu Chen thought, well aware of the plot. Taking Gu Yue Na's hand, Gu Chen apologized to Tang San. I'm sorry for dampening your spirits. Both Gu Yue Na and I have been orphans since childhood and have never known the feeling of home, which is why she asked you. Gu Chen fabricated a backstory on the spot. It was entirely inaccurate since they were indeed the offspring of the dragon god. Claiming they were orphans was not entirely a misrepresentation. Tang San, sensing the gravity of the matter, expressed his apologies. I'm sorry if I touched a sore spot. Gu Chen waved it off, indicating it was of no consequence. Before long, they entered Holy Soul Village, and Tang San's home was at the village's edge. He pointed to a dilapidated sign on the roof and said to Gu Chen and the others, look, that is my home. As his home came into view, Tang San's excitement escalated, prompting him to hasten his steps, nearly leaping to the door. Due to Tang Hao's habits, the door to the forge was left ajar, much like when he departed, for there was little worth stealing in the small blacksmith's shop. Father, I'm back, Tang San exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Wu had never witnessed Tang San display such emotion and was curiously observing him from behind. Oh, Xiao San, you've returned, a gentle voice called from within. An elderly figure emerged, frail yet with a spark of vitality in his eyes. Upon seeing him, Tang San paused momentarily. Grandpa Jack, you're here too. Where's my father? Upon meeting the famed village elder, Gu Chen paid closer attention. Old Jack sighed. Well, look here. This is what your father left behind. I came to find him this morning, intending to have him accompany me to greet you, but it seems you've already returned. Tang San's excitement shifted into tension as he silently took the note and began reading. See? Surprise turns to shock, Gu Chen thought, holding Gu Yue Na's hand. Choosing not to interrupt. After reading the letter, Tang San's mood soured significantly, even issuing an unceremonious dismissal to the venerable old Jack. Once old Jack departed, only Tang San and his friends remained in the forge. Tang San fell silent, quietly tidying the disarrayed space. Ding! Detected the host's current predicament. Initiating daily choices. 1. Assist Tang San in tidying the room. 2. Remain uninvolved, escalating tensions. I choose. Gu Chen silently resolved, walking over with Gu Yue Na to help Tang San organize the items. After all, it was a trivial matter, a simple act of kindness. Xiao Wu entered from outside, carrying fresh water to wipe down the furniture. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the four small figures sat side by side in front of the blacksmith's shop. The girl with braided hair on the left turned to glance at the plain-looking boy in the center, resting her chin on her hands, wanting to say something, yet ultimately holding back. Xiao Wu, Gu Lao Da, Sister Nar, thank you, the plain-looking boy finally spoke. Thank you for always being by my side. Tang San lowered his gaze to the ground, his eyes misty and distant. Don't worry, your father has merely stepped away for a while. Everyone has their own aspirations. Once he has completed his tasks, he will surely return to you. After all, you are his only son. Gu Chen reassured him, patting Tang San's shoulder. Tang San winced at the pressure, feeling as though his shoulder might shatter under Gu Chen's strength, which was surprisingly immense for such a light tap. At that moment, Xiao Wu tossed her long braid over her shoulder and declared, without a father, you still have us as friends. If you need a relative, I wouldn't mind being your sister. Come on, call me Sister Xiao Wu to hear it. Seeing Xiao Wu's playful demeanor and her cheeks flush from the sunset's glow, Tang San couldn't help but smile. If you wish to be my sister, I wouldn't object. If memory serves, although we are the same age, you seem to be a few months younger than I. Not a chance. I will only be your sister, not your younger sibling. Xiao Wu retorted, playfully tapping Tang San on the head. Romantic relationships often blossom from sibling bonds. Gu Chen silently mused, his gaze unintentionally drifting towards Gu Yue Na. At that moment, Gu Yue Na sat with her knees hugged to her chest, her amethyst-like eyes gazing dreamily at the sunset, seemingly lost in thought, her long silver hair cascading to the ground, with a few strands fluttering in the breeze, softly landing on Gu Chen's palm. Suddenly, Tang San sprang to his feet, standing 3 meters ahead of Gu Chen and the others, his expression serious, as if he had made a momentous decision. Xiao Wu, Gu Lao Da, Sister Nar, come with me to climb the mountain. I have something to show you. Climb? To the mountain? Gu Chen's expression turned incredulous. Was this a prelude to a sinister plot? Xiao Wu did not ponder deeply, but simply followed along. Gu Chen, however, was aware of what was about to transpire, though he was surprised that Tang San would include both himself and Gu Yue Na. Taking Gu Yue Na's delicate hand, Gu Chen followed Tang San up the mountain. At the summit, Tang San faced the setting sun, his eyes already shrouded in a shade of purple. Xiao Wu, this is where I practiced in the past. I have a serious question for you, and I hope you will answer sincerely. Xiao Wu instinctively retorted, were you a towel in your past life, so twisted? The next moment, she instantly realized her mistake. My apologies, Xiao San. After learning so much from Gu Lao, I reflexively snapped back. Please, ask your question. She was entirely oblivious to Gu Chen, who stood nearby with a face full of black lines. The perfect atmosphere was abruptly shattered, yet Tang San persevered. Xiao Wu, I genuinely wish I had a sister like you. Although I cannot provide you with the luxuries of nobility, I can promise to always protect my sister and ensure she suffers no harm. Gazing into Tang San's eyes, Xiao Wu's own began to glisten with tears. What if one day many people want to kill me, and you cannot defeat them? Tang San's face suddenly broke into a smile. Then let them first step over my corpse. Chapter 10, Rose Hotel Brother. A simple word from Xiao Wu shattered the tranquility between the two. Thank you, sister. Tang San trembled as he grasped Xiao Wu's hand. He then turned to Gu Chen. Gu Lao, would you be willing to be my brother? Ding. Upon detecting the current situation of the host, a plot choice has been activated. Acknowledge Tang San as your brother, establishing a brotherly bond. Assistance, Autumn Waters Clarity. Soul Power Amplification Card X1. Unconditionally raises soul power by 1 level for those below Soul King. Cannot be used on oneself. Maintain a regular friendship with Tang San. Assistance, Celestial Grade Rare Herb. Heavenly Chrysanthemum X1. Mental Strength Amplification of 100 points. Gu Chen hesitated. While his intention was to foster a good relationship with Tang San, he did not anticipate that Tang San would wish to recognize him as a brother. However, if such a bond could be established, then in the future, the only one Tang San would support would be him, not the divine realm. Let's not forget, Tang San is the kind of person who favors his kin over reason, even possessing a hint of selfishness. The dual divine power wielder holds immense utilitarian value. I choose. Gu Chen silently declared. Ding. Autumn Waters Clarity Soul Power Amplification card has been deposited into the system backpack. Please check. Gu Chen smiled at Tang San, saying, "From now on, you shall call me Chen Gu." Tang San suddenly inquired, then, "Chen Gu, if one day many people wish to kill us, and you cannot overpower them, what will you do?" Gu Chen's eyes flashed with ferocity. "If such a day comes, I shall fight to the death, biting off a piece of flesh from them to render them incapable of pursuing you." Tang San was momentarily taken aback, tears welling in his eyes. "Chen Gu." Gu Chen then took Gu Yue Na's hand and said, "Gu Yue Na has been my sister since childhood. Since I am now your older brother, you must refer to her as sister too. Just like before, you can call her Na Jia." Tang San and Xiao Wu simultaneously called out, "Na Jia." Xiao Wu had completely forgotten the hierarchy. In her eyes, the once masterful Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na had now become her older brother and sister. "Tang San, I must ask you a question." Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "If in the future, due to differing positions, we find ourselves on opposing sides, what would you do?" Tang San paused for a moment, then said, "Rest assured, Chen Gu, if we must stand against each other, I will certainly spare your life." Gu Chen could no longer maintain his composure and smiled. "I feel the same." 5 years later, the Bala Kingdom is located to the south of the Tiandou Empire, bordering the Fast-Nuo province. Although it is called a kingdom, its area is only 3/4 that of the Fast-Nuo province. It belongs to the Tiandou Empire and is one of the 4 major kingdoms within its territory. The southern part of the Bala Kingdom directly borders the Star Dou Empire, making its military strength the most formidable among the 4 kingdoms of the Tiandou Empire, serving as the gateway to the empire. Sodou City, situated in the wealthiest central region of the Bala Kingdom, is known as the Granary of Balak. Just past noon, under the scorching sun, 2 boys and 2 girls entered through the west gate of Sodou City. They appeared to be merely teenagers, carrying little in the way of luggage. The leading boy was dressed simply, with an unremarkable appearance, so much so that he could easily be lost in a crowd. He wore a belt adorned with 24 jade stones, a gift from his master to Tang San as a token of apprenticeship. Beside him was a girl with neatly braided hair, cascading down to her calves. 5 years later, Xiao Wu stood half an inch taller than Tang San, clad in a pink outer garment that hugged her form. Behind them stood a striking young man, with sleek, straight hair, elegantly arched eyebrows, sharp black eyes, thinly pressed lips, and a chiseled profile. He possessed a tall and lean physique that resembled an eagle in the night. Proud, aloof, yet commanding, exuding an aura of dominance. This was Gu Chen. After reaching the rank of Soul Master, Gu Chen had completely reigned in the domineering and violent aura of the Golden Dragon King, instead emanating an air of unassailable chill. However, this was only toward strangers. To those he knew, Gu Chen remained exceptionally amiable, akin to a friendly older brother. Holding Gu Yue Na's hand, Gu Chen observed the notable changes in her. After 5 years of development, Gu Yue Na's figure had become fuller and more alluring. Dressed in a light purple dress, she showcased her captivating beauty. Her slender brows occasionally fluttered, and her amethyst-like eyes were currently curiously surveying the scenery of Sodou City. Finally, we have arrived at Sodou City. I truly wonder what Master was thinking. Several intermediate Soul Master Academies have expressed their willingness to enroll us unconditionally. Yet he insists on having you take the entrance exam at this dilapidated academy that doesn't even have a rank. Xiao Wu exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her forehead in frustration. Tang San smiled faintly, The teacher asked me to take the exam, but he didn't ask you to come. Why did you insist on tagging along? Fortunately, the Balak Kingdom borders the Fasnuo province. Otherwise, wouldn't you have more to complain about? Xiao Wu shot Tang San a glare. Truly ungrateful. Did Qingge and I not come for you? Regardless, since classes do not start until the day after tomorrow, you must accompany me to explore Soto City for 2 days to make up for the trauma to my innocent heart. Right, Qingge? Gu Chen smiled silently and nodded slightly. Gu Yue Na, beside him, was amused by Xiao Wu's antics and stifled a giggle. Seeing her smile, Gu Chen wished for time to freeze at that moment. The group first had a simple meal before seeking accommodation. Before long, Xiao Wu spotted a uniquely quaint hotel. Without needing to say more, it was the Rose Hotel. Xiao San, Chengge, not or Jia. Let us stay here, she said, pointing to the sign of the Rose Hotel. Gu Chen merely smiled in agreement. He knew well what kind of place the Rose Hotel was, yet he held no objections. The group entered the Rose Hotel, and Tang San approached the counter. Please, could we have 4 rooms? The attendant behind the counter immediately stood up, glancing between Tang San and the trio of Xiao Wu, Gu Chen, and Gu Yue Na with a hint of envy in his eyes. Sir, are you sure you want to book 4 rooms? Tang San nodded slightly, inquiring if something was amiss. The server's eyes reflected a hint of ambiguity as he replied, I'm sorry, but we only have 1 room left. Gu Chen stepped forward, retrieving a bag of gold soul coins from his system backpack and placing it heavily on the counter. Are you certain there's only 1 room? The server, caught in a dilemma, awkwardly admitted, there are actually 2 rooms left. Gu Chen furrowed his brow. Sharing a room with Tang San was manageable, and Gu Yue Na could stay with Xiao Wu, which would suffice. Seeing this, the server, assuming Gu Chen was dissatisfied, hurriedly added, rest assured, our rooms are quite spacious and well-equipped. More than enough for 2 people. Very well, Gu Chen replied, handing over the bag filled with gold soul coins. Though he possessed nearly 10,000 coins, it was still insufficient for his 5-year expenses. Like Tang San, Gu Chen had also taken a part-time job. However, unlike ordinary jobs, he had joined a bounty hunter organization, and over 5 years, he had accepted fewer than 10 contracts, yet accumulated tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Moreover, during one mission, he had completed a system task, escaping the siege of 10 soul masters while eliminating 8 of them, earning a system reward of 10 gold soul coins. Thus, he was currently quite financially secure. I believe that last room should rightfully belong to me. A sudden voice interjected, interrupting the server's actions. Chapter 11. Gu Yue Na's fury against Dai Mubai. Upon hearing that familiar remark, Gu Chen did not need to turn around to know that the speaker was Dai Mubai of the evil Eye White Tiger. Tang San and the others turned to see 3 figures approaching from behind, heading toward the counter. 2 girls, adorned with beauty, bore a striking resemblance, clearly twins. The man walking between them was broad-shouldered, with long golden hair cascading down to his waist. His eyes were eerily captivating, with dual pupils emanating a chilling light from his deep blue gaze. Dai Mubai approached the counter, looking at the server, and asked, You must be new here, right? Don't you know that 1 room should always be reserved for me? The server hesitated, cautiously inquiring, May I ask who you are? Dai Mubai, growing impatient, replied, Call your manager out. Tang San blurted out, What kind of trash bag are you that can hold so much? Immediately regretting his words, he internally chastised himself for being influenced by Gu Chen. Mocking someone without knowing their strength was an unwise move. Dai Mubai's cold, sinister gaze fell upon Tang San, and he nodded, saying, Very well, it has been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like that. You all possess soul power. You must be soul masters, correct? Then let us see you all together. If you can defeat me, I will leave at once. Otherwise, you may kindly vacate. Only then did Gu Chen turn around, realizing that among those whom Dai Mubai had referred to as needing to leave was Gu Yue Na. A dragon has its reverse scale, and Gu Yue Na was his. Just as Gu Chen was about to intervene, Gu Yue Na grasped his hand and said, For these 5 years, you have been protecting us. Let me take this one. Rest assured, I have discerned his strength through my mental prowess. He is far beneath me. Gu Yue Na, with the pride of Silver Dragon King, would not allow herself to be treated like a mere ornament. Gu Chen hesitated, then nodded and released her hand. He understood how formidable Gu Yue Na's mental power was. Over the past 5 years, he had completed over 100 daily tasks through the system, unlocking the treasure appraisal function on the 50th task and the ability to view others' attributes on the 100th. He had seen that Gu Yue Na's mental power attribute exceeded his by more than 5 times. It was known that after consuming the system's reward, the crystal clear Dou, and with level advancements, his mental power had reached a staggering 5,000 points, equivalent to that of an ordinary Soul King. 5 times that of a Soul King's mental power would at least require a Soul Sage, wouldn't it? Upon seeing the stunning girl step forward, Dai Mubai frowned, feeling a sense of insult. What do you mean? You want a girl who can't even fight to take me on? Noticing Gu Yue Na's exquisite face, Dai Mubai, reluctant to harm her, suggested, how about you come with me instead? I will protect you, unlike them who would push you out as a shield. Gu Chen clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the urge to unleash his fury. He knew that if he prevented Gu Yue Na from fighting this battle, she would only resent him for it. Swish, swish, swish. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Gu Yue Na's expression turned cold, and with a swift motion, 3 wind blades erupted forth. Without even summoning her martial soul, Gu Yue Na controlled the elements solely through her immense mental power. Such a subtle attack was even more effective. Dai Mubai, caught off guard by Gu Yue Na's powerful assault without her martial soul, hastily retreated a few steps, immediately summoning his evil white tiger martial soul to block the wind blades. Let us talk this out. Let us talk this out. Please don't resort to violence. At that moment, the server reappeared with a middle-aged man, a look of urgency on his face. Dai Mubai shot him a sidelong glance. Manager Wang, your business acumen seems to have improved. Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled apologetically. Young Master Dai, please don't say that. It's my subordinate's fault. This boy just started working here yesterday and is unaware of the rules. I apologize. I will arrange a room for you immediately. Turning to Gu Chen and the others, he added, I apologize, esteemed guests. That last room was reserved by young Master Dai. If one room is insufficient, I kindly ask you to seek accommodations elsewhere. Gu Yue Na's expression darkened. Her battle was being interrupted by Manager Wang, and she was clearly displeased. The Silver Dragon King martial soul manifested, and 3 soul rings, purple, purple, and black, rose sequentially from her feet, the second purple ring being a deep purple with black tints, indicating at least 9,000 years of age. An overwhelming pressure immobilized Manager Wang, as Gu Yue Na glared at Dai Mubai. If you wish to fight, let us continue. 10,000-year soul rings. How could your soul rings possess such longevity? Under the oppressive might of the Silver Dragon King, Dai Mubai's evil white tiger martial soul was rendered nearly powerless, and he found himself devoid of fighting spirit. Gu Yue Na, Marshal Sol, Kalerfel Dragon. A 39-level, 3-ringed soul master. Gu Yue Na declared coldly. Dai Mubai began to sweat profusely. It appeared that avoiding this battle was no longer an option. With a commanding shout, Gu Yue Na activated her first soul skill, Elemental Tide. As her light purple soul ring glimmered, a colorful radiance enveloped her. With a stomp, the ground beneath her feet instantaneously froze, spreading toward Dai Mubai in an instant, encasing him in ice. Dai Mubai felt a chill course through him. Not daring to be complacent, and simultaneously activated his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger King Transformation, and his 1st soul skill, White Tiger Shield. However, how could Gu Yue Na's ice be ordinary? The frigid air seeped through the energy barrier, assailing Dai Mubai's body with a wave of coldness. Swish! The spatial elemental fluctuations rippled, and in the next moment, Gu Yue Na appeared behind Dai Mubai, a searing flame manifesting in her palm as she thrust it toward his back. Sizzle! The sound of searing flesh echoed, and Dai Mubai screamed, crashing to the ground. The scent of scorched meat wafting through the air. Gu Yue Na showed no mercy, delivering a powerful kick that sent Dai Mubai flying several meters, crashing to the ground like a lifeless creature at Gu Chen and the others' feet. At that moment, a radiant sword materialized in Gu Yue Na's hand, formed from the purest light element. Just as she was about to plunge the sword into Dai Mubai's throat, Gu Chen urgently called out to stop her. Nar, cease your actions. We harbor no deep-seated grievances against him. A mere lesson suffices. Gu Chen's words prompted Gu Yue Na to obediently retract the luminous sword that hovered perilously close to Dai Mubai's throat, approaching Gu Chen's side instead. At that moment, Dai Mubai appeared as though he had narrowly escaped death, his visage etched with terror and gratitude for Gu Chen's timely intervention. The thought of such a beautiful girl wielding such terrifying power, capable of delivering lethal strikes, was beyond his comprehension. Gasping through the searing pain, Dai Mu managed to rise, the fiery agony causing him to draw a sharp breath. You must be here to enroll at Shrek Academy, correct? Should anyone trouble you there, mention my name, Dai Mu Bai of the evil White Tiger. I shall bear the cost of this incident, he declared to Manager Wang before limping out of the hotel. Chapter 12. The purple rose. This person truly enjoys putting on airs. He has been beaten so thoroughly. Xiao Wu huffed. Even if we reach Shrek Academy, we should avoid any dealings with him. Tang San smiled faintly. Why so? I find him rather agreeable. Despite his condition, he shows a willingness to accept his losses and bears us no malice. Moreover, his parting words hinted that he might look out for us at the academy. Look out for us? With Brother Chun and Sister Nara around, do we truly need his assistance? Xiao Wu retorted immediately. Tang San fell silent, and at that moment, Gu Chen approached the reception desk. Manager Wang peeked from behind the counter and, upon spotting Gu Chen, quickly donned a cheerful expression. Your companion is indeed impressive. Even young Master Dai has relinquished his room for you. Fortunately, that young lady suffered no harm. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences. Tang San surveyed the disarray in the lobby and sighed. Manager, what will it cost to repair this place? Manager Wang hastily shook his head. No, this is not your concern. Young Master Dai has stated that he will cover the expenses. He is a valued guest here, and you need only sign for it. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and the potential harm caused to you four. I have decided to waive your accommodation fees for 3 days. If your stay does not exceed that, you will owe nothing. With that, he handed 2 golden keys to Gu Chen, beaming with delight. Gu Chen accepted the keys, somewhat taken aback by Manager Wang's adeptness in handling the situation. Just as Tang San was about to speak again, Gu Chen interjected, All right, we accept. He then pulled Tang San and the others towards the interior. I'll share a room with Xiao Wu, and Nar, you can stay with me. How does that sound? Gu Chen proposed. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, but Gu Yue Na objected firmly. No, I want to share a room with you. Our martial souls complement each other. If we are too far apart, the effectiveness of our training will diminish. Caught off guard by Gu Yue Na's assertiveness, Gu Chen rubbed his nose and replied to Tang San, Very well. I apologize for the inconvenience to you and Xiao Wu. Tang San furrowed his brow, aware of the propriety regarding gender interactions. However, out of respect for Gu Chen, he refrained from disputing the matter. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, was unconcerned. After all, having shared a bed with Tang San at Nodding Academy for so long, she felt no embarrassment. The Red Ocean was the name of Tang San and the other's room. After handing the key to Tang San, Gu Chen took the remaining key and moved deeper into the premises. Not far ahead, a door adorned with deep purple roses caught his eye, a cascade of dark purple crystal roses hanging from it, alongside a line of elegantly inscribed text, Purple Rose. Upon reading the inscription, Gu Chen was momentarily stunned. Gu Yue Na blinked her eyes, took the key from Gu Chen, and confidently opened the grand door. Regaining his composure, Gu Chen followed her inside. The room was expansive, with the living area alone exceeding 50 square meters. All the furnishings were silver, exquisitely carved with intricate patterns. The deep purple carpet was strewn with freshly picked deep purple roses, and in the center of the hall, roses had been arranged into a large heart shape, occupying nearly 2 square meters and requiring thousands of purple roses. Gu Chen hesitated. Nar, if you dislike the roses, I can have the staff remove them. Gu Yue Na turned to him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity akin to the purple roses themselves. Is there a problem with the roses? The blooming rose symbolizes humanity's longing for and reverence towards love. It is not merely a fleeting dream, but a tangible manifestation of happiness. Each rose color embodies distinct meanings and sentiments, with the purple rose signifying a love that is restrained. This rose hotel has that kind of reputation, Gu Chen explained. Gu Yue Na blinked, then broke into a soft smile, her gaze filled with tenderness. Is there any girl who dislikes flowers? This place is beautiful. I see no issue with it. Though Gu Chen had witnessed Gu Yue Na smile many times over the past 5 years, her smile at that moment left him utterly captivated once more. He mused to himself that perhaps no one's smile could rival hers. Gu Yue Na entered the bedroom and sat on the bed to cultivate, while Gu Chen opened the system's character panel in the living room. Ding! System character panel. Name, Gu Chen age, 12, actual age, 200, 000,006, strength, 500, 000, normal 39th level soul ancestor, 1, 000, spirit power, 5, 010, normal 39th level soul ancestor, 900 bloodline, golden dragon king bloodline, 99 dragon god bloodline, 1 level, 39th level soul ancestor, 3 layers of seals have been lifted, soul rings, purple, black overall evaluation, a cunning individual masquerading as a fool, beginning to reveal his true prowess. System backpack, 100, 860 gold soul coins, 2 soul power amplification cards. Having unlocked 3 layers of seals, his strength alone surpassed that of regular soul masters by 500 times. Once the 4th seal is unbound, his strength may double yet again. View Gu Yue Na's attributes. Gu Chen silently commanded. Ding. System character panel. Name, Gu Yue Na age, 12, actual age, 200, 000,006, strength, 20,000, normal 39th level soul ancestor, 1,000, spirit power, 30,000, normal 39th level soul ancestor, 900 bloodline, silver dragon king bloodline, 99, dragon god bloodline, 1 level, 39th level soul ancestor, 3 layers of seals have been lifted, soul rings, purple, black overall evaluation, an unrivaled power hidden beneath an exquisite exterior. Gu Chen smiled with satisfaction. At this rate, it would not be long before both he and Gu Yue Na could cultivate their way to formidable strength. With the inherent bloodline powers of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King, surpassing the Dragon God might merely be a matter of time. Brother Chen? Gu Yue Na's voice drifted from within. Gu Chen responded. Why don't you come in as well? We can cultivate together, Gu Yue Na suggested softly. A broad smile spread across Gu Chen's face as he stepped into the room. Inside, Gu Yue Na sat upright on the purple bed, which was notably spacious, capable of accommodating 3 people lying side by side. Gu Chen carefully climbed onto the bed, making no inappropriate moves as a golden orb of light manifested in his palm. In response, a multicolored orb of light appeared in Gu Yue Na's hand, the 2 orbs merging into a silvery sphere. The fusion of gold and silver soul power complements one another, and under such cultivation, Gu Chen's training speed is doubled compared to usual. This explains why both Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na were able to reach the 39th rank Soul Master within a mere 5 years, without the aid of rare treasures. As the night quietly passed, the morning arrived, and the door of the Purple Rose Room was knocked upon. Gu Chen, assuming it was the service staff, reluctantly opened the door after being interrupted from his training, only to find Xiao Wu and Tang San standing there, the latter looking quite helpless. Brother Chen, will you accompany us for some fun? Don't you get bored, cooped up in a room with Sister Na? Xiao Wu complained. Bored? I would gladly spend a year in closed-door training with Gu Yue Na. Gu Chen responded. Shopping? As Gu Yue Na's voice echoed from within, Gu Chen realized that an unfortunate day was about to unfold. No girl could resist the allure of shopping, not even Gu Yue Na. Chapter 13. The Crafty Merchant. Flinder. Once they exited the Rose Hotel, the group arrived at the bustling commercial street of the city. The pace of life here was distinctly faster than the leisurely town of Notting, with passers-by mostly appearing hurried. Various shops lined the street, and after being dragged through several clothing stores by Gu Yue Na, Gu Chen and Tang San were already feeling a bit dizzy. Thankfully, Xiao Wu exhibited the spirit of a thrifty shopper, merely observing without making any purchases, thus sparing Tang San's wallet from depletion. However, Gu Yue Na, aware of Gu Chen's wealth, bought whatever caught her eye, even picking up several items for Xiao Wu. Had it not been for Gu Chen's storage ring, he would have been burdened by all those purchases, leaving him in tears. Brother Chen, look over there. That shop seems to be related to Soul Masters. Xiao Wu pointed out, noticing a sign resembling the emblem of the Spirit Hall. Upon entering the shop, Gu Chen immediately recognized it as Flinder's establishment. The door was ajar, and inside appeared somewhat dim. As they stepped in, a peculiar energy fluctuation caught their attention, reminiscent of that found in the Spirit Hall, albeit slightly weaker. These must be soul devices, Tang San exclaimed, having spotted a crystal board that excited him. Gu Chen continued to inspect the various items on display. Belt-type soul device storage capacity, 2 cubic meters damage level, 40 value, 2,000 gold soul coins origin, from the grave of the Soul Emperor. Bracelet-type soul device storage capacity. 3 cubic meters damage level. 20 value. 6,000 gold soul coins origin from the grave of a soul Douluo. Titanium black blade, combat type level 1 soul device. Effect. Doubles the effect of blade type soul skills. Damage level. 80 value. For 1,000 gold soul coins origin from the grave of a soul Douluo. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment. Flinder was essentially a grave robber, brazenly selling stolen goods. He had no fear of retribution from the descendants of those whose graves he plundered. At that moment, Gu Chen noticed a dusty claw gauntlet, seemingly plain and devoid of any soul power fluctuations. Dragon Soul Claw Gauntlet, combat type level 4 soul device. Effect. Quintuple the effect of claw type soul skills. Spirit. 10,000 year, old black-scaled subdragon. Status. Sealed. Dragon blood can unseal it. Damage level. 9 value 100. 860 gold soul coins, origin. From the grave of a titled Douluo from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, sect a century ago. Gu Chen was astounded. A damage level of 9 was the lowest he had seen among soul devices in this shop. Moreover, a level 4 soul device with a dragon spirit was precisely what intrigued him. Picking up the dragon's soul claw gauntlet, Gu Chen approached Flinder. All right, 500 gold soul coins, no negotiation. Hand over the money and it's yours. Otherwise, please leave. If you're short on cash, I can take 200 gold soul coins now, and you can pay the rest later at 10 per month with an interest rate of 10%. Merchant, your audacity is truly remarkable, capable of being thick or thin-skinned, and even dispensable. Flinder, clearly discomforted by Xiao Wu's retort, coughed. Deal. And where did you get this belt? It was a gift from my master. Do you recognize it? You are his disciple. Take this crystal with you. I will expect 10 gold soul coins monthly. No need. The crystal is yours. It wasn't worth much anyway. Now, leave me to my rest. As the conversation concluded, Gu Chen reached Flinder and casually tossed the dragon soul claw gauntlet on the ground, feigning disdain. How much for this? How much? For merchants like him. The best tactic was to act aloof and uninterested. Flinder frowned at the dusty, rusted gauntlet on the floor and replied, not expensive, just 10 gold soul coins. Gu Chen nearly burst into laughter. Flinder was indeed blind. This dragon's soul claw gauntlet, valued at 100,000 gold soul coins, was being sold for a mere 10. It seemed that in Flinder's eyes, this was still a profit. Gu Chen pretended to hesitate, pulling out 10 gold soul coins, and declared, all right, I'll buy it. However, Flinder, with his sharp eyes, detected the uncontainable joy in Gu Chen's gaze. Your funds are insufficient, Flinder said, grinning. What do you mean insufficient? Gu Chen was taken aback, cursing the merchant. Flinder chuckled sinisterly. I've changed my mind. I now want 1,000 gold soul coins. The price skyrocketed 100-fold. Although it was still far below the true value of the dragon's soul claw gauntlet, Gu Chen was not pleased. Don't think that just because you have a feather in your cap, you can act like an angel. You know exactly how you acquired this item. Should I reveal that you robbed the grave of a titled Douluo from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? Gu Chen confronted him directly. Before he could finish, Flinder swiftly lunged forward, covering Gu Chen's mouth. Oh, my little ancestor, where did you hear this? This is a gift for you. Please don't spread it around. Gu Chen pushed Flinder's hand away, taking the dragon's soul claw gauntlet. He nodded in acknowledgement. As Gu Chen and the others departed, Flinder lamented. I just took a massive loss this time. Brother Chen, why did you buy this piece of junk? Xiao Wu inquired, having completely forgotten about Tang San's crystal board. Gu Chen smiled mysteriously and led them into the bedroom of the Purple Rose. With a flash, he conjured a golden dragon claw with his left hand, gently slicing it across his right arm. Blood immediately flowed, dripping onto the dragon's soul claw gauntlet. According to the system's appraisal function, the dragon soul claw gauntlet required dragon blood to unseal it. An ordinary soul master would have to hunt dragon-type soul beasts to obtain blood for the unsealing process. However, Gu Chen, being the Golden Dragon King, one of the purest bloodlines in the dragon clan, second only to the dragon god, possessed one of the most refined dragon bloods. As the golden blood dripped onto the dragon's soul claw gauntlet, it erupted with brilliant light, and its previously rusted surface exploded, revealing its original titanium color. A roar echoed through the room as the spirit of the black-scaled subdragon manifested, dancing in the air. The black-scaled subdragon, having absorbed a drop of Gu Chen's Golden Dragon King's blood, had now evolved to possess true dragon blood, and its name had transformed to Black-Scaled Golden Dragon. The Black-Scaled Golden Dragon obediently prostrated before Gu Chen, returning to the dragon's soul claw gauntlet upon receiving his permission. In the astonished gazes of Tang San and others, Gu Chen donned the dragon's soul claw and seamlessly integrated it into his being. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed through the air. Upon opening the door, it was indeed the flustered attendant, shaken by the earlier dragon roar. "Esteemed guest, I apologize for the disturbance. May I inquire about the matter?" Gu Chen responded nonchalantly. "That was merely the sound of my cultivation. If there is nothing else, kindly take your leave." Yes, yes. Startled, the attendant hurriedly exited. Soul masters despise interruptions during their training. Had Gu Chen chosen to eliminate the attendant, no one would have sought justice for her. "I might as well handle this board crystal here," Tang San remarked, retrieving it from the 24 Bridge moonlit night. Chapter 14. Shrek Academy. After placing the board crystal on the ground, Tang San produced his forging hammer from the 24 Bridge moonlit night. His hammer was significantly larger than those typically used by blacksmiths. After first wielding such a large hammer at the Stone 3 blacksmith shop, he had never reverted to a smaller one. "Xiao Wu, Brother Chun, Sister Na, please stand back," Tang San instructed with urgency. Gu Chen, seeing Tang San's grave demeanor, initially thought he had discovered a third-level head and was concerned about his teammates' potential interference. Faint soul power surged forth, flowing from Tang San's hands into the hammer. In an instant, the internal energy of his Xian Tiangong reached its zenith. With a powerful thrust of his calves and a half-turn of his body, he unleashed the first strike of the chaotic cloak hammer method, a blow infused with all his internal might. A brilliant white light emanated from the hammer as a series of explosive sounds filled the air, and the massive hammer descended forcefully upon the board crystal. Gu Chen and the others instinctively covered their ears. With a resounding crash, the board crystal shattered into powder. Countless golden specks erupted from the crystal, swirling throughout the violet rose-draped bedroom, casting a golden hue across the entire room. Gu Chen recognized these golden particles and called upon Gu Yue Na to assist Tang San in collecting them. In Tang San's astonished gaze, Gu Chen handed over the gathered golden particles. "Brother, what exactly is this? Why did it make you so anxious?" Xiao Wu inquired, observing Tang San closely. After quietly listening to Tang San explain the function of the dragon beard needle, Gu Chen promptly intervened to prevent Tang San from damaging his bed, joking that if the bed were to break, how would he share it with Gu Yue Na? However, perhaps due to Gu Chen's earlier intimidation of the attendant, the noise they produced this time was greater, yet no attendant returned to disturb them. The following morning, the group departed for the Shrek Academy, as mentioned by the master. It had been 6 years since he promised the Tianqing Yomeng to protect Xiao Wu, and he felt it was nearly time for him to leave. As Gu Chen pondered, they soon arrived at the gates of Shrek Academy. Though referred to as an academy, it was merely situated in a small village. At the entrance, a table was set up with an elderly man in his 60s seated behind it. "Brother, did the master make a mistake? I don't see how this resembles an academy at all. Could it be a scam?" Xiao Wu remarked. Even Gu Yue Na, who was on Gu Chen's back, displayed a skeptical expression. Tang San chuckled wryly. "We've come this far. Let us see what happens." Gu Chen gently set Gu Yue Na down as they joined the queue. In front of them stood hundreds of applicants, many of whom wore frowns, clearly harboring similar doubts as Xiao Wu. Is there a mistake? This is the so-called Soul Master Academy, the one that claims graduates become imperial viscounts? The mother of one young man voiced. Uncertain, the boy's father replied, "This is what the Spirit Hall representative said. It shouldn't be wrong, right? But this academy does seem rather shabby." The boy protested, "Dad, I don't want to attend this school. It's too embarrassing. I'd rather go to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in Soto City. After all, I was considered a genius at the primary academy." The father frowned. "Since we're already here, let us wait a little longer. Perhaps this is a test. The real academy might not be here." Such dialogues were not uncommon in the queue, and many faces reflected deep disappointment. Tang San's gaze did not linger on these applicants for long. He focused on the front of the line, where the registration was taking place, enhancing his vision and hearing with the aid of Xian Tiangong to catch snippets of conversation. The elderly man behind the desk appeared lethargic, dressed in what could be charitably described as simple clothing, resembling an ordinary elder, even less spirited than Old Jack from Holy Soul Village. At that moment, a boy approached the desk to register. The elder lazily declared, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Just place them in that box." The boy's father hurriedly produced the coins, depositing them into a makeshift box made of wooden planks. Extending his hand, the boy complied. But the elder pinched his hand twice and shook his head. "Your age does not qualify. You may leave." The boy was taken aback and turned to his father. Few children possess the maturity of Tang San, Gu Chen, or Gu Yue Na at such a tender age. The father quickly smiled apologetically. "Sir, my son just turned 13. Could you possibly make an exception?" The elder, growing impatient, replied, "Do not disrupt those behind you. Are you unaware of the Academy's rules? We only accept children aged 13 or younger. Anyone over 13 is not admitted. You may leave, but our registration fee," the father began. "Once registered, it is non-refundable." The elder retorted bluntly, resembling a bandit. "Even a clay figurine has its limits." The boy's father could no longer contain his anger. "You are clearly scamming us for money. Refund our registration fee, or we won't leave." Had they known that this so-called Shrek Academy was so dilapidated, they would never have come. The elder glanced at him and indifferently remarked, "Mu Bai, someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Handle it." Suddenly, Dai Mu Bai sprang up from the ground. "If you wish to return the registration fee, you must defeat me first." Without further ado, he activated his soul power, revealing yellow, and purple soul rings. A tremendous pressure filled the air, and his cold gaze swept toward the father-son pair. The father's complexion paled, and he muttered, "Consider us unlucky," as he hurriedly led his son away. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai caught a glimpse of Gu Yue Na, feeling a pang of pain in his back. He awkwardly smiled and returned to his seat. By now, a third of the applicants had dwindled, and after another boy was rejected, the elder stood up, visibly annoyed. "If you wish to register at Shrek Academy, you should first understand the rules. If you come here without knowing the regulations, you are merely throwing away your registration fee. It's not too late to regret now. Do you know what Shrek signifies within our academy? Shrek is a type of monster, an extraordinarily peculiar existence, even among soul beasts. The essence of our Shrek Academy is that we only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals. Anyone over 13 years old or lacking soul power at level 21 or above should not waste their time here." The elder spoke coldly, suddenly exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. A rich crimson glow suddenly emanated from the old man as a long staff adorned with countless intricate patterns materialized in his right hand. Most terrifyingly, 6 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. White, yellow, purple, black, failing even to achieve the optimal soul ring configuration. Were it not for his cultivation as a soul emperor, he would possess no intimidation whatsoever. Gu Chen regarded this with a hint of disdain. The line that originally boasted over 100 applicants dwindled to merely a handful. Suddenly, a look of uncertainty crossed the old man's face as he found himself before a young girl, who stood alone without parental accompaniment, clad in a simple white gown. She exuded an aura of purity, her neatly cropped hair accentuating her diminutive stature, about half a head shorter than Xiao Wu. With her back turned to Gu Chen and the others, her visage remained unseen. However, the skin visible at her neck revealed an exceptionally fair complexion. Yet, compared to Gu Yue Na, she had little to boast about. "May I inquire if I have passed the preliminary examination?" asked Ning Rongrong, the little witch from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Her voice was melodious, lacking a touch of bravado, yet it was undeniably pleasant to the ear. The old man hesitated briefly before gesturing to Dai Mu Bai to escort her inside. The next batch of candidates swiftly passed the initial assessment, and soon it was Gu Chen and his companion's turn. "We shall register together," Gu Chen stated, placing the 40 gold soul coins he had prepared into the wooden box. Extending his hand, the old man pinched Gu Chen's hand, nodded, and said, "Your age is appropriate. Please release your soul rings." Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and in an instant, a golden dragon's ethereal figure appeared behind him, emanating an overwhelming draconic aura that even the old man could not ignore. Purple, black. 3 astonishing soul rings arranged themselves sequentially behind him, radiating a terrifying presence. Chapter 15. I possess a large sausage. "Impossible," the old man exclaimed, rising in astonishment. "How did you achieve such an extraordinary soul ring configuration?" "This is something I must keep confidential for the time being," Gu Chen replied with a mysterious smile, harboring distrust toward the elder from Shrek Academy. The old man's expression momentarily froze. Yet he understood Gu Chen's skepticism and chose not to press the matter further. Next, he commanded. Gu Yue Na stepped forward. The old man pinched her hand and nodded. Your age is suitable. Please release your soul rings. Gu Yue Na gently nodded, and a silver dragon's ethereal figure manifested behind her. 3 formidable soul rings, purple, black, rose from her feet, encircling her. At that moment, Dai Mubai hastily approached the old man's ear and whispered, Teacher, this is the girl I mentioned earlier, but I had not anticipated that Gu Chen would be equally formidable. The old man's smile was unrestrained. Excellent, excellent. This year, Shrek Academy will nurture 2 powerful little prodigies. No, we should say monsters among monsters. Next, the elder evaluated Tang San and Xiao Wu's ages and soul rings, both of whom passed without issue. However, with Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na preceding them, they did not stand out. The old man's smile grew even brighter. This year's crop of prodigies is truly remarkable. Mubai, take them inside. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, the group smoothly entered Shrek Academy, located in this very village. Dai Mubai remarked, Given your talents, I had no doubt you would pass effortlessly. The subsequent assessments will surely pose no challenge. As he spoke, he could not help but glance back toward the academy's entrance. What are you staring at? Do you intend to cause trouble for the young lady? Xiao Wu retorted, having witnessed Dai Mubai's flirtatious behavior at the Rose Hotel. Dai Mubai frowned slightly. What do you know? I sense a resonance in the aura of that girl, akin to my own, similar yet complementary. In the realm of martial souls, encountering a compatible spirit is exceedingly rare. Should they unite, their martial prowess would multiply exponentially, a phenomenon known as martial soul fusion. Gu Chen observed silently, deeming Dai Mubai a potential good brother, but certainly not a fitting husband, especially since he did not even recognize his own fiancée. Frankly, at this moment, Dai Mubai was unworthy of Zhu Zhuqing. After walking a short distance, Dai Mubai led them to a clearing surrounded by wooden houses, approximately 500 square meters in size, situated at the very heart of Shrek Academy. After instructing Gu Chen and the others to prepare for the second examination, he hurried off to find Zhu Zhuqing. At that instant, a soft voice rang out, Sausages for sale. Come and take a look, don't miss out. Oscar S. sausages, delicious and sweet. Reasonably priced and generous in quantity, only 5 copper soul coins each. Eating Oscar S. sausages guarantees a higher chance of passing the entrance exam. Gu Chen immediately recognized the source of this voice. It was Uncle Oscar with his sausages. A few people ahead had not eaten much for breakfast. Tang San turned to Xiao Wu. Would you like a sausage? Gu Chen held no prejudice against Oscar S. sausages, acknowledging their effectiveness despite the somewhat off-putting soul curse associated with them. Moreover, he respected Oscar S. character. Although he may not have been exemplary in the past, he was certainly more steadfast than Dai Mubai, especially after meeting Ning Rongrong. Shall I bring one for you both? Tang San inquired of Gu Yue Na and Gu Chen. They nodded in agreement. Upon noticing their approach, Oscar eagerly exclaimed, Would you like a sausage? Oscar S. sausages are honest and guarantee flavor. Tang San smiled, Uncle, I'll take 4, please. Oscar's expression suddenly stiffened. What did you call me? Tang San was taken aback. I called you Uncle. Is there a problem? Oscar sighed. Of course there is a problem. A significant one. Brother, I'm only 14 years old. How can you call me Uncle? You're only 14? Tang San looked incredulously at the man before him. Indeed, my name is Oscar. I'm 14 years old, a freshman at Shrek Academy. You cannot simply call me Uncle, because I have a full head of hair, he asserted. Tang San was left speechless, gazing at Oscar's thick beard, inwardly thinking, that is not just a little hair. What are you doing, Tang San? At the entrance, Tang San had previously introduced himself, and Dai Mubai recognized his name. Now approaching with the last registered student, Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Laoda, would you like a sausage? Oscar, upon seeing Dai Mubai, immediately wore a troubled expression. Go to hell. Dai Mubai shot him a glare. You're embarrassing the academy. I believe I've warned you more than once not to sell sausages within the academy. Do you want everyone to vomit? Tang San, Gu Chen, do not eat these sausages. Tang San asked in confusion, why not? Dai Mubai's expression turned strange. Little Oscar, make a fresh sausage. Despite Oscar's reluctance, he complied under Dai Mubai's insistence, conjuring a new sausage. A yellow glow suddenly coalesced in his palm, and 2 yellow rings rose from beneath his feet, followed by a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's hand appearing in his grasp. I possess a large sausage. This was Oscar's soul curse, and Tang San found himself momentarily frozen. The phrase was too peculiar. Setting aside the quality of the sausage and its edibility, the utterance alone made him hesitant to partake. Oscar hurriedly explained, I have no choice. To evoke changes in food-type martial souls, one must use different soul incantations. This is an incantation, not something I simply wish to shout. Moreover, the quality of my sausages is beyond reproach. Tang San swiftly returned the sausage he held to the cart, declining Oscar's offering. Gu Chen, however, displayed indifference as he accepted the sausage, and, to the astonishment of Tang San and the others, consumed it directly. Upon entering his mouth, the sausage transformed into a surge of energy that lingered in his dantian, radiating warmth. Gu Chen silently marveled at the wonders of food-type martial souls. When you are ravenously hungry, not only this sausage, but even the most undesirable food might seem palatable. Although the incantation for this sausage is rather off-putting, its flavor is quite pleasing, and it replenishes soul power, Gu Chen remarked. Dai Mubai and the others, unfamiliar with the term Ali Gu, could only surmise it was something unappetizing. Brother, Oscar, with tears welling in his eyes, attempted to rush towards Gu Chen, who deftly sidestepped, causing Oscar to tumble to the ground in a most undignified manner. Witnessing this, Tang San felt unable to continue disparaging Oscar's sausage. He took one from the cart and consumed it, nodding in Oscar's direction, which elicited a grateful look from Oscar. After they had eaten, Dai Mubai declared, let us go. I will take you to the examination without the need to queue. Following a display of superiority in front of some disgruntled students, Gu Chen and the others made their way directly to the examination venue for the fourth round. Teacher Zhao, I have brought people for the fourth round assessment, Dai Mubai announced. This year, we have participants for the fourth round, and 6 of them at that. A middle-aged man, who had been dozing in a chair, opened his bleary eyes in surprise at the sight of the 6 young individuals, as if confronted with an extraordinary occurrence. Indeed, not only had they arrived at the fourth round, but they had also been exempted from the second and third round tests, as Dai Mubai confirmed. Just as in the original narrative, Zhao Wujia's eyes lit up as he stood from his chair, deciding to personally test Gu Chen and the others. Ding! The host's current situation has been detected. Task selection activated. Task: 6-person alliance, defeat Zhao Wujia. Reward: secret technique sound becomes line. Secret skill shrinking the earth. Task: apply for staggered testing. Join forces with Gu Yue Na, defeat Zhao Wujia. Reward: secret technique 1,000 miles sound transmission. Secret skill divine, Luo heaven convergence. I shall accept the task, Gu Chen sighed. Although the rewards appeared significantly more enticing, he remained steadfast in his integrity. He had promised the Tianqing Yo Python to look after Xiao Wu and could not allow her to be harmed. In the original story, Tang San's group had faced injuries during a battle. To prevent a repeat of this scenario, it was imperative to join Tang San's team and collectively confront Zhao Wujia, thereby ensuring Xiao Wu's safety. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's gaze swept over the 6 of them, his expression gentle as he addressed them. I am Zhao Wujia. Since you 6 have been exempted from the second and third round tests, I shall personally engage with you. I will give you an incense stick time to familiarize yourselves and strategize. After that, the test will commence. The challenge is for you 6 to withstand my attacks for the duration of 1 incense stick. If even one of you can endure until the end, you will pass. I hope you understand. Do not attempt to cheat. Also, I must remind you that it is impossible to withstand my attacks relying solely on individual strength. Your only chance of success lies in cooperation. With that, he produced an incense stick from seemingly nowhere, pinched the tip, and ignited it with a swift motion. The stick was firmly planted in the ground without so much as a tremor. Having completed these actions, Zhao Wujia returned to his chair, closing his eyes to resume his slumber. At this time, Dai Mubai wore a serious expression as he called the 6 over. You all come here, he instructed. The 6 gathered around him. This time, I cannot assist you. I did not anticipate that teacher Zhao would personally intervene. Xiao Wu laughed. This teacher, Zhao, isn't akin to that one of the entrants, is he? A soul emperor-level powerhouse? No, he is a soul sage, Dai Mubai replied. Xiao Wu's smile faded. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the mighty golden bear, a powerful beast martial soul, flawless in its entirety, possessing terrifying defense. Even soul masters of the same level find it difficult to breach his defenses and inflict harm. Although speed is not Zhao's forte, the disparity in soul power is far too great for you to match him in swiftness. His strengths lie in attack and defense. In the academy, he is known as the unmovable king. Don't think that you six, even with me included, would be able to withstand his attacks for one incense stick. I can only hope that teacher Zhao does not take this too seriously when he engages you. Gu Chen, you are the strongest among us. You shall devise the battle strategy, spoke Zhu Zhuqing, a firm believer in strength who placed complete trust in Gu Chen. Thus, all eyes turn to Gu Chen. I will take the lead in a frontal assault. Gu Yue Na and Tang San will handle control from the sides. Zhuqing will look for opportunities to launch surprise attacks, while Ning Rongrong will provide support. Xiao Wu, you will coordinate your attacks with Tang San, Gu Chen outlined. If this proves insufficient, Gu Yue Na and I can unleash our martial soul fusion technique. Holding out against the soul sage for an incense stick should not pose a significant challenge. Naturally, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na's martial soul fusion technique is the Dragon God transformation. They can now execute the first form, Dragon God Awakening. You possess a martial soul fusion technique? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Gu Chen nodded. Teacher, we are ready to begin, Dai Mubai addressed Zhao Wujia, stepping aside to observe the battle. Despite the unevenness of the confrontation, he was eager to seize the opportunity to learn from Zhao Wujia, a fellow powerhouse of brute strength. However, whether he would learn more from Zhao Wujia or from Gu Chen remained to be seen. Zhao Wujia stood once more, clasping his hands together and stretching his wrists. A series of bone-crunching sounds echoing ominously, intensifying the invisible pressure in the air. Zhao Wujia produced another incense stick, but before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong sprang into action. Seven Treasures glazed pagoda. With a graceful spin, she released a dazzling array of seven-colored light from her being. In the center of this radiant display, a magnificent seven-colored pagoda appeared in her palm, shimmering with brilliance and exuding an aura of nobility. With a smile gracing her face, Ning Rongrong appeared almost ethereal as two yellow soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, encircling her. First treasure, strength. As the first soul ring ascended, it enveloped the seven-colored pagoda. Under the guidance of Ning Rongrong's left hand, 5 beams of colorful light were simultaneously released, each encasing the 5 members of Gu Chen's group. Surprisingly, Ning Rongrong's soul power diminished by half in an instant, and it continued to decline. Given that her first soul skill amplifies strength, the consumption of soul power is inevitably linked to the strength of the recipient. Gu Chen's power was immensely formidable, and thus the soul power consumed for a proportional enhancement far exceeded that of an ordinary soul master. With a powerful stomp, Gu Chen propelled himself towards Zhao Wujia, the sound of air exploding beneath his feet. Embodying the Golden Dragon King, Gu Chen was adorned in golden scales, and his dragon claw reached out towards Zhao Wujia's chest. Zhao Wujia, witnessing the terrifying soul ring ratio accompanying Gu Chen, still underestimated him as a soul master, merely condensing his soul power at his chest and pushing forward. However, when the dragon claw made contact with Zhao Wujia's chest, his expression changed drastically, and the mighty Vajra bear's spirit instantly manifested. Simultaneously, a yellow soul ring illuminated behind him, marking his first soul skill, the immovable king body. Yet, even with this significant defensive enhancement, Gu Chen's dragon claw pierced through his energy shield and fiercely clawed at Zhao Wujia's chest. It is worth noting that upon releasing the first layer of his seal, Gu Chen gained the penetrating power of his right-hand dragon claw, enabling him to overwhelm all defensive soul skills unless faced with a tidal Douluo. For no defensive soul skill could withstand the penetration of his dragon claw. The second layer of his seal provided his dragon claw with a tearing attribute. And at that moment, both the penetrating and tearing attributes worked in unison, the dragon claw crashing heavily against Zhao Wujia's chest. Zhao Wujia's 7th soul ring lit up. Known as the Immovable King, he surprisingly unleashed his martial soul true form against a soul master. However, despite this, his chest was left a bloody mess. And had he not activated his martial soul true form in time, that single claw could have gravely injured him. In sheer anguish, Zhao Wujia grimaced at Gu Chen. I must take this seriously now. With a pained expression, he unleashed his 5th soul skill, gravitational compression, driven by instinct. Yet, almost immediately, regret washed over him. His fifth soul skill had once reduced a soul master to mere pulp. But upon glancing at Gu Chen, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as Gu Chen remained unscathed under the gravitational pressure. Remarkable. His physical form is astonishingly strong. Zhao Wujie marveled. In the next instant, Zhao Wujie's form vanished, reappearing several dozen meters away. Standing where he once was Gu Yue Na, brandishing a luminous sword. Had Zhao Wujie not evaded in time, the blade would have surely pierced his throat. You siblings are truly monstrous, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, recognizing their familial ties despite Gu Chen's lack of introduction. Now brace yourselves, he warned, activating his sixth soul skill, the mighty Vajra roar. A powerful sound wave erupted, surging towards Gu Yue Na. Having just used her spatial abilities, she needed at least 5 seconds to use them again, although releasing the fourth layer of her seal would reduce that interval to 1 second. She was evidently unable to evade the impending sound wave. Seeing this, Gu Chen's pupils constricted. He could not bear the thought of Gu Yue Na being harmed. He stomped forcefully, propelling himself forward just in time to shield her from the sound wave. Without a doubt, Gu Chen was struck by the full force of a soul sage's attack, sent flying and coughing up blood. Gu Chen, Gu Yue Na cried out in alarm. But the next moment, her violet eyes were filled with murderous intent. Witnessing Gu Chen's bloodshed ignited her fury. First soul skill, Elemental Tide. Second soul skill, Elemental Control. Third soul skill, Elemental Fusion. Gu Yue Na summoned 2 spheres of energy, one red and one blue, which gradually merged. The fusion of ice and fire unleashed a terrifying force. Zhao Wujie's hair stood on end as a sense of danger enveloped him. Without hesitation, he dove to the side. The fusion of ice and fire erupted where he had just been, engulfing him in a tempest of elemental power. 10 seconds later, as the smoke from the explosion cleared, Zhao Wujie emerged, his body scorched and blackened from the flames, yet encased in a block of ice. With a crack, the level 76 Zhao Wujie could have easily shattered the ice, but before he could utter a word, Gu Yue Na emerged behind him, her presence heralded by the disturbance of spatial elements. In this world devoid of evil soul masters, Gu Yue Na unleashed dark elements without restraint. A menacing black hole appeared behind Zhao Wujie, rapidly eroding his body. Zhao Wujie's pupils dilated as he roared in agony, activating his immovable king body once more. At that moment, Gu Chen reappeared beside Gu Yue Na. He had not sustained significant injury. The attack from Zhao Wujie had merely caught him off guard, leaving him unprepared. First soul skill, Golden Dragon's Roar. Gu Chen's deep purple soul ring illuminated as he prepared to replicate the Golden Dragon 9 styles of Tang Wulin from the original text. However, he was motivated not by admiration for Tang Wulin, but rather by the conviction to alter the course of events in this world. As he unleashed his first soul skill, the Golden Dragon Phantom ensnared Zhao Wujie, an outpouring of power, sending him hurtling backward. Third soul skill, Golden Dragon Soars. Gu Chen unfurled a pair of golden dragon wings, launching into the air with explosive force, swiftly arriving before the still-flying Zhao Wujie. Second soul skill, Golden Dragon Quake. Gu Chen's attack landed squarely on Zhao Wujie, shattering one of his ribs. Zhao Wujie's body crashed into the ground, embedding him into the earth, immobile. As the incense time elapsed, Gu Chen approached Gu Yue Na. Seeing him unharmed, a smile graced her lips. Unable to resist, Gu Chen affectionately ruffled her hair, and despite her displeasure, he took her hand. Not far away, witnessing the bloody Zhao Wujie, Dai Mubai couldn't muster a smile, urgently calling out, "Oscar, Oscar, come here quickly. You have business." Amplifying his voice with soul power, he ensured that everyone within the academy would hear him. "Where's the business? Where's the business?" Oscar's distinctive, soft voice resonated with a hint of excitement as he approached the crowd. In his eagerness, he abandoned his cart and hurried over alone. "Xiao Ao, come here," Dai Mubai called out. Oscar rushed to him. "Boss Dai, did you call for me?" Dai Mubai nodded, instructing, "Quickly, bring out some sausages." Overjoyed, Oscar replied, 5 copper soul coins each, and don't forget to settle the bill for me. I have a big sausage." With a flash of light from his peculiar soul spell, a delicious sausage materialized in his hand. "Oscar, come here. Give me 2 sausages." Zhao Wujie's voice, strained and injured, emerged as he struggled to climb out of the pit. Since the attack came from Gu Chen and not Tang San, Zhao Wujia was not poisoned and did not ask Oscar for a small sausage. His words were somewhat muffled. As one of the 8 golden dragons spawned from Gu Chen's golden dragon knocked into his mouth, even shattering a tooth, Oscar blinked his alluring eyes. Who are you? How did you end up at Shrek Academy? And how do you know my name? Brat, do you want to be punished? I am Zhao Wujia, he retorted angrily, nearly choking on his breath, almost spitting blood. The humiliation he faced was immense. He merely wished to tend to his injuries swiftly and threaten the children before him to keep quiet. Otherwise, he would struggle to maintain his reputation as the unmoved king. However, upon glancing at Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, Zhao Wujia quickly dismissed the thought of intimidation. Unlike in the original narrative where he fought Tang San with full force, he had to exert himself against the combined might of Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. This indicated that even Zhao Wujia, at his utmost strength, could not contend with the duo. Oscar was curious about Zhao Wujia's transformation, as he was well aware of his strength. Yet, upon noticing Dai Mubai's subtle cue, the astute Oscar masked his surprise as if nothing had occurred. He cheerfully approached Zhao Wujia, offering the sausage he had just conjured, while simultaneously chanting another soul spell to summon another large sausage for him. After consuming the sausage, Zhao Wujia's expression softened considerably, although the pain from his broken ribs still lingered. He cast a complex glance at Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na before waving his hand and declaring, "You have passed." With that, he limped away. At that moment, the others, including Tang San, exchanged glances, unable to intervene, except for Ning Rongrong, who had exhausted her soul power supporting both Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. The rest of them had scarcely participated. Gu Chen, you're truly impressive. Even teacher Zhao couldn't defeat you, Dai Mubai remarked. Gu Chen simply smiled and asked, "By the way, where's our dormitory?" Dai Mubai guided the 6 of them to their respective quarters. Oscar shared a room with Tang San, while Gu Chen requested a room of his own. Gu Yue Na, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong shared another. "Sister Nar, can you tell me how I can become as strong as you?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired eagerly upon entering the dormitory. Ning Rongrong's gaze also turned towards Gu Yue Na. Physical strength and soul power are the keys to the longevity of soul rings, Gu Yue Na replied coolly, revealing her gentle side only in front of Gu Chen. As a silver dragon queen, she inherently exuded an icy demeanor. This was the true essence of Gu Yue Na. Zhu Zhuqing wished to ask more, but seeing Gu Yue Na close her eyes and sit cross-legged on the bed, beginning her meditation, she and the inquisitive Ning Rongrong chose not to disturb her, engaging in playful antics with Xiao Wu at the other end of the dormitory. As night fell, Shrek Academy fell into a profound silence. The day's examination, as Dai Mubai had anticipated, resulted in no other candidates passing the first 3 trials besides Gu Chen and his companions. This year marked the highest enrollment at Shrek Academy in many years. Zhao Wujia, as the vice principal, had his own quarters where he now sat alone, feeling somewhat gloomy. Dressed in clean clothes, his external wounds had healed, though the pain from his fractured rib persisted. He had never imagined that a simple urge to stretch his limbs would lead to such humiliation. Moreover, he had exerted all his strength. He was astonished at the prowess of Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, realizing their future potential was boundless. Clenching his right fist into his left palm, Zhao Wujia sighed resignedly. What bad luck. It seems I must train them diligently in the future. After all, jade must be polished to become a gem. A wicked smile crept onto his face as he uttered the last sentence. Although he himself could not defeat Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, he could certainly devise methods to train them under the guise of practice, just as Zhao Wujia pondered how to effectively train Gu Chen and the others. An unexpected voice abruptly froze the smile on his face. Who? He sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with cold light. His reputation in the Soul Master community had not been the best, and he had made numerous enemies. Years of seclusion at Shrek Academy had brought him peace, but now, a formidable opponent had suddenly appeared. Show yourself. A faint aura locked onto Zhao Wujia. Without hesitation, he leaped through the window and into the night, raising his soul power to its peak, remaining vigilant while scanning his surroundings. Come out. I know you are here, Zhao Wujia called out in a low voice. Instantly, he activated his martial soul, the 7 soul rings revolving around him in a rhythmic dance, emitting a dazzling light. Particularly the 3 black 10,000-year soul rings that appeared remarkably profound. A shadowy figure slowly emerged from behind a large tree, clad entirely in black. Even his head concealed beneath a dark hood, he appeared to be a tall man. "Who are you?" Zhao Wujia demanded coldly, having completed the transformation into his martial soul. The mighty King Kong bear, radiating a wild aura that commanded respect without anger. The figure in black did not directly answer, but replied indifferently. "To encounter the unmoved king in this humble place, I merely wish to spar with you. It has been a while since I last exercised my muscles." Meanwhile, in his single dormitory, Gu Chen sat on his bed. "Ding! Rewards have been issued. Please collect them promptly." Extracting the secret technique being Chang Xian, Gu Chen murmured. "Ding! Extraction of being Chang Xian successful. Please select the acquisition method. 1. Engrave in your mind. 2. Convert into book form." Gu Chen paused, Why was the Xian Yu Shou I obtained previously directly engraved in my mind without giving me a choice? Ding! The secret technique for Xian Yu Shou already exists in this realm. Hence it was directly engraved by default. The technique for being Chang Xian is not present in this realm, allowing the host to choose its conversion into book form. Gu Chen nodded and chose to have it directly engraved in his mind. The knowledge of the sound manipulation technique suddenly emerged in Gu Chen's mind. Originally, this method of communication could only be utilized by titled Douluo, but from this moment forth, there would no longer be any restrictions based on rank. Extracting the secret technique, shrinking the earth to an inch, Gu Chen declared. In the next instant, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind again. Unlike secret scrolls, secret techniques could be directly possessed by the host without the need for arduous training from the ground up. At that moment, a faint sound reached Gu Chen's ears, and he easily discerned it as Zhao Wuji's agonized cry. "Has Tang Hao arrived?" A smile crept onto Gu Chen's face as he swiftly leaped out of the window, employing the technique to rush toward the source of the sound. Soon, he found himself hidden behind a tree, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. "What transpired earlier was merely compensation for you. I shall rely on you moving forward." The voice of the cloaked figure was no longer cold, yet remained composed. Beneath the black mask, a hint of warmth glimmered in his profound eyes. Suddenly, the cloaked figure turned his gaze toward Gu Chen's position. "Are you not planning to reveal yourself? Is there someone else here?" Zhao Wuji and Flender immediately became alert, directing their attention to the tree where Gu Chen concealed himself. Realizing he had been discovered, Gu Chen decided to reveal himself. "I have the honor of meeting the Hao Yan Da," he said with a smile, bowing gracefully. "It's you?" Tang Hao frowned. As Tang San's closest companion, he naturally recognized Gu Chen. "What brings you here?" "I wish to engage in a sparring session with you." Gu Chen replied with a broad grin. He was certainly not there to receive a beating, yet he was uncertain about the extent of his own strength. The numerical value bestowed by the system could not provide him with a true understanding of his capabilities. Tang Hao offered a slight smile. "Knowing that I am a titled Douluo, you still wish to spar with me? Such overconfidence is not a virtue. However, since you have suggested it, I shall indulge you. You may attack me with all your might, while I will refrain from using my martial soul or soul power, relying solely on my physical prowess to engage you. How'd that sound?" Tang Hao, titled Douluo, was unable to perceive Gu Chen's Golden Dragon King form, for the Golden Dragon King was an entity of divine level. Gu Chen nodded, channeling the Golden Dragon King. The golden scales instantly enveloped his body. "You should know, the title Douluo is not to be trifled with." Zhao Wuji interjected. "I am aware," Gu Chen replied, charging toward Tang Hao with his right hand extended. The Golden Dragon Claw, imbued with a tearing effect, lunging fiercely at Tang Hao. Bang! Tang Hao did not evade. He extended his own hand and firmly grasped Gu Chen's Golden Dragon Claw. However, the Golden Dragon Claw possessed the penetrating attribute of the Golden Dragon King, forcing Tang Hao to step back several paces to avoid injury. Tang Hao's gaze toward Gu Chen shifted, to be able to force back a titled Douluo. "You are indeed a prodigious talent." Flattery. Gu Chen responded as his first spirit ring glowed. Golden Dragon's Wrath. A soul-powered dragon coiled around Tang Hao. Tang Hao stepped back to dodge, simultaneously launching a punch that shattered Gu Chen's soul power dragon. Golden Dragon Spear. Swish! A beam of golden light flashed, emanating from the center of his palm and extending toward both ends, transforming into a long spear. The spear's tips were sharp, radiant with golden brilliance, and faintly echoed with a soft dragon's roar. Gu Chen brandished the Golden Dragon Spear, directing its tip at Tang Hao. Dual martial souls. Tang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. This is merely a companion weapon, although it could be classified as a companion artifact. As Gu Chen thrust the golden dragon spear, Tang Hao gripped the spear's tip in an attempt to block it, but in the next instant, his expression changed drastically as the golden dragon spear began to absorb his soul power. Tang Hao quickly released his grip, executing a sweeping kick toward the spear's body. Gu Chen, possessing keen battle awareness, swiftly retracted the golden dragon spear while the black third spirit ring on his back illuminated, invoking golden dragon flight. Golden dragon wings unfurled, elevating Gu Chen into the air. Thinking of escaping? Tang Hao stomped the ground, propelling himself like an arrow toward Gu Chen. Yet, he must not forget that the air, enhanced by the golden wings, was Gu Chen's domain. With the aid of the golden dragon wings, he soared behind Tang Hao, thrusting the golden dragon spear once more. Tang Hao, true to his title as a formidable bull capable of overpowering the Pope, managed to alter his trajectory in midair, delivering a punch that struck the golden dragon spear. The strength of a tidal Dou was indeed formidable, sending Gu Chen flying 100 meters away, crashing to the ground. However, thanks to the defense of the golden scales, he emerged unscathed. As Tang Hao's next punch loomed, Gu Chen hurriedly called out, "Hao Qianhua, let this be the end." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao halted his hand. "With your strength, you could likely defeat a soul sage. From now on, call me Uncle Hao." Gu Chen, taken aback, nodded without changing his expression. "Yes, Uncle Hao." Tang Hao clapped Gu Chen on the shoulder. "You heard the relationship I have with Xiao San. Please look after him. After all, you're his elder brother." Gu Chen replied, "However, I shall not remain here for long. I have my own matters to attend to. But rest assured, as long as I am at Shrek Academy, I will look after Xiao San. Yet, it won't be for many days, will it?" Chapter 19. The cunning Ma Hongjun. In the early morning, Gu Chen awoke early, preparing to seek out Gu Yue Na in the girls' dormitory. On his way, he encountered Tang San, who was searching for Xiao Wu. Tang San was about to knock on the door when Gu Chen shook his head and called out to Gu Yue Na through bloodline sensing. "What is it?" Gu Yue Na asked, her large lavender eyes shimmering with curiosity as she opened the dormitory door. "Let us go have breakfast together. Oh, and please call Xiao Wu." Gu Chen proposed. Gu Yue Na agreed and returned to summon Xiao Wu, and the group set off toward the outskirts of Shrek Academy. Uncertain of the location of the Academy's dining hall, they decided to venture outside the village to purchase food from the villagers. As they prepared to find a farmhouse to buy provisions, they noticed a boy and girl arguing not far ahead. The young couple appeared to be of a tender age. The girl seemed around 14 or 15, with an ordinary appearance yet exuding youthful vitality, dressed in simple farming attire, likely the child of a villager. The boy she was arguing with appeared even younger, possibly of similar age to Tang San and Xiao Wu. He was short, plump yet sturdy, with short hair and small eyes, his chubby cheeks giving him a certain endearing quality, accompanied by 2 tufts of whiskers on his lips. This individual was none other than Ma Hongjun, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters. The girl looked at Ma Hongjun with a hint of fear in her eyes. "Ma Hongjun, please do not seek me out anymore. I will not be with you." Ma Hongjun replied in a peculiar tone. "Suehua, have I treated you poorly? Why must we part ways?" Gu Chen exchanged glances with Gu Yue Na, as did Tang San and Xiao Wu, all detecting a trace of amusement in each other's eyes. At such a young age, why concern oneself with matters of the heart? Yet, they seemed oblivious to the fact that they were no different. Suehua's face flushed suddenly. "You have been quite good to me, but I truly cannot endure you any longer. We are not suited for each other. You should find someone else. Besides, I am several years older than you. Please, do not approach me again." Ma Hongjun exclaimed in anger. "What do you mean you can't stand me? I truly do not understand what you women are thinking. If you want to break up, so be it. If you come back to me again, I will end this relationship. Otherwise, there is no chance." As he spoke, Ma Hongjun reached out to grab Suehua. She recoiled like a frightened rabbit, but his speed was swift, and he managed to seize her hand. Suehua pleaded, "No, please don't. Just let me go. Are you even human?" Unable to bear the scene, Xiao Wu leapt forward, declaring stop. Both Ma Hongjun and Suehua were taken aback and turned their gazes toward her. Ma Hongjun blinked, his small eyes shimmering with delight as he remarked, "What a beautiful girl. Do you wish to take her place as my girlfriend?" "Fine, I agree." At that moment, his attention was drawn to Gu Yue Na nearby, and he became mesmerized. This silver-haired girl is stunning as well. "Would you like to be my girlfriend too?" However, before he could finish his sentence, a fist, as hard as iron, struck his abdomen. Ma Hongjuan's features contorted in pain, his eyes bulging as he flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing through a wooden house before finally halting. The owner of that powerful punch was Gu Chen, who had originally intended to enjoy the unfolding drama, but was incensed by Ma Hongjuan's audacity towards Gu Yue Na. What kind of dog is this, ruining my fun? Perhaps Gu Chen had been too lenient, as Ma Hongjuan, furious, sprang up and shouted, "Who are you calling a dog? You dog, who else?" Ma Hongjuan retorted, only to realize something and seethe. "How dare you provoke me? Please refrain from using your excretory organs to converse with me. It is quite impolite, thank you." Gu Chen mocked. "Ding dong. Your friend Gu Chen is online." Just as Ma Hongjuan was about to curse, he was interrupted by Gu Chen. "If you can't even kick out a fart, consider yourself clean. Who says pigs are the dumbest? I say they're the smartest. Eating well and sleeping, not thinking about anything, growing fat and plump. Your brain is just as well maintained. Go to hell." Phoenix possession. A purplish-red light surged from Ma Hongjuan, his short hair suddenly lengthening and forming a mohawk. While wings did not manifest, the purplish-red glow radiated intense heat. 2 yellow spirit rings rose from beneath him, and long feathers extended from his muscular arms, his hands transforming into claws. Seeing him, Xiao Wu chuckled. "Is there such a fat phoenix? He looks more like a country chicken to me." Ma Hongjuan, enraged as if his scales had been touched, shouted, "Who are you calling a country chicken?" He raised his hands, and his first spirit ring shone brightly. He opened his mouth wide, and a stream of fine, purplish-red flames shot toward Xiao Wu. Gu Yue Na stepped in front of Xiao Wu, her violet eyes gleaming with cold light. Her formidable control over fire elements forcibly seized control of the purplish-red flames, redirecting them toward Ma Hongjuan. What the hell? Ma Hongjuan activated his second spirit ability, the Fire Phoenix, to resist the flames from his own martial spirit. But in the next moment, he trembled and ceased his resistance. Thousands of wind blades shimmered ominously in the air. With a single command from Gu Yue Na, they could slice Ma Hongjuan to pieces. "Don't fight, please stop." Suehua suddenly interjected, rushing toward Ma Hongjuan and standing in front of him, pleading, "Please don't fight." In truth, Hongjuan is a good person. It's just that we are not compatible, which is why I must break up with him. Just let me talk to him. At that moment, a surprised voice rang out. "Gu Yue Na, fatty, what are you doing?" Gu Chen and Ma Hongjuan turned towards the source of the voice to see Dai Mubai, impeccably dressed in white, approaching them. Xiao Wu huffed, "What is going on? You should ask him. This fatty is bullying a girl in broad daylight, and we couldn't stand by and let it happen." Dai Mubai's stern face broke into a grin. "Xiao Wu, I think you've misunderstood. Suehua, can you no longer endure him?" Suehua blushed and nodded before turning to flee. This time, Ma Hongjuan did not try to stop her, his expression one of dejection. Tang San approached Dai Mubai, puzzled. What exactly is going on? Swish! The thousands of wind blades dissipated as Gu Yue Na stepped to Gu Chen's side. Ma Hongjuan, suddenly feeling weak, plopped down onto the ground. Dai Mubai turned to Fatty. "Do you want to explain yourself, or should I?" Ma Hongjuan glanced at Dai Mubai and lowered his head. "You go ahead." Dai Mubai chuckled. "What? The fat man is embarrassed? All right, I'll speak for you." He then turned to Tang San and the others. "Do you remember I once mentioned that there are only 3 students in the academy, including myself?" Tang San immediately understood. "You mean he is?" Dai Mubai nodded. "Yes, Fatty is the 3rd one, the last to join the academy before you. Although I did not witness what has transpired, I can easily guess. This isn't entirely Fatty's fault. We can only blame his poor chicken martial spirit." "Nonsense. Your martial spirit is the true chicken. My martial spirit is a phoenix. Even if my ancestors' martial spirits were all chickens, mine is still a phoenix. Haven't you heard? Even in a straw nest, there can be a golden phoenix." Ma Hongjuan retorted angrily. After reconciling with Gu Chen and the others, the 6 returned to the Shrek Academy grounds. Dai Mubai led Gu Chen and the others to the academy cafeteria. The so-called cafeteria was merely an agreement between the academy and the village, employing several villagers to manage the meals. Though breakfast was simple, it was sufficient in quantity, ensuring no one left hungry. After the meal, a ringing sound echoed from outside. Dai Mubai quickly stood up, saying, "That's the bell calling us from the dean. Fatty, take them directly to the playground. I'll go get Zhu Qing." With that, he hurriedly left the cafeteria. Upon reaching the playground, they encountered Oscar, who had shaved his beard. Shortly thereafter, Dai Mubai returned with Zhu Qing. A middle-aged man approached from another direction in the playground. Upon seeing him, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Gu Yue Na were visibly taken aback, while Gu Chen remained calm, already aware of the plot. He had seen Flender the night before during a sparring session with Tang Hao. The newcomer appeared to be around 50, with a robust physique. A distinctive long face, a protruding jaw, wide cheekbones, a somewhat flat face, and a hawk-like nose. If one were to describe his face, it would be akin to a shoe sole. Although his eyes were closed, he exuded a cunning aura, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses with rigid square frames. Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that the scheming uncle?" Oscar replied incredulously, "What scheming uncle? This is our esteemed dean, the founder of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle. Flender, a soul sage at level 78. He is even more formidable than Teacher Zhao and possesses a flying-type beast martial spirit, which is quite rare among battle spirit masters. Fatty is his direct disciple. Isn't he just a bird person with a feather? I haven't seen him showcase much strength in the original story. All he's done is cower." Gu Chen thought to himself. Xiao Wu remarked, "Do you think that unscrupulous merchant will still remember us?" Protected by the formidable presence of Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, she felt no fear of being discovered. Tang San chuckled wryly. "It's only been 2 days. He should have forgotten us. However, as the academy head, he likely won't hold a grudge against your slight." Oscar smirked and whispered, "You are mistaken. Our Dean Flander is notoriously vengeful. Yet, his greatest virtue is his fierce loyalty." At that moment, Flander's gaze unexpectedly drifted towards them, settling on Oscar with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Oscar's heart sank. He feared his words had reached Flander's ears. Flander approached the 9 students, halting before them. In his characteristically raspy yet magnetic voice, he announced, "This year looks promising. We have 6 new little monsters. I, Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, welcome your arrival. Each of you will submit 100 gold coins to Mr. Li, who handles finances." Flander's gaze inadvertently turned towards Gu Chen, who had witnessed the battle between Gu Chen and Tang Hao. Even Zhao Wuji had been left battered, and although it was merely a physical confrontation, Gu Chen's ability to hold his own against the title Douluo was nothing short of remarkable. Flander's eyes reflected astonishment, excitement, and admiration as he regarded Gu Chen. "Mu Bai," Flander called out. Dean Dai Mu Bai stepped forward, displaying a demeanor of respect, even awe, towards Flander. Flander continued, "Another 6 juniors have joined us. Kindly inform them of the Academy's rules. Afterwards, return to rest and prepare yourselves to be in peak condition. Our first class will commence tonight. Oscar, you and Ning Rongrong are exceptions. Come with me." Oscar's expression fell, reluctantly approaching Flander to pay his respects. His mood improved slightly upon seeing Ning Rongrong at his side. Flander waved his hand, instructing, "The rest may go and rest. Remember, ensure you are in optimal condition before nightfall. Do not blame me for not warning you. Our Academy's teachings are unlike any other, and you may face dangers." Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun turned without a glance back, while Gu Chen took Gu Yue Na's hand, intending to enjoy themselves in Soto City. Knowing they would confront the Soul Arena in Soto City, Gu Chen felt unperturbed. After all, if he could contend with Zhao Wuji, how could he fear those of equal rank? He and Na required no preparation like the others. Tang San was not in a hurry to leave. He wished to observe how the dean conducted his teachings. Oscar and Ning Rongrong's martial spirits were supportive, explaining their absence from the evening class. Tang San found himself puzzled, wondering why classes were held at night. Having lingered beside Tang San, Xiao Wu too showed no urgency to depart. After indulging in a hearty meal in Soto City, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na wandered into a relatively secluded alley. Suddenly, an elderly lady collided with Gu Chen. He sidestepped, yet she fell to the ground. "Is she attempting to scam me?" Gu Chen scoffed internally. How many youth had suffered destitution and shattered families due to such fraud? He harbored a deep disdain for those who engaged in such deceit, particularly the elderly who preyed upon society. Ignoring the old woman, he intended to leave. However, she persisted. "Oh dear, my back. You bump into me without an apology. My back feels shattered. I'll take this to the city lord's office. You're finished." Gu Chen turned back, smirking. "Do you not realize that a grand city like Soto has surveillance stones? The surveillance stone, akin to a soul guide, serves a purpose akin to modern-day surveillance." This was knowledge Gu Chen acquired at Notting Academy. The old woman rose, her cane pointed at him, sneering, "I've seen it. There are no surveillance stones on this street. Outrageous. The audacity of such a scammer. Gu Chen, unperturbed, delivered a swift kick, sending her crashing against the wall, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. What nerve to be so brazen without any surveillance? He uttered a parting remark and strode away with Gu Yue Na. The woman, who had not been grievously injured, spat out blood in fury and fainted. While they strolled through Soto City, they encountered Ning Rongrong, who had also indulged in a lavish meal. Gu Chen chose not to comment, for no one would waste time reprimanding a stranger. As night fell, Flanders stood before the entire cohort of 9 students on the grand field. Gu Chen, Gu Yue Na, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hungun, and the poised Zhu Zhuqing were all prepared for the evening lesson, their spirits high. Yet, Flanders' attention was not on them, but rather on the 2 other students. Oscar, have you completed your 20 laps? His gaze was piercing, instilling a sense of dread that made it difficult to maintain eye contact. Oscar cleared his throat and nodded. Dean, I have finished. Flanders scoffed. I asked about both of you, not just you. Oscar turned to Ning Rongrong, who met his gaze innocently with her beautiful eyes. Clenching his teeth, Oscar nodded. Yes, we both finished. Flanders' smile, if it could be described in 2 words, would be insidiously cunning. Well done, Oscar. I didn't expect you to exhibit such camaraderie. Step forward. He gestured to a spot in front of him. Oscar's face betrayed a hint of ruefulness as he stepped forward, no longer glancing at Ning Rongrong. Flanders sealed his soul power and ordered him to run an additional 20 laps. His gaze shifted to the seemingly innocent and pitiful Ning Rongrong. Tell me, did you complete the assignment I set this morning? Ning Rongrong shook her head. I did not. The distance was too great, and I was hungry, so I cannot persist. Flanders smiled slightly. So you took it upon yourself to run to Soto City, indulging in a feast and strolling through the commercial streets before returning to find Oscar, correct? Gu Chen, you must have seen Ning Rongrong in Soto City. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in shock. You were watching me? Flanders' expression turned cold. As dean, I must be accountable for every student in the academy. If Oscar's lie was out of compassion, your transgression is unforgivable. Leaving the academy without permission and having a senior misrepresent the truth on your behalf. Any one of these is an error unworthy of a distinguished soul master. Were this a battlefield, the consequence would be execution for insubordination. Ning Rongrong frowned, her gentle demeanor fading, replaced by a hint of disdain. This is not a battlefield. It is merely an academy. Flanders nodded. Indeed, this is an academy, but it is my Shrek Academy. Now, I present you with 2 choices. Either pack your belongings and leave immediately, for you do not deserve to be a part of this institution. Another path, as I have demonstrated, proves your worth to remain here and your determination never to transgress the rules again. Ning Rongrong smiled. Though she was merely 12 years of age, one could not help but acknowledge the undeniable charm and beauty of her smile. Yet, that seemingly harmless grin instilled a certain trepidation. Flanders, who do you think you are? Just a mere soul sage, she declared, revealing her true nature as the proud spirit of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. To be frank, there were countless individuals on Douluo Continent who exerted far more effort than Ning Rongrong, and many possess superior character and morals. Yet, those individuals returned to dust, while this Ning Rongrong ascended to divinity. Gu Chen pondered whether to attribute this to divine negligence or to Tang San's formidable protagonist aura. Well, it seemed that the gods above truly were blind. Chapter 21. Codename. Upon hearing those words, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were all taken aback. They never anticipated that such a gentle-seeming girl would utter such statements. Even Gu Yue Na cast a surprised glance towards Ning Rongrong. Flanders, however, was not incensed by her words. He merely smiled gently and replied, Indeed, I am but a humble soul sage, yet you are still leagues away from my level. Even if you're the most talented of this generation at the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, you remain merely a great soul master. There exists an insurmountable chasm between us. Since you find this place beneath you, I kindly ask you to leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students like you. Ning Rongrong scoffed. You wish to expel me? It won't be that simple. Now that I am here, I have no intention of leaving prematurely. Flanders, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Flanders smiled nonchalantly. If I feared consequences, this academy would not exist. This is my domain, and I call the shots. Mubai, Principal, Dai Mubai stepped forward, his gaze towards Ning Rongrong still filled with disbelief. He vaguely understood that this was Ning Rongrong's true self, yet yesterday she had concealed it so well. Flinder instructed, "Go retrieve Miss Ning Rongrong's belongings from her room and escort her out of here. Should she resist, I permit you to employ any means necessary." "Ning Rongrong, how dare you?" she exclaimed, hands on her hips, radiating an extraordinarily fierce aura for a 12-year-old. "You're the first person in my life to dare speak to me this way." With a life-preserving letter from the Ning clan master, Flinder showed no fear, retorting, "Your father may hesitate to discipline you, but I will not. You are neither my daughter nor my treasure. In my eyes, every student here surpasses you. The Seven Treasures glazed tile spirit is indeed one of the most powerful auxiliary spirits, yet you only bring a disgrace." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen shook his head, unwilling to listen further. What sort of students could a teacher, who feared the strong and bullied the weak, possibly cultivate? Were it not for Tang San's presence, they would likely have perished at the hands of the Shrek Academy during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. It was time to expedite his plans to leave. After Flinder had brought Ning Rongrong to tears, he led the group towards the Grand Soul Arena. Upon seeing the Grand Soul Arena, Dai Mu Bai's expression shifted, and he murmured, "Principal, are we sending them there on their first day?" In response, Flinder simply stated, "Remember, you are all monsters, not ordinary individuals. As monsters, you must adopt a monster's training methods." He paused momentarily before continuing, "Your martial souls are diverse, each requiring its own cultivation methods. What the Academy can teach you is how to better wield your martial souls, help you acquire superior soul rings, gain more combat experience, and potentially unlock your inherent potential. The remainder consists of knowledge pertaining to martial souls and the circumstances of soul masters across the continent. Among all the knowledge you must acquire, the most crucial is practical combat experience. With equivalent levels and strengths, the quantity of practical experience will determine the outcome of battles. Only through continuous combat can you enhance your adaptability in fights. Therefore, your first lesson is practical combat, and that place will serve as your classroom." Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances. Ma Hongjun remained silent, while Dai Mu Bai's eyes revealed resignation. They clearly understood the nature of that place. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing displayed expressions of confusion. Flinder elaborated, "Such structures can only be found in cities of the main city level. Their scale serves as a symbol of a city's or even a nation's prosperity. This structure is known as the Grand Soul Arena, named after the city in which it is located. Thus, the one before you is called the Soto Grand Soul Arena. The Grand Soul Arena is a place where martial souls clash, where soul masters engage in combat, whether in the Heaven Dou Empire or the Star Luo Empire. It is said that the Soul Arena dictates the rise and fall of a nation." After introducing the Grand Soul Arena and offering motivational words, Flinder stated, "My task for you is to obtain at least a Silver Soul Badge before graduation. Do you understand? Do not assume that obtaining a Silver Soul Badge is an easy feat. Mu Bai and Hongjun have already participated in practical combat here for over a year. Mu Bai, please inform them of the requirements for badge level advancement as well as your records." After Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun shared their records, the group proceeded to the Soto Grand Soul Arena. As they approached, the awe-inspiring magnitude of the Grand Soul Arena became even more astonishing. When Tang San and Xiao Wu first arrived in Soto City, they had not visited this part, and thus had not realized the existence of such a grand edifice. Only Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, while strolling through Soto City earlier, had come across the Grand Soul Arena and learned of its existence. The Soto Grand Soul Arena is predominantly oval, towering at a height of 120 meters, and is divided into a main arena and 24 auxiliary arenas, accommodating up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 VIP boxes. This venue serves not only as a place for soul masters to test their skills, but also as a stage for various factions to display their strength. As they walked towards the Soto Grand Soul Arena, Flinder briefly shared additional information about the arena with Tang San and the others. In this arena, battles are categorized into 3 types: friendly matches, which prohibit lethal force; life and death fights, meant to resolve irreconcilable disputes; and betting battles, where the Grand Soul Arena acts as referee, with both sides dispatching an equal number of soul masters to compete, with the victor claiming all that was wagered. Betting battles essentially begin as life and death fights. Many nobles and clans resort to this method when significant conflicts arise. The forms of competition also vary: one-on-one, two-on-two, and team battles, with a number of participants in team battles typically negotiated and usually limited to between 7 and 10 individuals per the Grand Seoul Arena's regulations. Upon entering the Grand Seoul Arena, the first thing that caught their eye was a massive stone tablet, inscribed with countless names. Flender informed Tang San and the others that these names belonged to those who had perished in soul battles. Gu Chen and the others completed their registrations, with Gu Chen opting for the name Golden Dragon God and Gu Yue Na, under Gu Chen's strong suggestion, registering as Silver Dragon God. Let's first register for a 2-on-2 combination. After the 1-on-1 matches conclude, we will gather here for the 2-on-2 soul battles. Gu Chen said to Gu Yue Na by his side. Gu Yue Na nodded slightly, and the two queued to register. In front of them stood Tang San and Xiao Wu. The registration fee was 10 gold coins, and for each victory, they would receive a total of 10 gold coins. The staff, adhering to protocol, collected the fees from Tang San and Xiao Wu, since they were already at the registered level. They simply needed to present their Iron Soul badges without any further paperwork. Please provide a name for your team, the staff requested. After a moment's thought, Tang San replied, "Let us call ourselves the San Wu Duo." He combined parts of their names, considering it a trivial matter. All right, the San Wu Duo has been registered. The Iron Soul badges of Tang San and Xiao Wu now bore an additional inscription of 4 characters. San Wu Duo, although the character for Wu was mistakenly inscribed as 5. Hey, that's incorrect. It's Wu, not 5, Xiao Wu protested. The staff coldly replied, "It's your responsibility to clarify. To change the team name, you will need to re-register your Iron Soul badges, which will erase all previous achievements." Just as Xiao Wu was about to erupt in frustration, Dai Mu Bai's voice suddenly called out, "Xiao Wu, your one-on-one soul battle is about to begin. Hurry over." Tang San patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder and said, "Forget it, the San Wu Duo is just a name anyway." Xiao Wu made a face at the staff before dashing towards the one-on-one soul battle area. The registration fee is 10 gold coins, and for each victory, you will receive a total of 10 gold coins, the staff informed Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. Gu Chen took out a pouch filled with gold soul coins and counted out 10 for her. "Please provide a name for your team," the staff prompted. "Let us call ourselves Jin In Long Shun," Gu Chen declared confidently. Chapter 22. Soul Battle soon. It was time for Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na's individual soul battles. And to their surprise, they found themselves pitted against each other. This meant they would be opponents on the soul battle platform. Gu Chen exchanged glances with Gu Yue Na and suggested, "How about we forego using our martial souls and simply fight with the Golden Dragon Spear and Silver Dragon Spear, keeping it light to refine our spear techniques?" Gu Yue Na nodded gently. "All right." On the soul battle platform, a middle-aged man in a tailcoat stood at the center. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, "Next, we will commence the first match of our 15th Soul Battle Arena, featuring 2 Soul Emperors. They're the Soul Emperor Golden Dragon God, who wields the Beast Martial Soul Golden Dragon, and the Soul Emperor Silver Dragon God, who wields the Beast Martial Soul Colorful Dragon. Who will emerge victorious, the Golden Dragon God or the Silver Dragon God? Let's await the outcome." The audience erupted in cheers as Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na took the stage. The girls in the audience cheered for Gu Chen, who had striking features, while the boys were captivated by Gu Yue Na's delicate beauty, their eyes gleaming with admiration. With a swift motion, Gu Chen summoned the Golden Dragon Spear, a brilliant golden light flashing as it formed a long spear from his palm. The Silver Dragon Spear, slender and adorned with intricate silver scales, gleamed under the light, its tip tapering into a sharp point with 12 grooves. "Come on," Gu Yue Na said calmly. Gu Chen approached without unleashing his soul power, thrusting the Golden Dragon Spear. Gu Yue Na, equally adept in combat, swiftly sidestepped while the silver-scaled Silver Dragon Spear slashed towards him. Gu Chen transitioned from a thrust to a sweep, blocking the Silver Dragon Spear's attack. Leveraging his superior physical attributes, he pushed past the Silver Dragon Spear and leaped high, bringing the Golden Dragon Spear down in a strike. With no time to evade, Gu Yue Na knelt, raising the Silver Dragon Spear to meet the descending Golden Dragon Spear, resulting in a resounding clash. The force of Gu Chen's strike caused cracks to appear in the ground beneath Gu Yue Na. Sensing the potential harm to Gu Yue Na, Gu Chen hastily withdrew his strength, intending to retract the Golden Dragon Spear. However, Gu Yue Na, keenly perceptive, seized a moment when the force between their weapons dissipated. She stood, spun, and thrust the Silver Dragon Spear towards Gu Chen's throat. "Whoa!" That silver dragon spear was mere millimeters from my throat. Gu Chen swallowed hard. The golden dragon spear dissipating. I lost. Gu Yue Na retracted the silver dragon spear, a smile gracing her lips. A roar of applause erupted, as the audience was captivated by the prowess of the beautiful young girl, resulting in a thunderous ovation. The host promptly approached the Soul battle platform, announcing loudly, Soul Emperor Silver Dragon God emerges victorious, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Soul Emperor Golden Dragon God's record stands at 0 wins and 1 loss. Please proceed to register your scores after exiting the platform. Gu Chen took Gu Yue Na's hand as they exited the Soul battle platform. Just as Dai Mu Bai emerged from the audience after watching Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San's battle. So how did it go? Did you both win? Dai Mu Bai inquired with a grin. She won. I lost, Gu Chen replied calmly. Dai Mu Bai, unaware that Gu Chen's opponent was Gu Yue Na, expressed disbelief. How is that possible? Your strength could rival a Soul Emperor. I was matched against Nar, Gu Chen explained. Dai Mu Bai's expression shifted to one of understanding. With your protective nature, you certainly wouldn't allow her to be harmed. Gu Chen's heart raced as he feigned nonchalance. What nonsense. She and I are siblings. In the 6th match of the 2-on-2 battles, the Golden and Silver Dragon Gods faced the Dragon and Snake duo. Gu Chen announced, leading Gu Yue Na towards the 2-on-2 Soul battle platform. At the opposite end stood a blue-haired young man with a face like white jade, alongside a girl with dark green hair. Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Level 39 Assault System Soul Emperor. Gu Yen, Martial Soul, Green Scaled Snake, Level 38 Control System Soul Emperor. The self-introductions of the opposing duo surprised Gu Chen, as they were members of the royal fighting team. However, since the Shrek 7 monsters later encountered them in the Soto City Soul Arena, their presence here was not particularly surprising. The original text indicated that the royal fighting team had only recently arrived in Soto City, but did not specify how long recently meant. Even if it were half a year ago, it could still be deemed recent. Gu Chen, Martial Soul, Golden Dragon, Level 39 Assault System, Soul Emperor. Gu Yue Na, Martial Soul, Colorful Dragon, Level 39 Control System, Soul Emperor. Although Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na found it rather silly to announce their martial souls, they understood the importance of conforming to local customs. At that moment, Yu Tianheng activated his martial soul, a brilliant blue light suddenly emanating from his forehead, swiftly enveloping his entire body. Blue and purple lightning danced around him like serpents. Externally, Yu Tianheng's transformation was subtle, marked only by a blue lightning symbol appearing on his forehead, while his right arm transformed into a dragon claw covered in blue scales. Yet, this change already surpassed that of most beast martial soul wielders. However, the individual facing him was no ordinary soul master. The golden and silver scales enveloped Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, transforming their entire appearance. Simultaneously, the extraordinary soul rings of purple and black, interspersed in various combinations, manifested behind the two, leaving onlookers in awe. In a private box within the Soul Arena, an elderly man could no longer contain his excitement, slamming his palm on the table as he rose, muttering to himself, "How can such talent exist in this world? These two must be utilized by my spear hall." Below, in the arena, Gu Yen had also manifested her martial soul, her body appearing remarkably supple as she leaned against Yu Tianheng. Her green eyes took on a sharpness, exuding a frigid aura devoid of human emotion, as if she had truly become a cold-blooded creature. A diamond-shaped green scale emerged on her forehead, and her legs fused into a thick serpentine tail reminiscent of a giant eel. First soul skill, Azure Scale Red Poison. Second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison. As the battle commenced, Gu Yen unleashed her initial 2 soul skills, attempting to augment Yu Tianheng's attributes. Yet, Gu Chen, well-versed in the original text, was not so easily swayed. He immediately conveyed a warning to Gu Yue Na. This toxic mist has attribute-enhancing effects. Ensure it does not touch Yu Tianheng. Although Gu Yue Na was puzzled by how he communicated with her, she nodded in understanding. First soul skill, Elemental Tide, gaining enhanced control over the elements. Gu Yue Na manipulated the wind particles surrounding Gu Yen from several meters away, stirring a tempest that dispersed the toxic mist, blowing it off the battle stage. Enraged, Gu Yen activated her 3rd soul skill, Azure Scale Purple Poison, yet she could not escape the fate of her poison being scattered. Tianheng, with that girl present, My martial soul is nearly rendered ineffective. You must eliminate her first. Gu Yen urged Yu Tianheng. Understood, he replied, charging towards Gu Yue Na and releasing his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Chapter 23. Betrayal and Isolation. Though Gu Chen could easily dispel Yu Tianheng's martial soul manifestation with a single display of dragon might, he had not come to the soul arena merely to pass through. He sought to hone his combat prowess. Second soul skill, Golden Dragon Quake. Gu Chen appeared before Yu Tianheng, obstructing his path to Gu Yue Na while unleashing his soul skill, forcefully stomping the ground. 8 golden dragons of soul power surged forth, crashing into Yu Tianheng. Even though Gu Chen only exerted a third of his power, the soul dragons still sent Yu Tianheng hurtling towards the edge of the arena, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Third soul skill, Golden Dragon Flight. After sending Yu Tianheng flying, Gu Chen sprouted a pair of golden dragon wings from his back, soaring towards Gu Yen. Although Yu Tianheng had not been thrown off the stage, he could not reach Gu Yen before Gu Chen. To protect her, he bitterly declared, "Judge, we concede." Gu Chen, dissatisfied, thought it unfulfilling. He had intended to refine his combat abilities, yet his opponent could not withstand even a single attack. Completing the match, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na exited the 2-on-2 arena, where the other members of Shrek Academy had also concluded their battles. Flander had already departed, and Ma Hongjun had gone off in search of him after a brief comment. As the 7 left the arena, they could still hear the resounding cheers echoing behind them. Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na followed Dai Mubai and the others back to the academy, during which Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had heated argument. Upon reaching the academy gates, Ning Rongrong was seated on a large stone, swinging her legs thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Oscar's face bore a troubled expression. His brow furrowed as he occasionally stole glances at Ning Rongrong, his eyes betraying a sense of discontent. Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly oblivious to the two, walked straight into the academy, heading towards her dormitory without a backward glance. Dai Mubai frowned, his cold gaze intensifying. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his eyes glinting ominously. Ning Rongrong leaped off the stone. "Of course, I'm waiting for you. Why did you return so late? Where are the dean and the fat one?" Dai Mubai coldly replied, "They have matters to attend to. Have you made up your mind? Will you stay or leave?" Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong declared, "Of course. I will stay. How could I leave such an entertaining place?" "What kind of expression is that? Are you a zombie? Did you suffer a setback with Zhuqing? Huh. And Oscar claims you're a master of romance, yet you can't even handle a little girl." Liberated from her usual restraint, Ning Rongrong showed no signs of concealing her thoughts. Having always been exceptionally clever, she read much from Dai Mubai's expression and began to tease him unabashedly. Dai Mubai's cold glare intensified. "Ning Rongrong, do not test my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. While others may fear your 7-treasure glazed tile school, I, Dai Mubai, do not. Anger me, and you may find yourself at my mercy." Ning Rongrong chuckled. "Oh, I'm so scared." She puffed out her chest provocatively. "What can you do to me?" Dai Mubai could no longer contain his fury. The white tiger does not roar without reason, and he was not to be trifled with. A powerful aura surged forth, instantaneously releasing his soul power, sending Ning Rongrong flying. Oscar rushed forward to catch her, but was knocked to the ground by the force. Gu Chen observed, but chose not to intervene. Although Dai Mubai's remarks were distasteful, Ning Rongrong had brought this upon herself. "Mubai." Tang San stepped forward to shield Ning Rongrong, spreading his arms to dissipate Dai Mubai's unleashed soul power. "We are all classmates. Let it go." Though Dai Mubai had only released soul power and not launched an attack, it still caused blood to surge violently within the already injured Tang San. Ning Rongrong had never experienced such humiliation before. She had anticipated that Dai Mubai would dare to strike at her, while she was not truly injured. The pain coursing through her body reminded her of the harsh reality. Tears welled in her eyes as she glared at Dai Mubai, unable to utter a word. Dai Mubai regarded Tang San, slowly exhaling a breath of frustration, his soul power retracting. "Fine, Xiao San, I'll give you face this time." He shot Ning Rongrong a cold glare. "Remember, this is not your home. Do not provoke me again, or I will not care about your status." With that, he strode away towards the academy. "Gu Chen." Ning Rongrong wiped the tears from her eyes and suddenly called out to him. Gu Chen turned to her with a cold expression. Ning Rongrong insisted, "Help me kill him. Use your power to confront a soul sage and eliminate him. If you do, You will be a distinguished guest of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. I'll pay you 10,000 gold soul coins. What do you say? We will also provide unconditional support from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If an ordinary soul master were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the significance of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's backing. As one of the 7 great sects of the present age, its influence was unimaginable. Any soul master receiving their support could rise to prominence in the Douluo Continent. However, Gu Chen was different. Not only was he not in need of money, but with his strength, any faction would eagerly seek to recruit him. What skincare products do you use? Your skin is remarkably thick. Gu Chen scoffed and walked into the academy without looking back. You, Ning Rongrong, was momentarily at a loss for words. Sister Nar, she called out, unwilling to give up. Can you help me? Gu Yue Na turned, her gaze icy. No. As soon as the words left her lips, Gu Yue Na turned back and entered the academy alongside Gu Chen. Tears streamed down Ning Rongrong's face once more. During the entrance examination, due to the interventions of Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, she was unaware that Tang San possessed hidden weapons. She turned to Oscar. Oscar, would you be willing to assist me? Oscar's peach blossom eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. When I first saw you, you took my breath away. I believe that once you grow up, you will undoubtedly be an enchanting beauty. Moreover, the tenderness you exuded at that time was precisely what I adored. Therefore, I resolved to pursue you relentlessly, despite my humble origins as a commoner, while you hail from the 7-treasures glazed tile school. Yet, I now realize I was gravely mistaken. Mistaken? Why? Ning Rongrong looked at him, bewildered. Oscar smiled faintly. Because you're not my type. You are not the tree I would forsake an entire forest for. I am unworthy of the little princess of the 7-treasures glazed tile school. Even if I were willing to help you, what does that matter? You regard me as merely your servant. I apologize, but I prefer to remain true to myself. I believe you will find many willing to assist you at the 7-treasures glazed tile school. My presence is inconsequential. He had come to a realization. Before Gu Chen and the others returned, Oscar had already discerned the flaws in Ning Rongrong's character. Despite their youth, Oscar had experienced more than one relationship, including Tang San. No newcomer was aware that besides his unique martial soul, Oscar's intellect was far more formidable. As a wise individual, what choices does one make when faced with the intractable? To press on in the face of adversity? No, he was not that tenacious. Sometimes, relinquishment is the wisest course of action. As Oscar turned to enter the academy, Ning Rongrong shouted in frustration, "Did you not like me? Even you refused to support me?" Oscar halted, but did not turn back. If you maintain this mindset and character, you should leave. This place is truly unsuitable for you. Moreover, with your current disposition, friendship will forever remain an unattainable luxury. As everyone departed, the cold moonlight cast a solitary glow upon Ning Rongrong, rendering her profoundly desolate and forlorn. Chapter 24. Breaking through level 40 in the early morning. Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na arrived at the dining hall for breakfast, coinciding with Tang San's arrival. After their meal, Dai Mubai appeared with a sullen expression. He merely nodded at Tang San, offering no further words. Following Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu was the 5th to arrive, followed by Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun appeared invigorated, as though he had shed several pounds. Though boisterous, he was perceptive enough to notice Dai Mubai's dark mood and opted for a hasty breakfast in silence. As for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, they were absent from the dining hall. "Fatty, you're not going out tonight, are you?" Dai Mubai suddenly spoke as breakfast concluded. "Very well, stay in the dormitory tonight. I need to step out for a while to find those twins from last time," Dai Mubai instructed. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. "Boss Dai, will there be meat for me? What about soup?" Dai Mubai retorted. "Such matters require mutual consent to be enjoyable. A forced situation yields no sweetness." As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Gu Chen regarded this with disdain. Dai Mubai had strayed first, yet could not tolerate others' discontent, attempting to inflict further harm. Had it not been for the royal engagement with the Xing Luo family, Gu Chen believed Zhu Zhuqing would have left Dai Mubai without hesitation. Crack! Observing the arrogant and smug Dai Mubai, Gu Yue Na broke her chopsticks in half. Noticing her displeasure, Dai Mubai quickly reverted to the traditional Shrek demeanor of bullying the weak, shrinking into silence as he sat down to eat. Zhu Zhuqing exhibited no reaction, as if she had not heard their exchange, merely sipping her rice soup. Soon, the bell signaling the start of class rang. Prompting everyone to finish breakfast, and head to the grand playground. Neither Flinder nor the other instructors had arrived, but one figure was present, Ning Rongrong. However, Oscar was still nowhere to be seen. Her delicate, fair face appeared somewhat haggard, her eyes reddened, and her spirit seemed low. However, given her self-inflicted predicament, such outcomes were to be expected. Flinder was once again the instructor for the day's lesson. Tang San and his companions waited a full 15 minutes before the esteemed dean sauntered in. Is he really trying to play the big shot? Thinking he's a title Douluo, Gu Chen thought irritably. Flinder's gaze immediately fell upon Ning Rongrong, but he did not address her. Today is the second lesson. Where's Oscar? Is he still sleeping? Tang San quickly replied. He was still cultivating when I left this morning. Perhaps he fell into a deep trance and couldn't awaken in time. Flinder frowned. He must be present for today's class. Tang San, go fetch him. Just as Tang San was about to return to the dormitory, he spotted Oscar rushing from that direction. However, he bore no look of panic for being late. Rather, his face was alight with excitement. Oscar, are you planning to run again? Flinder shot him a glare. Oscar quickly shook his head. No, Dean, let me explain. I've broken through. I've reached level 30. Flinder's eyes visibly brightened. Excellent. Excellent. Oscar, you have not disappointed me. You are the fourth among the current students to reach level 30. I extend my congratulations on behalf of the Academy. At that moment, even Dai Mubai's demeanor softened as he approached Oscar, patting him on the shoulder. Little Oscar, congratulations. Although you reached level 30 slightly later than I did. As a food system soul master, you are the most outstanding talent I have ever encountered. Is it possible that heartbreak can aid a soul master in their martial soul breakthrough? Little Oscar shot Dai Mubai an awkward glare, then glanced at the red-eyed Ning Rongrong, offering a wry smile. I've never been in love, so how could I speak of heartbreak? Please, don't mock me. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun stepped forward to express their congratulations as well. Ning Rongrong stood in place, her expression complex as she gazed at Oscar, while Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, lost in thought. Only Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na remained indifferent, appearing out of sync with the group. Enough. Today's lesson begins now. Flinder's voice pulled everyone back from their congratulations for little Oscar. Today's lesson is quite simple. Oscar, you're the star of the day. Each of you, except for Oscar, must consume at least one of the two types of sausages created by Oscar's soul power. Flinder proclaimed grandly, this is called adaptive training. I ask you, which is more important, life or face? When forced to choose between the two, which would you select? Although Oscar's soul abilities may seem a bit peculiar, I stated yesterday that he is a food system soul master with innate full soul power, possessing remarkable talent. The sausages he produces are the finest I have ever encountered in this realm. During your time at the Academy, he is one of you. You will endure trials together. If you cannot establish rapport with him, you will squander the opportunity to have the best supportive partner. Simultaneously, this serves as training for your mindset. If you cannot even manage this, how will you survive in the world of soul masters? In a struggle for survival, one must resort to any means necessary. It is not merely about consuming a sausage. When life hangs in the balance, even rats, cockroaches, or earthworms become viable options. Gu Chen remained silent as he approached Oscar, awaiting the release of his soul skill before he consumed the large sausage and the detoxifying small sausage. Given Gu Chen's prior declarations, neither Gu Yue Na nor Tang San opposed this. They simply took the sausages and placed them in their mouths. After some hesitation, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing followed suit, especially seeing that even Gu Yue Na had partaken. At this moment, only Ning Rongrong remained. Bring it here, she commanded, her voice ringing clear. With determined strides, she approached Oscar, extending both hands to seize his large sausage and small sausage. While her expression was tranquil, her eyes, brimming with reluctance, betrayed her inner turmoil. After all, she was still but a young girl, unable to entirely conceal her emotions. After a night of contemplation, she resolved to stay, not out of submission, but to prove herself to everyone at Shrek Academy. How would she demonstrate this? By surpassing all her peers and exhibiting greater soul power. Ah, how foolishly confident she was. Meeting Ning Rongrong's gaze, Oscar suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. She bit into the large sausage with ferocity, a rather fierce demeanor. In just a few bites, she devoured both Oscar's large and small sausages. Flinder, somewhat astonished, had anticipated needing to persuade everyone to accept Oscar's sausages, but the process unfolded with unexpected ease. Satisfied, Flinder nodded and proclaimed, "Well, today all of you have passed the lesson. Remember, from now on, when you're together, Oscar will serve as your logistical support. Forget those meaningless soul spells. Preserving your lives and growing stronger to unleash your full potential, even beyond your limits, is of utmost importance. Now, each of you should return to prepare. You have a day to adjust and rest. Tomorrow morning, you'll all set off, led by teacher Zhao Wujie, to the Star Dou Forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his third soul ring. This is not merely Oscar's endeavor. It is a trial for all of you. Teacher Zhao will not intervene until you encounter a 1,000-year-old beast. Everything depends on your own abilities. Now disperse." Returning to the Star Dou Forest, then it was nearly time to condense his fourth soul ring. Let us return to the dormitory and elevate our suppressed soul power to the 40th level. Gu Chen advised Gu Yue Na. Chapter 25. Command Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na each return to their dormitories, successfully breaking through to the 40th level of their suppressed soul power. However, they kept this achievement to themselves. The following day, as they prepared to journey to the Star Dou Forest, it felt akin to returning home for Gu Chen, Gu Yue Na, and Xiao Wu. As the forest was teeming with spirit beasts, their voices melodious and inviting. Thus, they felt no need for preparations. At that moment, Gu Yue Na seemed to have developed a penchant for shopping, dragging Gu Chen back into Soto City. "It's them. Kill them." Upon entering the city, they heard a familiar voice. Turning around, they realized it was the old woman from their previous encounter. "You dare harm my mother. You will die today." Beside her stood a middle-aged man with gray hair and a hawkish nose. "Looking for trouble?" Gu Chen mocked. "To live long and not die is to be a thief. You cannot manage your own mother dog and expect others to do so." You. The old woman, enraged, spat blood and collapsed. "Mother." The middle-aged man hurriedly supported her, helping her to sit aside, then glared at Gu Chen with malice. A dark purple long spear appeared in his grasp, accompanied by 6 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, manifesting behind him. Though the man was a soul emperor, his soul ring configuration was disappointingly mediocre. Prepara 2D. First soul skill, ripping shot. The purple-black spear conjured 3 phantasmal spear images, targeting Gu Chen's head, chest, and abdomen. Playing with guns? Gu Chen's eyes sparkled as the golden dragon spear materialized in his hand. He mimicked the middle-aged man's soul skill, conjuring 3 golden spear images to counter the attack. The golden spear images collided with the man's first soul skill, nullifying each other, while the quality of the golden dragon spear far surpassed that of the man's martial spirit. It was still merely his first soul skill. "How do you know my soul skill?" The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. "What? You call that a soul skill? Anyone with hands can do that." Gu Chen taunted. "You've angered me. Today you shall die here." Just as the middle-aged man attempted to unleash his 5th soul skill, Gu Chen vanished from his spot, appearing behind him, having already completed his martial spirit possession. In the next moment, the golden dragon claw pierced through the man's chest, grasping his still-beating heart, which exploded into a mist of blood with a gentle squeeze. With the penetrating attribute of the golden dragon claw, it could effortlessly pierce the chest of a soul emperor. Though Gu Chen did not desire to kill, he showed no mercy against an adversary harboring murderous intent. "My son." The old woman, regaining consciousness, beheld the middle-aged man's lifeless body and, in a state of madness, charged at Gu Chen recklessly. He delivered a powerful kick, and she too burst into a mist of blood. "How amusing. You were spared once, yet you dare to seek trouble again. Do not blame me for hastening your journey to the grave." After dispatching both adversaries, Gu Chen felt no guilt. Rather, he experienced a sense of righteous relief. Reflecting on the countless families shattered by extortionists in his past life, he harbored an intense disdain for such predatory behavior. Having committed the killings, neither Gu Chen nor Gu Yue Na felt inclined to continue shopping, and they returned to the academy instead. Back in his dormitory, Gu Chen washed away the blood, though it was that of the middle-aged man splattered onto him. Ding! System character interface. Character, Gu Chen age, 12 years. Actual age, 200,000. 006 years. Strength, 501,000. Normal 39th level Soul Master. 1,000. Mental power, 5,030. Normal 39th level Soul Master. 900 Bloodline. Golden Dragon King Bloodline 99. Dragon God Bloodline 1 level. 40th level Soul Master, 3 seals unbound, soul rings, purple, black comprehensive evaluation, a seemingly unassuming figure hiding formidable strength, beginning to reveal his brilliance. System backpack, 99, 980 gold soul coins, 2 soul power amplification cards. After breaking through to the 40th level, Gu Chen's strength and mental power both saw a significant increase. The next day, after breakfast, as everyone gathered on the playground, Zhao Wujie was already there awaiting them. The sight of Zhao Wujie left the students somewhat startled, as they wanted to laugh but refrained from doing so. He appeared quite disheveled, with at least 3 bruises on his face that had yet to fade. Particularly, the panda-like appearance of his left eye was comically amusing. "What are you staring at, you little rascals? Are you itching for fight?" Upon hearing the term little rascals, Xiao Wu visibly bristled and muttered, "Why not call us little bears?" Zhao Wujie glared at her. "Xiao Wu, what are you talking about?" Tang San instinctively took a step sideways, gesturing behind him to Xiao Wu while shielding her with a protective demeanor that spoke volumes of his affection. Not far off, Gu Chen cast a cold glance in his direction. Zhao Wujie, having never witnessed Tang San's prowess, held a slight disdain for him despite knowing that Tang Hao was his father. However, upon seeing the glance from Gu Chen, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Zhao Wujie's face, leading him to abandon his pursuit of Xiao Wu's provocation. With a huff, he declared, "All right, let us set off. Mu Bai, you lead the way." It was worth noting that Gu Chen had previously sparred with Tang Hao, who had thoroughly defeated Zhao Wujie, showcasing Gu Chen's formidable strength. Dai Mu Bai nodded, his expression turning serious as he addressed the group. The Star Dou Forest is not a place to be trifled with. It is teeming with soul beasts, all of which possess considerable aggression and harbor no fondness for humanity. Everyone must remain vigilant. He continued, "Tang San, you shall take the lead. Oscar and Ning Rongrong stay close behind him. Fatty and Xiao Wu, you will flank him on either side. Zhu Zhuqing and I will guard the rear, while Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na will position themselves beside Tang San. Once we enter the forest, we must maintain this formation and stay alert at all times. Let's depart." Gu Chen interjected with a mocking tone. "You have a control system at the front and output on the sides? Are you jesting? Do you even know how to command? Moreover, placing a strong attacker and a swift attacker in the same position, are you certain this isn't merely an opportunity for you and Zhu Zhuqing?" In response, Zhu Zhuqing shot a cold glare at Dai Mu Bai, her eyes filled with disdain. "Gu Chen, your strength surpasses all of us, and given your earlier remarks, you should understand command better than anyone. How about you take the lead?" Disregarding Dai Mu Bai's discomfort, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Gu Chen. He nodded, readily accepting the leadership role. "We will form 4 rows. I shall be at the front, with the control type Na and Tang San in the second row, the support type Oscar and Ning Rongrong in the third, and the strong attackers Dai Mu Bai and Xiao Wu at the rear. The weakly defended Ma Hongjun will be on the left side of the third row, with the agile Zhu Zhuqing on the right. Zhu Zhuqing, feel free to change positions as needed, and you will be responsible for reconnaissance. Entering the Star Dou Forest is no game. We must have 2 strong attackers in the rear for protection. As for why the front row consists solely of me, well, it seems 10 Dai Mu Bai cannot match 1 Gu Chen." Chapter 26. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, Zhao Wujie merely observed impassively, opting not to join their ranks as he walked alongside the 9 students out of the academy. True to the miserly nature of Shrek Academy, they had no carriage and began to run as soon as they exited the academy. As they continued on their journey, even Dai Mu Bai and Tang San found their stamina waning. Only Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, with their dragon lineage, seemed unaffected by the exertion, merely breaking a light sweat, unlike the heavily perspiring Tang San and others. This was also why Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na possessed 1,000-year soul rings, while Tang San and the others could only manage those of 100 years. It must be noted that Gu Chen's words prompted Tang San to place greater emphasis on physical training in his subsequent cultivation, resulting in his second soul ring being 1,080 years old. With Oscar's sausages providing sustenance, they were astounded to discover that the fatigue from their running was negligible. Consuming one of Oscar's soul-formed sausages each hour kept their energy levels high, allowing even Ning Rongrong to barely keep pace with the group. Without practical application, one would never grasp the significance of support soul abilities. Oscar's remarkable sausages earned him newfound respect, affording him the best treatment. since they had yet to enter the forest. Dai Mu Bai and Tang San alternated supporting Oscar's arms to alleviate some of his weight, enabling him to recover his soul power and continue assisting the team. Ning Rongrong, however, received no such consideration. She remained silent throughout the journey, refraining from utilizing her 7-treasure glazed tile to aid her companions, seemingly isolating herself from the group. The Star Dou Forest lies to the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it. Soto City itself is also located in the southeastern region of the Barak Kingdom, not far from the Star Dou Forest, merely under 500 kilometers away. Thus, this area naturally serves as the optimal choice for Shrek Academy students to acquire their soul rings. Thanks to Oscar's sausages, they managed to cover over 400 kilometers in just one day, arriving close to the Star Dou Forest by nightfall. Realizing they would not reach their destination that day, Zhao Wujia ordered a halt for rest, as they had just arrived at a small town. Continuing forward without resupply would pose a risk. Upon entering the town, they found it far more bustling than anticipated. The town was roughly 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy is located, resembling a small city with streets lined by shops of various kinds. Upon closer inspection, they noted that the shops primarily catered to soul masters, selling weapons, armor, antidotes, restorative potions, and even specialized clothing equipped with numerous pockets suitable for adventures. Oscar remarked, "What they say about relying on the mountains and water seems to hold true here." This town evidently thrived on the resources of the Star Dou Forest, and doubtless, many such towns surrounded the forest. Relying on the mountains and water? The weak must adapt to survive, while the strong can change the environment, Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. "Hey, aren't you a bit too arrogant? Expecting the environment to change for you?" Ning Rongrong finally interjected. Gu Chen chuckled derisively. "When did I ever claim to be that strong? Speaking of arrogance, you, the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile clan, make me feel inadequate. You, Ning Rongrong Sumet." At that moment, Zhao Wujia pointed to an unassuming hotel in the distance, stating, "Let us stay here for the night and set out in the morning. You will cover your own accommodation and meal expenses." The hotel was a 2-story building with a simple dining area on the first floor and accommodations above. Zhao Wujia booked a single room and headed upstairs. After a brief discussion, Dai Mu Bai and the others reserved a 4-person room, plus an additional single room for the 5 boys, as well as another 4-person room for the 4 girls. "Let us eat before heading up. After a day of sausages, I feel like I might retch," Ma Hongjun voiced the collective sentiment, prompting even Zhu Zhuqing to nod in agreement. The 9 of them found a table in a corner. Tang San turned to Dai Mu Bai and asked, "Should we invite teacher Zhao to join us for dinner?" Dai Mu Bai shook his head. "There's no need. Though teacher Zhao accompanies us, he won't cover any of our expenses, nor will he accept any favors, as per Dean Flanders' rules." Fatty chimed in, "Isn't that actually quite nice? Everything is clear-cut. I appreciate the straightforwardness of the academy." Straightforwardness? That is a given in my past life, Gu Chen thought to himself. Dai Mu Bai retorted, "Stop blabbering, Fatty, and order the food. You're the one who eats the most." Ma Hongjun eagerly replied, "So does that mean you're treating today? You're the wealthiest among us." Dai Mu Bai smiled faintly and said, "Hosting is no problem. It is a stroke of fate that we can all study together at Shrek Academy. Since I am the eldest, let this meal serve as a welcoming feast for Gu Chen and the others." The plump boy laughed heartily, his chubby round face quivering with delight. "Great, that's wonderful. Rest assured, Boss Dai, I won't hold back." Soon, the boy exhibited Dai Mu Bai's assessment of his appetite, calling over the waiter and swiftly ordering a dozen dishes, many of which Tang San had never even heard of, yet the boy appeared exuberant. Indeed, this place may be small, but the variety is commendable. I hope the quality matches. Dai Mu Bai sighed. This boy, aside from spending on women, spends the rest on food. I truly suspect that if you weren't a soul master, you would have become a chef. Though 9 of them sat at one table, the atmosphere was far from harmonious. Zhu Zhuqing wore a cold expression. Ning Rongrong kept her head down, lost in thought, while Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na sat quietly waiting for their meal. Fortunately, the plump boy's antics prevented the atmosphere from becoming too tense. The restaurant was already bustling with 6 or 7 tables occupied when a group suddenly entered. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in his 40s, handsome, with slicked back hair and dressed in an exquisite moon-white soul master robe adorned with silver embroidery that shimmered as he moved. Following him were 6 young men and 1 woman, all clad in similar moon-white robes, albeit lacking the embroidered silver threads of their leader. However, both the middle-aged man and the 7 youths bore a distinctive green, circular emblem on their left shoulders, with the words Tsanghui embroidered within. Their attire clearly indicated they were soul masters, in stark contrast to Tang San and his companions, who appeared quite ordinary. Upon seeing them, the restaurant owner hurriedly approached, bowing and scraping with exaggerated politeness. As Oscar said, this small town relies on the Star Dou Forest for its livelihood. In simpler terms, it thrives on the patronage of soul masters. Being a soul master is not only a noble profession, but also a lucrative one, hence the owner dared not be dismissive. As in the original text, Ma Hongjun could barely contain himself and began to stir trouble. Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai scoffed, "It's merely the insignificant Tsanghui Academy." What a display! Neither Ma Hongjun nor Dai Mubai made any effort to lower their voices. Soul masters possess superior hearing compared to ordinary people, and despite the restaurant's noise, the middle-aged man among the 8 turned his gaze toward them, his brow furrowing. Upon realizing that the Shrek Academy table consisted of merely a group of children, his expression darkened further. Seeking trouble for no reason. How boring, Gu Chen remarked casually, and upon the arrival of their food, he began to eat. Oscar whispered to Gu Chen, "This is also part of our training." Dean Flander once said that a soul master who does not dare to provoke is not a good soul master. As the saying goes, not daring to stir trouble is the mark of a mediocre talent. Moreover, provoking those from Soul Master Academy is the safest. It's merely a matter of scuffle. Is that to say you're only bullying the weak? Gu Chen replied, coolly, dripping with sarcasm. How can one say that about soul masters? Oscar momentarily faltered, attempting to argue. Ah, the old Kong Eg. Gu Chen merely smiled, communicating silently with Gu Yue Na and the distant Xiao Wu. We shall not involve ourselves in this matter. At that moment, the 8 members of Tsanghui Academy had taken their seats, 2 tables away from Shrek. Tang San caught a glimpse of the middle-aged man, clearly a teacher, whispering something to a youth beside him. Soon, the youth stood up and approached Tang San's table, heading straight for Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with disdain, which Tang San noticed, yet he did not deign to glance at the approaching figure. Just then, the waiter brought the second dish to their table. The young man from Tsanghui Academy suddenly quickened his pace, colliding with the waiter, and the dish teetered towards Dai Mubai's head. Do not waste food, Tang San said calmly, his left hand darting out to steady the waiter while his right hand extended to catch the plate, employing his technique to ensure not a single morsel was spilled, gently placing it down on the table. Simultaneously, he pulled the waiter aside. The youth from Tsanghui Academy was momentarily taken aback. Obscured by the waiter, he and T fully observed Tang San's actions. However, a sly grin soon crept onto his face. My apologies, he said, yet continued to advance, seemingly intent on passing by Dai Mubai. As he did, one foot discreetly swept towards the leg of Dai Mubai's chair. It was merely an ordinary wooden chair, and if the leg were to break, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly lose his balance. The youth's movements were subtle, his upper body remaining still, making it nearly imperceptible unless one was particularly vigilant. Of course, to Gu Chen, Gu Yue Na, and Tang San, whose mental acuity was exceptional, the youth's actions appeared sluggish. At that moment, as the youth kicked out, Dai Mubai moved. With a resounding thud, the youth felt as if he had kicked a steel plate, his calf buzzing with numbness. Instantly, Dai Mubai's hand struck out. The youth's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his hands to block Dai Mubai's strike, but to his shock, his hands were easily repelled by the soul power emanating from Dai Mubai's palm, and the blow landed squarely on his chest. Though the youth was of considerable stature, the force of Dai Mubai's strike sent him flying backward, akin to a weightless scarecrow, crashing through 2 tables before hurtling towards the group from Tsanghui Academy. The middle-aged man sprang to his feet, grabbing the youth's shoulder to break his fall. The youth's face paled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, visibly weakened. Dai Mubai straightened his posture, stretching as if to apologize. My sincere apologies, that was an accident. His eyes gleamed with a wicked light, his expression a blend of disdain and arrogance that could provoke even his allies. Chapter 27. Yi Zhiqiu. At this moment, the restaurant erupted in chaos. Diners near the tables of Shrek Academy and Sanghui Academy hurriedly moved aside to avoid being caught in the fray. Yet most did not leave immediately. Instead, they watched the unfolding scene with excitement. After all, witnessing a duel between soul masters typically required a trip to the Great Soul Arena, which came at a hefty price. Thus, being able to witness such an event for free thrilled the ordinary individuals with their own martial spirits. Moreover, soul masters frequently appeared in this locale. The Sanghui Academy group could hardly contain their anger, with the remaining 6 students rising in unison, glaring daggers at the table of Shrek Academy. They attempted to rush over, but were halted by the middle-aged man. He helped the injured youth back into his seat, his face grim as he barked at Dai Mubai. "Which academy are you children from?" Dai Mubai's eyes glinted with mischief. "Sanghui, you aren't worthy." As he spoke, he returned to his seat. The face of the teacher from Sanghui Academy had turned an iron shade of anger. Such a group of arrogant youngsters. I shall teach them a lesson. The students from Sanghui Academy were awaiting his command, and, aside from the one injured by Dai Mubai and the only female student, the other 5 rushed toward Tang San's table. Thanks to Gu Chen's reminder, Xiaowu refrained from acting as she did in the original narrative, quietly sitting at the table to eat. Despite her desire to engage in the fray, she dared not defy Gu Chen's words. At that moment, however, Tang San made his move. With a swift step, he executed the ghost shadow perplexing step, arriving before the 5 in an instant. His right hand unleashed the control crane capturing dragon technique, drawing one of them closer before delivering a heavy palm strike. The struck student was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground. After dispatching one, Tang San quickly kicked out, creating a flurry of leg shadows that struck the chests of the other 3, sending them tumbling backward until they landed on the ground. Before the last one could react, Tang San's left hand gathered cold air, and with the release of the Xianyu hand, he struck the final student in the abdomen. The latter's features contorted in agony, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, breathless. The teacher from Sanghui Academy was taken aback by Tang San's method of attack. A mix of astonishment and fury washing over him as he roared, "Fool! Use your martial souls." Yet Yi Zhiqiu did not realize that, given Tang San's speed of attack, how could these ordinary students possibly react in time? Ma Hongjun, having taken 2 large bites of food, reluctantly stepped out to stand beside Dai Mubai, his plump hands cracking with a sound. Since Gu Chen had no intention of intervening, only 3 from the Shrek side emerged. As the 5 students from Sanghui Academy regrouped, their anger reached a peak, and without hesitation, they summoned their martial souls. They could hardly believe that as advanced soul masters from a prestigious academy, they could be bested by these youngsters before them. In an instant, vibrant lights erupted as the 5 youths revealed their soul rings. All of the same hue, one white and one yellow, representing a 10-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring. All 5 were battle soul masters, including 2 weapon soul masters wielding spears and tridents, and 3 bee soul masters embodying deer, sheep, and horse. In terms of martial soul strength, they were not particularly formidable. Observing the release of their martial souls, Dai Mubai's disdainful gaze intensified. Is this what they call disciples of an advanced soul master academy? And they boast a 10-year soul ring? Brothers, let us show them our soul rings. Dai Mubai, the oldest among the Shrek Academy students, was never one to reason with others unless they earned his respect through strength. Otherwise, his haughty demeanor would remain unchanged. White Tiger, possess. A powerful surge of pale light erupted from him as he extended his arms to either side, puffing out his chest. His bones cracked audibly as his muscles swelled, straining against his attire. Phoenix, possess. A purplish-red glow surged from Ma Hongjun, causing his short hair to elongate and gather towards the center, transforming into a mohawk. 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet, extending long feathers from his robust arms, which morphed into claw-like appendages. Only Tang San's martial soul remained calm, with 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring rising from his feet as dense blue-silver grass quietly unfurled around him, slowly spreading. Calm. Hardly. Tang San's second soul ring was of 1,000 years, a fact that startled the students of Sanghui Academy. The 5 from Sanghui rubbed their eyes in disbelief at the sight of Tang San's second soul ring. There was no need for combat. Merely the emergence of Dai Mubai's and Tang San's soul rings was enough to demoralize the 5 Sanghui students. who understood all too well the vast disparity in strength that came with the difference in soul rings. Moreover, Dai Mubai's third soul ring was also of the 1,000-year caliber, and Tang San's second soul ring had already reached that level. This was beyond their ability to contend with. What left the students from Songhui feeling particularly uneasy was that these youths appeared significantly younger than them, yet the strength they exhibited soared above their own. Stop! The teacher from Songhui Academy could no longer hold back, stepping forward and waving his hand at his students. You all stand down. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the Director of External Affairs at Songhui Academy. May I ask which sect you belong to? We are from Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun said boastfully before Dai Mubai could respond. As he spoke, his unabashed gaze lingered on the only female student from Songhui Academy. It was perplexing where this plump fellow derived his confidence, considering they were merely from a small village academy, and at a time when Tang San and his companions had yet to make their names. Upon realizing that the other party was not from any particular sect, Yi Zhiqiu felt a sense of relief in his heart, yet he also felt somewhat powerless. Little did he know that among them were entities with formidable backgrounds, such as the Haoyan sect, the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile sect, the Star Luo royal family, and the Star Dou Forest. The students could not let Songhui Academy lose face. Thus, Yi Zhiqiu resolved to act. Without hesitation, a flicker of light shone in his eyes as he summoned his martial soul, Black Turtle, Possess. A circle of black ripples emanated from Yi Zhiqiu, forcefully suppressing the aura of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun. His limbs shrank by 1/3, yet a massive turtle shell emerged on his back. His entire body shimmered with black light, and 5 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, swirling above him, with 1 white ring, 2 yellow rings, and 2 purple rings. This Director of External Affairs from Songhui Academy was indeed a soul king of over level 50. Although Yi Zhiqiu's soul rings were not particularly powerful among his peers, his 50-plus level soul power significantly pressed down upon the Shrek Academy students. At least, this pressure was predicated on Gu Chen and Gu Yu being unwilling to intervene. Chapter 28. The misfortune of Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu spoke eloquently. You youngsters are still naive. Do not speak recklessly in the future. Bring out your academy's teacher. Ma Hongjun let out a bizarre cry. With you, old turtle, you think you can meet our teacher? We can handle you ourselves. To be honest, Ma Hongjun's words were quite irksome. Esteemed soul masters, I implore you, do not fight in my humble establishment. It is a small business. The shopkeeper had to rush out, fearing that without intervention, the entire shop would soon be engulfed in chaos. Yi Zhiqiu, possessing the black turtle martial soul, held an aversion to being called a turtle. Initially, he only intended to intimidate the youngsters before him, as he did not wish to bear the guilt of bullying the weak, especially since he was unaware of the strength of the academy backing these children. However, Ma Hongjun's words struck a nerve, igniting a fury within Yi Zhiqiu that transformed his anger into a smile. Very well, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher. Let's step outside. With that, he turned and strode out, the sight of his black turtle shell swaying amusingly behind him, though the soul power he radiated was profoundly robust. The students of Songhui Academy followed Yi Zhiqiu out of the hotel. Dai Mubai whispered to Tang San, this old fellow is over level 50, and his martial soul, the black tortoise, is quite formidable. Be cautious. I'll take the brunt of his attacks while you move swiftly. I fear I may not withstand for long. Tang San replied, we may not necessarily lose. His soul power may surpass ours, but there are flaws in his martial soul. At that moment, others gathered around. But Gu Chen, Gu Yue Na, and Xiao Wu remained seated. Gu, not aren't you joining us? Tang San inquired. If Gu Chen were to intervene, Yi Zhiqiu would likely not stand a chance against him. Gu Chen stood up, his expression unyielding, stating, why create trouble when there is none? I want to intervene unless there is a risk of injury to you. Tang San hesitated, nodding. Gu Chen's assurance of their safety sufficed. However, he seemed to forget that Gu Chen only promised to protect him, not Dai Mubai and the others. Tang San remarked, his martial soul is the black tortoise. I can assure you he is a defensive soul master, with most of his active and passive skills focused on defense. Thus, while his martial soul may be far stronger than ours, the threat he poses in terms of attack is minimal. High soul power without suitable offensive means poses little danger to us. Therefore, I propose 2 strategies. As a disciple of the master, Tang San possessed far greater theoretical knowledge of martial souls than Dai Mubai and the others. Merely observing Yi Zhiqiu's martial soul allowed him to deduce much. After he laid out his plan, the group expressed their admiration, yet one person was displeased. What about me, Tang San? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows, glaring at him. Tang San's elaborate tactical discussion had not included her. He paused, realizing that his omission stemmed from fear that her spirited nature might backfire. After some thought, he said, "Your martial soul is unique. Just adapt as necessary." Ning Rongrong bit her lip, feeling the peculiar gazes of the others upon her, and resolutely steeled herself. She sensed she had been effectively excluded from the group, a sensation that weighed heavily on her. Unbeknownst to her, two individuals had not truly integrated into this small collective. In truth, the Shrek 7, united in purpose, only emerged after the Master's rigorous training. Prior to that, both Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing had harbored their own concerns. Soon, they arrived outside the town, perhaps due to the conspicuous five-soul rings on Yi Zhiqiu. Their group attracted a considerable audience. As they exited the town, Yi Zhiqiu's mind cooled. Observing the 7 youths before him, he stated solemnly, "I offer you one last chance. It is not too late to admit your mistakes." Yi Zhiqiu had extended an olive branch to Dai Mubai and the others, yet they remained ungrateful. Dai Mubai grinned wickedly. "Mistake? What constitutes right or wrong? Strength is the only truth. Defeat us first, then we shall see." At this juncture, Yi Zhiqiu could no longer hold back. With a huff of indignation, he said, "Come at me together. I shall teach you a lesson on how to conduct yourselves." Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Remember, we are not human. We are monsters." Before Yi Zhiqiu could act, Dai Mubai surged forward, his second soul ring radiating brilliantly as a sphere of intense white light coalesced. Unleashing the second soul skill of the evil White Tiger's radiant wave. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing darted towards Yi Zhiqiu's flank, and Tang San charged from another direction. The rotund figure of Fatty, with his mohawk hair shaking, activated his first soul ring, releasing a purplish-red line of phoenix flames. The four launched their assaults almost simultaneously, undeterred by the fact that their opponent was a soul king above level 50. Facing their collective onslaught, Yi Zhiqiu's body emanated a dark glow as he let out a low growl. His first and second soul rings flared simultaneously as he swiftly rotated, revealing the protective tortoise shell on his back, while a stream of black energy, imbued with a frigid chill, surged forth. At the onset of battle, Yi Zhiqiu employed both of his soul ring skills, Black Tortoise Armor and Blackwater Freeze. His objective was clear: to swiftly subdue these youths, imparting a profound lesson and demonstrating the might of Shanhui Academy. Although the Shrek Academy students were formidable, their youth and lesser soul power put them at a significant disadvantage. Yi Zhiqiu was confident that with his level 53 soul power, the Blackwater Freeze would effectively immobilize them all. The White Tiger's radiant wave detonated against Yi Zhiqiu's back, and as Tang San had anticipated, the Black Tortoise's defense ranked among the finest in beast martial souls. With his soul power vastly superior to Dai Mubai's, the attack failed to yield any effect, and Yi Zhiqiu's body remained unmoved. At this moment, Tang San had closed the distance to Yi Zhiqiu, acutely sensing an overwhelming chill enveloping him, as if his very blood were freezing. Instinctively, he activated his Xiantian skill to counter the cold, halting his advance while the blue-silver grass martial soul swiftly spread, ensnaring Yi Zhiqiu from all directions. Just then, Fatty's phoenix flames reached Yi Zhiqiu's tortoiseshell. Although the heat of his flames was significantly diminished by the Blackwater Freeze, the arrival of the phoenix flames also lessened the chilling effect of the freeze. The purplish-red flames clung to the shell, refusing to extinguish, as if possessing a tenacious grip. After fending off the onslaught, Yi Zhiqiu revealed the offensive potential of his black tortoise martial soul. A menacing chill surged forth, freezing toward Dai Mubai and the others. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, observing from a distance, spotted Zhao Wujing and remarked casually, "Teacher Zhao, do you not think they are excessively arrogant? Perhaps it would do them good to receive a lesson from Yi Zhiqiu." Zhao Wujing, noticing Gu Chen, responded, "What do you mean? Your classmates are being bullied, yet you choose to speak on behalf of the enemy?" Gu Chen scoffed. "You, as a soul sage, should be aware of the circumstances leading to this. Yi Zhiqiu originally had no intention to engage, and now you choose to bully the weak? Humph. Zhao Wujing snorted, disregarding Gu Chen as he strode toward the heart of the battle. It's late. Why are you all out here instead of resting? Return to your beds. Zhao Wujing didn't even glance at Songhui Academy's side, waving his hand to command all Shrek students to return to the hotel. His interference provoked Yi Zhiqiu. Wait a moment. Zhao Wujing turned back, somewhat impatient. What is it? Yi Zhiqiu replied coldly. You are a teacher from that Shrek Academy, correct? Your students just insulted Songhui Academy. Should you provide some accountability? Accountability? What is there to account for? Isn't Songhui Academy merely a trash academy? Their words do not constitute an insult, Zhao Wujing retorted, dismissing the matter entirely. As a once notorious figure in the Soul Master world, he regarded a Soul Master at level 50 with disdain. As Yi Zhiqiu stood on the brink of being struck, Gu Chen could not help but silently mourn for him. Yi Zhiqiu, filled with fury, ceased to argue and strode purposefully towards Zhao Wujia, his imposing demeanor clearly indicating that he had no intention of backing down. Zhao Wujia turned to the 7 youths who had gathered around him and remarked, You are truly useless. You can't even handle a mere old turtle. Once we return to the academy, I shall deal with you. A chubby boy kindly warned, Teacher Zhao, the old turtle is coming. Zhao Wujia scoffed, Get back to sleep. And with that, he turned to face Yi Zhiqiu, who had approached, exuding an aura of chilling hostility. Let us speak with strength, Zhao Wujia declared arrogantly. Choosing not to summon his martial soul, he raised his right hand and struck Yi Zhiqiu with a single blow. In the next instant, Yi Zhiqiu's body was sent soaring through the air by Zhao Wujia's slap. A large crack appeared on the turtle shell, and he flew over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The sensation of striking without the aid of a martial soul was indeed gratifying, Zhao Wujia mused. How timid he had been in the presence of the Haotian de Law, yet now he exuded such arrogance. Gu Chen, watching the spectacle, shook his head and returned to the hotel. Meanwhile, Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu, having eaten their fill, had already retreated to their room for some rest. Chapter 29. Long nights bring many dreams. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Wujia roused everyone with his booming voice. Exiting the small town, they hastened their pace, for they were now in close proximity to the Star Dou Forest. Naturally, the most exhilarated among them was Oscar, who was about to acquire his 3rd spirit ring. The Star Dou Forest lies directly south of the Heaven Dou Empire, spanning 2 great empires. Due to the abundance of spirit beasts here, it marks the most indistinct border between the 2 nations. According to maps, most of the forest area falls within the Star Luo Empire, although the Heaven Dou Empire has never acknowledged this fact. As one of the 3 major habitats for wild spirit beasts, this place is fervently desired by spirit masters, for each visit signifies a step towards their ascension. The Star Dou Forest has existed for countless years, and upon entering, its dense canopy reveals a history that is both ancient and profound. From a distance, a refreshing breeze carrying the scent of flora wafted towards them, its invigorating aroma immensely comforting. Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, it felt as though all 36,000 pores of their bodies unfurled, a sensation that was ineffably delightful. Although Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na had only spent a few days in the Star Dou Forest, a stark contrast to Xiao Wu, who had grown up there, they felt an inexplicable sense of comfort akin to home, an inheritance from their bloodline. Finally, they arrived at the edge of the Star Dou Forest, where towering trees soared over 20 meters high, merely the outermost layer of this densely packed woodland. The forest was so thick that paths were virtually non-existent, with shadows concealing the true landscape within. As they approached, the air grew even more pleasant. As if the temperature had dropped a few degrees, the refreshing scent mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, stimulating their senses. Everyone, halt, Zhao Wujia commanded. The group paused, their bodies warmed from the long trek, particularly Oscar and Ning Rongrong, whose physical stamina, while commendable, could not quite compare to that of Gu Chen and the others. After a brief rest, to recuperate, they pressed onward. Along the way, Xiao Wu bounced joyfully, for this was her home. The terrain within the Star Dou Forest was exceedingly complex, devoid of clear pathways, and thus the task of forging ahead fell to Dai Mu Bai. Utilizing his martial soul, he skillfully wielded his tiger claw, effortlessly slicing through the thorns without impeding their progress. Soon, they encountered a cluster of spirit beasts. which were first detected by Tang San, a group of weasel-like spirit beasts, small in stature and not particularly strong, yet possessing formidable teeth capable of biting through metal. Gu Chen furrowed his brow and discreetly released a hint of dragon might, driving the weasels away. Although in the original narrative, Tang San and his companions did not harm them, it was best to be cautious. The Star Dou Forest was so dense that the phrase, blocking out the sun, was not an exaggeration. It was challenging to see sunlight within its confines. After about an hour of travel, they reached midday. During this hour, they encountered numerous spirit beasts, most of which were 10 or 100 years old. They predominantly avoided confrontation, with only a few foolish enough to approach, swiftly deterred by Gu Chen's concealed display of dragon might. "All right, let's take a break." Zhao Wujie's voice eased the tension that had gripped the group. Dai Mubai cleared a space of nearly 100 square meters by removing the surrounding thorns. They leaned against the trees and sat down to rest momentarily. Oscar contributed his sausages, and as everyone ate and drank from their supplies, they momentarily set aside their culinary preferences. Just as they had been resting for about half an hour, Tang San and Zhao Wujie's gazes simultaneously shifted towards a particular direction. Zhao Wujie shouted, "Everyone rise! Something is approaching." The rustling sound grew from faint to pronounced, and even the auxiliary spirit masters, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, could keenly sense the rapid approach of an unknown creature. "It's a 1700-year-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake," Gu Yue Na whispered. With her mental acuity, she could discern the creature's essence in a fleeting glance. Were it not for her human form and Gu Chen's teachings on the law of the jungle, she would undoubtedly have prevented them from hunting the spirit beast. Zhao Wujie's eyes glimmered with excitement. A phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Such a spirit beast is quite rare. Its crest possesses numerous fascinating properties. "Oscar, you are in luck. I just wish to know how many years this one has lived. Gu Yue Na, keep a close eye on its trajectory and report any changes immediately." At that moment, not far away, Zhu Zhuqing's voice rang out as she pounced from the air, undeterred by the fact that it was a 1,000-year spirit beast. Her sharp claws and her first spirit ring glimmered as she unleashed her skill, phantom piercing. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake reacted quickly. As it charged forward, it managed to slightly evade her strike, causing her claw to hit its body instead of its crest, producing a muffled thud that momentarily slowed its advance. Following this, with Ning Rongrong's support, Tang San and Ma Hongjun took control of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, while Zhao Wujie unleashed his fourth and fifth spirit abilities, successfully subduing it. Zhao Wujie drew a short blade from his waist and handed it to Oscar. "The night is long and filled with dreams. It's time to act. Insert the blade just beneath its crest, and you shall pierce its brain. This spirit ring will be yours." Oscar eagerly accepted the short blade, and before him lay the 1,000-year spirit beast, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Excitement coursed through him, causing his hands to tremble slightly as he prepared to strike. Just as Oscar was about to plunge the blade into the creature, a sudden hoarse voice rang out, "Stop." Immediately, two figures sprang forth from the direction where the phoenix-tail cockatoo snake had previously flown, appearing before the crowd. The newcomers were none other than Granny Snake, Chao, Tianxiang, and Meng Aran. Their unexpected arrival startled everyone, but relief washed over them when they noticed that the elderly woman bore 6 soul rings. After all, Zhao Wujing's 7 soul rings were no trifling matter, particularly those profound black 10,000-year rings, which blatantly showcased his formidable prowess. At that moment, Gu Chen furrowed his brow. He had read the original tale of Douluo Continent countless times, and each occasion he revisited this scene, it irritated him. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chen appeared behind Oscar, grasped his hand, and thrust downward. The dagger plunged forcefully into the skull of the phoenix-tail cockatoo snake, resulting in its immediate demise. A circle of purple soul rings rising in its wake. "How dare you seize my soul ring?" Meng Iran roared. "Huh? On what grounds do you claim it as yours? Soul rings belong to the capable. Just because you say it's yours doesn't make it so. How audacious. When your mother takes you shopping, and others inquire, 'Sister, how much did you pay for that monkey?'" Gu Chen retorted. Chapter 30. The Awakening of the Dragon God. Gu Chen of Zuan returns. "Kid, do not speak so excessively." Chao Tianxiang struck her serpent staff against the ground, unleashing her soul power in all directions. One beam aimed directly at Gu Chen, attempting to compel him into submission. However, Gu Chen, having slain a soul emperor, remained unfazed beneath the oppressive aura. What? Trying to suppress me with your soul power? Your teeth are like the stars in the sky, vibrant yet distant. Listening to your words fills me with an overwhelming sense of intellectual superiority. Looking for fight? Meng Yiran shouted angrily, summoning her martial soul, the serpent staff, and brought it crashing down towards Gu Chen. Seeing Gu Chen's youthful appearance, Chao Tianxiang underestimated him, convinced that his soul power paled in comparison to her granddaughter's, and thus refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, she kept a watchful eye on Zhao Wujing, wary of any potential threat he posed to her granddaughter. If Zhao Wujing were privy to Chao Tianxiang's thoughts, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. What? Can I not withstand Gu Chen, that monstrous being in full force? Do you truly think I would fear a mere Turing child? Gu Chen remained impassive, slightly tilting his head to the left to evade Meng Yiran's attack, while his right hand effortlessly struck her abdomen. Meng Yiran's body was sent flying, caught by Chao Tianxiang, who then spat out a mouthful of blood. Kid, how ruthless you are! Chao Tianxiang could no longer contain her fury. Her fifth soul ring, black in hue, lit up, and the serpent eyes of her staff shot forth a purple beam aimed at Gu Chen's head. In response, Gu Chen summoned the Golden Dragon King Martial Soul, golden scales enveloping his form, leaving only his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth exposed. However, this purple light was a mental attack, penetrating Gu Chen's scales and assaulting his consciousness. Though Gu Chen's mental strength exceeded that of a typical soul master in the same realm, it had yet to reach the level of a soul emperor. Even if it had, it might not withstand the mental onslaught of a soul emperor's soul skill. After all, self-created techniques cannot compare to soul skills, which carry not only the soul master's power, but also the abilities granted by their soul rings. Although Gu Chen suffered no significant injury, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Boom! Not far away, Gu Yue Na witnessed this and flew into a rage. The Silver Dragon King Martial Soul enveloped her, a myriad of colorful elements swirling around her. Countless spikes erupted from the ground without warning. Although Chao Tianxiang reacted, she could not evade entirely and sustained several scrapes. In an instant, Gu Yue Na appeared behind Chao Tianxiang, a sword of light materializing as she aimed for the elder's back. How dare that girl be so ruthless? A furious roar pierced through the air, striking directly at the psyche. While Gu Yue Na, possessing formidable mental strength, felt little effect, her body was forced back by a powerful soul force. Gu Chen, also targeted, once again found blood seeping from his wounds. An elder soared into the air, 8 soul rings floating behind him. He was a formidable soul Douluo. Oh man, had he not arrived in time, both Yiran and I would have been killed by these 2 vile youngsters. Chao Tianxiang glared at Gu Yue Na, directing her ire towards the approaching Meng Shu. Upon hearing this, Meng Shu seethed with rage, his dragon martial soul manifesting as he coldly regarded Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. At that moment, Tang San tugged at Zhao Wujing, saying, Teacher Zhao, Brother Chen and Sister Na are in danger. Please help them. Zhao Wujing hesitated. After all, Meng Shu was a soul Douluo, far beyond what a mere soul sage like him could contend with. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wujing stepped forward. I am Zhao Wujing. These 2 are my students. If they have offended you in any way, I implore you to show them mercy for my sake. Meng Shu shot him a sidelong glance. These kids nearly killed my beloved and my granddaughter. Tell me, do they not deserve to die? However, if you proceed in this manner, I will find it difficult to explain. Zhao Wujing thought to himself, though he was forced to maintain a facade of composure. Enough of your nonsense. They must die today. If a fight is to occur, then let it be, Meng Shu declared, unleashing his second soul skill and swiping a claw towards Zhao Wujing. Damn it! Zhao Wujing cursed vehemently, summoning the great Strength King Bear Martial Soul, releasing the unmoving King aspect alongside a powerful strike aimed at Meng Shu. At this juncture, Gu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and advanced toward Meng Yiran and Chao Tianxiang, intending to capture them to coerce Meng Shu. Meng Shu noticed Gu Chen's movement, but did not perceive a mere 12-year-old boy as a threat capable of capturing anyone in his presence. He assumed Gu Chen was attempting to flee, sneering ominously, What's the hurry, boy? Off to deliver your mother's funeral? Gu Chen retorted with a curse, his frustration mounting as his plan faltered. Meng Shu, incensed by Gu Chen's insult, disregarded Zhao Wujing and unleashed his third soul skill. A white dragon of soul power, hurtling towards Gu Chen. Dragon Might. Gu Chen, aware of Meng Shu's dragon martial soul, smiled faintly, unleashing the pressure from his lineage of the Golden Dragon King, causing the white dragon of soul power to dissipate instantly, leaving Meng Shu to feel a sudden weight pressing down upon him. Under the suppression of the Dragon Might, Meng Shu's formidable soul power, once over level 80, was reduced to that of a soul sage. With Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na before him and Zhao Wujing's unmoving king behind, Meng Shu turned to Chao Tianxiang. Old woman, that kid is rather sinister. My strength has been suppressed to that of soul sage. Let us activate our martial soul fusion skill and eliminate this group of youngsters. Chao Tianxiang nodded, and the two joined hands, their soul power intertwining. Moments later, a massive white dragon materialized before Gu Chen and the others. Be cautious. The martial soul fusion skill of these two is renowned and possesses power rivaling that of a title Douluo. Zhao Wujing warned anxiously as he witnessed Meng Shu resorting to the fusion technique against their younger counterparts. Gu Chen nodded, releasing his soul rings alongside Gu Yue Na. Purple, black, black, and purple. Purple and black soul rings appear behind them, astonishing Meng Shu, who was fused into the white dragon. However, there was no turning back. Even with Gu Chen's immense background, Meng Shu felt compelled to eliminate him, as facing certain death was far more preferable than risking future repercussions. Power of a title Douluo. Nair. Gu Chen called to Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na responded with a soft embracing Gu Chen. To enhance their martial soul fusion skills compatibility, she gently kissed Gu Chen's lips. Gu Chen was taken aback, as the moment he had longed for had unexpectedly come to fruition in this dire situation. Nevertheless, he did not forget the adversaries before him and swiftly released the soul power of the Golden Dragon King, while Gu Yue Na unleashed the soul power of the Silver Dragon King. As two soul powers converged and merged, a magnificent phantom of a seven-colored dragon gradually emerged. This is a martial soul fusion skill, Zhao Wujia exclaimed in astonishment. Dragon God, 9 transformations. First transformation, the Dragon God awakens. The Dragon God transformation, boasting a 100% fusion rate, far surpassed the martial soul fusion abilities of Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. Multicolored energy beams continued to coalesce, expanding and drawing upon the soul powers of Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. The two remained locked in an embrace, standing at the center of the 9-colored storm. Not far away, the white dragon conjured by Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang appeared fearful and anxious, attempting to disrupt the martial soul fusion technique under Meng Shu's command. However, it was too late. The 9-colored beams erupted forth, streaking across the sky, and the violent energy suddenly struck the heart of the white dragon, piercing through it. The beams directly penetrated the white dragon, continuing their powerful trajectory for thousands of miles, leaving countless soul beasts in awe as they prostrated themselves in worship towards the phantom of the 9-colored dragon. The martial soul fusion technique of Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang was shattered, their bodies separating, bloodied and battered, collapsing onto the ground, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, drained of soul power, also dispelled their martial soul fusion technique. Gu Chen, utterly exhausted, trembled and fell backward, while Gu Yue Na, equally weakened, lunged forward as he fell. They maintained their original positions, lying on the ground, with the female above and the male below. Chapter 31. Mushroom Sausage. Upon witnessing this, Tang San hurried forward, along with Xiao Wu, to help Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na to their feet. Ignoring Gu Chen's furious gaze, Tang San inquired, "Are you all right, Brother Chen?" At that moment, Gu Chen's thoughts were solely focused on Gu Yue Na. He licked his lips, a slight smile gracing his face. "I'm fine, just a bit drained of soul power. I just need a moment to recover." "Grandfather, grandmother." At that moment, Meng Yiran cried out and rushed towards the fallen Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. They still have a breath left. If you take them out of the Star Dou Forest now, they might still be saved, provided you can survive the journey, Gu Chen coldly remarked, casting a chilling glance at Meng Yiran. Overwhelmed with fear towards Gu Chen, Meng Yiran supported Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang's bodies, stepping forward with deep imprints on the ground as they made their way out of the Star Dou Forest. "Damn it, if I ever gain enough power in the future, I will ensure their demise." Meng Yaran thought bitterly. Gu Chen rubbed his temples, realizing that his earlier decision to have Oscar eliminate the phoenix-tail coiling snake was intended to minimize trouble, yet it had multiplied his problems manifold. After requesting several sausages from Oscar, he shared some with Gu Yue Na and consumed the remaining recovery sausages. After an hour of cultivation, both of their soul powers had largely replenished. During this time, Oscar absorbed the soul ring of the phoenix-tail coiling snake, the purple soul ring gradually merging into his being. Letting out a sigh, Oscar slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, the pale pink aura surrounding him transformed into a vibrant pink, enveloping him in its glow. Congratulations. Xiao Ao, Zhao Wuji smiled at him. After acquiring his third soul ring, Oscar underwent subtle changes. He seemed slightly taller and appeared more spirited. The most significant transformation was in his peach blossom eyes, which now sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors reminiscent of the energy released by the phoenix-tail coiling snake when it intimidated the crowd. Dai Mubai Ziachilao Ger Hizonated, Xiaowao, you are the second among us to break through level 30. Congratulations. Quickly show us what your third soul ring skill is. Oscar was evidently excited about obtaining his third soul ring, but upon hearing Dai Mubai mention his third skill, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Let us just talk about it later, he awkwardly replied. Ma Hongjun chimed in. Xiao Ao, what are you afraid of? Are you worried we'll mock you? Surely your third soul skill can't be more ridiculous than the first two. We've all put in a lot of effort for you. Hurry and show us. Oscar reluctantly nodded. But remember, you mustn't laugh at my soul skill. Everyone nodded in agreement, though smiles were already creeping onto their faces. Oscar raised his right hand and finally declared his third soul skill. I have a mushroom sausage. The moment he uttered this phrase, laughter erupted from everyone present. Even Zhao Wujia laughed heartily. Even Gu Chen, who was aware of the storyline, couldn't help but chuckle when he truly heard this soul incantation. Oscar stared wide-eyed at everyone. Didn't we agree not to laugh? Ironically, this only intensified their amusement. Zhao Wujia, being their teacher, was the first to stifle his laughter. Looking at Oscar's frustrated expression, Xiao Ao, tell everyone what your mushroom sausage can do. A soul skill derived from millennium-old soul rings surely one be lacking in effectiveness. Oscar huffed in annoyance and replied, laugh all you want, but no one is getting a taste of my mushroom sausage from now on. Oh, feeling proud, are we? Gu Chen found it amusing. Oscar raised the mushroom sausage in his hand, his expression turning slightly peculiar, then proclaimed with a boastful tone, mushroom sausage, third soul ring skill. Effect, flight. Laughter ceased abruptly, and except for Gu Chen, everyone gazed at Oscar in astonishment, all because of those two simple words, flight. Cough, cough. Observing the crowd's shocked expressions, Oscar felt a surge of satisfaction and cleared his throat. I'm not finished yet. My third soul ring skill is flight for 1 minute. Indeed, your sausage, much like you, is short and feeble, Gu Chen remarked. Knowing the mushroom sausage could fly at the speed of the phoenix-tail coiling snake but still couldn't hold back his laughter, Dai Mubai scoffed. Isn't that just a useless skill? What good is flying for a minute? You wouldn't even make it over a wide river or a cliff. The colorful glimmer in Oscar's peach blossom eyes seemed to intensify. Is that really the case? What if that minute of flight is at the speed of the phoenix-tail coiling snake? What? Dai Mubai gasped in shock. Are you saying that eating your mushroom sausage allows one to fly at the speed of the phoenix-tail coiling snake for a minute? Is that even possible? Oscar replied proudly. What is impossible about it? My third soul ring comes from the phoenix-tail coiling snake, so the soul skill is naturally related. I'm sure of my feelings. If you want to have a taste of my mushroom sausage in the future, you'll have to beg me. Talking big will eventually lead to exhaustion. Tang San quipped. Zhao Wujin nodded with satisfaction. Finally, it hasn't been a waste of effort. Xiao Ao, your third soul ring is quite impressive. With your current soul power, how many of these mushroom sausages can you produce? Oscar pondered. This mushroom sausage consumes significantly more soul power than the first two. Given my current state, I can make a maximum of 10 at once before my soul power is completely drained, and I must fully recover to create more. Looking at the other students, Zhao Wujia remarked, 10 is certainly sufficient. As your soul power increases, this number will continue to grow. Among food-type auxiliary martial souls, your sausages can now be classified as exceptional. All right, everyone prepare yourselves. We will leave here immediately and return to the academy. Teacher Zhao, I'm afraid we cannot leave just yet. At that moment, Tang San suddenly addressed Zhao Wujia, truly deserving of the title of protagonist in this world. Even without engaging in battle against Meng Iran, Tang San has nonetheless achieved a breakthrough during his brief period of cultivation, reaching the threshold of level 30. Zhao Wujia paused momentarily, questioning, "Cannot leave? Why not?" "Little San, the Star Dou Forest is not a place for mere amusement. I am your teacher, and my word is final. Our objective has been fulfilled. We must return to the academy promptly. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall you, how shall I explain it to Flender?" Tang San, eager to respond, was interrupted by Zhao Wujia, who firmly stated, "There are no buts. Now that you have awakened, there is no need for additional rest. We shall speak of this once we have exited the Star Dou Forest. While the light still lingers, we must depart immediately." "Teacher Zhao, could you not allow me to finish?" Tang San gazed at Zhao Wujia with a hint of helplessness. A fleeting glint of coldness flashed in Zhao Wujia's eyes, only to be quickly subdued as memories of Tang Hao surfaced. In the past, anyone who dared to defy him would have felt the sting of his powerful paw. Yet the thought of Tang Hao made Zhao Wujia relent once more. Without waiting for Zhao Wujia to interject, Tang San swiftly declared, "I also require a soul ring. Why not seek a soul beast directly? It would save us the trouble of making another trip soon." "Absolutely not. Do you not comprehend my words?" Zhao Wujia replied without hesitation. Suddenly, his body stiffened, and his eyes widened as they fixed upon Tang San. "What did you just say?" Tang San earnestly repeated. "I said I also require a soul ring. I have greatly benefited from observing Brother Chun and Sister Na's battle, and during my recent cultivation, I too have reached level 30. Therefore, I need a soul ring as well. Might we consider this?" Zhao Wujia stared incredulously at Tang San. Meanwhile, Oscar, who was gleefully demonstrating his mushroom sausage, inadvertently dropped it in shock. Dai Mubai's eyes merged into an unusual singularity, while Ma Hongjun gaped in astonishment. And Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor transformed into one of disbelief. Ning Rongrong's gentle face blossomed with two dimples as Xiao Wu excitedly embraced Tang San's arm. Despite Tang San's talents not equaling those of Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, being a soul master at the age of 12 is indeed an accomplishment reserved for the exceptionally gifted. Chapter 32. Master, Erming has come to the rescue. The group encircled Tang San, showering him with congratulations, including Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, who smiled faintly and spoke in unison, "Congratulations, little San." "Teacher Zhao, do you think we can remain here to help me find a suitable soul beast?" Tang San tentatively inquired. Zhao Wujia smiled slightly. "Of course, this is what you deserve. Not only shall we seek a soul beast for your third soul ring, but we will also find the one most suited to you. It seems our time in the Star Dou Forest will be extended." After a night's rest, everyone regained their vigor. The following morning, they resumed their quest for soul beasts, but this time it was Tang San, rather than Oscar, who would acquire a soul beast. The master had already devised a plan for the type of soul beast Tang San should pursue, leading him to believe that his search would be more straightforward than Oscar's. After all, some of the soul beasts in the master's plan were relatively common, and as long as the cultivation years were appropriate, they could become his third soul ring. However, contrary to expectations, 2 full days passed without a suitable soul beast for Tang San, despite Zhao Wujia's diligent leadership. Although they encountered several thousand-year soul beasts along the way, none were appropriate for Tang San. The remaining options were mostly century-old soul beasts. As the 2 days dragged on, while food supplies were not an issue, living in the perilous depths of the forest took a toll, heightening their senses and fatigue. In truth, the dangers were not as dire as they seemed. Most soul beasts would be sensed by Gu Chen when they approached within 100 meters. Those that were unsuitable for Tang San would typically be driven away by Gu Chen's dragon aura, leaving only a few that dared to approach the group, so as not to arouse suspicion. As night fell, it was time to rest once more. Fire was forbidden within the Star Dou Forest. While most soul beasts feared flames, a small fraction were drawn to them, and those were often the most lethal. Without needing Zhao Wujia to instruct them, the male students set about constructing temporary tents while the female students gathered food. Naturally, Oscar was an exception, as he was categorized among the female students by Dai Mubai and Tang San. "Little San, are you anxious?" Zhao Wujia suddenly asked, smiling at the young boy before him. Tang San shook his head. "Finding a soul beast is a matter of luck. Impatience serves no purpose." "Teacher Zhao, do not worry. I possess patience." The two settled down and began to converse. Suddenly, the mirth vanished from Zhao Wujia's eyes as he seized Tang San's shoulder, pulling him closely. A chilling aura erupted from Zhao Wujia's form, and with a low growl, he summoned his martial spirit, the formidable Titan giant bear, to manifest. Everyone, exit the tent now. Zhao Wujia's thunderous voice echoed within. Having developed a certain level of synergy over the past few days, the students swiftly emerged from the tents. Teacher Zhao, what is happening? Dai Mubai asked, quickly joining Zhao Wujia's side, confusion etched on his face. Zhao Wujia did not answer. Everyone, gather behind me. If anything occurs, do not concern yourselves with me. Flee this place and exit the Star Dou Great Forest. He turned to Dai Mubai. While I am occupied, the responsibility of protecting everyone falls to you. In the direction Zhao Wujia was watching, two towering trees began to part slowly, revealing a colossal figure that moved silently from the shadows. It was a being as imposing as a mountain, its jet black fur shimmering faintly in the dim starlight. Though it crouched on all fours, its shoulders undoubtedly exceeded 7 meters in height. If it were to rise upright, its height would likely surpass 15 meters. To the naked eye, it resembled both a monkey and a gorilla, its body entirely black save for its enormous eyes, which gleamed like lanterns with a yellowish hue. In the darkness of night, one could hardly discern its form unless it was in motion. The Titan giant ape approached the group, letting out a thunderous roar. Roar. Master, Erming has come to the rescue. Gu Chen exclaimed, pressing his forehead as he conveyed a message to Erming using sound waves. Do not harm them. Find an opportunity to take me, Na and Xiao Wu with you. Erming lowered its head in a show of respect. Esteemed king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we shall depart immediately. At this moment, Zhao Wujia spoke in a low voice, aware that the Titan giant ape could comprehend human speech. He recognized the immense power residing within this creature, clearly surpassing a millennium in cultivation. The thought of any soul beast stronger than the one before him was unfathomable. After all, an ordinary human soul master could not grasp the true mysteries of the Star Dou Great Forest. Their understanding was limited to the Titan giant ape, Erming. The Titan giant ape disregarded Zhao Wujia's words, taking a simple step forward, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. With gritted teeth, Zhao Wujia declared, I will hold it off. You all must eat Oscar's mushroom sausage and leave this place immediately. I fear I cannot hold out for long. You must act swiftly. Abandoning these words, Zhao Wujia took a deep breath as 7 luminous halos radiated from his body, charging towards the direction of the Titan giant ape. Thus commenced yet another tragic performance. Leave now. You must go. Do not concern yourself with me. No, I cannot abandon you. I wish to stay by your side. All right. Gu Chen slapped his forehead, his expression darkened, pretending to battle alongside Tang San and the others. Erming swiftly whisked away, Xiao Wu with one hand while extending the other. Gu Chen took Gu Yue Na's hand and leaped up unnoticed by the others. No, let go of Brother Chen, Sister Na, Xiao Wu. As Gu Chen and the others fell into the clutches of the Titan giant ape, Tang San's eyes turned crimson. Without waiting for his body to stabilize on the ground, he kicked off with great force, propelling himself upward. Utilizing a nearby large tree, he leapt into the air, his hands moving like lightning to draw forth numerous shimmering blades of light, all aimed directly at the Titan giant ape's eyes. At that moment, Tang San's heart sank to the depths of despair. He understood all too well that with the Titan giant ape's strength, a mere flick of its hand would spell doom for Gu Chen and the others. No matter their strength, survival was impossible. Zhao Wujia finally landed, witnessing the scene of Gu Chen and the others falling into the Titan giant ape's grasp. He unleashed his martial spirit's true form and charged forward, only to be struck aside by Erming's arm, blood surging within him. Tang San was also sent crashing into a tree, slowly sliding down, his mouth stained with blood, clearly injured. Erming hurriedly led Gu Chen and the others away. Did I not tell you not to harm them? What? Are you ignoring my words now? Gu Chen shot a frosty glare at Erming. Oh, Erming whimpered, lowering his head, his face a mask of innocence. My lord, they attacked me. I was merely defending myself. Enough. Remember, there shall be no next time. Gu Chen replied sternly. At that moment, Gu Chen noticed a spider on the path ahead. A grotesque creature over 1.5 meters in diameter, with 8 spear-like legs exceeding 3 meters. Its body was adorned with a glossy black shell. and its long legs silently pierced the ground with each step, showcasing their sharpness. Gu Chen released his spiritual power, peering through the spider's form to its abdomen. There, he discerned white patterns contrasting sharply with its black body, forming a sinister visage of a human face. 8 small eyes, glowing with a faint purple light, were affixed to its underside. However, 2 of these eyes appeared to have been damaged, a gruesome mess of flesh. Even the shell of its abdomen bore several cracks. This must be the human-faced demonic spider from Little San. Gu Chen murmured, commanding Air Ming, inflict severe damage upon that spider. In the original tale, this human-faced demonic spider was gravely injured by Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang before being hunted by Tang San. Were the spider in its prime, it would be exceedingly difficult for Tang San to acquire the soul ring. Air Ming nodded, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the spider's shell, causing venom to spill forth. Chapter 33. Breaking the 4th seal, purifying the bloodline. Air Ming escorted Gu Chen and the others to the heart of the Star Dou Forest, where they encountered a black-haired man, Di Tian, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, now in human form. My lord. Gu Chen leaped down from Air Ming's grasp to the ground. Di Tian knicked reverently. Gu Chen nodded slightly. I have come today to lift the 4th seal with Nar and break through to level 40. From the 4th seal onward, our true forms will manifest as we unlock it. Your task is to conceal our emanating aura to prevent detection by human powerhouses. Understood, Di Tian affirmed, unleashing the power of the beast god to drive away the soul beasts within a 1,000-mile radius. He then instructed De Ming and Air Ming to guard the perimeter of the core area, ensuring no intruders would approach. Di Tian soared into the sky, releasing a faint aura that enveloped a small portion of the sky, preventing any essence from escaping. Gu Chen nodded in satisfaction and said to Gu Yue Na, let's unlock the 4th seal and gather the 4th soul ring. Gu Yue Na nodded and sat cross-legged. Having performed the unsealing and gathering of soul rings 3 times before, she was now quite adept at it. Gu Chen also seated himself, channeling his soul power to break the 4th seal. Instantly, Gu Chen's human form swelled, transforming into a colossal dragon. The golden dragon king shimmered with golden radiance as it landed, creating a deep crater. Behind the golden dragon king, Gu Yue Na's figure vanished, morphing into the silver dragon king, her scales gleaming with divine power. As the 4th seal shattered, a vast surge of divine energy washed over Gu Chen's body. However, since Gu Chen had already cultivated his soul power to level 10, this divine energy did not convert into his soul power, resulting in no enhancement of his capabilities. The divine energy split into 2 streams. One circulated throughout Gu Chen's body, fortifying his physique and causing his skin to emit a faint golden glow. The other merged with his soul power, enhancing the quality of his golden dragon king's soul power. This was the reason he sought to cultivate anew. Only by honing his own strength could he achieve a qualitative leap in power. Typically, divine energy would incur some loss, but Gu Chen seized the opportunity before any dissipated, uniting it with his soul power to condense the soul ring. After breaking the 4th seal, his physical strength surpassed that of an ordinary soul Douluo. Gu Chen transformed back into human form, the handsome boy reappearing on the ground, seated cross-legged as a soul ring slowly ascended behind him. This soul ring bypassed the white, yellow, and purple stages, directly manifesting as black, its hue deepening continuously. When the color stabilized, his 4th soul ring had transformed into a black tinged with red, signifying its age of at least 9,000 years. It is worth noting that, under normal circumstances, absorbing a soul ring of 90,000 years requires at least the cultivation of a soul Douluo. Ding. System Character Panel. Character. Gu Chen age, 12 years. Actual age, 200,006 years. Strength, 1,000,000. Normal level 41 Soul Master is 2,000. Mental power, 6,030. Normal level 41 Soul Master is 1,000. Bloodline, Golden Dragon King Bloodline 99075. Dragon God Bloodline 0925 level. Level 41 Soul Master for seals released. Soul Rings. Purple, black, black, black comprehensive evaluation. Apparent strength rivals that of a soul Douluo, yet actual power remains unfathomable. System Backpack. 980 gold soul coins. Soul Power Amplification Card 2. System, what has happened to my bloodline? Gu Chen inquired. Ding. Host. Through your recultivation, you have purified your Golden Dragon King bloodline, resulting in a more refined essence. All right, Gu Chen nodded. Upon breaking through to level 41, Gu Chen's strength had doubled, equivalent to 500 times that of a Soul Master of the same level. It is important to note that as a Soul Master's level increases, the attribute disparities diminish. The strength at level 39 and level 41, despite being 500 times that of a Soul Master of the same level, was vastly superior in quality compared to the original 500 times. Gu Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, glancing at Gu Yue Na not far away. The beautiful girl had her lovely eyes closed, her enchanting silver hair cascading beneath her as elemental energy swirled around her, bathing her in a rainbow of light that was nothing short of mesmerizing. Behind her, the deep black soul ring gradually solidified, boasting an age of approximately 60 to 70,000 years. As the soul ring retracted into her body, the girl opened her eyes. How is it? Gu Chen revealed a faint smile. Gu Yue Na nodded with a smile. My mental power has increased again. Ding. System character panel. Name, Gu Yue Na. Age, 12 years. Actual age, 200,009,006 years. Strength, 40,000. Normal 41st level Soul Master. 2,000. Mental power, 100,000. Normal 41st level Soul Master. 1,000. Bloodline, Silver Dragon King Bloodline, 9915. Dragon God Bloodline, 085 level. 41st level Soul Master. For layers of seal have been lifted. Soul rings. Purple, purple, black, black overall evaluation. Hidden beneath unparalleled beauty lies invincible strength. System, why is Nar's bloodline purity higher than mine after she has unlocked the 4th layer of her seal? Gu Chen inquired with confusion. Ding. Host, are you being foolish? You imposed an 18-layer seal on yourself, while she only has 9 layers. How could they be the same? I feel insulted. That's enough. We should return to find Xiao San and the others, Gu Chen said, scanning the surroundings. Where is Xiao Wu? The head of the sky blue bull python emerged from the distant lake. Xiao Wu is condensing her soul ring. She will finish in no more than 10 minutes. Thank you for taking care of her, Master. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a casual effort. By the way, I intend to enter the Hall of Martial Spirits upon my return. At that time, we will part ways with Xiao Wu, and I fear I may not be able to look after her. The sky blue bull python quickly responded, It's all right, Master. I am immensely grateful that you are willing to care for her during this time. I dare not ask for more. Gu Chen remained silent, patiently waiting. When the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, noticed that Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na had concluded their seal breaking, he lifted the concealment of their presence from the outside world and approached them. You shall continue your training in the Star Dou Forest. If you require anything, I will seek you out, Gu Chen stated. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a wave of soul power surged forth, and a flash of pink light appeared as Xiao Wu's figure materialized before the gathering beasts. She stuck out her tongue. Sorry, Master. I just went to condense my soul ring. Seeing Xiao Wu, Gu Chen smiled faintly. No worries. You can continue to call me Chengge and refer to her as Nader Jie. Master, that is absolutely unacceptable. Xiao Wu protested, while the sky blue bull python gasped in astonishment. It's fine. Let be, Gu Chen chuckled. This girl Xiao Wu is quite adorable. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the eyes of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King as he addressed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, the Master holds you in such high regard. You must not disappoint his expectations. Xiao Wu's rabbit ears perked up, and she cheerfully replied, Yes. Let us head back. Otherwise, your Xiao San will get anxious. Gu Chen suggested. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she nodded. Chapter 34. Burying oneself in work. At this moment, Tang San had slain the heavily injured man-faced demon spider and was beginning to absorb its soul ring. Due to the injuries inflicted on the couple, the Overlord Dragon and Snake would not emerge to contend for the soul ring. Despite years of body refinement, absorbing the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider proved to be quite challenging for Tang San, given the prolonged exceeding of the age limit. The expressions of the Shrek Academy members grew increasingly serious. Encircled by them, Tang San sat cross-legged at the center, enveloped in a layer of faint red mist. The red hue was not a manifestation of soul power, but rather the blood of Tang San. Moments earlier, as a violent wave of soul power surged from him. His skin began to ooze fine beads of blood, transforming into the pale red mist that now surrounded him. Tang San's brow furrowed tightly, his lips pressed together, as his body spasmed uncontrollably. The blood beads surfacing beneath his skin hinted at the immense pain he was enduring. However, due to the accumulation of years of body refinement, Tang San's absorption of the man-faced demon spider's soul ring was not excessively high. After all, his second soul ring was already a 1,000-year one. Having witnessed the soul ring ratios of Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, Zhao Wujing and others instinctively believed that Tang San could also exceed the age limit in absorbing the soul ring, especially since his second soul ring was also a 1,000-year one, thus alleviating their concerns compared to the original story. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the distant bushes, accompanied by the sound of 3 sets of footsteps, 1 heavy and 2 agile. Who is it? Zhao Wujing's cold gaze turned toward the sound, his soul power suddenly surging. At this moment, Tang San had reached a critical juncture. He could not allow anyone or any soul beast to disturb him. Teacher Zhao. A slender figure darted from woods. Upon seeing her, not only did Zhao Wujing freeze, but the others also paused in astonishment. The one who had unexpectedly emerged from the woods was none other than Xiao Wu. Following her were Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat disheveled, her clothes bearing signs of damage, and her once neat scorpion braid now lay in disarray. But her complexion was rosy, suggesting a newfound maturity. Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na had changed into clean outfits, even donning couple attire, if one were to inquire about the whereabouts of their previous garments. It was evident that when they unlocked the 4th layer of the seal, their forms transformed into the golden and silver dragon kings, inevitably tearing their original clothes apart. Fortunately, Gu Yue Na had purchased an uncountable number of outfits during her earlier shopping spree. Otherwise, the two would have likely returned in a state of undress. Xiao Wu. Gu Chen, Gu Yue Na, you're not dead? Oscar exclaimed, only to realize how harsh his words sounded. I wouldn't die even if you did, Gu Chen retorted irritably. At that moment, Xiao Wu noticed the red mist surrounding Tang San. Upon recognizing him within the pale red haze, her heart tightened, and she rushed forward, taking 2 steps at a time. Do not disturb him. He is absorbing his 3rd soul ring. Zhao Wujing hurriedly blocked Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu exclaimed, but why does it look like this when absorbing the 3rd soul ring? Turning to the corpse of the man-faced demon spider nearby, she began to grasp the situation. It's the man-faced demon spider. This is bad. Its cultivation exceeds 2,000 years. The master mentioned that the limit for a soul master's 3rd soul ring is 1,760 years. Xiao San. Gu Chen gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. His 2nd soul ring is a 1,000-year ring that exceeded the age limit. It's quite normal for the 3rd soul ring to do so as well. Don't worry, Xiao San is resilient. He will be fine. By the way, Gu Chen, how did you manage to escape the clutches of the Titan giant ape? Please tell us what happened, Zhao Wujing inquired. Gu Chen tilted his head, beginning to weave a tale that closely mirrored Xiao Wu's original narrative, with the sole deviation being that both he and Gu Yue Na had also acquired soul rings. Is that even possible? The fatty stared at Gu Chen and the others, displaying an expression akin to that of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. If one person could gain a soul ring through misfortune, that would be one thing, but how could all 3 of them have obtained soul rings? Show me your soul rings, Zhao Wujing commanded, intrigued by the soul rings of Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's ordinary soul ring ratio, Zhao Wujing remained silent. However, when he beheld Gu Yue Na's 4th soul ring, aged 60 to 70,000 years, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. After all, Gu Yue Na's 4th soul ring was equivalent to his 7th soul ring. Yet, when Zhao Wujing laid eyes upon Gu Chen's 4th soul ring, he momentarily forgot about Tang San, exclaiming in shock, black with red, this is a 90,000-year soul ring. How is that possible? Not to mention how you absorbed it. But a soul beast of 90,000 years couldn't possibly faint from a single roar, could it? Even if the master of that roar was a 10,000-year soul beast. Gu Chen sensed that the story was about to unravel. He hastily lowered his voice and said, Xiao San is still absorbing the soul ring. At that time, although the 90,000-year soul beast had merely sustained internal injuries, Nar and I once again unleashed our martial soul fusion technique and defeated the creature. It was truly perilous. Had there been any other soul beasts nearby, Our exhausted state could have cost us our lives. As for Natra's 60,000-year soul ring, it was acquired after I absorbed my fourth soul ring and joined forces with her to slay it. Reflecting on this, Gu Chen felt that the narrative was now devoid of flaws. Gu Yue Na's martial soul fusion technique is astonishingly powerful, capable of vanquishing even a 90,000-year soul beast, Zhao Wuji exclaimed. At that moment, some commotion arose from Tang San's direction, drawing the attention of Zhao Wuji and the others. Gu Chen wiped away the non-existent sweat on his forehead and thought to himself that fabricating stories was indeed exhausting. At this juncture, in the face of Tang San's indomitable will, all the energy within him began to yield. A process of mutual absorption and transformation commenced. The fine droplets of blood ceased to flow, and Tang San's tightly furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. A faint azure light began to quietly emanate from within him. Zhao Wuji exclaimed in delight, "It's working. The most perilous moment has passed. We are now in the process of soul power transformation. This kid, Tang San, truly lives up to his reputation as a miracle worker. He has withstood the pressure from a 2,000-year spirit spider's soul ring. What an extraordinary individual. Though he may not compare to Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, he is impressive nonetheless." Though Tang San had not opened his eyes, he could still hear Zhao Wuji's words, and he felt somewhat speechless. "Teacher Zhao, is it really appropriate for you to praise me so openly in front of everyone?" Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through him, and Tang San let out a piercing cry as his body convulsed violently. His chest heaved forward, arching his upper body in a horrifying manner. Simultaneously, 8 protrusions emerged from his back. "Brother!" Xiao Wu shrieked. In the next moment, the 8 protrusions burst open, and strangely, the skin on Tang San's back did not retract. Deep purple objects as thick as a fist erupted from the 8 protrusions and began to grow at an astonishing pace. As the 8 protrusions ruptured and the deep purple objects emerged, Tang San appeared to relax somewhat, his facial expression easing significantly, though his body continued to spasm. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the deep purple objects grew to over a meter in length in the blink of an eye, continuing to extend with remarkable speed. When their length surpassed 1.5 meters, they paused briefly, sprouting joint-like appendages, and then resumed their elongation in a different direction. These were 8 purple-black appendages that ultimately reached over 3 meters before coming to a halt, their entire form gleaming with a brilliant purple hue. The section closest to Tang San's back was the thickest, tapering off to a sharp point at the ends. "These are the legs of a spirit spider," Ma Hongjun exclaimed. "Not to worry," Gu Chen said, his gaze fixed intensely on the spirit spider's legs protruding from Tang San's back. Realizing how fortunate he was to have acquired an external soul bone. External soul bone? The Shrek team gazed at each other in confusion. An external soul bone is a miraculous entity, a special existence apart from the 6 major soul bones. If the probability of ordinary soul bones appearing on soul beasts is 1 in 1,000, then the chance of an external soul bone manifesting is less than 1 in 10,000. To absorb an external soul bone, one must first absorb the soul ring of the corresponding soul beast. "I am certain that this is indeed an external soul bone," Gu Chen elucidated. "What?" The group gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with envy as they gazed at Tang San. At that moment, the blue-silver grass coiled around Tang San, enveloping him like a massive cocoon. Thus, 12 hours, equivalent to 24 hours, passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Chen nearly tore through the blue-silver grass to pull Tang San out, exclaiming, "It's just an external soul bone. Why does it have to be so complicated?" Finally, when Tang San emerged, nude and exposed, the girls instinctively turned their heads away. "Brother Chun, Sister Nar, Xiao Wu," Tang San exclaimed upon seeing Gu Chen and the others return safely, his face lighting up with joy. As he attempted to approach them, the spider legs retracted, and he became unaware of the changes in his own body, losing balance and plummeting from the air. "Be careful," Xiao Wu cried out, spreading her arms to catch Tang San's falling form. Fortunately, her strength was commendable, and she managed to cushion his descent from a height of over 2 meters. The 8 spider legs rose behind him simultaneously. Although they appeared peculiar, they did not impede Tang San's movements. The familiar scent wafted into Tang San's nostrils, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around Xiao Wu. Hey, Xiao San, aren't you a bit embarrassed? Why are you parading around naked in front of the girls? Get dressed. Gu Chen admonished, tossing a set of clothing from his system backpack at Tang San. Seriously, stop flaunting it in front of me. Tang San was momentarily stunned, glancing down at himself, and realizing he was completely bare. Xiao Wu, too, became aware of the situation, her face turning crimson as she quickly closed her eyes. Reluctant to part from Tang San's embrace, burying her face against his chest. What are you doing hiding your face? What's going on here? Gu Chen exclaimed in bewilderment. Chapter 35. Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang San, feeling quite embarrassed, donned the attire Gu Chen had handed him and said, Brother Chen, I overheard your explanation about the external soul bone. Thank you for informing me. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. At that moment, Ma Hongjun curiously eyed the 8 spider legs on Tang San's back and reached out to touch them, only to have his hand swiftly smacked away by Gu Chen. What are you doing, Gu Chen? Ma Hongjun protested, looking aggrieved. Seeing his pitiful expression, Gu Chen felt a shiver run down his spine and retorted, If you wish to feel the poison of the spirit spider and perish here, go ahead and touch it. Ma Hongjun shuddered and quickly retreated several steps. I won't touch it anymore. Thank you for the warning, Gu Chen. Zhao Wuji smiled as he observed the lively group of children, feeling considerably relaxed. Although we encountered numerous troubles and faced several dangers, we have ultimately persevered. Oscar, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Gu Chen, and Gu Yue Na have all successfully attained their new soul rings, yielding commendable rewards. It is time for us to return to Shrek Academy. Let us set off. Although some time had passed, Zhao Wuji's strength remained at only 50% of his peak due to utilizing his martial soul's true form. Therefore, the group remained vigilant as they departed from the Star Dou Forest, ensuring each member was equipped with Oscar's mushroom sausages and recovery sausages while maintaining an optimal defensive formation. As they traversed the Star Dou Forest, Xiao Wu recounted to Tang San what Gu Chen had previously shared with the group, including the news of her acquiring her 3rd soul ring. Xiao Wu, Gu Chen, Sister Nar, what are your new soul ring abilities? Tang San inquired with curiosity. It's a secret, the 3 replied in unison. Suddenly, Tang San remembered something and said, Oh, I almost forgot. Teacher Zhao, wait a moment before we leave. Zhao Wuji halted, turning to Tang San. What is it? Tang San raised his hand and wiped across the bridge of the 24-bridge moonlit night, retrieving the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. He just remembered that he had not fired it after preparing it the 2nd time the other day. If it remained in a prepared state for too long, it would damage the crossbow body. Fortunately, only a little over a day had passed, and there was still time to release the mechanism. Once the Zhuge Divine Crossbow is set up, it must be discharged to release its mechanism, which is one of its drawbacks. Upon seeing the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in Tang San's hands, Xiao Wu suddenly realized, So, you were the one who used it to slay the faceless demon spider. This weapon indeed possesses immense power. The eyes of the faceless demon spider could not withstand it. Although she was already aware that the faceless demon spider was gravely injured, it was still not something an ordinary great spirit master could defeat. Only upon seeing the Zhuge Divine Crossbow did Xiao Wu comprehend the means by which Tang San had vanquished the faceless demon spider. Naturally, the others heard Xiao Wu's words. Previously, due to the tense atmosphere, they had not noticed how the faceless demon spider had met its demise. As Tang San began to absorb the spirit ring, they were primarily concerned for his safety. Now, with Xiao Wu's mention, they recalled the terrifying nature of the faceless demon spider. Gazing at the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in Tang San's grasp with expressions of astonishment, Tang San's actions conveyed to everyone the purpose of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. After the events in the Star Dou Forest, he had come to acknowledge these partners in his heart. Mechanisms are not the true secrets of the Tang sect, and he had little to conceal. Raising his hand, he aimed the Zhuge Divine Crossbow at a nearby large tree and pressed the switch. A series of crisp mechanical clicks echoed, and in an instant, a barrage of sounds followed. The explosive speed caught not only the students off guard, but even Zhao Wuji's expression changed. Even Gu Yue Na's demeanor shifted. Only Gu Chen remained calm, having foreseen the unfolding events. The true reason lay in having unlocked the 4th layer of his seal, granting him the defensive capabilities of the Golden Dragon King. This so-called defense did not pertain to physical strength, but rather to an attribute counter to penetration. Now, his skin served as a protective shell for his body. The first 3 layers of his seal had bestowed upon him the Golden Dragon King's penetrating power, tearing attribute, and shattering attribute, while the fourth layer was dedicated to defense. To be frank, with the Zhuge Divine Crossbow's might, Gu Chen before unlocking the fourth layer would have struggled to withstand it. The expressions of the crowd shifted, reflecting their astonishment. Approaching the tree, they clearly observed 2 rows of small holes, each the thickness of a finger, on a massive tree that required 3 people to embrace. The holes were illuminated, allowing light to pass through from one side to the other. Zhao Wuji could not help but inquire, "Tang San, what is this? How did you achieve this?" Tang San raised the Zhuge Divine Crossbow for all to see. "I call it the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. It is an exceedingly formidable mechanical weapon. Anyone can wield it. It contains 48 crossbow bolts, and after each setting, it can instantaneously launch 16 bolts. Just as I demonstrated earlier, once the mechanism is set, it must be fired. Otherwise, maintaining the tension for an extended period may damage the bow itself. The mechanism's power is substantial, and the metal can easily fail. This is also a flaw of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow." Dai Mubai queried, puzzled. "Are you saying what you just shot were crossbow bolts? But where did your bolts go?" Tang San smiled slightly and pointed to another tree behind him. "Over there." As he spoke, he approached that tree. This second tree stood 10 meters away from the first, and as the crowd approached, they finally saw the trajectory of the bolts from the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. 16 bolts, arranged neatly in 2 rows, were embedded deep within the tree's trunk. Zhao Wuji glanced at the first tree and then back at the second, asking, "So, you mean your bolts pierced through the first tree and embedded into this one?" Tang San nodded, explaining, "The Zhuge Divine Crossbow possesses tremendous power, specifically designed to breach spirit power defenses. If the defense is not exceptionally strong, it can be instantly lethal." Hearing Tang San's explanation, the others gasped in astonishment. Such formidable penetrating power. Among those present, only Zhao Wuji understood that he could not withstand it. Dai Mubai murmured to himself, "This thing is too overpowering. Even if I use my white tiger transformation, I would likely be severely injured." Tang San raised his hand and, utilizing his Xiantian skill combined with dragon seizing technique, gradually extracted the bolts from the tree trunk. The bolts of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow are not easily crafted. Those that had previously penetrated the faceless demon spider were clearly beyond salvage, yet he was reluctant to part with the ones before him. While tapping the trunk, Tang San spoke to Dai Mubai. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow could be described as a nightmare for ordinary warriors. Its greatest characteristic is not merely its power, but its unique concealment and suddenness as a hidden weapon. Once the mechanism is set, it can be fired without any soul power. Even an ordinary person can wield it with ease. According to my calculations, any spirit master below level 40 who is struck head-on has a negligible chance of survival. It possesses a strong restraining effect against non-defensive spirit masters. Tang San, did you come up with all of this? Ningrongrong inquired. Tang San hesitated for a moment, offering a wry smile, he could hardly disclose that this technique was something he had brought from another world. Ning Rongrong tentatively asked, "Tang San, could you sell this to me? You can set any price. As you know, I am an auxiliary spirit master with little means of self-defense. When everyone is fighting, I can only offer some support skills and watch. If I had this, I could provide some offensive capability too." Tang San chuckled lightly. "Sell it? I will just give you one later. However, the materials needed to make this are quite expensive. You'll have to cover those costs." At this moment, the bolts had been extracted from the tree by Tang San, allowing everyone to finally see the appearance of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow bolts. Chapter 36, Only by mastering the Spirit Hall can Spirit Beast hope for a reversal. End of this volume. After collecting the bolts, Tang San promised to gift each person a Zhuge Divine Crossbow, yet everyone insisted on purchasing them. Reluctantly, Tang San agreed. "Very well, since everyone is interested in mechanical weapons. I will strive to help arm you all in the future. After all, having an additional weapon means an additional layer of security." The group was evidently intrigued by the hidden weapons, which was significantly influenced by the effectiveness displayed by Tang San. This was indeed a weapon capable of slaying the faceless demon spider. Not only the students, but even Zhao Wuji felt a twinge of desire. Finally, they emerged from the Star Dou Forest. Although the fresh air was no longer present beyond the forest, the group felt as though a weight had been lifted, experiencing a notable sense of relief. After resting for 2 days in a small town, the 10 of them returned to the Shrek Academy outside Soto City after 2 days of travel. However, before the crowd could celebrate, a sudden surge of spirit power reverberated through the Shrek Academy, causing all their faces to pale. They hurried into the academy, only to find that apart from the recently arrived master, who was only at level 29, all the teachers, including Flanders, had risen in power. Simultaneously, not far away, two elderly figures adorned with Spirit Hall insignias and clad in teaching robes wielded dragon-patterned staves. Most terrifyingly, both wielders were accompanied by 9 spirit rings, perfectly balanced. Behind the two elders, dozens of Spirit Hall experts hovered in the air, each possessing 6 or 7 spirit rings, all of whom were formidable spirit emperors and spirit saints. The members of Shrek had never witnessed such a scene, and especially for Ma Hongjun, his legs buckled, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Zhao Wuji gestured for everyone to be silent, then summoned his powerful bear spirit, 7 spirit rings floating behind him, as he soared into the air, joining the ranks of the Shrek teachers. Your Excellency, I am unaware of what merit Shrek possesses to be graced by your presence. Flander was drenched in cold sweat. Unbeknownst to others, he was acutely aware of the identities of his adversaries. The Qianjun Dao and the Jiaoma Dao were 2 of the mightiest titled Douluos within the Spirit Hall, and they were also twin brothers. While there were many powerful siblings on the Douluo Continent, such as the evil Eye White Tiger, Danmubai, and Davis, it was relatively rare for 2 brothers to simultaneously cultivate to the realm of title de law. Achieving such a status requires not only exceptional talent and superior martial soul quality, but also a degree of fortuitous encounters and unparalleled diligence, providing a slim chance for brothers to both attain title de law rank. However, the Qianjun Dao and the Jiaoma Dao transcended this norm. They had both reached level 96, and, unlike the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, their spiritual powers were intricately intertwined and remarkably refined. This was due to their upbringing, having trained together since childhood, akin to conjoined twins, leading to a profound mental connection. When they struck in battle, their synergy was far more than mere addition. Although their individual strength might rank low among the elders of the Spirit Hall, their advanced age of over 120 years and a century of tacit understanding afforded them immense prestige within the Spirit Hall, making them formidable even against Tang Hao. Your Shrek Academy seems to harbor 2 exceptionally talented youths. The ratio of their soul rings, purple, purple, black, and purple, black, black, is unprecedented. Are you sure this dilapidated academy can nurture them properly? Perhaps you should allow them to join our Spirit Hall, where with our resources, they will undoubtedly become unparalleled powerhouses. The speaker was the Qianjun Dao. Since the last time Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na caught the attention of an elder from the Spirit Hall during the battle arena, that elder had reported up the chain, ultimately alerting the Pope, who dispatched the Qianjun Dao and Jiaoma Dao. At that moment, the elder floated behind them, a sole sage among the formidable figures of the Spirit Hall. Damn it, they have their sights set on Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. Flander cursed inwardly. Yet, when faced with titled Douluos, he forced a smile and said, Your Excellencies, I assure you that our Shrek students are more than capable of being nurtured well, so you need not worry. At this point, the Jiaoma exhibited a clear sign of impatience, his formidable soul power erupting forth. And the pressure emanating from the title de law caused the teachers of Shrek to simultaneously spit blood from their mouths. Do you not comprehend my intent? Bring them forth. I will have them trained by the Spirit Hall. The Jiaoma Douluo thundered. Flander, unaware of Zhao Wuji joining the fray behind him, presumed Gu Chen and others had not yet returned, and simply replied, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na are currently in the Star Dou Forest assisting one of our students in obtaining a soul ring and have yet to return. Would you mind waiting a moment? Seeing no way to obstruct them, Flander resorted to stalling tactics, attempting to retain his students. Enough of your nonsense. The Jiaoma Dao retorted angrily. If you refuse to bring them out, I will kill you all and obliterate this so-called Shrek Academy. Ding! The system detected the host's current predicament and initiated a storyline choice. Follow Tang San, the main character of the Douluo Continent, and gain divine status. Join Shrek Academy. Assistance. Arthur's Legacy from the level 3 Mythical Plane Honor of Kings, 24 Sniper Rifle X1 from the level 2 Technological Plane Earth, 1,000 rounds of 24 Sniper Rifle ammunition. System Mall functionality activated, 1,000 system points. Joining the Spirit Hall, giving soul beasts a chance to rise. Assistance. Yuenga's Legacy, from the level 3 Mythical Plane Honor of Kings, Scorpion-style Pistol X1, from the level 2 Technological Plane Earth, Scorpion-style Pistol Silencer, Scorpion-style Pistol Ammunition X1000. System Lottery Function activated, 1,000 system points. Depart from Shrek, reject the Spirit Hall, and become a chivalrous wanderer. Assistance, Li Bai's Legacy, from the level 3 Mythical Plane Honor of Kings, Xian Yuan Sword, from the level 4 Mythical Plane Heaven. System Enhancement Function activated, 1,000 system points. Why are the assists so generous this time? Gu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Ding! This choice will determine the host's future trajectory, a matter of destiny. Thus, the assistance is exceedingly exceptional. Gu Chen nodded. Though the options were tempting, especially with items from the level 4 plane, he had already made up his mind. I choose. Gu Chen silently declared. Ding! Selection successful. Yuenga's Legacy, Scorpion-style Pistol Silencer, Scorpion-style Pistol Ammunition, and system points have been stored in the system backpack. System Functionality. Lottery Feature activated. Holding Gu Yue Na's hand, Gu Chen stepped forward. He intended to join the Spirit Hall. However, the visit from the titled Douluos had caught him off guard. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, joining the Spirit Hall through this means might not be so bad after all. Your Excellencies, we are willing to join the Spirit Hall. Please spare my academy and my teachers. Gu Chen addressed the two titled Douluos in the sky. Your Excellencies, these two are Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. The Soul Sage Elder flew forward and whispered in the ears of the two titled Douluos. The Qianjun Douluo nodded, looking at Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na with an eager expression, revealing a hint of a smile. You are willing to join the Spirit Hall? Gu Chen nodded, saying, as long as you do not harm my teachers and classmates, I am willing to join. Flander felt a chill in his heart, realizing that the prodigious students he had painstakingly recruited were leaving just like that. The Jiaomao remarked, I only said such things because they were being ungrateful. Since you are willing to join, we will not make things difficult for them. Gu Chen slightly bowed, knowing that with his current strength, he could not be too arrogant before titled Douluos. Being cautious was crucial. Your Excellencies, before we leave, I have some words to share with my teachers and companions. If you would allow, the Qianjun Douluo replied, that is fine. I will grant you 1 hour. After 1 hour, we will take you to Spirit City. With that, the Qianjun Douluo and Jiaomao Da, accompanied by a host of Spirit Hall powerhouses, departed. Flander looked at Gu Chen with concern. Gu Chen, I am sorry. It is our inadequacy that has led to this. Gu Chen shook his head gently, saying, do not blame yourselves. We are merely leaving temporarily. We will have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Flander sighed, shaking his head, feeling as though he had aged decades as he returned to the dean's office. The other teachers glanced at Gu Yue Na and Gu Chen, also sighing as they left. Brother Chen, are you really going? Tang San's gaze was filled with reluctance. He had not anticipated that after their hard-fought reunion, they would be separated once more. Plop! A crystalline tear fell to the ground as Tang San wiped his eyes, surprised to find himself shedding tears. Memories from 2 lifetimes flooded back, and he thought, why am I not like those children? Gu Yue Na looked at Gu Chen with an unusually calm gaze, and, using the sound technique she learned from him, transmitted softly, with our strength, we could have repelled these Spirit Hall powerhouses. We need not join them. Gu Chen shook his head. It is not only because of them. I also intended to do so. Can you tell me why you want to take me away from Shrek? Gu Yue Na's crystalline purple eyes revealed a look of confusion. Gu Chen smiled, looking at Tang San's reluctant gaze, and then at Gu Yue Na. Only by mastering the Spirit Hall can soul beasts have a chance to rise. Mastering the Spirit Hall, you say? Gu Yue Na's heart seemed to flutter for a moment, a feeling of familiarity washing over her. Gu Chen extended his hand towards Gu Yue Na, his radiant smile glimmering under the sun's warm embrace. Nar, let's strive together. Gu Yue Na paused for a moment, then revealed a breathtaking smile that could captivate a city. She reached out her left hand and grasped Gu Chen's. All right. As an hour passed, both Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na had packed their belongings, and the presence of Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo loomed once more. Let's depart. Qianjun Douluo announced. Gu Chen nodded, taking Gu Yue Na's hand to follow. Behind them, Tang San and his companions bid farewell. Wait, Tang San suddenly called out. As confusion flickered in Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na's eyes, he hurried forward, drawing 2 brand-new Zhuge crossbows from his waist. These were the last of his remaining stock. With a serious expression, he handed the crossbows to Gu Chen. Brother Chen, Sister Na, take care. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, a smile breaking across his face as he accepted the crossbows, placing them into his system backpack, and nodded at Tang San. I hope that when we next meet, you will have grown stronger. Turning to Xiao Wu, Gu Chen said, Little rabbit, do take care of yourself. Although he had not anticipated a title Douluo coming to recruit him, he recalled the revelation of Xiao Wu's identity after the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Thus, during her soul ring cultivation in the Star Dou Forest, he had crafted a protective talisman using the rare treasures of the forest to conceal her aura, preventing any title Douluo from discovering her true identity as a 100,000-year softbone rabbit. This was why Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo were present yet failed to recognize Xiao Wu. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes as she nodded vigorously at Gu Chen. Let's go. Gu Chen turned back to address Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo. Indeed, the two title Douluos replied as they boarded the Soul Hall's exclusive carriage, instructing the coachman to set off. As they traveled, the silhouette of Shrek Academy grew smaller through the window, and Gu Chen silently murmured, Farewell, Shrek. I'm coming. Soul Hall. Into this volume. Authors note this book has been free for a month and a half now. During this time, I have hosted numerous events to express my gratitude to my readers, with prizes that include custom pillows and cups featuring Gu Yue Na, as well as themed merchandise from Douluo, the Silver and Gold Dragon God. Tomorrow, our novel Douluo, the Silver and Gold Dragon God will officially launch. According to the conventions of the web literature world, shall I play the tragic card? Oh dear, how unfortunate I am. Well, enough of that. To be honest, as a new high school freshman, I face little pressure in life or finances, save for the challenge of squeezing time to write amidst my daily activities. After all, few peers my age would willingly sacrifice their time for gaming or sports to spend on writing. Writing Douluo, the Silver and Gold Dragon God, is not merely a pursuit of my dreams. It is also a testament that I, too, can accomplish what an adult can. Although, for a student with no allowance, the subscriptions and reward from readers are my only means of improving my situation. Their support is ultimately what matters most for this book's success. Tomorrow, I initially planned to release 5 chapters, but our reader Xiao Yao, a big supporter, has promised generous rewards upon launch, so we will instead release 10 chapters. Let us all pay homage to our benefactor. Additionally, the long-awaited bonus chapter rules are here. 1. If the total daily rewards exceed 10,000 coins, an extra chapter will be added. 2. If our book ranks first in the new book monthly votes, 20 extra chapters will be added. As a student, my writing time is limited, so if there are too many overdue bonus chapters, they may be compensated on different days. Please bear with me. Longtime readers may know that I have never added extra chapters before. The 10-chapter release tomorrow will deplete all of my stored manuscripts. Regarding our reader group, due to issues with other groups, we have faced repeated reports leading to closures, resulting in the loss of many readers. Now, I will announce the results of tonight's lottery. The winner of this draw is Yin Yuming Long. Congratulations. Please contact me within 3 days to claim your rewards, including 1 custom sticker from Douluo, the Silver and Gold Dragon God, 3 from Gu Yue Na, and 1 from Wisdom Little White Tiger. Lastly, I humbly request your first subscriptions. I understand that this launch may result in losing up to 4/5 of readers, and I do not blame anyone, as everyone has their challenges. However, I sincerely hope for your subscriptions tomorrow, as each chapter is merely 10 coins, equivalent to a pack of spicy strips that can buy 25 chapters. The initial subscriptions will significantly influence the book's direction. If successful, our story will culminate in a splendid finale. If not, it may end prematurely. This is an unspoken truth in the web literature community. Initial subscriptions are crucial. I implore all readers to subscribe. Thank you. The 10 chapters will be released tomorrow morning or noon, and the future of this book relies on you all. Oh, and here's a little secret. Tomorrow's plot will feature Gu Chen confessing to Gu Yue Na, transitioning their relationship from siblings to romantic partners. Additionally, I have an upcoming event. Event name, Monthly Vote Lottery Event Date, starting tomorrow, September 11th, until September 30th at 11:59 p.m. Participation condition, cast 1 or more monthly votes for Douluo, the Silver and Gold Dragon God. Event reward, exclusive badges for true fans of Douluo, the Silver and Gold Dragon God. As these are physical rewards, winners must contact me with their addresses. The lottery will be conducted fairly in the group using a dice emoji. The draw will take place around 10 p.m. on October 1st, during the National Day holiday. Under normal circumstances, one lucky reader will receive a gift. However, if Douluo, the silver and gold dragon god, ranks in the top 10 of the new book monthly votes, we will draw gifts for 10 lucky readers. If it ranks in the top 6, 20 lucky readers will receive gifts. If it reaches the top 3, 30 lucky readers will be rewarded. If it secures the first place, 50 lucky readers will be awarded. Winners must contact me within 3 days after the draw, or forfeit their prize. I welcome all readers to participate in the event. Wait, there's one more important matter. I request your support for my new book, The Ice and Fire Demon God of Hogwarts. Please support me. Chapter 37. Qian Sunji is not dead. The journey from Soto City to the Spirit Hall is a lengthy one, necessitating a detour around the entire Star Dou Forest. Along the way, the formidable Qianjun Douluo turned to Gu Chen and inquired, "Is it Gu Chen? May I have a glimpse of your soul rings?" Although he had confidence that the elder would not deceive him, seeing is believing. Moreover, he harbored a keen interest in Gu Chen's soul rings. The exclusive carriage of the Spirit Hall was quite spacious, boasting a lounge-sized area, ample enough for Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na to manifest their martial spirits. Gu Chen nodded, rising to his feet and stepping into the center of the carriage's interior. With the manifestation of his golden dragon martial spirit, golden scales enveloped his body, and 4 soul rings, 1 purple and 3 black, ascended slowly. Upon witnessing this, Qianjun Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. "You have already reached the rank of Soul Master?" "No, that 4th soul ring." The demon slayer, Douluo, interjected, unable to contain his astonishment. The black with red hue signifies a soul ring of 90,000 years. "Gu Chen, how did you achieve this?" Gu Chen anticipated the shock of the 2 titled Douluos and smiled, responding, "Your Excellencies, my martial spirit is the Golden Dragon, possessing immense physical power. Thus, my body is capable of absorbing a soul ring of 90,000 years. Truly a once-in-a-century prodigy. Gu Yue Na, please show us your soul rings," Qianjun Douluo exclaimed, turning his gaze toward Gu Yue Na. She complied, manifesting her silver dragon martial spirit, with 2 purple and 2 black soul rings rising in tandem. "You two are soul master. Your joining is a great fortune for the Spirit Hall," praised the demon slayer, Douluo. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently, crashing heavily to the ground. "What is happening?" The 2 titled Douluos, suspecting an emergency, swiftly exited the carriage. They beheld 4 white horses that had collapsed, trembling, their eyes filled with terror. "My lord, I do not know why the horses have fallen and remain motionless," reported the coachman, who had stumbled but quickly scrambled to his feet, addressing Qianjun Douluo. "If you cannot even manage the horses, what use are you?" Qianjun Douluo exclaimed, ready to strike the coachman down. "Your Excellency," Gu Chen interjected hastily. "The horses collapsed due to the pressure emanating from the martial spirit auras released by Nar and me. My golden dragon and her 7-color dragon are among the most formidable soul beasts, so it is only natural that the horses could not withstand the pressure. The coachman is not to blame." Realization dawned on Qianjun Douluo, and he nodded in understanding. "I see. Then, I shall spare him." After Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na retracted their martial spirit manifestations, they returned to the carriage alongside the 2 titled Douluos, to the coachman's astonished gaze. Indeed, once Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na withdrew their martial spirits, the 4 white horses gradually recovered, and the carriage resumed its journey. "Brother, upon our return, we must petition the Pope for more training resources for them. Otherwise, with that incompetent fellow, it would be impossible to cultivate these 2 children properly," remarked the demon slayer Douluo. Qianjun Douluo shook his head, lamenting, if only the grand offer had bestowed the title of Pope upon the Holy Maiden back then. She would undoubtedly have been far more capable than the current Pope." Hearing the discussion between the 2 titled Douluos, Gu Chen was stirred. The terms Holy Maiden and incompetent Pope puzzled him. If memory served him correctly, the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the original narrative was Bibi Dong, a highly competent woman who could not possibly warrant such criticism. Moreover, if the Holy Maiden mentioned by Qianjun Douluo was indeed Bibi Dong, then had the butterfly effect caused by his arrival prevented her from ascending to the position of Pope? "Excuse me, Your Excellencies. May I ask who you refer to as the Pope?" Gu Chen could not help but interject. The demon slayer, Douluo, snorted derisively. "Our Pope of the Spirit Hall is none other than Qian Xuanji. Had the former Holy Maiden Bibi Dong been appointed as Pope, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly be more powerful. Alas, she was tainted by that scoundrel. Qianjun Dou quickly pulled at the demon slayer Dou's arm, cautioning, "Brother, do not speak of the Pope so recklessly. The events of the past are not to be mentioned, lest the Pope silences us." He then turned to warn Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement, yet turmoil surged within him. He promptly queried the system. "System, have I traversed into a false Douluo Continent? Why is Qian Xuanji still alive? Shouldn't he have been gravely injured by Tang Hao and subsequently killed by Bibi Dong over a decade ago?" Beep. This is a consequence of the butterfly effect brought forth by the host. When the host escaped the divine realm after breaking through, the divine realm ordered the deities to alert the offerings at the inheritance locations to mitigate the influence of the golden and silver dragon kings. The grand offer of the angel god, Qian Daolu, received this warning and fortified the protection of his descendants. Although he was severely injured, he was safeguarded by several titled Douluos, preventing Bibi Dong from succeeding. Furthermore, though Qian Rixue is still executing espionage in the Heaven Dou Empire, she is now accompanied by the 4 sons of the Wangqi. For titled Douluos for protection, the system elucidated. It was indeed due to him that the wretched Qian Xuanji remained unharmed, and Gu Chen felt a pang of guilt. Beep. Given the Spirit Hall's nature of those who are not of my kind must have different intentions, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to control the Spirit Hall with your dragon lineage through conventional means. Seizing power is your only recourse. The current outcome is not without merit. In the future, you will face little resistance in eliminating Qian Xuanji, the system advised. Gu Chen could only nod, for the situation had reached this point, and besides, he could not forsake his escape from the divine realm due to Qian Xuanji. Gu Chen, Qianjun Doulo suddenly called out to him. "Yes." Gu Chen responded, perplexed. "Would you consider becoming my disciple?" Qianjun Doulo, eager to cultivate talent, was inclined to take Gu Chen under his wing. Were it any ordinary soul master, being accepted as a disciple by a titled Doulo, especially one as formidable as Qianjun Doulo, would undoubtedly evoke overwhelming joy and gratitude. Yet, was Gu Chen merely an ordinary soul master? Not to mention that his golden dragon's essence had already reached the level of a first-tier deity, who could rival the dragon god, who had bestowed him with such power. As a mentor, if he had a master, it could only be the dragon god. Gu Yue Na found herself in a similar predicament. "Apologies, but Nar, and I already have a master," Gu Chen declined graciously. "Very well. However, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to consult us." Qianjun Doulo responded regretfully. Although he could not take Gu Chen as a disciple, forging a good relationship with such an extraordinary prodigy was still a worthwhile endeavor. "Thank you," Gu Chen replied. As the journey was lengthy and there was little else to occupy their time, the 4 within the carriage commenced their cultivation. Chapter 38. The inheritance of the Yuan Song. After a period of cultivation, Gu Chen paused, turning his back to Qianjun Dou and the demon slayer Doulo, while retrieving a scorpion-style pistol from his system backpack. Is this truly the infamous scorpion-style pistol? I have only encountered it in Peace Elite before. Men have an affinity for firearms. Gu Chen caressed the pistol as if it were his own child. The scorpion-style pistol belongs to the submachine gun category, capable of continuous fire once loaded, with a firing rate surpassing that of conventional submachine guns. System: what level of soul master can this scorpion-style pistol eliminate? Gu Chen inquired. Beep. The Scorpion-style pistol does not possess immense power, but can eliminate all Soul Masters below the rank of Soul Master, as well as non-defensive Soul Masters and agile or supportive Soul Emperors below the rank of Soul Emperor, the system replied. That's acceptable. While it may not be effective for self-defense, it could prove useful for assassination, especially considering the considerable noise generated when my martial spirit manifests. Gu Chen contemplated as he retrieved a silencer from his system backpack, diligently following the system's instructions to install it. He then loaded 20 rounds into the magazine. Having completed these tasks, Gu Chen returned the Scorpion pistol to his system backpack, enabling him to draw it and fire instantly when the need arose. System: did I not unlock the lottery feature during the last storyline selection? I wish to access the lottery function, Gu Chen stated. Ding! Lottery function. Lottery rules. 1 lottery draw requires 100 system points. A 10-draw set receives a 10 discount, 100 draws a 15 discount, 1,000 draws and 20 discount, and a 10,000 draw a 25 discount. Lottery probabilities. Thank you for your patronage. Probability: 13 for acquiring a level 1-dimensional item, 30 for a level 2-dimensional item, 30 for a level 3-dimensional item, 25 for a level 4-dimensional item, and 15 for a level 5-dimensional item, with a 0.5 chance for a level 6-dimensional item. Gu Chen nodded, recognizing the lottery system's fairness. It was far superior to the lottery events of a certain author assistant, which guaranteed 1,000 thank you for your patronage for 1,000 draws. Moreover, it was rare for a lottery to publicly disclose its probabilities. System. Let me try a single draw, Gu Chen instructed. Ding. 100 system points have been deducted from the host. Remaining points, 900. Congratulations, host. You have received. Thank you for your patronage. Alas, how ruthless. Gu Chen lamented, feeling disheartened. System, I demand a 10-draw set. He gritted his teeth. Ding. 10-draw set. With a 10 discount, has deducted 900 system points from the host. Remaining points, 0. Congratulations, host. You have received Bronze Sword from Level 1 Technological Dimension, Blue Star Earth, Shang Dynasty. 10 packets of Wei-Long spicy strips from Level 2 Technological Dimension, Blue Star Earth. A Velociraptor egg from Level 1 Technological Dimension, Blue Star Earth, Jurassic Era. Manual, 8 Extremes Collapse from Level 3 Fantasy Dimension, Douluo Continent. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. And 3 Soul Power Enhancement cards produced by the system, equivalent to level 3-dimensional items. Gu Chen's eyes brightened, although 2 items were merely thank you for your patronage. And 1 was the worthless Bronze Sword, the 8 Extremes Collapse from the anti-inflammatory drugs, and the 3 Soul Power Enhancement cards he received were immensely beneficial. As for the Velociraptor egg, he could simply send it to the Star Dou Forest to have a soul beast with dragon blood help with the hatching. It was unreasonable to expect Gu Chen to do it himself. Having exhausted his 1,000 system points, Gu Chen felt a sense of fulfillment. System. I wish to inherit the legacy of the Yuan Song. He directed his gaze toward the most valuable item in his system backpack. Ding. Inheriting the legacy will require nearly a week. Please find a tranquil environment for the inheritance. Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings. Although there were 2 titled Douluos nearby, they were currently allies, and it would take at least a week to reach the Spirit City. He trusted that Gu Yue Na would safeguard him while he inherited the Yuan Song legacy. It's all right, system. I will proceed with the inheritance of the Yuan Song, Gu Chen said with a confident smile. Ding. The Yuan Song inheritance has commenced. Dizziness enveloped him, an endless whirl of vertigo, while Gu Chen's body remained in place. His soul traversed to another world, or rather, another dimension, the realm of the King S Canyon, in a land of 3 parts. When people discovered him, the young Yuan Song lost his ability to speak entirely due to shock and fear. No one could comprehend the horrors he had witnessed. Child, come with me to Jixia, where you can learn many things. A stranger extended a hand to him. Yuan Song, unable to utter a word, ultimately reached out his hand after a long silence. Guided by the stranger, he ventured to Jixia, the place long yearned for by many. Upon arriving at Jixia, Yuan Song met the erudite and resplendent elder brother Zhuge Liang, an idol in the eyes of countless students. Whether in demonic arts, mechanisms, or military strategies, he excelled in all, and every dilemma seemed trivial before him. Zhuge Liang encouraged the boy, who had lost his voice to overwhelming fear. Junior brother, why not create mechanical puppets to communicate with the world through them? Yuan Song's once somber and dark world suddenly radiated with brightness. He became engrossed in crafting puppets, transforming his former inferiority into a remarkable rebirth through exquisite creations. When a puppet spoke, it felt as if he spoke. When a puppet danced, it felt as if he danced. He continually experimented, ultimately creating astonishing works, flawless and lifelike, a perfect reflection of his other self. Time flowed like a swift river, and the young Yuan Song matured into a young man. He departed from Shrek Academy to embark on travels. During his journeys, he remained acutely aware of the news, the rising Wei capital, and the mysterious individuals, the tragic downfall of the war god, and the crises faced at the turbulent Red Cliffs. Without hesitation, he made a decisive choice. That night, beneath a rain-soaked bridge, he tirelessly crafted puppets, preparing for what lay ahead. Cao Cao, having seized ancient secrets from his old friend Kai Yong, long plotted to annex Jiangdong. The miraculous victory he sought remained elusive until Yuan Song, who had once studied at Jixia, came to his aid. I am but an ordinary mechanist, devoted to seeking the ultimate beauty of mechanisms, the puppet eloquently articulated, while behind it stood its master, Yuan Song. What, then, constitutes the ultimate beauty of mechanisms? Only by wielding supreme authority can the ancient miracles be revived in this world. Mechanist, you possess such capability. Why not join my ranks? One day you shall gain renown in the land of 3 parts. Cao Cao exclaimed with delight, inviting him as a subordinate. As the warlord advanced eastward with his armies, he grew increasingly trusting of Yuan Song, which displeased the black-clad confidants surrounding him. I, a humble mechanist, merely possess some trivial skills. Naturally, the master values you even more. The puppet flattered. Allow me to also offer my counsel. Yuan Song adeptly navigated between the sovereign and his subjects, earning universal recognition for the sweetness of his words and the precision of his strategies. Unbeknownst to him, he became the trusted confidant of all. As they overlooked the graceful dancing of the puppets, their strings deftly controlled by Yuan Song's hands. Ah, life is but a performance, relying on artistry, he mused silently, as the puppet behind him uttered a subtle phrase. The fallen prince allied with him to forge a formidable army, forming an alliance with Zhou Yu, foolishly attempting to challenge the unstoppable. Meanwhile, Zhuge Liang, too, mastered the secrets of the celestial texts, seizing the initiative, despite the warlord's forces looming large. The lost opportunities drove him into a furious rage. The black-clad man contemplated, if only I had enough lives. Perhaps I could wield even more powerful secret arts to counter the miracles. But how can I procure these lives? By linking the mechanized warships with iron chains. The master can cast secret arts from the skies. He proposed. Faced with the onslaught from aerial warships, the enemy soldiers would only be left to perish. The puppet, perceiving his intentions, deemed this proposal straightforward for a mechanist. The black-clad man was intrigued. Thus, the following day, he presented the strategy to Cao Cao. Cao Cao, overjoyed, commanded the black-clad man to execute the plan. During the decisive battle at Red Cliffs, countless ships soared into the sky. The linked warships formed a more formidable vessel, casting an overwhelming presence. Upon the flagship, a sorcerer bowed before the warlord, outlining his forthcoming strategy. The secret arts would envelop the entire Red Cliffs, leaving no one an escape. After all, we have mastered the skies. Next, is it the life I have longed for? Gao Gao In Guit, the cloaked figure, caught off guard by the sudden question, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. No, it is not merely the lives of Zhou Yu and Liu Bei that you seek to consume, as the lord amidst the warships. Your existence is also shrouded in a dark aura. The target of your desires likely extends beyond those two. From the shadows behind Cao Cao, a magnificent puppet disdainfully uttered vile accusations. In a flash of realization, the cloaked figure understood he had fallen into a trap. It was you, the master mechanic, who devised this plan. You have betrayed me. Is it not true that this scheme aligns with your ambitions, which is why you embraced it? TSK, my lord, see, I speak the truth, do I not? No, my lord. It is I who remains loyal to you, this fellow from Jixia. It must be for Zhou and Liu. Indeed, a cunning ruse by that sly Zhuge Liang. Amidst their incessant bickering, the fierce warlord's sharp gaze wavered with doubt and confusion, unable to discern which of his seemingly loyal subordinates was speaking the truth. Perhaps both harbored ulterior motives? The words imitation fluttered lightly into the cloaked man's ears. It was not the puppet's ventriloquism, but rather a strange, unfamiliar voice he had never heard before. People are often entranced by the ornate puppetry, forgetting the existence of its master. A clumsy imitation can never surpass the supreme creation. This statement struck a painful chord deep within the cloaked man's soul, evoking memories of his source of power and his past of disgraceful flight. In a sudden fury, he revealed his true self, intent on slaying the scoundrel who had exposed his hidden agony. Yuan Gu was forcefully thrown out. Yet, it was the warlord who displayed a range of emotions: surprise, relief, rage. Look, my lord, his true target is you. The final words, along with Yuan Ji's form, vanished beneath the ship's railing. The puppets, which had been chattering moments before, lay scattered across the deck. Yuan Gu orchestrated the entire performance while playing the role of the devoted minister. The cloaked figure realized he had been utterly defeated. Surrounding attendants swiftly encircled the warlord, their weapons aimed at the cloaked man. The tide had turned. Countless black bats frantically swooped toward the soldiers, attempting to apprehend the traitor. When the crowd regained their senses, the cloaked figure had vanished without a trace. In a single day, He had lost 2 trusted subordinates. Gritting his teeth, Cao Cao issued the command to attack. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Yuan Ji's fall served as a signal. The power of the east wind altar enveloped all the warships beneath storm clouds, a colossal tornado forming, poised to mercilessly crush the iron-linked vessels. On the banks below, the joint forces of Zhou and Lu awaited with fiery contraptions. Rushing into the sea, a profound whirlpool lifted the youth who had fallen from the sky. Desireless and carefree, he smiled. Dazed and disoriented, Gu Chen experienced Yuan Ji's life through his own perspective. He was Yuan Gu, and Yuan Gu was him. Happiness is terrifying, yet he was more enamored with the aesthetics of despair. Since accepting Yuan Ji's legacy, his mindset had undergone a transformation, becoming less naive and more ruthless. Perhaps such a disposition is more suited for survival within the Spirit Hall. Chapter 39. Qian Sun Ji. When Gu Chen opened his eyes, he beheld the figure of Gu Yue Na. At that moment, she was gently wiping his forehead with a damp white towel, her beautiful eyes veiled with a delicate mist. The place he found himself in was no longer the carriage, but rather a room in an inn. Upon seeing Gu Chen awake, Gu Yue Na joyfully exclaimed, "You're awake." Realizing her concern, Gu Chen gently caressed her face. "Nar, what is this?" "Brother Chen, you have been unconscious for a full 7 days. What happened? Why did you fall into an inexplicable coma?" Gu Yue Na asked anxiously. Seeing her worry, Gu Chen replied, "I received a legacy. To inherit it, my spirit traversed to another realm, which is why my body lay in a deep slumber." Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na calmed down, saying, "A legacy? It cannot be a divine inheritance. The only possibility is that of a powerful being from another lower realm. I was too concerned to investigate your spirit. Otherwise, I might have discovered it." In just a few words, Gu Yue Na grasped the situation, which surprised Gu Chen. At that moment, the door to the room opened, revealing Qian Jundo Luo. Upon seeing Gu Chen awake, he frowned, "Though I do not know why you fell into a coma, since you are awake. Come with me to meet the Pope. Remember, do not speak ill of the Pope in secret." "What?" Gu Chen was taken aback. "Where is this?" "This is Spirit City. You are currently in an inn within the city. Gu Yue Na has already met the Pope and has expressed her willingness to pledge loyalty to him." Qian Jundo Luo explained. Gu Chen was somewhat astonished. In the realm of the legacy, he had lived out Yuan Ji's life, as if countless years had passed. But here, only 7 days had elapsed, and they had arrived at Spirit City. Regarding Gu Yue Na's loyalty to the Pope, Gu Chen believed she had rightfully inherited the wisdom of the Dragon God and made a choice beneficial to them. Gu Chen followed Qian Jundo Luo from the inn to the Pope's palace. Outside the palace, Qian Jundo Luo halted and called out loudly to the interior. "Qian Jundo Luo, seek an audience with the Pope," accompanied by Gu Chen. "Enter." A voice somewhat sinister responded, and the grand doors of the Pope's palace opened without a sound. Gu Chen followed Qian Jundo Luo into the palace, which was indeed a place revered by soul masters, with walls adorned in intricately designed golden patterns. The ceiling was decorated with a colorful glass chandelier, and the floor was covered with a long red carpet, which upon closer inspection was made from the pelts of soul beasts. In the assembly hall of the Pope's palace, a magnificent throne-like seat was positioned at the end, where a man draped in a black robe embroidered with golden patterns sat, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown and clutching a staff embedded with numerous soul power gemstones. His countenance bore a sickly pallor, and the smile at the corner of his mouth appeared somewhat sinister. The crown did not enhance his grandeur, but rather rendered him reminiscent of a devil. "Your Holiness," Qian Jundo Luo addressed Qian Sun Ji, whose pallid complexion clearly indicated indulgence. Though Qian Jundo Luo appeared respectful, a deep-seated disdain lurked in his eyes. "Ah, Qian Sun Ji nodded at Qian Yun Du Lu." Although he was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he still needed to afford necessary respect to Qian Jundo Luo, who possessed the strength of a Tidal Do Luo. Since his battle with Tang Hao, Qian Sun Ji's strength had continuously waned, now reduced to level 91, rivaling even the so-called weakest Tidal Do Luo. Poison Do Luo Dubo, Qian Sun Ji's position as Pope was primarily supported by his father, the esteemed elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Dao Lu, a level 99 limit Do Luo. "You are Gu Chen, correct? I have seen your sister's soul ring. Indeed, a prodigious talent. Now, release your soul rings," Qian Sun Ji said, gazing at Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded, summoning the Golden Dragon King. 1 purple and 3 black soul rings slowly ascended, captivating all who beheld them. What a monstrosity! If I'm not mistaken, you are merely 12 years old. Are you not? At the tender age of 12, possessing the prowess of a soul master alongside an extraordinarily rare configuration of soul rings. Qian Xuanji could not help but marvel at Gu Chen's soul rings, having only heard of their magnificence before. However, a moment of contemplation brought a piercing intensity to his gaze. As he summoned the 6-winged angel martial spirit, 9 soul rings gradually ascended, enveloping the surroundings with the formidable aura of a titled Douluo. Will you pledge your allegiance to the spirit hall? Or rather, to me? Ding! The system detected the current circumstances of the host and activated a plot choice. Pledge allegiance to Qian Xuanji, secretly win over the strong of the spirit hall. Assistance: 5 original puppets of Yuan Gu from the level 3 mythological realm of Honor of Kings. System points: 500. Pledge allegiance to BB Dong, gaining support from the rebellious factions of the spirit hall. Assistance: secret technique: termination from the level 3 mythological realm of Honor of Kings. System points: 500. I choose. Gu Chen silently declared. Ding! Selection successful. The original Yuan Gu puppets have been stored in the system's backpack. Please check. Gu Chen, meeting Qian Xuanji's piercing gaze, knelt on one knee and lowered his head slightly in a gesture of respect. I am willing to pledge my allegiance to His Holiness the Pope. Seeing this, Qian Xuanji chuckled. Haha, I have acquired 2 extraordinary talents in succession. The revival of the Spirit Hall is promising. You have done well, 6th Elder. Please assist him and the previously arrived Gu Yue Na in completing the formalities to join the Spirit Academy and arrange cultivation resources for them. The resources should be according to 3/4 of the specifications for the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. As Qian Xuanji spoke, he instructed Qian Jun Douluo. Qian Jun Douluo nodded and led Gu Chen away. Upon exiting the Pope's hall, they were greeted by an elderly figure waiting for them. This was the demon slayer Douluo. Now, you're also a member of the Spirit Hall. Upon returning to the inn, I shall share some essential matters regarding the Spirit Hall with you, he stated, making his way towards the inn. Upon their return, the demon slayer Douluo summoned Gu Yue Na and addressed both of them. The Spirit Hall has a complex hierarchy. I must first inform you of the power dynamics within. Represented by Pope Qian Xuanji is the Qian Family S faction, which includes the Grand Elder, the 2nd Elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, 3rd Elder, White Armor Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, as well as myself and the Demon Slayer Douluo. Since you and Gu Yue Na have pledged your allegiance to Qian Xuanji, they are considered allies. In contrast, the faction previously led by the Holy Maiden BB Dong includes Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Serpent Spear Douluo, Porcupine Douluo, and Demon Bear Douluo. They are in direct opposition to our faction, and you must remember to avoid any closeness with them. Otherwise, our suspicious Pope may begin to doubt you. Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na listened attentively, nodding frequently, for their goal was to seize control of the Spirit Hall, and understanding these necessary relationships was crucial. Additionally, the Spirit Hall has confirmed the new Holy Maiden, Gu Yue Na. However, the Holy Son remains undecided. Gu Chen, given your talent, you might vie for this position of Holy Son. 3 days from now, I will take you both to report to the Spirit Academy. You have fortuitously arrived during the enrollment period. Once there, the Academy's director will inform you of the rules. After the Demon Slayer, Douluo, concluded, Qian Jun Douluo added, Holy Maiden Gu Yue Na belongs to BB Dong's faction, which is considered a thorn in Pope Qian Xuanji's side. Exercise caution in your dealings with her once you reach the Spirit Academy. Gu Chen nodded and, along with Gu Yue Na, bowed slightly. Thank you for your reminder. I shall be vigilant. The 2 titled Douluo were pleased with Gu Chen's humility and politeness, smiling in satisfaction. Take this opportunity to relax in Spirit City for these 3 days and familiarize yourselves with the area. This Elder S order allows you to wield the Spirit Hall's authority as if you were the branch leader of a division. As he spoke, Qian Jun Douluo tossed a golden insignia to Gu Chen. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Chen's reputation in Zuin was not merely a fade. Upon receiving the insignia, the 2 titled Douluo departed from the inn. The first step to joining the Spirit Hall has been accomplished. What shall we do next? Gu Yue Na, a girl of strong opinions, had increasingly leaned on Gu Chen for support. Gu Chen smiled gently, articulating 8 words: eliminate dissenters, win the hearts of the people. This principle would be their primary undertaking in the years to come. Let us change our attire and explore Spirit City, Gu Chen suggested, glancing at Gu Yue Na, who was adorning a cute bear-themed pajamas. Gu Yue Na nodded and entered the bathroom. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Ding. 100 system points have been deducted from the host. Remaining points, 400. Congratulations, host. You have received. Thank you for your patronage. Gu Chen felt a wave of exasperation. Let's try again, he declared, intending to save points for a tenfold draw. Ding. 100 system points have been deducted. Remaining points, 300. Congratulations, host. You have received low-level enslavement talisman 1. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. View the properties of the low-level enslavement talisman. Ding. Low-level enslavement talisman usable times. 1 usage method. Write the name and birth date of the enslaved on the talisman paper, then ignite it. Usage conditions. The enslaved's loyalty to the host must exceed 60%, and their cultivation must be below title de law. They must not be Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tang Hao, Qian Daolu, Qian Xuanji, Ain, or Gu Yue Na. Ah, this is a low-level enslavement talisman. Are there also medium and high-level enslavement talismans? Can I check their attributes? Gu Chen inquired, curious about the more advanced talismans. Ding. Medium-level enslavement talisman usable times. 1 usage method. Write the name and birth date of the enslaved on the talisman paper. Then ignite it. Usage conditions. The enslaved's loyalty to the host must exceed 50%, and their cultivation must be below divine level. They must not be Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tang Hao, Qian Daolu, Qian Xuanji, Ain, or Gu Yue Na. High-level enslavement talisman usable times. 1 usage method. Write the name and birth date of the enslaved on the talisman paper, then ignite it. Usage conditions. The enslaved must be below divine level and must not be Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tang Hao, Qian Daolu, Qian Xuanji, Ain, or Gu Yue Na. Divine level enslavement talisman usable times. 1 usage method. Write the name and birth date of the enslaved on the talisman paper, then ignite it. Usage conditions. The enslaved must not be Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tang Hao, Qian Daolu, Qian Xuanji, Ain, or Gu Yue Na. There truly are higher-level enslavement talismans? Gu Chen was taken aback, then curiously asked, what is the purpose of this loyalty? I did not see this option when viewing others' character panels. Ding. When the host views the character panels of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tang Hao, Qian Daolu, Qian Xuanji, Ain, Gu Yue Na, and the host themselves, loyalty cannot be displayed. Host, over the past 5 years, aside from your own task panel, you have only viewed Gu Yue Na as character panel. You truly are a devoted husband. Damn system, do not speak nonsense. Who is a devoted husband? Gu Chen exclaimed, flustered. The system fell silent. Let us proceed. Just then, Gu Yue Na emerged from the bathroom, her previous cute bear-themed pajamas now stored away. Now she adorned a snow-white, knee-length dress which, when complemented by her silvery tresses, amethyst-like eyes, and cherry-red lips, exuded an extraordinary beauty. Wait a moment, Gu Chen remarked, as he retrieved a parchment scroll, dipped his brush in ink, and began to inscribe upon it. Gu Yue Na, filled with curiosity, observed him closely, discerning that it resembled a form of paper-like artifact. After half an hour, Gu Chen exhaled deeply, carefully stowing the scroll away in his system's backpack. Let us proceed, he smiled, and together they exited the inn, wandering through the bustling streets of Spirit Soul City. True to its reputation as one of the 3 major cities, Spirit Soul City was vibrant and thriving, resembling the food streets of Gu Chen's previous life, where culinary delights awaited at every corner. Gu Yue Na seemed to reveal her foodie nature, her hands never ceasing their motion as she sampled delicacies. To Gu Chen's astonishment, the food street offered treats from his past life, such as candied hawthorn and maltose. After finishing her maltose, Gu Yue Na's gaze fixated on the candied hawthorn in Gu Chen's hand. With a tender smile, he offered it to her, and she eagerly accepted it. Wait, this one seems familiar, Gu Chen suddenly recalled. After their culinary exploration, they ventured into the commercial district, a bustling thoroughfare stretching for miles, which resulted in Gu Yue Na acquiring hundreds of outfits for her storage ring. Stop, Gu Chen said, noticing a blacksmith shop in a nearby corner, its sign proclaiming it as the Spirit Soul Blacksmith Shop. What's the matter? Gu Yue Na mumbled through her candied hawthorn. I need to visit this blacksmith shop. Please wait for me outside, Gu Chen instructed. Gu Yue Na nodded obediently and waited at the entrance. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, Gu Chen was greeted by a lively ambience. He approached an iron table resembling a reception area. Weapon forging begins at 10 gold soul coins. With a 10-day advance payment required for pickup, a blacksmith stated. If you possess the Spirit Soul Blacksmith Shop card, you receive a 20% discount and can collect your items within 3 days. Not far off, another blacksmith noticed Gu Chen's arrival and continued speaking. Gu Chen smiled and replied, I come with my own designs and wish to commission the creation of certain items. The price is of no concern, but I require them within a day. As he spoke, he discreetly drew a large pouch of gold soul coins from his system backpack, placing it on the iron table with a resounding thud. The blacksmith, realizing Gu Chen was no ordinary individual, given that only nobles typically possess storage soul guide devices, was taken aback by the sound of coins clattering. It suggested a considerable fortune. I'm a manager of the Spirit Soul Blacksmith Shop. Please share your requirements, the blacksmith said, his tone shifting. Gu Chen unfurled the parchment scroll on the iron table and addressed the manager. I am willing to pay 2,000 gold soul coins to commission the creation of 500 of these paper-like artifacts, forged from dark iron. Additionally, I require 5,000 meters of steel wire, with a diameter of 0.01 millimeters, also crafted from dark iron, for which I offer 500 gold soul coins. I need these items within a day and am prepared to pay an additional 500 gold soul coins as a reward. The manager's expression shifted dramatically. This was a lucrative deal worth 4,000 gold soul coins, quite rare in Spirit Soul City. After carefully assessing the capabilities of the blacksmith shop, he nodded and replied, Our Spirit Soul Blacksmith Shop is the largest in Spirit Soul City, with 10 branches and a workforce of 1,000 blacksmiths. We will do our utmost to fulfill your order within a day. Gu Chen nodded appreciatively, handing over the parchment and a pouch of coins, stating, This serves as the deposit of 2,000 gold soul coins. Upon completion of the requested items, I shall provide the remaining 2,000 gold soul coins. After confirming the amount, the manager presented a dark iron card, saying, This is our Spirit Soul Blacksmith Shop card, granting you a 20% discount. When you return tomorrow for your items, you will only need to pay an additional 300 gold soul coins. Very well, Gu Chen agreed, accepting the card. If one were to inquire about the purpose of the items he commissioned, it was evident that the paper-like artifacts were essential for releasing the secret technique of the paper phoenix, a legacy he had inherited from Yuan Ge. The dark iron wire was crucial for controlling puppets and executing the secret technique, cross-flash. Chapter 41. Pu Li-Te and his son. After concluding his business with the blacksmith, Gu Chen exited the shop. Meanwhile, not far away, a noble youth with a sullen countenance peered out from a luxurious carriage and unexpectedly caught sight of Gu Yue Na's breathtaking beauty. Stop the carriage. Stop, he exclaimed. This girl is so stunning. Surely she's a gift from the heavens. I must have her as my wife. The moment he laid eyes on Gu Yue Na, he was entranced, hastily kicking the carriage driver and eagerly leaping from the vehicle. Beautiful lady, would you care to join me for a drink at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? He feigned casually, ostentatiously displaying the insignia at his waist. Leave, Gu Yue Na retorted coldly. The youth's expression darkened, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of guards descended from the carriage, each possessing the strength of a soul sect. No one dares to refuse me, Pu Li-Te. Do you not know that I am the sole heir of the Pu family? My father is the vice principal of the Soul Hall branch in Tua City. Feu Li-Ke Tretand, attempting to intimidate Gu Yue Na. This scene unfolded just as Gu Chen arrived, his expression darkening as he slowly uttered, Deal with him. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Gu Yue Na nodded slightly, the spatial elements swirling around her as her lithe form suddenly appeared behind Pu Li-Te, delivering a swift kick to his lower back. Though Pu Li-Te's father was the vice principal of the Soul Hall, wielding the power of a soul emperor, Pu Li-Te himself was a mere waste, a 16-year-old with the cultivation of only a great soul master. How could he withstand Gu Yue Na's strike? He was sent flying several meters, spitting blood, his face scraping against the ground as he skidded for several meters. If you refuse my hospitality, then have her killed. Pu Li-Te bellowed, feeling the pain radiating from his injuries. With his power, he could likely escape punishment for killing an ordinary person in Spirit Soul City. But were Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na truly ordinary? The dozen soul sect guards released their soul rings simultaneously, an array of rings hovering ominously in the air, exuding a terrifying aura, causing nearby residents to flee in panic, while the blacksmiths remained paralyzed with fear. Kill! commanded the apparent leader of the guards, brandishing a sword and attempting to rally their spirits. However, in an instant, a pair of metallic claws pierced through the leader's heart, blood cascading down. Emerging behind the leader was a puppet crafted from intricate mechanisms, its face adorned with a beguiling expression, while its claws ruthlessly pierced through the bodies of the guards one after another. What kind of monster is this? Brothers, surround it and destroy it. One guard shouted in fury, activating his tiger spirit's first soul ring as he lunged at the puppet. Beautiful puppets are not to be trifled with. The puppet grinned wickedly as a plume of black mist erupted from its core, causing all the surrounding guards to feel their speed significantly diminished. Before the guards could react, countless steel wires shot forth from the puppet, ensnaring their bodies with a vice-like grip. As the wires tightened inward, the guards' limbs were swiftly severed, scattering across the ground, leaving many of them limping and moaning in agony. The puppeteer behind this malevolent display was none other than Gu Chen. One need not inquire about the origin of the puppet's wires. Upon retrieving the puppet from his system backpack, Gu Chen discovered it was already equipped with 10 meters of steel wire, albeit designed for single use. However, the puppet itself was not disposable. With a flick of his hand, Gu Chen summoned the puppet back, stowing it within his system backpack. Boom! A fiery explosion struck the ground, igniting the bodies of the incapacitated guards, who were reduced to ashes amidst the inferno. In the air, 2 or 3 stragglers met their demise, cleaved in half by razor-sharp gusts of wind, their blood pooling on the ground. Gu Chen focused his gaze and noticed Gu Yue Na nearby, flames dancing from her right hand while her left hand swirled with a breeze. Approaching her, Gu Chen looked at the distance where Pu Light stood, interlocking his fingers with a crackling sound. Pray tell, how should I teach you a lesson? At that moment, Pu Light realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. A sudden warmth spread between his legs, and the unmistakable stench of urine filled the air. He had indeed soiled himself in fear. Do not come any closer. My father is the vice master of the Wuhuan Hall's branch. He stammered. You little thief. How dare you harm my subordinates and injure my son? A voice bellowed from afar. Following the sound, a middle-aged man appeared, his 6 soul rings rising ominously from his back, boasting an optimal configuration. Pu Lang had come to the Wuhuan city on business, bringing his only son along, only to return to find such chaos in his absence. Your son provoked trouble without cause. We merely sought to teach him a lesson. Gu Chen retorted defiantly. I am Pu Lang, vice master of the Wuhuan Hall's branch in Suatua City. Do you understand your crime? The oppressive aura of a soul emperor bore down upon Gu Chen as Pu Lang spoke loftily. Nearby residents peeked out, whispering among themselves. Alas! This young man has offended someone he shouldn't have. The vice master of the Wuhuan Hall? What grave misstep. Indeed, do you think you're invincible? Gu Chen shot back, mocking. This is Wuhuan City. To offend the Wuhuan Hall means your entire family will face annihilation. Pu Lang seethed with rage, yet managed a sardonic smile. Oh, what is this? Gu Chen exclaimed, hurling a token that sliced through the air towards Pu Lang. Caught off guard, Pu Lang was struck in the face, blood gushing from his nose. You insolent brat. He cursed, but upon seeing the symbol on the token, he immediately knelt. Pu Lang, vice master of the Suatua City to Wuhuan Hall, pays his respects to the esteemed branch master. His sudden submission left the onlookers in astonishment, as they speculated about Gu Chen's true identity. Oh, you were quite arrogant just moments ago, Gu Chen commented with a cold smirk. Please, I beg you for mercy. I didn't mean any harm, Pu Lang pleaded, stifling the pain from his severed arm as he picked it up and, disregarding his stunned son, fled in a panic. 3 days sped by, and after Pu Lang and his son vanished from Wuhuan City, they seemed to disappear entirely, no longer daring to provoke Gu Chen. With the presence of the 1,000 Jin Douluo and the demon-slaying Douluo, Gu Chen's public display of violence no longer raised eyebrows. On the evening of the following day, Gu Chen retrieved the paper bird and the dark iron wire he had commissioned at the blacksmith's, settling the remaining payment. At that moment, the 1,000 Jin Douluo arrived as promised, guiding Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na to enroll in the Wuhuan Academy. Located on the outskirts of Wuhuan City, the academy occupied an area no less than 1/3 of the city itself, featuring simulated training environments. Based on your talents, the Dragon Valley is the most suitable for you, the 1,000 Jin Douluo stated as he led them to the academy's entrance. The grand name of the Wuhuan Academy was emblazoned in titanium letters upon a metallic wall of shimmering silver, accompanied by the emblem of the highest-ranking Wuhuan Hall token. 6 offerings. Are these the renowned Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na? A middle-aged man with chestnut hair approached swiftly upon spotting the 1,000 Douluo. Director, Zhu Sheng. Please take good care of them, the 1,000 Douluo requested. Director, Zhu Sheng bowed in acknowledgement, assuring, rest assured, they will be in good hands. Their potential will be maximally developed here at Wuhuan Academy. With a nod, the 1,000 Douluo briefed Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na before taking flight. I have heard of your soul rings. If they are as remarkable as rumored, you are indeed rare prodigies, Director Zhu Sheng remarked. Thus, I have arranged with the instructors for you to skip the human and earth classes and directly enter the heavenly class. What do the human and earth classes entail? Gu Chen inquired, puzzled. The human and earth classes primarily focus on cultivation and knowledge of soul masters, whereas the heavenly class emphasizes practical combat training to hone students' fighting abilities. Students may form teams for practice or request instructors for sparring, Director Zhu Sheng explained. After you collect your uniforms, settle into your respective dormitories, and then come back to me, he instructed, leading Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na to the Academic Affairs office, where they received their uniforms and dormitory keys. Gu Chen nodded and parted ways with Gu Yue Na, proceeding to his dormitory. The Wuhuan Academy dormitories were shared, and as it was currently the lunch break, Gu Chen's roommate was already resting inside. Oh, are you my new roommate? Upon opening the door, Gu Chen was met with a curious little boy, around 6 meters tall, with a doll-like face. Yes, I am Gu Chen, he replied, feeling a certain fondness for his adorable roommate. Hello, I am Douluo Chen, a student from the heavenly class. My martial soul is the food type martial soul, fried rice. Douluo Chen introduced himself with a smile, extending his hand to Gu Chen. Gu Chen, intrigued, initiated a probe into Douluo Chen's attributes. Ding. Character profile. Name, Douluo Chen. Age, 12. Strength, 200 mental power, 750 bloodline. Human bloodline, 100 level. Level 29 Great Soul Master Soul Rings. Yellow loyalty, 20 overall evaluation. A being with considerable potential within the food system martial soul, yet overly kind-hearted, often leading to personal disadvantage. How is this loyalty tier classified? Gu Chen inquired of the system. Ding. A loyalty score below 10% indicates animosity towards the host. A score between 10 to 15% signifies a stranger. 16 to 40% equates to a casual acquaintance. 41 to 50% represents a friend. 51 to 60% denotes a willingness to serve the host. 61 to 90% indicates loyalty to the host. 91 to 99% reflects a readiness to undertake any peril for the host. A score of 100% implies unwavering allegiance, where the individual would never oppose the host's wishes. The effect of a slavery symbol forcibly elevates the individual's loyalty to 100%. Gu Chen nodded. Douluo Chen appears to be quite promising, worthy of alliance. He mused. Gu Chen clenched his fist and declared, I am Gu Chen, Martial Soul Golden Dragon, level 41, 4-ringed Battle Soul Master. What? Level 41? But you are merely 12 years old. How can that be? Douluo Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Even I am only level 29. Gu Chen gently shook his head. It is merely 1% talent, coupled with 99% diligence. By the way, may I observe your soul skills? Douluo Chen nodded, and 2 yellow soul rings illuminated from behind him. He seemed to mumble some incantation, and upon closer listening, one could discern phrases like I would rather starve to death than jump down. Ah, how fragrant. After finishing his incantation, Douluo Chen raised his cherubic face, and a golden light orb manifested in his palm. First soul skill, fragrant fried rice. Before Gu Chen's eyes, a bowl of vibrant, aromatic fried rice appeared in Douluo Chen's hand. My first soul skill is fragrant fried rice, which allows the consuming soul master to interrupt the release of half of their soul skills within 10 minutes or forcibly release their power without backlash. Additionally, the soul master consuming the fragrant fried rice can recover 1% of their soul power per second for 20 seconds, without any level restrictions. Douluo Chen proclaimed proudly. Gu Chen felt a surge of astonishment. The efficacy was indeed remarkable. Yet, why was there no sign of him in the prestigious Soul Master Tournament across the continent? An impressive skill, Gu Chen remarked. Is that so? However, they all claim my skill to be quite useless, Douluo Chen replied, his gaze sparkling with hope. Useless? That is merely a reflection of their incompetence in wielding such power, Gu Chen dismissed. It's akin to how a master in a game can achieve multiple kills with crowd control, while those in lower ranks merely feed the enemy. Gu Chen silently added, "All right, Dean Zhu Sheng is waiting for me. I must take my leave." Gu Chen placed his belongings down and addressed Luo Chen. After meeting up with Gu Yue Na outside the girls' dormitory, Gu Chen swiftly located Dean Zhu Sheng, who was engaged in conversation with a balding middle-aged man. Upon seeing Gu Chen, he remarked, "Gu Chen, Gu Yue Na, this is the director of the Martial Soul Academy. You may refer to him as Teacher Lin." "Hello, Teacher Lin," both said in unison. Teacher Lin slightly nodded in acknowledgement. "So you're Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na? I have reviewed your cultivation reports. You truly are exceptional talents. You will be placed in Class A of the Heavenly Division, which consists of all the Academy's elite, currently totaling 9 members." Gu Chen nodded, surprised to find that both he and Gu Yue Na would be in the same class as Luo Chen. "How fortuitous. Classes in Class A will commence this afternoon. It seems your roommates are also from Class A, so they shall guide you to your lessons," Dean Zhu Sheng informed. Gu Chen could not help but glance at Gu Yue Na, realizing that her roommate was also a member of Class A. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gu Chen stated directly, "Luo Chen, Dean Zhu Sheng mentioned you should take me along this afternoon for class." Luo Chen looked at him in confusion. "I have also been assigned to Class A," Gu Chen clarified. Luo Chen gazed at Gu Chen astonished. "What? You bypass Class B and Class C to enter Class A? That makes sense. With your talent, you certainly possess that capability. An hour later, we will have practical training in Class A. Since you are so powerful, let's team up," Luo Chen suggested. Gu Chen nodded, "Very well." Chapter 43. The Grand Stage of Zuin. "I will first take you to Class A of the Heavenly Division for a look," Luo Chen said, leading Gu Chen as they walked several hundred meters through the Martial Soul Academy before entering the classroom. Though it was merely a class of 9 individuals, the size of the classroom rivaled that of a large conference room from Gu Chen's past life. Within Class A of the Heavenly Division were 5 boys and 2 girls, totaling 7 members. As Luo Chen entered with Gu Chen, a stunningly beautiful girl rose from a redwood table, approaching the door, her face displaying a disdain that contrasted sharply with her beauty. "You must be the new arrival, Gu Chen, the wild boy from the corner?" she sneered. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Gu Yue Na, 18 years old, Martial Soul Celestial Fox, level 43 Control-type Battle Soul Master, loyal to the former Saintess Bibi Dong. My mentor, Gu Yue Na, was exceptionally beautiful, yet her haughty demeanor elicited no goodwill. I have heard you are loyal to the Pope? Ha! Gu Yue Na laughed heartily. Turning to Luo Chen, you are indeed the most useless one in Class A, befriending someone loyal to the Pope. Luo Chen retorted indignantly. What's wrong with being friend with him? His talent surpasses yours. Gu Chen at 12 years old was already level 40, while you at 18 are only at his level. At that moment, a sinister-looking young man stood up from the back row, and I, Xiaoyu, am 18 and level 43. So what? At least that is better than you, a mere great soul master, right? Wouldn't you agree, tail end? In Class A of the Heavenly Division, Xiaoyu, Gu Yue Na, and the rugged man beside him, Yin, were all loyal to the former Saintess Bibi Dong. In another corner of the classroom, a girl around 13 years old, accompanied by 3 boys aged 16 or 17, remained neutral, not pledging allegiance to either Bibi Dong or Qian Xuanji. Although they were spared from the factional struggles, they consequently had access to far fewer cultivation resources than the others. Those 3 boys were merely at level 37 or 38, while the 13-year-old girl had managed to cultivate to the same level as the boys through her own talent, reaching level 36. All of this was information Luo Chen had shared with Gu Chen. Of course, Luo Chen himself was also without faction, or he would not have only reached level 29 at this point. Gu Chen remained silent, simply walking further into the classroom. Seeing this, Gu Yue Na raised an eyebrow. What? Is this how you wild boys from the corners behave? So rude that you cannot even respond when others speak? Gu Chen turned back. It is not that I look down upon you. Rather, I simply cannot be bothered to acknowledge you. If not for the teacher's admonition against littering, I would have thrown you out long ago. Seek help elsewhere for your issues. I am no veterinarian. Ding! Your friend Zuin Gu Chen has come online. You. She was evidently infuriated. Are you seeking death, fool? Xiaoyu's expression darkened as he spoke. Gu Chen remained unperturbed, retorting with a calm demeanor. Do you presume that the world revolves around you? Just because you possess a rare appearance does not entitle you to be treated as precious. Before I met you, I was blissfully unaware of my flaw in judging others by their looks. Very well, you have successfully captured my attention. In the upcoming practical lesson, you shall reap the consequences. Xiaoyu threatened, his face grim. Gu Chen, who had previously slain even the Soul Emperor and severely wounded a Soul Dou, would hardly be intimidated by a mere soul sect like Xiaoyu. Such a thought would be laughable. Look at you, trying to act serious as if you truly comprehend human speech. The world is rife with imbeciles, yet you have distinguished yourself among them. I wish to vent my frustrations, not specifically at you. Gu Chen continued, his words sharp and caustic. Country bumpkin, your words are nothing but excrement. Gu Yue Na interjected, managing to squeeze out a comment. It has been ages since anyone dared to engage in a verbal spar with him. It feels reminiscent of a lively atmosphere in Zuin. Gu Chen suddenly felt an inexplicable thrill at the prospect of confrontation. I fail to understand how a rope can tangle when it is too long, yet your tongue cannot. Do not speak to me. I am unable to comprehend. To others, it appears foolish for me to argue with a pig. Silence. Sit down. Yinshan, standing beside Xiaoyu, slammed his palm on the table and bellowed. Why the uproar? Oh, I see. You must be selecting a coffin for your mother, Gu Chen remarked, feigning enlightenment. Even Luo Chen, who stood beside him, found his demeanor somewhat deserving of a reprimand. At that moment, the classroom door swung open once more, and a stranger led Gu Yue Na into the room. This unfamiliar girl had ear-length grayish-white hair and remained silent upon entering, exuding an air of tranquility. This is my roommate, Feng Xiaoyu, 13 years old, with the martial spirit of a hurricane bird, a 36-level 3-ring agility-type battle spirit master, currently unaffiliated, Gu Yue Na introduced, glancing towards Luo Chen beside Gu Chen. This is my roommate, Luo Chen, 12 years old, whose martial spirit is fried rice, a 29th level culinary spirit master, Gu Chen added. System, check Feng Xiaoyu's character information, Gu Chen commanded. Ding. System character panel. Name, Feng Xiaoyu. Age, 13 strength, 1000 spiritual power, 900 bloodline. Human bloodline 100 level, 37th level soul master soul rings. Yellow, yellow. Purple loyalty, 16 comprehensive evaluation. A talented young girl. Her attributes surpass those of peers in the same realm, with considerable potential for development. Quite commendable. I am Gu Chen. Gu Chen extended his hand towards Feng Xiaoyu, entirely shedding the arrogance he had exhibited towards Gu Yue Na. Feng Xiaoyu, she replied, her hand briefly touching Gu Chen's before pulling away, her voice as cold and clear as an icy spring. Gu Yue Na stated, noting Gu Chen's friendliness towards Luo Chen. She too exuded a hint of goodwill towards him. Luo Chen, he smiled charmingly in response. Hey, don't ignore us. Gu Yue Na and the others, who had been relegated to mere background figures, exclaimed in frustration. Be quiet. Gu Yue Na tilted her head, her gaze icy and unyielding, reminiscent of ancient glaciers. The sight of Gu Yue Na's eyes left Gu Yue Na and her companions utterly stunned. To them, the chill emanating from her gaze suggested that any misstep could lead them into the depths of despair, a fate from which there would be no return. All students from Class T stepped forward and assembled at the training ground for practical lessons. A cool voice resonated from the doorway. A dark-haired female teacher, holding a book that was not an ordinary tome, but rather her martial spirit, entered. You must be the new students, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, the teacher observed, directing her gaze towards them. Both nodded in acknowledgement. I am Lucy May. Feel free to call me Teacher May. I am the homeroom teacher for Class T, a soul emperor of the 69th level with the martial spirit of a magic book. For the years you are here, I will be your instructor, Lucy stated. A few minutes later, on the training grounds of the Martial Spirit Academy, 11 students, 7 boys and 4 girls, stood in a line, with Lucy positioned directly in front of them. Today, we welcome 2 new students. Please introduce yourselves, Lucy prompted. I am Hua Buo, with the martial spirit of Cherry Blossom, a 37th level control-type battle spirit master. The boy on the far left declared. I am Xianmo, with a martial spirit of Mountain Shield, a 36th level defense-type battle spirit master. The second boy followed suit. I am Feng Ming, with the martial spirit of a golden staff, a 36th level support-type weapon spirit master. The third boy announced. Next came Yinshan, Xiaoyu, and Gu Yue Na. each introducing themselves with an air of superiority, resembling beings of unparalleled greatness. Gu Yue Na, with the martial spirit of Ice Snow Sword, a 38th level assault-type battle spirit master. The girl stated, her enchanting smile captivating all. Following Gu Yue Na were Luo Chen and Feng Xiaoyu, before it was finally Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na's turn. I am Gu Chen, with the martial spirit of Golden Dragon, a 41st level assault-type soul sect master. I am Gu Yue Na, with the martial spirit of Rainbow Dragon, also a 41st level control-type soul sect master. Now, release your soul rings, Lucy instructed everyone. A total of 37 soul rings ascended, but the sight of the rings floating behind Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na was astonishing. 10,000-year soul rings, how is that possible? Gu Yue Na exclaimed in shock. Although Lucy had heard of such phenomena, witnessing it firsthand still left her momentarily astounded. Ahem, Lucy cleared her throat before continuing. I will now assign teams. Luo Chen and Gu Chen will team up to battle Gu Yue Na and Xiaoyu. Gu Yue Na and Feng Xiaoyu will face off against Yin Shan and Xian Mo. Feng Ming and Gu Yue Na will contend with Hua Qingtian and myself, with my strength limited to that of a 41st level. Gu Yue Na glanced at Gu Chen and his companion in surprise, not expecting to confront them directly in the practical lesson. Nana, that Gu Chen soul rings are truly formidable. We should initiate our martial spirit fusion technique at the start of the battle, Xiaoyu whispered to Gu Yue Na. All right, brother. Gu Yue Na nodded, her expression growing serious. As the three battles commenced at Lucy's command, Xiaoyu conjured a pair of blood-red crescent blades, his martial spirit. Gu Yue Na moved, leaning forward, and collided with Xiaoyu. In that instant, a crimson light enveloped them both, expanding rapidly and engulfing a quarter of the training ground. Due to the overwhelming presence of Gu Yue Na and Xiaoyu, the other two battles were forced to pause, with everyone retreating to the opposite end of the training ground. What is going on with Xiaoyu and Nana? They're using their martial spirit fusion technique right from the start. Yinshan frowned. Lucy replied, Gu Chen's soul ring configuration is incredibly strong. To defeat him, they must seize the initiative. Xiaoyu and Gu Yue Na's martial spirit fusion technique, Demon Charm, is activated. As the red light flickered, the two merged into one, appearing as an ethereal figure with flowing hair, indiscernible between male and female. Oh, is that not a hermaphrodite? Gu Chen quipped mockingly. You. The demon charm seethed, the crimson mist thickening, infused with ominous energy and enchantment. At this moment, Gu Chen had already summoned the Golden Dragon King, its scales enveloping him, and radiant golden light emanated from his eyes, locking onto the figure of Demon Charm amidst the swirling red mist. Behind him, Luo Chen began to mutter incantations, his voice barely audible as he chanted the soul spell. As the enticing aroma of specially prepared fried rice wafted through the air, the second soul skill, Secret Fried Rice, was summoned by Luo Chen with a commanding shout. A bowl of fried rice, drenched in a rich, brown sauce, materialized before him and was tossed towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen, this is my second soul skill. Secret Fried Rice. Its effects are invigorating and possess certain detoxifying properties, Luo Chen proclaimed, promptly conjuring another bowl for himself. Understood. Gu Chen extended his claws to catch the secret fried rice, devouring it whole, even crunching the bowl in the process. After all, it was merely a manifestation of soul power, and consuming it posed no harm to him. A gentle chill enveloped him, and he felt an extraordinary clarity of mind, accompanied by a thin layer of pale blue energy that shielded his skin from the encroaching mist. Next, Luo Chen activated his first soul skill, Fragrant Fried Rice, producing yet another bowl and hurling it to Gu Chen, who eagerly accepted it. Just then, the tides of battle shifted dramatically as a crescent moon blade sliced toward his back. Without even turning around, Gu Chen unleashed his golden dragon claws, seizing the enchanting moon blade with a powerful grip. Crack, crack, crack. With a forceful squeeze, the moon blade shattered, exploding into fragments moments later. The spirit weapon sustained a grievous blow, and naturally, the evil moon felt the repercussions. However, Gu Chen was relentless, striking at the face of the enchanting foe while activating his first soul ring. The ethereal image of the golden dragon surged forward, aiming at the enchanting creature. Gu Yue Na sensed the peril and quickly maneuvered the enchanting figure into a low dodge, attempting to slip beneath Gu Chen's grasp in search of an escape. Yet, remarkably, Gu Chen halted midair without any backlash, and with a powerful stomp of his right foot, his second soul ring ignited. Golden Dragon Quake. 8 dragon shadows surged forth, crashing down upon the enchanting figure, sending her flying into the air and causing her to spit blood. Both the Evil Moon and Gu Yue Na were injured by the force of the attack. Gu Chen did not relent. His fourth soul ring glowed ominously, emanating a terrifying aura. Fourth soul skill, Golden Dragon Claw. The claw, infused with dreadful energy, slowly extended. Gu Yue Na and the Evil Moon felt an overwhelming suffocation, silence beneath the oppressive pressure, devoid of any will to resist. The Golden Dragon Claw advanced with deliberate slowness, akin to a tortoise's crawl, yet its dreadful aura immobilized the enchanting figure, as if Buddha himself were suppressing the Monkey King. As the claw reached the throat of the enchanting figure, it abruptly restrained its strength, a testament to the effects of the fragrant fried rice. Ultimately, it merely tapped gently at her throat, disrupting the fusion state of their soul weapons, causing them to separate and collapse to the ground, blood spilling forth as their spirits waned. In their gazes directed at Gu Chen, only trepidation remained. Gu Chen and Douluo Continent emerged victorious. Lucy declared their triumph. Her first soul skill, Clarity, allowed her to pierce through the crimson mist, witnessing the entire battle unfold just as clearly as the powerful Gu Yue Na had. Gu Chen, your combat prowess is commendable, and your soul skill strength is formidable. What you require now is to hone your skills against high-ranking soul masters. I will arrange for several Soul King instructors to train with you in one-on-one combat shortly. Teacher, Gu Chen interjected, given your soul ring configuration, the soul sect cannot adequately assess your strength. Your opponents will be Soul Kings, and there is no room for negotiation. Lucy interrupted. May I seek a Soul Emperor or Soul Saint as my training partner? Gu Chen boldly proposed. What? Soul Emperor, Soul Saint? Lucy gasped in astonishment. Gu Chen nodded. Before I became a Soul Sect member, I once defeated a Soul Emperor, albeit one with a poor soul ring configuration. I seek a powerful Soul Emperor or Soul Saint as my mentor. Upon hearing that Gu Chen had slain a Soul Emperor, everyone, including Lucy, was taken aback. A Soul Master defeating a Soul Emperor surpassed 3 major realms. What formidable power must he possess to have accomplished such a feat before even entering the Soul Sect? Very well. I shall consult the head instructor, Lin, a level 73 Soul Saint, to personally accompany you as your training partner. Lucy concluded after some contemplation. Teacher, I hope you will use your full strength during our match, Gu Yue Na stated earnestly. What? Lucy was taken aback, already astonished by Gu Chen's prowess. Now, she realized that Gu Yue Na's strength was not inferior to her own. Lucy's expression turned serious as she nodded. All right, I will give it my all. However, this is merely a sparring session, and we shall not go too far. 3, 2, 1, begin. As Lucy's voice faded, spatial energy surged, and Gu Yue Na vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Lucy. A radiant sword coalesced, aimed directly at the back of Lucy's neck. If Lucy lacked genuine talent, she would not have secured her position as the head of the elite class. As her second soul ring ignited, she too vanished, appearing 10 meters away, perfectly evading Gu Yue Na's strike. This was Lucy's second soul skill, Blink. As soon as she landed, her third millennium soul ring glowed, unleashing intense energy from her magical tome. Third soul skill, Blazing Ray. A torrent of flames erupted from the tome, hurtling toward Gu Yue Na. However, Gu Yue Na, as the Silver Dragon King wielding mastery over the 7 elements, was unfazed by the fiery assault. Her first soul ring illuminated as she unleashed the elemental tide, summoning a flame shield that absorbed the energy of the blazing ray, converting it into her own soul power. Just as Gu Yue Na absorbed the flames, a sly smile crept across Lucy's lips as she activated her fourth soul ring. Beneath Gu Yue Na, the ground began to coalesce with icy power. In the next moment, the ice surged upward, attempting to engulf Gu Yue Na. Yet, Gu Yue Na possessed spirit power on par with a Soul Douluo, easily perceiving Lucy's intentions. With a triumphant grin, she recognized that all 6 of Lucy's soul skills were likely centered around elemental control, a realm far beyond Lucy's reach. As the water element took hold, the frost beneath Gu Yue Na's feet transformed into droplets, seeping into the ground. Spatial confinement. Gu Yue Na unleashed her mastery over spatial elements, forcibly binding Lucy's surroundings, rendering her second soul skill ineffective. In tandem with a surge of spatial energy, Gu Yue Na materialized before Lucy, summoning her silver dragon spear. The blade glistened ominously as it hovered just a hair's breadth from Lucy's throat. "May you have lost," Gu Yue Na said with a playful smile, releasing Lucy from her spatial confinement and retracting the spear. Lucy merely nodded, lacking the desolation typically associated with defeat. "Gu Yue Na, your combat skills are formidable, and your soul power is unparalleled among your peers. Regarding your training, I have 2 suggestions. Firstly, I recommend that you participate in the soul battles at the Soul Master City daily, honing your combat skills through persistent practice. Moreover, I advise you to refrain from using elemental control, relying solely on your firearm for combat, or, alternatively, utilizing only a single element for control. Only through this method can your strength be comprehensively enhanced. Secondly, I suggest that you dedicate more than 5 hours each day to training in the Dragon Valley Simulation Training Ground. Your martial soul is the 7-color dragon, and undoubtedly, Dragon Valley is the most suitable place for you." Gu Yue Na merely nodded and said, "Thank you, teacher, I will." Lucy turned her gaze towards Shui Yiyu and the others who had yet to engage in battle, as well as the auxiliary Feng Ming and control specialist Hua Luo, who had just been of no assistance. She declared, "I will now assist Gu Chen in seeking out Teacher Lin." Hua Luo joined group Xianmo, while Feng Ming joined group Shui Yiyu. "You 3 can engage in a 3-on-3 spar." The group nodded in agreement. Gu Chen and the others found a bench outside the sparring area to observe, leaving 6 individuals to fight within the arena. After several minutes, with Feng Ming providing support, Feng Xiaoyu striking from the rear, and Shui Yu unleashing powerful attacks with her ice and snow sword, Group Shui Yu emerged victorious. Shortly thereafter, Lucy arrived with Teacher Lin. "This is your head instructor, Teacher Lin, whose martial soul is the Holy Sword of Light Annihilation, a level 73 7-ring soul sage. Gu Chen, Teacher Lin will be your sparring partner shortly," Lucy announced. The bald-headed Teacher Lin smiled and nodded at Gu Chen, saying, "Good to see you again, Gu Chen." Gu Chen acknowledged him with a nod and declared, "I am ready. Let the battle commence." Young people were so eager. Teacher Lin entered the sparring arena first. Once Gu Chen followed suit, Teacher Lin unleashed his martial soul, the Holy Sword of Light Annihilation. It was a grand golden sword adorned with dark patterns that seemed to consume the very essence of the mind. Gu Chen refrained from further conversation, allowing the Golden Dragon King martial soul to envelop him, golden scales perfectly covering his entire form, even his eyes shielded by a faint energy membrane. This was his first solo challenge against a soul sage, and he had to proceed with caution. With a swift motion of his right hand, the golden dragon spear materialized in his grip. The 3rd soul ring behind him glowed ominously, and the 10,000-year soul ring radiated a dark light, manifesting the golden dragon wings from his back. Gu Chen soared into the air, gliding toward Teacher Lin, thrusting the golden dragon spear ahead with fierce intensity, its golden radiance extending several feet, sharp and menacing. Teacher Lin quickly swung the Holy Sword of Light Annihilation, activating his 2nd soul ring, unleashing a wave of golden sword energy to collide with Gu Chen's golden dragon spear. However, the sword energy shattered instantaneously, while the spearhead struck the blade of the holy sword, drawing upon a continuous flow of soul power. Soul power absorption? This is unexpected, Teacher Lin thought, momentarily taken aback. Yet, Gu Chen refused to grant him any time for contemplation. With the golden dragon soaring, he was already before Teacher Lin, the black and red 9,000-year soul ring illuminating behind him as Gu Chen extended his right hand, transforming it into a golden dragon claw. Golden dragon claw, with attributes of penetration, shredding, and destruction converging upon this strike, it bore the terrifying energy of the 9,000-year soul ring. Teacher Lin, despite being a soul sage, paled at the sight of this attack. He abandoned thoughts of the golden dragon spear as his 5th soul ring activated. A terrifying golden halo emanated from Teacher Lin, pushing back against the golden dragon spear and momentarily stalling the golden dragon claw. This was Teacher Lin's 5th soul skill, the rejection halo. Having attained the position of head instructor, his combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Almost concurrently with the activation of the rejection halo, his 6th soul ring lit up, unleashing a jet of inky black lines from the sword tip, hurtling towards Gu Chen. This was the sixth soul skill of the Holy Sword of Light Annihilation. The Annihilation Ray. Due to the momentum of the Golden Dragon's flight, Gu Chen had no time to evade the Annihilation Ray and could only cross his arms to absorb the hit. The destructive power of the Annihilation Ray was immense. Even the formidable golden scales of the Golden Dragon King began to corrode, revealing the strong muscle beneath. Nevertheless, the defensive capabilities of the Golden Dragon King were not to be underestimated. Gu Chen, with his incredible physical strength and defense, withstood the onslaught of the Annihilation Ray. However, his skin was char black, exposing the crimson flesh underneath. Your defensive capabilities are quite strong, rivaling those of a defense-type Soul Emperor, Teacher Lin estimated conservatively. Even my sixth soul skill cannot harm you. The test concludes here. Lucy, please take him to the training room to assess his limits on speed and strength. Chapter 46. Peril lurking. Lucy nodded. Gu Chen, if that is the case, I echo the advice given to you by Gu Yue Na. First, you must engage in one-on-one battles at the Soul Master City daily, abstaining from using your martial soul or firearm, relying solely on your physical strength, or utilizing just the firearm without any other methods to refine your combat abilities. Secondly, I too recommend that you dedicate over 5 hours each day to training in the Dragon Valley Simulation Training Ground. Your martial soul is the Golden Dragon, and Dragon Valley is equally the most fitting place for your development. I understand, Gu Chen replied with a nod. Subsequently, Lucy led Gu Chen to test his limits on speed and strength, yielding astonishing results. Both his speed and strength were strikingly close to that of a Soul Douluo. If there was a singular flaw, it lay in his insufficient spiritual power. However, even that was formidable enough to surpass others within the same realm. After the afternoon's practical training concluded, the students of Class A dispersed on the spot. Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na meandered through the Soul Master Academy for a while before returning to their respective dormitories. The others also mostly returned to their quarters, with the exceptions of Gu Yue Na, Yu, and Yen. The three gathered in the illusory forest simulation training ground of the Soul Master Academy. We are all loyal followers of the former Saintess Bibi Dong, yet Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, the two individuals of the Qiang Sunji lineage, undoubtedly represent our greatest obstacle. Yu remarked calmly. However, given their extraordinary talents and strength, we possess no means to defeat them. Gu Yue Na lamented. Yen, exhibiting a somewhat volatile temperament, interjected, Nana, isn't your teacher a 98th level peerless Douluo? Why not request her assistance to eliminate both Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na? Otherwise, the future of the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly fall under their unilateral control. But would the teacher agree? Gu Yue Na expressed her concerns, understanding that as rival factions, if Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na remained, they would be expelled from the Spirit Hall. After all, non-kin must have different intentions, and alienating dissenters had always been their modus operandi. Sister, this is our only opportunity. You have seen it. Even Teacher Lin, a soul sage, could not inflict harm upon Gu Chen. It seems only a title or a level powerhouse could bring him down. Yu insisted. Gu Yue Na's gaze became resolute as she replied softly. Yes, I will speak to the teacher. The former Saintess Bibi Dong harbored deep disdain for the Pope Qiang Sunji and naturally would not reside in the Papal Hall. Her abode was conveniently situated just outside the Soul Master Academy, within a branch hall of the Spirit Hall. Upon arriving at the branch hall, Yu and Yin positioned themselves on either side, while Gu Yue Na, as Bibi Dong's disciple, confidently strode into the Spirit Hall branch. What is it, my disciple? A voice inquired, belonging to a woman clad in purple garments and a purple crystal crown, none other than Bibi Dong. Master, Qiang Sunji has somehow recruited two 12-year-olds with extraordinary talents, which may influence our future standing within the Spirit Hall. I humbly request that you eliminate them. Gu Yue Na spoke with a gentle voice, uttering chilling words that lacked any semblance of respect for the Pope. She showed no fear of the numerous eyes within the branch of the Spirit Hall. Naturally, all of Qian Xuanji's confidants or those loyal to him had been secretly eliminated from Bibi Dong's residence. Those remaining in this branch were all soul masters willing to pledge allegiance to Bibi Dong. Due to Qian Xuanji's orders to keep the strengths of Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na confidential within a limited scope, Bibi Dong was entirely unaware of their existence. She merely scoffed. What kind of genius could that dog possibly attract? Surely, he must be a natural fool. Seeing Bibi Dong's utter indifference, Gu Yue Na became anxious. Teacher, Gu Chen is merely 12 years old, yet possesses the strength of a level 41 soul master. His soul ring configuration is astonishing. The first soul ring is a millennium ring, and from the second ring onwards, they are 10,000-year rings. His fourth soul ring, black tinged with red, evidently boasts a lifespan of 90,000 years. And then there's Gu Yue Na, who has the same level as Gu Chen. Her soul rings comprising 2 millennium and 2 10,000-year rings. With the 2 of them present, the Spirit Hall will have no place for us in the future. I implore you, teacher, eliminate them. What? Bibi Dong was taken aback, her expression turning grave. If such formidable individuals were allowed to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nah, find an opportunity tomorrow to bring them out of the Spirit Academy. I will take matters into my own hands and ensure their elimination, Bibi Dong declared coldly. Gu Yue Na nodded vigorously. The following day, the door of Gu Chen's dormitory was knocked upon. Gu Chen rubbed his drowsy eyes and glanced toward the door. There stood Gu Yue Na, head bowed, her small hands clasped before her, fingers nervously tapping against each other, her delicate features adorned with a pitiful expression. Gu Chen, I'm sorry, I shot tea of maki yesterday. Can you forgive me? She attempted to appear as a remorseful child, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. Gu Chen remained expressionless. I am not angry. If there is nothing else, please leave. He felt irked that his peaceful slumber had been disturbed by Gu Yue Na. My brother, Yan, and I have discussed it, and we would like to invite you and Sister Gu Yue Na to a high-end restaurant outside of Spirit City called Wangqing Pavilion for a meal, to express our apologies. Gu Yue Na said pitifully. No need for that, Gu Chen replied, somewhat surprised, scrutinizing Gu Yue Na for any ulterior motives. Yet, whether it was due to Gu Yue Na's clever disguise or Gu Chen's insufficient mental fortitude, he discerned nothing amiss from her demeanor. We will all be classmates from now on, so let this meal be a way of welcoming you. You cannot refuse, Gu Yue Na insisted, uncertain of her true intentions. Gu Chen acquiesced, bringing Gu Yue Na along. Flattery without reason is often a guise for ulterior motives. There must be something suspicious about this. After leaving the Spirit Academy and while on the road out of Spirit City, Gu Yue Na frowned and transmitted a message to Gu Chen. Gu Chen shrugged and replied telepathically, I have no idea what they intend to do. Let us observe for now. Before long, Gu Yue Na, Xiaoyu, Yan, Gu Chen, and Gu Yue Na exited the gates of Spirit City. Shortly after leaving, Gu Yue Na's formidable mental prowess detected something amiss. Her amethyst-like eyes sharpened with vigilance as she transmitted to Gu Chen. There's a problem. I sense 4 individuals following us. Their auras are extremely powerful. Even I, having released 4 seals, cannot discern their exact cultivation levels. However, I can confirm that all 4 have reached the level of tidal Douluo. What? Gu Chen exclaimed in shock. The identities of these 4 tidal Douluo were uncertain. If they were enemies, they could very well be sent by Bibi Dong. To eliminate both him and Gu Yue Na, they had dispatched such formidable tidal Douluo. This was indeed a grand display of power. Gu Chen's gaze turned sharp as he looked towards Gu Yue Na and the others. If he were forced to unseal all his powers, thereby disrupting his plans, Gu Yue Na and the tidal Douluo would surely pay for it with their lives. Feeling Gu Chen's piercing gaze, Gu Yue Na broke into a cold sweat, realizing she had been discovered. In a panic, she unleashed a soul power signal, her secret message to Bibi Dong. Boom! An overwhelming pressure locked onto Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, a breath of death looming dangerously close. A shadow appeared behind Gu Chen, its formidable soul power binding Gu Chen's body, leaving him with no escape, while a pitch-black claw lunged toward his back. Chapter 47. The guardian Gu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he summoned the paper phoenix from his system backpack to take his place. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing several meters away. The paper phoenix, left behind, was touched by the claw, corroding the metal and turning it into a pool of black liquid. Gu Chen, still shaken, looked back at his original position. There stood a slender woman, not tall, clad in a majestic purple-red robe, wearing a crown of amethyst. Her fair skin and nearly perfect features made her stand out. But Gu Chen had no mind to appreciate her beauty. Not only did she lack even half of Gu Yue Na's allure, but she was also there to kill him. 9 soul rings floated around her, the final one being a 100,000-year ring, as the shadow of a black spider slowly emerged behind her. Upon seeing the spider's silhouette and the 100,000-year ring, Gu Chen immediately recognized her as Bibi Dong, the former saintess. At that moment, Bibi Dong unleashed her first martial spirit. The Death Spider Queen. Third soul skill, Death Spider Web Bind. As Bibi Dong unleashed her third soul skill, a web imbued with the essence of death surged through the air towards Gu Chen. Beware! A familiar voice rang out as an elder appeared, lifting Gu Chen by the collar, causing his surroundings to swirl. In an instant, he found himself dozens of meters away. Gu Yue Na was similarly brought to Gu Chen's side by another elder. Upon closer inspection, Gu Chen recognized them as the titled Douluo, Qianjun, and Jiang Mo. A sigh of relief escaped Gu Chen's lips. With two titled Douluo present, he need not reveal his true strength. Qianjun, Jiang Mo, how dare you interfere with my affairs? Bibi Dong seethed as she saw her prey escape. Former saintess, they're the future hope of the spirit hall. You do not possess the right to act against them. Jiang Mo retorted with a cold smile. Bibi Dong released her aura, a frigid air surrounding her as she coldly stated, I am a level 98 title Dou. You are both merely level 96. Keep in mind that in the realm of title Dou, levels are like the heavens. As a 98, I could easily eliminate you both to silence you. Then what about me? Without waiting for Qianjun and Jiang Mo to respond, an elder emerged slowly from the nearby forest. The elder had his martial spirit manifested, with 9 soul rings swirling around him, his body covered in white scales. 3 sacrifices. Qianjun and Jiang Mo clasped their fists in respect. White armor Douluo. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, fully aware that her plans had crumbled. I will remember this day. If I have the chance in the future, you shall surely die. As her words fell, Bibi Dong activated her second martial spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Queen, causing spatial fluctuations as she vanished from her location. 3 sacrifices. What is the meaning of this? Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo were unaware of the purpose behind the arrival of the white armored Douluo, and thus inquired. The Pope has instructed me to bring Gu Chen to meet him. The white armored Douluo responded. Your Highness, what is going on? Gu Chen queried, glancing at Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo with a hint of confusion. With your talents, you are destined to be a great asset to the Spirit Hall. Therefore, your safety must be ensured. Jiang Mo and I will serve as your guardians, Qianjun Douluo elucidated. Gu Chen grasped Gu Yue Na's hand and nodded in understanding. Very well. Gu Chen, come with me. The Pope wishes to see you, the white armored Douluo stated. Gu Chen acquiesced. Your Highness, what does the Pope want with Brother Chen? May I accompany him? Gu Yue Na interjected, clearly concerned for Gu Chen's safety. The Pope has a task for Gu Chen. Do not worry. You will also have your own tasks in due time. The white armored Douluo replied with a gentle smile. Subsequently, Gu Yue Na was escorted back to the academy by Jiang Mo, while Gu Yue Na and her companions seemed to have fled back to the academy as soon as the battle commenced, evading Jiang Mo's search. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, under the guidance of the white armored Douluo and Qianjun Douluo, proceeded to the Pope's hall to meet Qian Xuanji. Your Holiness! Gu Chen knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. I have a task for you, Gu Chen, which will also serve to assess your abilities, Qian Xuanji declared. Please, Your Holiness. Go on. Gu Chen responded. Qian Xuanji spoke ominously. Qianjun Douluo should have informed you about the matters within the Spirit Hall. The lineage of the former saintess, Bibi Dong, has become increasingly rampant, daring to openly recruit soul masters for the Spirit Hall. I have decided to suppress their arrogant behavior. Currently, the Spirit Hall's saintess, Gu Yue Na, along with her brother Xiaoyu and another named Yin, should be in your class at the Spirit Academy. Your task is to assassinate them without revealing your identity. Your sister, Gu Yue Na, is it not? Once Gu Yue Na is eliminated, she will be eligible to compete for the position of saintess in the Spirit Hall. Gu Chen was taken aback by Qian Xuanji's request for him to assassinate Gu Yue Na and the others. However, even without such a command, he would have sought to eliminate them. After all, those who wish to kill him must perish. Ding! The system has detected the host's current situation and has activated a plot choice. Accept Qian Xuanji's mission to assassinate Gu Yue Na and her companions. Assistance, a night cloak, produced by the system, which can reduce one's presence by 50% and conceal one's aura, making it undetectable to beings below the divine level. Refuse the mission and recruit Gu Yue Na and her companions. Assistance, 3 low-level enslavement talismans. I choose, Gu Chen declared without hesitation. Ding! The reward of the night cloak has been dispensed. Please check your system backpack. Your Holiness, I am willing to accept the task. Gu Chen lifted his head, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth, complemented by his pitch-black eyes, exuding an indescribable charm. Ding! The system has detected the host's current situation and has activated a task selection. Task to assassinate Gu Yue Na and Xiaoyu. Reward: infinite supply of Yuan Ji's original paper phoenix. Task to assassinate Yan. Reward: infinite supply of Yuan Ji's original steel wire. Task to assassinate Gu Yue Na, Xiaoyu, and Yan. Reward: infinite supply of both Yuan Ji's original paper phoenix and steel wire. Has the task selection been triggered? Accept task, Gu Chen silently contemplated, reasoning that one should not refuse rewards that come without effort. Upon hearing Gu Chen's unhesitating acceptance of the assassination task, Qian Xuanji appeared somewhat perplexed. After all, Gu Yue Na was Gu Chen's classmate. Did he truly not hesitate to kill those he knew? Your Holiness. Today Gu Yue Na and her companions incited the former Sainus Bibidong to attempt to assassinate Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. Had we not intervened, they would have surely met with misfortune. This is precisely why Gu Chen harbors such enmity toward them, Qianjun Douluo hastily explained. What? A strange glimmer flashed in Qian Xuanji's eyes. I have yet to act against her, and she dares to strike at my people first. 3 offerings. I have a task for you. She has a former lover named Yu Shaojiang, does she not? The master? Go and kill him. Gu Chen's heart raced at these words, realizing that Qian Xuanji intended to eliminate the master. After the incident, Tang San would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon the Spirit Hall. However, if the master were to perish, it would greatly benefit the Spirit Hall's dominance over the continent. Yes, Your Holiness, the white-armored Douluo replied respectfully. Very well, Gu Chen, you may leave now. You have 30 days to complete your task, Qian Xuanji stated. Gu Chen gazed at Qian Xuanji, his eyes glinting with wicked allure. Why need 30 days? 1 day is sufficient. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chen turned and departed before Qian Xuanji could respond. 1 day. Watching Gu Chen's retreating figure, Qian Xuanji's lips curled upward. If that is indeed the case, you shall be handsomely rewarded, but should you deceive the Pope, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Chapter 48, Small in Life, Grand in Death. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already evening. Inside, not only was Luo Chen present, but surprisingly, Gu Yue Na was there as well. Nar, what brings you to the boys' dormitory? Gu Chen asked, somewhat taken aback. Brother Chen, Gu Yue Na and her companions have dared to attempt to assassinate us. We cannot let this slide. Shall I assist you in eliminating them? Gu Yue Na communicated. Her gaze icy, directed solely at Gu Yue Na and her cohorts. Rest assured, they shall not survive the day, Gu Chen replied with a cold smile. Since you have a plan, I shall feel at ease, Gu Yue Na responded, nodding. It is also my fault. Had I not been so gullible as to trust Gu Yue Na and her companions, we would not have fallen into this predicament. I apologize, Nar, Gu Chen expressed with regret. In response, Gu Yue Na said nothing, merely moving closer to Gu Chen. He was startled and instinctively backed away until his back met the wall with a thud. Gu Yue Na continued to encroach upon him, their bodies nearly touching, and Gu Chen could feel her breath. Their eyes were merely centimeters apart. Could it be that she intends to? Gu Chen's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as he shut his eyes. Suddenly, Gu Yue Na burst into laughter, taking a step back, her expression cheerful. Do we really need to say sorry between us? After saying this, she left the boys' dormitory, humming a tune and appearing quite delighted. It seems I have been teased, Gu Chen thought, opening his eyes and touching his nose, where droplets of moisture formed from Gu Yue Na's breath had condensed. Brother Gu Chen, you two are siblings, Luo Chen remarked, looking at Gu Chen. Gu Chen smiled mysteriously. Unfortunately, we are not biological siblings. Oh, Luo Chen seemed to have an epiphany, his expression filled with admiration. Well, I have something to attend to, so I shall step out for a moment, Gu Chen stated as he exited the dormitory. He did not venture far, instead leaping onto the rooftop of the 5-story dormitory building. Ensuring the surroundings were clear, he retrieved the night cloak from his system backpack and donned it. In the distance, Qianjun Douluo furrowed his brow. This cloak is quite peculiar. I cannot sense his presence at all. Wait, have I lost him? Suddenly, Gu Chen's form shifted and vanished from sight, leaving Qianjun Douluo in astonishment. Gu Chen was aware that Qianjun Douluo was following him, but he was reluctant to reveal the secrets of the system. At the Spirit Academy's back mountain, Gu Chen swiftly ascended to the summit and sat cross-legged within a naturally formed cave. The relentless exertion failed to elicit a single bead of sweat from the formidable figure. After steadying his breath, Gu Chen extended his right hand and cast forth a puppet. To his astonishment, the puppet transformed into a likeness of Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na briskly exited the cave, returning to the dormitory area of the Martial Soul Academy. Brother, she waved at the nearby Xiaoyu, who was making his way back to his dormitory. Na, did you not head back to your dorm? Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled upon seeing Gu Yue Na. Gu Yue Na giggled and replied, "It's not even midnight yet. I'm not ready for sleep. Besides, it was quite unexpected that the assassination attempt on Gu Chen failed." Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully, his voice grave. "Indeed, I didn't anticipate that Gu Chen would have a protector with him. Even the former holy maiden was unable to eliminate him. Brother, I've heard there's an assassin organization's stronghold in the commercial district of Martial Soul City. Their martial souls grant them the ability to appear and vanish without a trace, so they could certainly eliminate him before his protector notices," Gu Yue Na said mysteriously. Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. "Is that true? Where is it?" Gu Yue Na responded, "In the commercial district of Martial Soul City. Wait for me in an alley at the street corner. I'll call Yin." Xiaoyu nodded, instructing Gu Yue Na to be cautious, and then departed towards the Martial Soul Academy. He had unwavering faith in Gu Yue Na. Surely, his sister would not deceive him. After Gu Yue Na watched Xiaoyu leave with a smile, she headed towards his dormitory. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Yin, furious due to the failure of his plan earlier in the day, had just shattered his desk. "Who is it?" Yin opened the door to find Gu Yue Na standing outside. "Na." Yin was taken aback, quickly tempering his emotions. For he was Gu Yue Na's most devoted follower. One might even say he was a sycophant. "Yin, I have something to discuss with you. Do you have a moment for a private chat?" Gu Yue Na asked softly, her head slightly bowed, a blush adorning her cheeks as she nervously fidgeted with her clothes. "Nana, are you asking me out?" Yin's face reddened at lightning speed, his mind momentarily blank. "Okay, sounds good," he instinctively replied. Gu Yue Na, beaming with joy, said sweetly, "Then it's settled. I'll wait for you in the small grove behind the Martial Soul Academy at midnight." Before Yin could fully comprehend, Gu Yue Na had already departed. He plopped down on the ground, slapping his face in disbelief, muttering, "That hurts, this ISNTA dream. Nana really wants to accept me." Once again, Gu Yue Na appeared. Oh no, at this moment, she should not be referred to as Gu Yue Na, but rather as Xiaoyu. For now, at the entrance of the girls' dormitory stood a figure bearing Xiaoyu's appearance. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoyu gently tapped on the door, which was opened by Gu Yue Na. "Nana, I need to talk to you about something. Are you able to step outside?" Xiaoyu asked upon seeing her. Gu Yue Na glanced inside the dormitory and replied, "Brother, my roommate ISNT here. She won tea return until tomorrow. Just tell me what you need." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu smiled, a somewhat eerie smile, speaking as if to Gu Yue Na while also engaging in self-reflection. "Oh, is that so? Well, that simplifies matters. Nana, will you not invite me in?" "Oh, of course, brother, please come in." Gu Yue Na quickly stepped aside to allow Xiaoyu entry. Approaching the window, Xiaoyu gazed at the moon outside, exclaiming, "The moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight. Don't you agree, Nana?" Unaware of Xiaoyu's intentions, Gu Yue Na complied, positioning herself before him, facing away as she looked outside. "Yes, the crescent moon is indeed lovely." Xiaoyu chuckled. "But I wonder if your blood will be just as exquisite, with a dance as graceful?" "What?" Gu Yue Na abruptly turned around, but she could no longer see Xiaoyu. Instead, she was confronted by a sinister-looking metallic puppet. The puppet emitted a strange, neutral voice, its metallic claws viciously gripping Gu Yue Na's throat without a trace of compassion. Countless threads erupted, ensnaring her from head to toe, binding her limbs. The steel wires connecting the puppet to the furnishings within the dormitory. Who are you?" Gu Yue Na struggled violently, yet was utterly immobilized. Her eyes filled with terror as tears of despair streamed down her cheeks. A vivid portrayal of death. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind her. Gu Yue Na attempted to turn, but found herself unable to control her body. A paper phoenix had pierced her heart, deeply embedded into the wall opposite her. This wall was forged of metal. Life's essence ebbed away, and Gu Yue Na could no longer struggle. Her gaze became vacant as her head drooped limply. Blood pooled from her chest, trickling down her collar to form a crimson puddle on the ground. Behind her, Gu Chen remained cloaked in a dark night mantle, having removed his hood to reveal his sinister eyes. He withdrew the paper phoenix, reclaimed the puppet, discarded the threads, and exited the dormitory through the front door, leaving without a glance back. To be born insignificant, yet to die spectacularly. Chapter 49. The assassination completed after leaving Gu Yue Na's dormitory. Gu Chen did not return to the previous cave, but instead made his way out of the Martial Soul Academy. With an unobstructed path, Gu Chen arrived at a desolate corner of the commercial district in Martial Soul City. Perhaps due to his dark cloak, few noticed his peculiar appearance. Click, click. As he entered the alley, beneath the black robe, his slender fingers toyed with an object shaped like a handgun. At the alley's depths, Xiaoyu stood alone, his face concealed by a white mask, awaiting his sister Gu Yue Na. Where's Nana? This is rather odd, Xiaoyu mused aloud when suddenly, a wave of danger washed over him. Xiaoyu instantly became vigilant, releasing his martial soul, Moonblade, as he gazed towards the alley entrance. There, a man in black robes stood, his face obscured, raising his right hand to reveal a dark, gaping hole beneath the cloak. Just as Xiaoyu was about to speak, the dark hole erupted with fire. Puff, puff, puff. The silencer flawlessly muffled the sound of bullets discharging as 20 rounds sped towards Xiaoyu's heart at high velocity. Ugh! Xiaoyu struggled to extend his hand, clutching his heart, his eyes widening in disbelief. This weapon was entirely beyond his comprehension. Thud! Life ebbed away as Xiaoyu collapsed onto the ground, yet his will to survive propelled him to crawl away from the black-cloaked figure. Click! 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 Bullets were forcefully loaded into the magazine, resembling the countdown of Xiaoyu's life. After 20 clicks, the magazine was inserted into the scorpion-style handgun. Puff! 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 Another volley of 20 bullets erupted, leaving 20 neatly arranged blood holes in Xiaoyu's forehead. Xiaoyu could no longer muster any strength. Even a single finger was beyond his control, and as he succumbed to death, his head fell, plunging into silence. Gu Chen exhaled, blowing away the smoke rising from the heated scorpion-style handgun. After reloading a magazine, he stowed the weapon in his system backpack and departed without looking back. Now, only Yin remained. Upon arriving at the small forest behind the Spirit Soul Academy, which, despite its name, is one of the simulated training grounds belonging to the Academy, Gu Chen quickly discovered the presence of various soul beasts within. These included the phantom wolves, blood-sucking bats, and ghost vines. As he entered the forest, he spotted Yin not far off, but chose to refrain from approaching, instead utilizing his mental energy to survey the area. Within his perceptive range, he noted a considerable number of soul beasts, 4,900-year-old phantom wolves, 123 blood-sucking bats, and 19 ghost vines. Silently, Gu Chen unleashed his dragon might, subduing all soul beasts within his perception and engaging in communication with each of them. His status as the overlord of soul beasts rendered them completely submissive to him. The stage was set for an intriguing performance. 100 meters away, Gu Chen sat astride the back of a 900-year-old phantom wolf leader, wearing a peculiar smile. It was the dead of night, and he pondered the whereabouts of Nana. Could she have deceived him? Unlikely. Nana was not that kind of person. Yin, known for his volatile temperament, paced restlessly, displaying evident impatience. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the forest. Is there a soul beast? Yin, ever vigilant, activated his flame Lord Martial spirit, though he felt little concern. After all, a few hundred-year-old soul beasts posed no challenge for him. However, from the inky darkness of the forest, dozens of ghostly green glimmers began to illuminate the surroundings. There were at least 80. Cursed be it, for there were over 40 phantom wolves. This was unexpected. Yan's expression darkened. Could it be that Nana intended to betray him? Or was it that, due to Gu Chen and his companions, Nana no longer trusted him and sought to silence him? The phantom wolf pack surged forward, lunging at Yin en masse. With a resounding thud, Yin unleashed his first soul skill. His fiery fist struck the jaw of a phantom wolf with tremendous force, deforming it upon impact. The creature was sent crashing into a nearby ancient tree, groaning pitifully, its breaths now shallow and labored. Clearly, it would not survive. Yin recognized that his only chance lay in carving a bloody path through the swarm of phantom wolves. If he could escape the forest, he could seek the assistance of the Academy's instructors. Yet, his dreams were shattered by a cacophony from above. Hundreds of crimson eyes appeared in the air as over 100 blood-sucking bats dove toward him, their claws raking against his skin as their beaks thrust menacingly. Meanwhile, tendrils from the ghost vines ensnared Yan's feet, pulling him down with their barbed thorns, leaving him utterly devoid of hope for escape. The phantom wolves, blood-sucking bats, and the ghost vine all converged upon him, feasting on his form. Screams echoed, and within moments, the small forest fell silent once more. Ding! Task completed. Rewards have been allocated to the system backpack. Please check. Gu Chen inquired, System, what does infinite supply entail? Ding! The system backpack will always contain 5 sets of paper-laden lawn birds and steel wires. When the host withdraws any portion of these, the system will automatically replenish the missing items. Gu Chen nodded in understanding and turned his gaze towards the phantom wolf leader and the blood-sucking bat leader. Excellent work, he commended, patting the head of the phantom wolf leader and stroking the petite head of the blood-sucking bat leader. The two beasts quickly expressed their submission and knelt before Gu Chen in reverence. I shall take my leave now. We may meet again in the future. Gu Chen smiled and departed the forest. Upon returning to his dormitory, Gu Chen washed off the traces of battle and lay down, quickly succumbing to sleep. His snores drew a frown from Luo Chen, who had not yet drifted into slumber. The following day, at around 6 in the morning, Gu Chen rose early. After a brief wash, he donned his Star Dou Academy uniform and made his way to the papal hall. Gu Chen seeks an audience with the Pope, he declared to the guards at the entrance. Having seen Gu Chen numerous times in recent days, the guard said little and went in to announce his arrival. Gu Chen, the Pope has summoned you, the guard stated, opening the grand doors of the papal hall. Inside, only Qian Xuanji awaited him, though several titled Douluos were discreetly present to protect him. Have you reconsidered? Does one day seem insufficient, and do you wish to extend the deadline? The Pope is not so easily deceived, Qian Xuanji remarked with a knowing smile as he observed Gu Chen's demeanor. Unfazed, Gu Chen replied coolly, Pope, Gu Yue Na, Xiu, and yet are all dead. What? Qian Xuanji exclaimed in disbelief. Did you say you killed Gu Yue Na and the others in less than a day? Qian Xuanji queried. Astonished, Gu Chen responded with nonchalance. Indeed, it was merely the act of eliminating 3 individuals. Qian Xuanji could not deny the audacity of this young man. Bring forth the evidence, he commanded, summoning a figure from the shadows, a person possessing the strength of a Star Dou. Go verify whether Gu Yue Na and the others are truly deceased. Ensure that the scene remains undisturbed. Yes, the Star Dou knelt and promptly exited the papal hall. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, the Star Dou returned. Your Holiness, Gu Yue Na is confirmed dead in her dormitory, reported by her roommate. Cause of death, pierced through the heart by a sharp weapon. Xiu perished in the commercial district of Spirit City, also pierced through the heart with a shattered skull. Yin met his demise in the Spirit Academy's ghostly forest training ground. Only bones and a token confirming his identity remain, having been devoured by soul beasts. Each detail of their demise was met with surprise from Qian Xuanji, particularly the manner of Yan's death, which made him squint at Gu Chen. Do you possess the ability to control soul beasts? Gu Chen smiled lightly. It was merely a kind of powder that attracts soul beasts. He would not reveal his true capabilities to Qian Xuanji, who was notoriously suspicious. At last, Qian Xuanji's expression softened, and he inquired, What reward do you seek? Ding! The system detected the host's current situation and activated a daily selection. Request the position of the Holy Sun and secure the Holy Maiden position for Gu Yue Na. All at the discretion of Pope Qian Xuanji. I choose, Gu Chen declared. Not directly demanding the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden positions would have led to rejection from Qian Xuanji. Even if granted, his standing in Qian Xuanji's eyes would plummet, detrimental to his future endeavors within the Spirit Hall. All at the discretion of your Holiness, Gu Chen said, a smile gracing his lips as he knelt and clasped his fists in respect. Very well. I grant you the qualification for selection as the Holy Sun and your sister Gu Yue Na the qualification for selection as the Holy Maiden. Furthermore, from now until the confirmation of the Holy Sun position, your training resources will be equivalent to those of the Holy Sun, and your monthly stipend will increase to 10,000 gold soul coins, Qian Xuanji proclaimed. Thank you, your Holiness. Gu Chen expressed his gratitude. May I inquire, apart from your generous rewards, what other avenues exist for obtaining the qualification for the Holy Sun position? Gu Chen asked. The Holy Sun position is strictly reserved for children nurtured within the Spirit Hall from a young age. Your status clearly does not align with this requirement, Qian Xuanji replied. Had it been another person, he would have undoubtedly dismissed them outright without further discussion. However, due to Gu Chen's commendable execution of his duties, Qian Xuanji was quite pleased, and thus he exhibited considerable patience today. By the way, following Hu Liena's demise, the selection process for the new saintess and saint will likely commence next month. So be prepared, Qian Xuanji remarked. Gu Chen nodded and took his leave. Upon returning to the Soul Master Academy, he arrived just in time for class. The curriculum for Class A of the Heavenly Class was still quite straightforward. From Monday to Wednesday, there were theoretical lessons in the morning and practical sessions in the afternoon, while Thursdays to Saturdays were reserved for training, with Sundays off. Today happened to be Thursday. After retrieving his token from Class A, Gu Chen entered the Dragon Valley Simulation Training Ground to practice. The Dragon Valley was a venue designed to mimic a mountainous environment, populated with hundreds of century-old soul beasts possessing either subdragon or true dragon bloodlines, intended for soul masters with dragon-type martial souls to hone their skills. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect was particularly envious of the Dragon Valley and frequently sent representatives to the Hall of Spirits to apply for training privileges. Of course, there is also a Dragon Valley within the Third Fighting Academy, but that was a small world within the Blessed Land, a sanctuary for dragons, making it incomparable to this imitation. Currently, the only practitioners in the Dragon Valley were Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. Listening to the familiar dragon roars, Gu Chen turned to Gu Yue Na, his face alight with joy. I believe this Soul Master Academy is truly a remarkable place. Gu Yue Na concurred. Indeed. Let us endeavor to recruit all the dragon-type soul beasts here by the end of today. Ding! The system detected the host's current situation and activated a storyline choice. Elevate the bloodlines of the Dragon Valley soul beasts for personal use. Assistance. Gold Dragon King bloodline purity increased by 0. 0.5. Gold Dragon King bloodline strength increased by 0. 1. 3 low-level enslavement charms. Do nothing. Assistance. 5 low-level enslavement charms. I choose the latter, Gu Chen declared. Ding. Selection successful. Rewards have been dispensed. Please check the system backpack for the low-level enslavement charms. In the next moment, Gu Chen instinctively unleashed his Gold Dragon King martial soul, darkening the sky with ominous clouds. Once the Gold Dragon King manifested, its golden scales grew even more formidable and resilient. System, has my Gold Dragon King bloodline strength surpassed that of the Dragon God? Gu Chen, feeling the surge of power, asked excitedly. Ding. The system remarked that the host appeared somewhat naive, an increase of merely 0. 1 in the Gold Dragon King bloodline did not suffice to surpass the Dragon God. The host's Gold Dragon King bloodline strength needed to reach at least 300 to exceed that of the Dragon God. Fine, system. Let me check the character panel. Gu Chen responded. Ding. System character panel. Character, Gu Chen age, 12. Actual age, 200, 000,006. Strength, 1, 050, 000 compared to soul masters of the same level. 2, 000. Spiritual power, 6, 130 compared to soul masters of the same level. 1, 000. Bloodline, Gold Dragon King bloodline 99, 125, Dragon God bloodline 0. 875 level. Level 41 Soul Master. For seals have been released. Soul rings. Purple, black, black, black comprehensive evaluation. The displayed strength is comparable to a Soul Douluo, but the actual strength is unfathomable. System backpack. 81. 980 gold soul coins. 8 soul power amplification cards. For low-level enslavement charms. Night cloak. 5 original puppet of Yuan Go. Original paper Huan of Yuan Go. Original steel wire of Yuan Go. 1 scorpion-style pistol, 960 scorpion-style pistol bullets, 1 bronze sword, 10 packs of way-long spicy strips, 1 velociraptor egg, secret manual, 8 extremes collapse, 300 system points. Brother Chen, what is this? Gu Yue Na inquired, gazing at Gu Chen in confusion. My bloodline has been elevated, likely due to the Dragon Valley Simulation Training Ground, Gu Chen replied. Gu Yue Na sincerely congratulated him. That is truly wonderful. This mere simulation training ground has managed to elevate your bloodline. Sometimes, the elevation of a bloodline does not necessitate rare treasures. Often, a mere opportunity is sufficient. Clearly, Gu Yue Na believed that Gu Chen's bloodline elevation was due to this singular opportunity. Roar! Gu Chen emitted a dragon's roar. summoning all the dragon-type soul beasts in the Dragon Valley. Within the Dragon Valley, there were an astonishing 113 dragon-type soul beasts. Upon seeing Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, these dragon soul beasts gazed upon them as deities, their eyes radiating with the light of faith, and they bowed in submission. Chapter 51. Selection Tournament for the Saintess. Gu Chen extended his right hand, revealing his gold dragon claw, and made a decisive slash across his left arm, golden blood cascading like shimmering droplets, which he caught. Upon seeing Gu Chen's blood, the dragon soul beasts erupted with excitement, gazing eagerly at him. Gu Chen sprinkled the blood into the air, where it burst into over 100 droplets, each landing in the mouths of the dragon soul beasts. After absorbing the blood of the gold dragon king, the auras of these dragon soul beasts surged, their bloodlines elevated, and their soul power enhanced. A few soul beasts, unable to contain their burgeoning power, were on the verge of entering the ranks of Millennium Soul Beasts, but Gu Chen unleashed a formidable dragon might, forcibly suppressing their realms. Grateful, the soul beasts looked at Gu Chen, knowing that this suppression not only thickened their soul power, but also allowed them to potentially break through into Millennium Soul Beasts at any time. Most importantly, the Dragon Valley Simulation training ground permitted only century-old soul beasts to exist. Should a Millennium Soul Beast appear, it would undoubtedly be slain by the teachers of the Soul Master Academy to ensure student safety. Thus, Gu Chen's suppression of their power was akin to preserving their lives. Was Gu Chen merely elevating their bloodlines out of goodwill? Certainly not. Once his blood mingled with the soul beast's bloodlines, he could contact them through bloodline resonance at any moment, and their fates would rest in his hands. After completing this task, amidst the worship of the beasts, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na trained in the Dragon Valley throughout the day before returning to their dormitory. Upon entering the dormitory, Gu Chen requested several bowls of fragrant fried rice from Luo Chen for dinner. After handing over the fried rice, Luo Chen remarked, "Brother Gu Chen, have you heard? Gu Yue Na and the others died yesterday." Gu Chen replied, nodding as he savored the fried rice. "Do you think it's possible that the hostile forces of the Hall of Spirits targeted our academy? Are we in danger?" Luo Chen expressed his fears. "Don't worry. I'll protect you." Gu Chen reassured him, patting his chest. Yet Luo Chen continued to voice his concerns. "But I heard that Gu Yue Na and the others were killed in a single strike. Their opponent might possess strength above that of a soul saint." Gu Chen finished the last bite of his meal, finding it somewhat amusing that he was being regarded as a soul saint. However, although he lacked the rank of a soul saint, he indeed possessed the strength of one. What is there to fear? I can handle a soul saint too. From now on, you can call me Brother Chen like Nar does. Gu Chen chuckled, finding Luo Chen rather interesting. Caring for him wouldn't be a bother until he fully mastered the Hall of Spirits. "Yes, Brother Chen," Luo Chen replied obediently. Gu Chen extended a hand. "I'm still hungry. Give me 2 more bowls of that fragrant fried rice." After receiving the fried rice, Gu Chen suddenly remembered something and grabbed a pack of Wei Long spicy strips. After tearing open the package, he pinched out a piece to accompany his meal. To be honest, Wei Long spicy strips were truly delightful with rice. During his previous life, they often substituted for vegetables when Gu Chen's family had none. "Chen, Brother Chen, what is this?" Luo Chen asked curiously, catching a whiff of the spicy strips. "Wei Long spicy strips. Here, have a piece," Gu Chen offered, handing a strip to Luo Chen. "Thank you, Brother Chen." Luo Chen took the spicy strips, placed them in his mouth, and his eyes lit up with delight. How enticing they were. Gu Chen chuckled as he watched Luo Chen and handed him a packet of spicy strips, saying, "You can have this entire pack." Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. "This is your cultivation resources and salary for the month," Gu Chen remarked as he opened the door, revealing a teacher from the Soul Master Academy. The teacher presented a storage ring, saying, "Inside are your cultivation resources. The storage soul guide will be returned to the administration office tomorrow." "Thank you," Gu Chen replied, accepting the ring with gratitude. After closing the door, he poured the cultivation resources from the soul guide onto the table. The resources included herbs that facilitated cultivation, treasures from soul beasts like 100-year whale glue, and a total of 10,000 gold soul coins. Such a plethora of rare treasures. This is over 10 times what I normally receive. Luo Chen exclaimed, filled with envy. Gu Chen smiled, distributing some of the cultivation resources to Luo Chen before storing the remainder in his system backpack. Gu Chen then checked Luo Chen's character panel within the system. Ding! Character panel. Name: Luo Chen. Age: 12. Strength: 200. Mental power: 750. Bloodline: Human bloodline, 100. Level: 29th rank. Great Soul Master. Soul rings. Yellow. Yellow. Loyalty: 59. Comprehensive evaluation: a being of considerable potential within food-type martial souls, possessing certain value. However, his overly kind nature may lead to his detriment in life. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Such small acts of kindness had evoked such heartfelt gratitude from Luo Chen, raising his loyalty to an impressive 59. This Luo Chen truly deserved his cultivation. A month passed swiftly. During this time, Luo Chen successfully cultivated to the 30th level and, under the guidance of the teachers at the Soul Master Academy, ventured into the setting sun forest to acquire his third soul ring. Meanwhile, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na both ascended to the 42nd level. On this very day, the selection of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter commenced. Among the candidates for the Holy Son were Yu Jio, the soul son of the serpent spirit Dou, the two children of the porcupine Dou, Ci, he and Ciu, Luda, the only son of the demon bear Dou, Jin Zi, the only son of the golden crocodile Dou, and Gu Chen, who had received a quota from the Pope. The candidates for the Holy Daughter included Yin Shaoli, the daughter of the ghost leopard Douluo, the twin sisters Miao La and Miao Yu, daughters of the white armored Dou, Ling Xiaojio, daughter of an unknown elder, and Gu Yue Na, who had also received a quota from the Pope. The selections for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter were conducted separately, commencing first with the Holy Daughter, followed by the Holy Son only after the Holy Daughter had been confirmed. The selection for the Holy Daughter consisted of both teams' strength and individual strength competitions. The individual strength contest was straightforward, employing an elimination system with 11 participants. As for team strength, each candidate for the Holy Daughter formed their own team to compete against others, with rankings determining their success. Each team was permitted to include multiple candidates, as well as candidates for the Holy Son. The day before the team competition for the Holy Daughter selection, Gu Yue Na teamed up with Gu Chen, Luo Chen, Feng Xiaoyu, as well as Shui Yao Yao, Huabu Luo, and Xian Mo from Class T. The practical lessons over the past month had allowed everyone to become familiar with each other's strengths. When Luo Chen obtained his third soul ring, Lucy had requested everyone to reintroduce their soul skills. My third soul skill is talent fried rice, Luo Chen announced, activating his skill. His soul chant was still peculiar, proclaiming, "Working is impossible. In this lifetime, I will never work," with each phrase exuding charm. The effect of Luo Chen's talent fried rice was a 20% boost to all attributes, astonishing everyone in Class T. Chapter 52. Preliminary matches. After Luo Chen introduced his soul skill, it was Feng Xiaoyu's turn. My martial soul is the hurricane bird. My first soul skill is wind escape, allowing me to conceal myself within the wind, reducing my presence by 50% and doubling my speed. My second soul skill is hurricane feather rain, a range damage skill that decreases the enemy's speed by 5% upon impact. My third soul skill is hurricane charge, summoning a hurricane to accompany my body, allowing me to appear within 100 meters in 2 seconds and launch an attack. Feng Xiaoyu's voice remained cool and composed. Very impressive. What about you, Huabu Luo? Gu Chen praised, turning his gaze to Huabu Luo. My martial soul is cherry blossom, and my first soul skill is 1,000 cherry blossoms, which can summon cherry blossoms to form blades for attacking. My second soul skill is cherry blossom storm, which surrounds enemies with cherry blossoms to restrict their movements. When combined with Feng Xiaoyu's hurricane, it can achieve multiple effects. My third soul skill is cherry blossom drifting, summoning a rain of cherry blossoms within a 100-meter radius, restoring 1% of soul power to allies upon contact and absorbing 1% from enemies, provided they do not exceed one major realm above me. Quite impressive. You can control and heal, and when necessary, also act as a damage dealer. Gu Chen nodded. Glancing at Xian Mo, a simple and honest fellow, scratched his head and said, "My martial soul is the mountain shield. My first soul skill is stone shield, which can summon a 3-meter square shield, deflecting all energy attacks and ranged assault from soul masters within 2 major realms for 1 minute. My second soul skill is mountain charge, allowing me to charge forward with the shield, stunning the target for at least 0.5 seconds, with the duration depending on a mental power. I once stunned a soul master for an entire day. My third soul skill is barrier shield, summoning a giant shield made of steel, measuring 15 meters long, 5 meters high, and 1 meter thick. Excellent. Capable of both defense and offense. Gu Chen praised. Though he felt a twinge of confusion, these teammates were undeniably powerful, yet none of the students from Class T, aside from Feng Ming, appeared in the original work's portrayal of the Seoul Master Academy's teams. However, Gu Chen had forgotten that the Seoul Hall's practice of excluding outsiders was quite severe, leaving neutral students like Xian and Mo completely marginalized. Even Feng Ming was only permitted to join the Seoul Hall's team after pledging allegiance to a certain elder. My martial soul is the Ice Snow Sword. My first soul skill is Snowfall, allowing the Ice Snow Sword to freeze any wounds inflicted during attacks. However, if I cannot inflict a wound, my first soul skill becomes little more than a decorative feature. Shui Yao Yao candidly explained, elucidating the limitations of her soul skills. Shui Yao Yao continued, my second soul skill is Ice God Sword Spirit, which increases the sharpness of the Ice Snow Sword by 200% and enhances my strength and Ice Element Mastery by 50%. My third soul skill is Cold Ice Star, which summons a cold ice star beneath the opponent's feet, dealing continuous damage and possessing a freezing effect. Indeed, each member of Gu Yue Na's team possessed remarkable soul skills. Gu Yue Na approached to draw lots for opponents. On the platform, an elder from the Seoul Hall proclaimed loudly, "Then, I shall go first." Gu Yue Na smiled at Gu Chen before stepping forward. She drew a lot and glanced at it, revealing number 3. According to the selection rules, the first and second numbers would battle, followed by the third and fourth. Gu Yue Na returned to the team, softly stating, I am number 3. Upon observing the sign in Gu Yue Na's hand, Luo Chen remarked, I just noticed that number 4 is the daughter of an elder, Ling Xiaojiu, who aside from you, Nar, has the least significant background. Her martial spirit is the 9-leaf swordgrass, which serves both as a support and control spirit. Do you possess any additional intelligence? Hua Buluo Inuited. Luo Chen shook his head. Within Ling Xiaojiu's team, there are 5 formidable offensive soul masters, 3 of whom are male, wielding martial spirits known as the Swift Wind Sword, the Blood Cry Blade, and the Soul Snatching Spear. Additionally, there's a pair of sisters, both using the Cineblade, a dual dagger style. The remaining soul master, a male, wields the Unyielding Bow, specializing in ranged attacks. Both the Unyielding Bow user and Ling Xiaojiu are Soul Zone, while the others are Soul Zone. A cold yet composed voice interjected. Wen Xiaoyu, whose eyes bore dark circles, indicating she had not rested well the previous night. Despite her aloof demeanor, she approached every task with utmost diligence. It seems they are employing an extreme output strategy. Xian and Mo, as soon as you enter the arena, activate your third soul skill, Barrier Shield, to safeguard Luo Chen, Gu Chen instructed. Captain Gu Chen, the form of my third soul skill can be altered. It is not limited to merely erecting a wall. I can create a small barrier to protect Luo Chen. This way, he will not require anyone else's protection. And should someone attempt to ambush him, we will have ample time to provide support while they break through the barrier, Xian and Mo replied. Gu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. That's splendid. We can unleash all our combat power for output. Therefore, Wen Xiaoyu, your task is to eliminate the backline, specifically targeting the ranged Soul Master. Gu Chen continued, having forgotten that those present were unfamiliar with the specialized jargon from his previous life. Understood, Wen Xiaoyu nodded. Shui Yu, you are to eliminate the opponent wielding the Swift Wind Sword. Hua Buluo. Join forces with Nar to incapacitate the Soul Masters using the Blood Cry Blade and the Soul Snatching Spear, and if possible, eliminate them. Xuan Montak, your duty is to protect Nar, Huabu Luo, and Luo Chen. As for me, I will confront the sisters wielding the Senate Blade, Gu Chen assigned. The remaining members expressed no objections. The teams of number 3, Gu Yue Na, and number 4, Ling Xiaojiu, are now entering the arena, announced the elder overseeing the competition. The match commenced with these 2 teams, followed by teams 1 and 2. Let us proceed, Gu Chen stated, deliberately stepping back to allow Gu Yue Na to take the lead, as she was the focal point of this election for the Holy Maiden. After completing the necessary pre-match formalities, the referee signaled the start of the competition. As the contest began, Xian Mo immediately unleashed his third soul skill, creating a barrier to protect Luo Chen. In the meantime, Luo Chen, with unprecedented swiftness, began chanting soul incantations, producing fragrant fried rice, secret fried rice, and talent fried rice. The bowl for the talent fried rice was somewhat peculiar, resembling the battery of Gu Chen's previous life electric bicycle. Chapter 53. Overwhelming force. After tossing the 3 variations of fried rice to Gu Chen, Luo Chen commenced preparing more for the others. Gu Chen devoured all the fried rice in one go, fully replenishing his state. With the golden dragon king manifesting, Gu Chen, adorned in golden scales, summoned the golden dragon spear and charged fiercely towards the sisters wielding the scented blade. Wen Xiaoyu, employing wind escape, diminished her presence. "Stop him!" shouted the swift wind sword user, activating his first soul skill, enhancing his speed as he rushed towards Gu Chen. The blood cry blade user followed suit, but suddenly, his right foot sank deep into the ground, which had transformed into mud unbeknownst to him, pulling him downward. Once his foot had sunk sufficiently, the ground solidified, and to escape, the blood cry blade user was forced to lift his blade and strike at the solid earth beneath him. This transformation from solid to mud was the work of Gu Yue Na, and after restraining the blood cry blade user, a massive fireball hurtled towards him. Simultaneously, Luo unleashed the cherry blossom tempest, entrapping the swift wind sword user, while Wen Xiaoyu enhanced the cherry blossom tempest with a swirling gale. Countless cherry blossoms danced around the swift wind sword user, inflicting numerous lacerations upon him. Ice Star Shard. Shui Yuyu joined the fray, landing a hit on the swift wind sword user, followed by her Ice Snow sword, enhanced by her second soul skill, Ice Spirit sword. The Ice Snow sword left a deep gash on the back of the swift wind sword user. Her first soul skill, Snowflake Drift, was released, instantly freezing the wound. And with a swift kick, Shui Yu sent the swift wind sword user tumbling off the stage. Continuing her momentum, she joined Huabu Luo in their assault against the soul-snatching spear user. However, a blinding golden light struck her face, causing her to feel dizzy and disoriented. The attack came from the opposing unyielding Bao user, utilizing his first soul skill, Shockwave Light. Before Shui Yu could regain her bearings, 2 more shockwave lights collided with her, rendering her unconscious. "Huh!" The unyielding Bao user laughed boisterously, but his joy was short-lived. Behind him, Wen Xiaoyu appeared, unleashing her third soul skill, Hurricane Thrust. A sharp feather pierced through the unyielding Bao user's back, emerging from his abdomen. Instantly incapacitated, the unyielding Bao user was sent off the stage by Wen Xiaoyu's kick. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was engaged in combat with the sisters wielding the scented blade. Although Gu Chen's strength far surpassed theirs, their soul skills proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Shadow Strike. The purple-haired girl, resembling the elder sister, swung her scented blade, darting past Gu Chen and reappearing behind him, leaving multiple cuts upon his body. Had it not been for Gu Chen's golden scales, which perfectly absorbed the damage, he would surely have been injured. Death Waltz. The younger sister swiftly approached, her scented blade spinning in a 360-degree arc, inflicting hundreds of cuts upon Gu Chen's golden scales in mere seconds. "Unfortunately, you cannot breach my defense." Gu Chen grinned. Assassinate. The elder sister's third soul skill allowed her to instantly appear behind her foe and launch a surprise attack with her dual blades. Dark elements accompanied her strike, landing heavily on Gu Chen's back. Despite her full-powered assault penetrating his golden scales, she exhausted herself in the process, failing to breach his skin. Golden Dragon Quake. Gu Chen unleashed his second soul ring, summoning 8 golden dragons that struck fiercely at the elder sister. In an instant, she was left battered and bruised, and with a final, powerful blow from Gu Chen, she was sent flying out of the arena. The younger sister's expression shifted dramatically as her second soul ring flickered. Dark elemental waves surged forth, activating her second soul skill, Cloak, allowing her to deploy a doppelganger for a shadow strike before vanishing, rendering her invisible for 5 minutes. Seeing this, Gu Chen decided to momentarily forego pursuing her and redirected his focus towards the soul-snatching spear user. 9 Leaves Cool Breeze Grass. Ling Xiao Jio's sweet voice rang out as she summoned the 9-leaf swordgrass, unleashing her first soul skill, Cool Breeze Swordgrass. 2 beams of green light shot forth, embedding themselves within the bodies of the Blood Cry Blade and soul-snatching spear users. The effect of Ling Xiao Jio's first soul skill was unconditional control release. The Blood Cry Blade user immediately broke free from Gu Yue Na's grasp, and the previously restrained soul-snatching spear user also liberated himself from control. Tiger Slash. The Blood Cry Blade Master let out a furious roar, swiftly wielding the Blood Cry Blade. unleashing a crimson cross-shaped blade of light that hurtled towards the distant Hua Buluo with fierce intent. First soul skill, Stone Shield. Xian Mo bellowed, positioning himself in front of Hua Buluo. Having just consumed a delectable fried rice dish from Luo Chen, his soul power was abundant, and he promptly summoned Shield. The Blood Cry Blade Master's energy attack was instantly deflected by Xian Mo's first soul skill. In a flash, Gu Yue Na vanished from her spot, reappearing behind the Blood Cry Blade Master. The Blade Master, still panting after unleashing his soul skill, was oblivious to the impending danger until he felt a luminous sword pierce through his abdomen. With a resounding thud, Gu Yue Na delivered a decisive kick, sending the incapacitated Blood Cry Blade Master flying off the stage before she swiftly turned her attention towards Ling Xiaojiu. Ling Xiaojiu, her face pale, activated her third soul skill, enveloping herself in a sword grass cage meant for controlling others. In that moment, this cage transformed into a protective barrier. At that point, only Ling Xiaojiu and the soul snatching gun master remained on her side. No, wait, where is the sister of the sperm whale blade? Just then, a shadow flashed, revealing the presence of the sperm whale blade sister behind Hua Buluo, who unleashed her third soul skill, delivering a lethal blow that incapacitated Hua Buluo. Simultaneously, Gu Chen's golden dragon claw struck the soul snatching gun master, causing him to spew blood before Xian Mo knocked him out of the arena with a powerful charge. Seeing Hua Buluo in such dire straits, Gu Chen gasped, "Quick, defend!" The sperm whale blade's sister dashed toward Luo Chen. But at that moment, a white figure appeared, Feng Xiaoyu executing a maneuver similar to that of the sperm whale blade sister, appearing behind her and unleashing a hurricane thrust that severely injured the sperm whale blade sister, kicking her out of the arena. At this juncture, Gu Yue Na's side had only Hua Buluo incapacitated, while the previously unconscious Shui Yao began to stir awake. However, on Ling Xiaojiu's side, she stood alone. Despite Ling Xiaojiu's considerable talents, she was fundamentally an auxiliary soul master, unable to stir much chaos on her own. "Will you descend voluntarily, or shall we assist you?" Gu Yue Na inquired. Slowly, Ling Xiaojiu crouched down, cradling her head in her hands, her large, adorable eyes blinking as she trembled. "I will go down myself." Chapter 54. Farewell to Pulite. Once Ling Xiaojiu leapt off the stage, the referee declared Gu Yue Na's team the victors. Following the conclusion of the battle between Team 3 and Team 4, it was time for Teams 1 and 2 to face off. To everyone's surprise, the candidates Miao La and Miao Yu were in the same team within Team 1, signifying that their fates were intertwined. Nevertheless, this team, bolstered by two candidates, effortlessly defeated Team 2, led by Yin Shaoli. The day's team competition concluded, with the finals between Gu Yue Na's team and Miao La and Miao Yu's team scheduled for the following day. After the matches, the seven convened at a tavern in Soul Master City for a meal. "Have you gathered any intel on Miao La and Miao Yu's team for tomorrow?" Gu Chen inquired. Although he had been at the Soul Master Academy for a month, he remained unfamiliar with the other teams. "I know this. Both Miao La and Miao Yu have inherited the martial soul of the third offering, the white armored earth dragon, and both are level 42 control-type soul masters. Miao La has chosen the defensive path, yet her capabilities extend beyond mere defense. Her combat prowess is formidable. Miao Yu, on the other hand, specializes in offense and served as the primary attacker in the recent match," Luo Chen explained. "Indeed, what about the other 5? Hua Buluo asked. Luo Chen replied. "One of them is named Tan Shi, a control-type soul master with a martial soul of the soul-devouring snake, currently at level 39, and is Miao Yu's roommate. Another is named Chao Yu Jiao, a support-type soul master with a martial soul of the moonlit jade plate at level 37, and is Miao La's roommate. I am unaware of the other 3. Among the other 3, one is a 7-treasure glazed tile soul master who defected from the 7-treasure glazed sect to join the Spirit Hall, now boasting level 42 strength. The other 2 are boys, both support-type soul masters, with martial souls of food-type, drumstick, and plant-type, bellflower," Gu Yue Na stated, evidently having done her research. However, it is quite peculiar that Miao La and Miao Yu's team comprises 5 females. It truly emphasizes the imbalance of power, Gu Chen remarked in surprise. "What is this pig farming strategy?" He pondered aloud. "What is pig farming?" The others inquired curiously. Pig farming refers to a strategy where only 1 or 2 members are damage dealers. while the rest are support, allowing the damage dealers to unleash their maximum potential, Gu Chen elucidated. So what should we do, boss? Xian Mo asked. Given that Shui Yao Yao, you face a multitude of support and control types and lack any dispelling skills. Gu Chen glanced at Shui Yao Yao, his expression uncertain. Shui Yao Yao, recalling her performance in the recent match, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented. I let everyone down. I was stunned at the onset and couldn't protect Hua Buluo, resulting in her severe injury. No, it's not your fault. Please don't cry, Gu Chen said, flustered. It's all right. You can do better next time, Gu Yue Na encouraged, wiping the tears from Shui Yao Yao's eyes as she crouched down to speak with her. The reason for crouching was simple. At just 6 meters tall, Shui Yao Yao could only converse comfortably with Gu Yue Na when she bent down. Thank you, Sister Na. Shui Yao Yao nodded appreciatively. Feng Xiaoyu aimed to eliminate their food-type Soul Master, while Na at the start teleport behind their 7-treasure glazed tile Soul Master and kick her out of the arena. This would render them without 2 supports, effectively nullifying their pig farming strategy. I will withstand Miao La's attacks, while Xian Mo and Hua Buluo will hold off Miao Yu. Shui Yao Yao, your responsibility is to take down their Bellflower Soul Master. Afterward, Feng Xiaoyu and Natra will deal with Xiao Yu Jiao, while Shui Yao Yao holds back Tan Qi. Once Feng Xiaoyu and Natra finish with Xiao Yu Jiao, they can assist Shui Yao Yao in defeating Tan Qi. Finally, you all will help Hua Buluo take down Miao Yu, while I handle Miao La alone, Gu Chen outlined. Facing Miao La alone was a viable strategy, as he could contend even with Soul Emperors. And though this competition restricted his full strength, defeating a Soul Master was not an insurmountable task. Despite Hua Buluo and Xian Mo being slightly weaker, with Luo Chen's assistance, they could certainly manage to keep Miao Yu, who focused on defense, at bay. Shui Yao Yao raised her hand, but Tan Qi is a control-type Soul Master, as a strength-type Soul Master. I might not only fail to hold her back, but could also fall victim to her control. I may have been too rash in my approach. Let me reconsider. Gu Chen mused. What if Shui Yao Yao defeats the Bellflower Soul Master, while I take down the 7-treasure glazed tile Soul Master? And then Shui Yao Yao and Feng Xiaoyu handle Xiao Yu Jiao, while I focus on defeating Tan Qi? Gu Yue Na proposed. Sounds good, Shui Yao Yao agreed. At that moment, dishes began to arrive, with a waiter presenting platters of delicacies at their table. The 7 convened in a spacious private room, enjoying a moment of tranquility. As the meal commenced, they began to eat and discuss the details for the upcoming match. To be frank, if Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na unleashed their full potential, even a titled Douluo would struggle to impede them, let alone a few mere Soul Masters. Unfortunately, in this internal competition, they could not go all out, for a single full-strength blow could potentially be fatal to a Soul King. Since the beginning of this month, Gu Chen has consistently restrained his power to below that of a Soul King during each practical lesson, honing his combat awareness through battle. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside the private room, the sound of a table toppling over. What did I say? There must always be a private room reserved for me here. Are you deaf? A familiar yet irate voice came through. Yes, my apologies, young Master Pu. But this room is already occupied. Would you mind sitting in the hall? We will waive today's expenses for you. The tavern manager's voice trembled with fear. A resounding slap followed, accompanied by young Master Pu's furious outburst. How dare you? With my noble status, you expect me to sit among the commoners in the hall? I don't care who is in this room. Even if it's the king himself, they must vacate it for me. Gu Chen and his companions could not help but frown. In the next moment, the door of the private room was kicked open, revealing a familiar face. Ha! Pulite, how dare you show your face before me? Gu Chen's expression darkened as he gazed at the intruder. Upon seeing Gu Chen inside the room, Pulite cursed his luck internally. I had to disappear from Wuhuan City for a month last time, and now I return only to encounter this calamity. What kind of bad luck is this? And master, I didn't know you were inside. Pulite nearly burst into tears. A sharp slap landed on Pulite's face, spinning him around thrice, his face swelling visibly as blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. Gu Chen then delivered a punch to Pulite's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. If I see you in Wuhuan City again, I will ensure your demise here. Do you understand? Gu Chen declared. I understand. Pulite gasped in agony. And after Gu Chen closed the door to the private room, he fled in a panic. Brother Chen, do you know him? Luo Chun asked in surprise. Not at all, just the son of a deputy master from the Wuhuan temple. A worthless fool, Gu Chen replied indifferently. Chapter 55. A Turn of Fate the following day. Gu Yue Na and her companions arrived at the arena, facing off against the teams of Miao La and Miao Yu on the opposite end. Under the referee's direction, both teams ascended the stage and performed the necessary formalities. 7 treasures are renowned. The first is power. At the onset of the battle, the 7 treasures glazed tile Soul Master bestowed a buff on her allies. However, before the enhancement from the 7 treasures Ling Long Tower could take effect, a flash of silver light appeared behind her as Gu Yue Na executed a swift kick, sending the 7 treasures glazed tile Soul Master flying out of the arena. Damn it! Miao Yu exclaimed in shock, attempting to defend, but the cherry blossom storm unleashed by Huabu Luo had already ensnared him. Simultaneously, Xian Mo deployed his second soul skill, Mountain Charge, striking Miao Yu hard, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Third soul skill, Talent Fried Rice, Luo Chen shouted, launching the dish towards Huabu Luo. He then prepared True Fragrant Fried Rice and Secret Fried Rice to toss to Gu Chen. Gu Chen consumed the latter with a single bite, having instructed Luo Chen the previous day that, as he was suppressing his power, the full attribute enhancement of the Talent Fried Rice was of no use to him, thus it was not provided. Summoning the Golden Dragon Spear, Gu Chen advanced toward Miao La. First soul skill, Fragrant Wind Chime. The Wind Chime Grass Soul Master cast her first skill, a gentle breeze dispersing Huabu Luo's cherry blossom storm instantly. Orlin's Delicious Drumstick. The opposing food type Soul Master recited her incantation, conjuring a drumstick and tossing it to Miao Yu, who was depleted by Huabu Luo's attack. Upon consuming the drumstick, Miao Yu's wounds healed, and his soul power surged significantly. With the opposing team consisting of only 3 non-support Soul Masters, they were unable to allocate power to protect their food-type Soul Master. Wind Xiao Yu, having activated her first soul skill, Wind Escape, reduced her presence and successfully approached the food-type Soul Master, unleashing a hurricane stab that instantly eliminated the opponent's Drumstick Soul Master. After vanquishing the Drumstick Soul Master, Wind Xiao Yu and Gu Yue Na swiftly made their way towards Qiao Yu Jiao. Alarmed, Qiao Yu Jiao cast her third soul skill, Night of the Full Moon, tossing the Mingwei Jade Plate into the air, which shot out 4 golden threads, ensnaring Miao Yu, Miao La, the Wind Chime Grass Soul Master, and Tan Qi. The 4 were drawn to Qiao Yu Jiao in an instant. Miao La, who had nearly been eliminated by Gu Chen's Golden Dragon Spear, was saved by this pull, while Miao Yu, who had been successfully controlled by Huabu Luo and Xian Mo, was freed and joined Qiao Yu Jiao. Gu Yue Na and her companions, having only learned about her martial soul, were unaware that Qiao Yu Jiao possessed a soul skill to summon allies, resulting in their plans being thrown into disarray. We must adapt, Gu Chen declared, unleashing his third soul skill, Golden Dragon Wings sprouting from his back as he soared into the air, diving toward Qiao Yu Jiao. Second soul skill, White Dragon Armor. Miao Yu activated her second soul skill, donning white armor and positioning herself in front of Qiao Yu Jiao, throwing a punch at Gu Chen. First soul skill, Golden Dragon's Roar. Gu Chen countered with a punch, accompanied by the shadow of a golden dragon and its roar. With a resounding impact, Miao Yu was struck, spitting blood as she was sent flying several meters back. Second soul skill, Injury Reversal. Qiao Yu Jiao's Mingwei Jade Plate glowed once more, casting a beam at Miao Yu, visibly healing her wounds. Third soul skill, Storm Rhapsody. The Wind Chime Grass Soul Master swayed her instrument, creating green rings of light that enveloped all her teammates. Storm Rhapsody was a soul skill that could not be controlled or stopped. Once released, it would only end when the caster's soul power was exhausted. The skill's effect was a 150 increase in attack and movement speed for all allies. Third soul skill, Soul Serpent's Surge. Tan Qi unleashed her third soul skill, summoning hundreds of serpentine forms composed of soul power, directing them toward Huabu Luo and her companions. Second soul skill, Hurricane Feather Rain. At this moment, Wind Xiao Yu activated her second soul skill, unleashing a torrential downpour of feathers from hurricane birds, striking down upon the energy snakes below. Scatter 1,000 cherry blossoms. Huabu Luo also invoked her first soul skill, sending forth a multitude of cherry blossoms that, in conjunction with Wind Xiao, use Hurricane Feather Rain. obliterated Tan Chi's energy snakes before shooting toward her. First soul skill, serpent transformation. Tan Chi's form shifted, becoming serpentine as she weaved through the cherry blossoms, evading Hua Buluo's attacks. However, the tide turned unexpectedly. Gu Yue Na appeared before Tan Chi, her expression as cold as ice, yet strikingly beautiful, sending a chill down Tan Chi's spine. Two lightsabers materialized in Gu Yue Na's hands, relentlessly slicing toward Tan Chi. With Gu Yue Na's mental acuity, she easily perceived Tan Chi's subtle evasive maneuvers. After 4 strikes, Tan Chi was rendered incapable of fighting. Gu Yue Na eliminated Tang San. Shui Yao Yao engaged in a fierce battle with Miao Yu using her first soul skill, North Wind Whispers. Utilizing the freezing effect of her first soul skill, Shui Yao Yao drained Miao Yu's stamina to near depletion. However, Miao Yu's martial soul, the white armored earth dragon, indeed boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Seizing the opportunity presented by a momentary lapse in Shui Yu's guard, Miao Yu delivered a powerful strike to her chest, sending her hurtling to the ground with a resounding crash. Bam! Just as Xiuma rushed in to provide support, he inadvertently stunned Miao Yu again, only to be restrained by the first soul skill of the Windbell Grass Soul Master. Shui Yu retrieved her ice and snow sword, rose to her feet, and rubbed her sore chest, returning with a fierce determination for retribution. With her third soul skill, Cherry Blossom Petals, she unleashed a flurry of blossoms that indiscriminately struck both Miao Yu and Xiuma. The only distinction was that Miao Yu's soul power was gradually depleted by the relentless cherry blossoms, ultimately forcing him to relinquish the state of his martial soul. In contrast, Xiuma and Shui Yu experienced a resurgence in their soul power, with even Shui Yu's bruised chest feeling somewhat alleviated. Seeing Miao Yu devoid of the capacity for resistance, Shui Yu retaliated with a swift kick to his backside, sending him tumbling off the stage, avenging the earlier blow. At that moment, only Miao La, the Windbell Grass Soul Master, and Chao Yuejiao remained in the arena. Miao La, typically an offensive powerhouse, found herself continuously on the defensive against Gu Chen. Seizing an opportunity, Miao La signaled to Chao Yuejiao, but in that instant, Gu Chen capitalized on her oversight and struck her back several steps with a powerful punch. Upon noticing Miao La's gaze, Chao Yuejiao activated her third soul skill, rescuing Miao La from Gu Chen's grasp. As Miao La regained her footing, Feng Xiaoyu's figure appeared behind her. Yet, Miao La's combat awareness was equally keen, and she immediately sensed Feng Xiaoyu's presence. With a swift elbow jab, she pushed Feng Xiaoyu back 2 steps, unsteady on her feet due to her lack of physical prowess. Miao La swiftly turned and unleashed a punch, activating her first soul skill, which sent Feng Xiaoyu crashing off the stage. Before anyone could react, Miao La disregarded the shielded Luo Chun and employed her second soul skill, appearing before Hua Buluo. Simultaneously, she released her third soul skill, eliminating Hua Buluo from the competition. As Shui Yu prepared to attack, she was ensnared by the second soul skill of the Windbell Grass Soul Master, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, only to be kicked off the stage by Miao La. The previously dire situation of 3 against 7 had dramatically shifted. Now it was 3 against 4. A significant improvement compared to before. Chapter 56. Saintess Gu Yue Na, however, as Miao La dispatched Shui Yu, Gu Yue Na executed a spatial teleportation to confront the Windbell Grass Soul Master, launching a massive fireball that sent her hurtling off the stage. Meanwhile, Gu Chen unleashed a golden dragon strike, which, coupled with a powerful stomp on Tan Chi's chest, sent her plummeting off the stage as well. Miao La, undeterred by her teammates, charged directly at Xiuma, delivering a swift series of attacks. Upon noticing Miao La's focus on him, Luo Chun quickly tossed 2 prepared servings of fried rice to Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na before climbing out of the barrier and leaping off the stage. After consuming the fried rice, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na displayed remarkable synergy. Gu Chen led the charge with a golden dragon strike aimed at Miao La. Just as she attempted to evade, the solid ground beneath her transformed into mire, dragging her down, a tactic previously employed by Gu Yue Na. Miao La's expression ardente. Yet her Windbell Grass Soul Master could no longer assist her in breaking free. Reluctantly, Miao La braced herself against the golden dragon strike. At the moment she managed to withstand the blow, Gu Yue Na acted, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that systematically drained Miao La's soul power. Exhausted and weakened, Miao La collapsed to the ground. Gu Yue Na's team emerged victorious. The referee noted the score for Gu Yue Na on the parchment in hand. In this team competition, 2 rounds were held, awarding 5 points for each victory. Gu Yue Na, 10 points. Yan Xiaoli, 0 points. Ling Xiaojiu, 0 points. Miao Yu, 5 points. Miao La, 5 points. These were the scores for all the candidates for the Sanus position. The following day marked the commencement of the individual competition, which would conclude within a single day. With a maximum of 4 battles to be fought, each victory would yield 3 points. On the next day, the individual matches began. In the draw, Gu Yue Na was pitted against Miao Yu, while Miao La faced Yan Xiaoli, and Ling Xiaojiu received a bye. From the outset of her battle, Gu Yue Na employed fierce tactics, combining teleportation with light swords and fireballs to dominate Miao Yu. When a gap in Miao Yu's defense became apparent, Gu Yue Na struck with her light sword, swiftly eliminating him from the contest. To everyone's astonishment, Yan Xiaoli showcased a strength previously unseen in the team competition, defeating Miao La with overwhelming force. In truth, the reason Miao La and Miao Yu's team had triumphed over Yan Xiaoli was simply due to her lack of allies with sufficient strength. Ultimately, when all her teammates were eliminated, facing a 7-1 disadvantage, victory was unattainable for Yan Xiaoli. As the first round of individual battles concluded, the scores for the candidates shifted. Gu Yue Na, 13 points. Yan Xiaoli, 3 points. Ling Xiaojiu, 3 points. Miao Yu, 5 points. Miao La, 5 points. Soon after, the second round of individual matches commenced. With Miao Yu and Miao La eliminated, only 3 contenders remained. Thus, the second round was divided into 3 matches. The first saw Gu Yue Na face Ling Xiaojiu. The second had Yan Xiaoli compete against Ling Xiaojiu. And the third was Gu Yue Na versus Yan Xiaoli. As Ling Xiaojiu was a support-type soul master, she forfeited both of her matches. Next came the confrontation between Gu Yue Na and Yan Xiaoli. Upon taking the stage, Yan Xiaoli revealed a sinister grin. Yan Xiaoli, Martial Soul Ghost Leopard, level 48. 4-ringed battle soul sect. At 21 years of age, she was technically unqualified to participate in the Saintess selection. However, her father, the Ghost Leopard Douluo, held a significant position within the Spirit Hall, granting her eligibility. Gu Yue Na, wielding the 7-color dragon, stood at level 42 as a 4-ringed soul master. As she spoke, she activated the Silver Dragon King, with 4 formidable soul rings, a single purple and 3 black, hovering ominously behind her. First soul skill, Ghost Leopard Assault. Yan Xiaoli's body darted forward with incredible speed, her claws aimed menacingly at Gu Yue Na's face. Consumed by jealousy of Gu Yue Na's ethereal beauty, she sought to seize this chance to obliterate it. Swish! With a ripple of spatial energy, Gu Yue Na reappeared several dozen meters away. In that instant, all her soul rings flared to life in unison. First soul skill, Elemental Tide. Second soul skill, Elemental Control. Third soul skill, Elemental Fusion. Fourth soul skill, Elemental Staff. A staff radiating elemental light manifested before Gu Yue Na, hovering effortlessly in the air, requiring no guidance from her. Meanwhile, Gu Yue Na wielded the elements of ice and fire in her left hand and light and darkness in her right, simultaneously hurling them at Yan Xiaoli. The elemental staff unleashed a relentless barrage of wind blades, surging toward Yan Xiaoli with alarming speed. It was evident that Gu Yue Na had been incited to fury by Yan Xiaoli's malicious tactics. Faced with this lethal assault, Yan Xiaoli's mind went blank, and only moments later did she panic, shouting, "I concede. Referee, save me." However, it was too late. The initial onslaught of the wind blade array mercilessly shredded Yan Xiaoli's body. Even though she still clung to life, she was gravely injured and would require at least a month to recover enough to rise from her bed. The referee, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly positioned himself in front of Yan Xiaoli, unleashing the full extent of his soul Douluo power to block the devastating ice and fire duality and the light and darkness annihilation. Yet, when Gu Yue Na's light and darkness annihilation detonated, even the soul Douluo referee could not suppress a grunt of pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Gu Yue Na emerged victorious. The referee wiped the blood from his lips and declared the result. Gu Yue Na scores soared to 19 points. surpassing the previous score of the Holy Maiden Gu Yue Na by 3 points. Undoubtedly, Gu Yue Na rightfully ascended to the esteemed position of Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing of his granddaughter's injuries, the ghost leopard Douluo, despite his initial fury, refrained from seeking retribution. For Gu Yue Na was not only the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, but also favored by his superior, Qian Xuanji. Thus, he chose to keep the peace. Gu Yue Na's reputation within the Spirit Academy continued to soar, with all students addressing her as Holy Maiden. Following the selection of the Holy Maiden, attention turned to the selection of the Holy Son. The candidates for this honor included the only son of the Serpent Spear Douluo, Yu Jiu, the children of the Douluo, Cihe and Ciu, Lu De, the sole son of the Magic Bear Douluo, Jinzi, the only son of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, and Gu Chen, who had received a coveted spot granted by the Pope. Among these candidates, Jinzi's father, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, was affiliated with Qian Xuanji, while the others were under the command of Bibi Dong. On the eve of the Holy Son selection, Jinzi approached Gu Chen, appearing quite anxious. "You are Gu Chen, correct?" "I am Jinzi, son of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, the second offering to the Spirit Hall. I have come to propose that we form a team for the team competition," he stated directly. "But with your strength, wouldn't it be quite simple for you to advance in the team competition without pairing with me?" Gu Chen queried, puzzled. Jinzi was well known within the Spirit Academy. His martial spirit, the Golden Crocodile King, rivaled that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Hearing Gu Chen's confident tone regarding his ability to defeat him, Jinzi smirked slightly and replied, "You should be aware that apart from us, all the other candidates are the offspring of Bibi Dong subordinates. I have heard that the 4 of them have decided to join forces in the same team to eliminate us first. Therefore, only by teaming up can we have a chance of success." "Ah, by doing this, doesn't that mean the preliminary round has essentially turned into the finals?" Gu Chen remarked, exasperated, unsure who had devised such a foolish rule allowing multiple Holy Son candidates to form a single team. If everyone were to join the same team, what would be the point of the competition? Achu, Qian Xuanji, seated in the Pope's hall, sneezed and rubbed his nose. "Who is insulting me?" Chapter 57. The preliminary round is the final. Very well, let us form a team. However, I have one condition. The command of the team must rest in my hands," Gu Chen declared. Jinzi nodded in agreement. "We will first eliminate the candidates from Bibi Dong's faction, which will leave the Holy Son title to you and me," Jinzi proposed. "Will you be joining us alone, or will you bring teammates along?" Gu Chen inquired. Jinzi responded, "Ling Xiaojio's mother is my aunt. She's also my friend. She will join our side for this Holy Son selection team competition." "That is acceptable," Gu Chen nodded, pleased to have a former Holy Maiden candidate join their ranks. "Then let us replace Xian Mo and Shuang. Thus, Gu Chen, along with Jinzi and Ling Xiaojio, met with Gu Yue Na and the others. When it came to replacing Xian Mo and Shuang, Xian Mo merely nodded in agreement, while Shuang appeared somewhat disheartened. After Gu Chen introduced his and his teammates' abilities to Jinzi and Ling Xiaojio, Gu Yue Na urged, "Please, provide a brief overview of your abilities." "Your Excellency, my martial spirit is the Golden Crocodile King. My first soul skill is the Golden Crocodile Armor, which allows me to summon energy armor capable of withstanding attacks below the Soul King level. My second soul skill is Golden Tear, which enables me to attack foes with the claws of the Golden Crocodile. My third soul skill, Golden Crocodile Descends, enhances my offensive and defensive attributes by 500% for 1 minute. My fourth soul skill is Golden Crocodile Claw, which unleashes the lethal claws of the Golden Crocodile against enemies and can be combined with my second soul skill," Jinzi explained. "Quite impressive. And you?" Gu Yue Na inquired, noting that Jinzi's abilities bore some resemblance to Gu Chen's Golden Dragon King, though Jinzi's martial spirit could not compare in quality. Gu Yue Na merely nodded before turning her gaze to Ling Xiaojio. Ling Xiaojio smiled sweetly and said, "Holy Maiden, my martial spirit is the 9-leaf sword grass. My first soul skill is Cool Sword Grass, which provides unconditional control release. My second soul skill is Fiery Sword Grass, which grants a teammate a berserk state at the cost of their sanity. However, when paired with Cool Sword Grass, they can remain rational while in a berserk state. My third soul skill is Binding Snow Sword Grass, which summons a sword grass cage that can control enemies or protect oneself. My fourth soul skill is Revitalizing Sword Grass, which has healing effects." "Very good. By the way, Jin Z, do you have any knowledge of the other candidates' abilities? Gu Chen asked. Jin Z nodded, I do. Yu has inherited his father's martial spirit, the Serpent Spear. CI, he has inherited the martial spirit of the CI. You possesses a mutated martial spirit, the Bomb Pig, and all his soul skills involve throwing bombs. Luda has inherited his father's magic bear martial spirit. Among the other three, there are the sisters Shun Ling and Shun Jing, whose martial spirits are healing staves, and the final one is Yi Wuyo, a shadow-type agile attack soul master. Jin Z added, seemingly recalling something, oh, and do remember that Yi Wuyo is not just some lackey of theirs. He is a senior from the last generation, 24 years old, a level 58 soul king, and they have invited him to serve as their anchor. During the battle, we must be cautious of Yi Wuyo. Gu Chen nodded, but for him, a level 58 soul king did not warrant excessive concern. Allow me to organize our strategy. Yi Wuyo, as an agile attack-type soul king, will undoubtedly attempt to take us out one by one. Our best approach is to stay close together, forming a formation that allows us to support each other at any moment while also engaging individually, Gu Chen suggested. For the formation, I propose a pentagram formation, with Luo Chun and Ling Xiao Jiu positioned at the center, while we take the 5 corners of the pentagram. That sounds reasonable, Jin Z agreed, signaling him to proceed. Gu Chen continued, I will take on Yu Jiu. Jin Z will handle Luda. Nader will confront the control-type soul master, CI. Huabu Luo will hold off CIU, and Feng Xiaoyu will exit the formation at the start. For the corner of the formation that belongs to Feng Xiaoyu, Ling Xiaojiu will temporarily substitute. Feng Xiaoyu, your responsibility is to eliminate their healing soul master. After that, we will combine our strength to take down Yi Wuyo. Agreed, Jin Z affirmed. Gu Yue Na nodded lightly. Ling Xiaojiu indicated her approval, and Huabu Luo, Luo Chun, and Feng Xiaoyu also expressed no objections. The following day, the Holy Sun selection commenced. Although it was labeled as a preliminary round, it was essentially the final. Given that only 2 teams existed, the referee did not require a draw and simply ordered both teams to enter the battle arena simultaneously. Leading the opposing team was not Luda and the others. Rather, a composed young man with black hair strode forward, clad in dark attire. His slightly disheveled black hair framing his face. Beneath his thick brows, his eyes were a pure, deep black, glimmering with a hint of sharpness. This individual was none other than Yi Wuyo. It is said that Yi Wuyo is an illegitimate son of the Yi family from the Xinghua Empire. After offending a legitimate son of the family, he was pursued for assassination. In desperation, Yi Wuyo stealthily absconded with nearly 1/10 of the Yi family's cultivation resources and the ancestral weapon, the purple-winged angel dagger, thus betraying his family. Upon joining the Spirit Hall, he became exceedingly aloof. Despite his formidable strength, he found few companions. As the competition commenced, the referee issued the command. All members on both sides summoned their spirits, entering a state of high alert. Feng Xiaoyu utilized wind escape to diminish her presence and departed, while Gu Chen and 4 others formed a pentagram formation centered around Luo Chun. Among them, Gu Chen and Jin Z faced the enemy camp directly, while Gu Yue Na and Huabu Luo occupied the left and right flanks, respectively, with Ling Xiaojiu positioned at the rear, ensuring that no one was more than 10 meters apart. 9-leaf flame grass, 9-leaf ice grass. Ling Xiaojiu unleashed her soul skill, the 9-leaf sword grass, her sweet voice accompanying 2 sword grasses as they floated forth, enhancing Gu Chen and Jin Z. Secretly crafted fried rice. Truly fragrant fried rice. Luo Chun conjured 2 types of fried rice and tossed them to Gu Chen, then created a talent fried rice for Jin Z. Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo formed hand seals, and his second soul ring glowed, causing his figure to vanish into the air. His second soul skill, Shadow Evade, allowed him to merge into shadows, enabling him to manifest within anyone's shadow. Gu Chen charged forward, shifting the formation to shield Yu Jiu, thrusting the golden dragon spear towards him. Jin Z also intercepted the approaching CI, releasing his first soul skill, Golden Crocodile Armor, while activating his second and fourth soul skills, extending a pair of razor-sharp crocodile claws towards CI. CI's brother, CIU, became somewhat agitated, activating his first soul ring, which conjured an explosive pig. CIU hurled the explosive pig towards Jin Z, who was met with an explosion as it arced through the air. Although Jin Zi's golden crocodile armor mitigated the impact, he emerged somewhat disheveled. Suddenly, countless spikes erupted from Ci's body, targeting Jin Zi directly. Jin Zi quickly regained his composure, focusing on Ci. At that moment, Luo unleashed her first soul skill, Thousand Cherry Blossoms, sending a flurry of petals to restrain Ciu, who wielded the explosive pig spirit. With Jin Zi occupied by Ci, Luda became Gu Yue Na's responsibility. Luda's spirit was the demon bear. Gu Yue Na swiftly unleashed a row of ground spikes, leaving Luda battered and bruised. Magic Bear Charge. Luda roared, recklessly charging toward Gu Yue Na. A solid ice barrier appeared before her, and Luda collided with it, unable to shatter it, resulting in severe injury. Gu Yue Na's third soul ring illuminated, allowing her to execute elemental fusion, unleashing a combination of ice and fire that easily eliminated Luda from the competition. Ahead, Gu Chen wielded the golden dragon spear, far surpassing Yu Jio's serpent spear. In a mere exchange, Yu Jio's spear cracked, and he coughed up blood. Healing Light. The twin sisters of the healing staff spirit simultaneously activated their first soul skill, mending Yu Jio's wounds. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyu appeared behind one of the sisters, delivering a powerful hurricane thrust that eliminated her. However, the long-hidden Yi Wuyo reappeared, materializing behind Feng Xiaoyu, concealed in her blind spot, his presence masterfully masked. Before Gu Chen and the others could alert her, Yi Wuyo struck first. Night Shadow Kill. Shadows emerged behind Yi Wuyo, each launching an assault on Feng Xiaoyu, who was instantly injured. With a merciless kick, Yi Wuyo eliminated Feng Xiaoyu from the match. Simultaneously, his fifth soul ring glowed. Eternal Night. In an instant, the arena was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility near impossible. Yet, Yi Wuyo's side seemed to don night vision goggles, allowing them to perceive the arena's scene with clarity. Curse it, a domain-type soul skill, Gu Chen said coldly, no longer holding back. Infusing the golden dragon spear with the effects of golden dragon's fury, he thrust it towards Yu Jio, shattering Yu Jio's spirit and leaving him bloodied and unconscious. Yet, Yi Wuyo's figure reappeared, this time behind Luo Chen. Not good. Support Luo Chen. Although visibility was non-existent, Gu Yue Na sensed Yi Wuyo's position through her formidable mental prowess. It was too late. Yi Wuyo unleashed his first soul skill, Night Blade, which pierced through Luo Chen's abdomen, inflicting immediate injury. With a resounding crash, Yi Wuyo struck the severely wounded Luo Chen, sending him flying from the arena. With no time to provide assistance, Gu Yue Na rushed to aid Huabu Luo, unleashing a light blade that illuminated a 5-meter radius within the eternal night, simultaneously striking Ciu, who was ensnared by Huabu Luo's cherry blossom storm. Huabu Luo executed another 1,000 cherry blossoms, relentlessly bombarding Ciu until he ultimately lost consciousness. Yi Wuyo's figure emerged once more, this time behind Ling Xiaojio. 9-leaf snow, binding grass. Ling Xiaojio, possessing a considerable mental strength among her peers, swiftly summoned a sword grass cage to ensconce herself. Shadow Strike. Yi Wuyo activated his third soul skill. But unlike the previous wielder of the same name, his Shadow Strike yielded different effects. Within the sword grass cage, Ling Xiaojio's shadow slowly rose, delivering a punch to her physical form, rendering her unconscious. As the battle unfolded, for each opponent Gu Chen's team eliminated, Yi Wuyo reciprocated by eliminating one of Gu Chen's teammates. With a swift clap, Gu Chen's golden dragon claw erupted forth, effortlessly sending Ci, who had been grappling with Jin Zi, out of the arena. Now, Gu Chen's side consisted solely of himself, Gu Yue Na, Huabu Luo, and Jin Zi, while the adversaries retained Yi Wuyo and his sister-like healing staff spirit. Yi Wuyo's presence re-emerged, this time targeting Huabu Luo. Fortunately, Gu Yue Na remained close to Huabu Luo, utilizing her third soul skill, Elemental Fusion, which had yet to expire. She raised her hand to unleash a light and dark annihilation. Although Yi Wuyo sensed the soul power fluctuations from Gu Yue Na's direction, he gritted his teeth and continued to unleash his fourth soul skill, Night Shadow Kill, towards Huabu Luo. Huabu Luo hurriedly activated her third soul skill, attempting to deplete Yi Wuyo's strength, but the Night Shadow Kill struck first, eliminating her while interrupting her third soul skill. However, forcibly eliminating Huabu Luo resulted in Yi Wuyo taking a direct hit from Gu Yue Na's light and dark annihilation. the forces of light and darkness exploding upon him, leaving him bloodied and battered. Healing light. Injury reversal. Healing power. The healing staff spirit swiftly unleashed 3 skills. Green light enveloping Yi Wuyo as his injuries rapidly mended. Yi Wuyo continued to retreat, activating his second soul ring to enter stealth. However, the effect of his eternal night had faded, and the arena's familiar appearance returned to the spectators, revealing several incapacitated students sprawled across the ground. As night without worries vanished once more, Gu Chen unleashed his third soul skill, Golden Dragon Soaring, swiftly advancing to stand before the healing staff soul master and delivering a decisive punch that eliminated him. Returning to the side of Gu Yue Na and Jin Zi, the group huddled closely together to guard against any potential ambush from night without worries. Suddenly, Gu Yue Na closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she directed her gaze toward the air a short distance away, slicing through it with several wind blades. Night without worries, now forced to reveal himself, attempted to evade, astonished and questioning how they had discerned his presence, claiming mastery over the dark elements. Before he could finish speaking, Gu Yue Na had vanished from sight. Night without worries' expression shifted dramatically. Without a glance backward, he hurled a night blade in that direction. Yet Gu Yue Na's light sword had already pierced his abdomen. Gu Chen swiftly approached Night without worries, and even though Night without worries was a level 58 Soul King, he could not withstand the might of Gu Chen's Golden Dragon Claw. Night without worries was sent crashing off the stage. Team Gu Chen wins, the referee announced. The scores of all candidate saints shifted dramatically. With only 2 teams, the results of the team competition yielded only 2 outcomes. Gu Chen, 5 points. Jin Zi, 5 points. L2, 0 points. Yu Jiu, 0 points. Ci He, 0 points. Cu, 0 points. The following day heralded the individual competition for the selection of the saint. In an unfortunate turn of events, He and Ciu faced each other in the first match, yet it was Ciu, with his mutated martial soul, Explosive Pig, who ultimately triumphed. The second match, featuring Jin Zi against Elda, showcased Jin Zi's superior combat awareness and martial soul quality, leading to a predictable victory for him. The third match saw Gu Chen pitted against Yu Jiu. However, due to Yu Jiu's fractured martial soul not having fully recovered and his fear of Gu Chen, the match did not take place, resulting in Yu Jiu conceding defeat, granting victory to Gu Chen. With the conclusion of the first round, the scores underwent further changes. Gu Chen, 8 points. Jin Zi, 8 points. L2, 0 points. Yu Jiu, 0 points. Ci He, 0 points. Cu, 3 points. Chapter 59, The Death Training Camp. The second round commenced in the afternoon, with the first match featuring Jin Zi battling Ciu. Despite Jin Zi's formidable strength, Ciu, utilizing his explosive pig martial soul, relentlessly unleashed his third soul skill, Explosive Spike Bomb, ultimately wearing Jin Zi down. The second match pitted Ciu against Gu Chen from the very start. Gu Chen provided no opportunity for Ciu, executing Golden Dragon Soaring to close the distance, followed by a powerful Golden Dragon Quake that severely injured and defeated Ciu. The third match saw Gu Chen face Jin Zi. Both possessed martial souls capable of offense and defense. Yet, Gu Chen's Golden Dragon King martial soul far exceeded Jin Zi's in quality. Under the relentless assault of Gu Chen's Golden Dragon Claw, Jin Zi ultimately succumbed. The final scores for all candidates emerged swiftly. Gu Chen, 14 points. Jin Zi, 8 points. L2, 0 points. Yu Jiu, 0 points. Ci He, 0 points. Cu, 6 points. Ultimately, Gu Chen triumphed over all candidates, emerging as the Saint of the Spirit Hall. With the title of Saint, Gu Chen found himself bolstered within the Spirit Academy, as every student greeted him with the honorific of Saint Master. After Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na departed the arena together, they noticed Qian Jundo Luo and Jiang Mo Do Luo awaiting them beneath the shade of a nearby tree. Upon seeing the duo approach, Qian Jundo Luo smiled and remarked, "While it is quite normal for you to prevail over those second-generation heirs, we must extend our congratulations on your ascension as the Saints of the Spirit Hall." Presenting a shimmering golden bracelet, he continued, "This bracelet not only possesses a storage capacity of 10 cubic meters, but also provides a calming effect. Consider it a gift from me." Gu Chen smiled, responding, "One should not receive rewards without merit." Qian Jundo Luo patted Gu Chen on the shoulder, saying, Your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass this. Consider this a favor owed to you. I shall graciously accept, Gu Chen replied, donning the bracelet on his left arm, feeling a refreshing sensation coursing through him. Gu Yue Na, this pendant amplifies mental strength by 15 times. I present it to you as my gift, Jiang Mo Douluo stated, producing a pendant from his spatial soul tool. The two titled Douluo understood that by befriending either Gu Chen or Gu Yue Na, they effectively endeared themselves to both. Thank you, Your Excellency, Gu Yue Na softly expressed, accepting the pendant. Next week, the Pope will formally bestow upon you the titles of Saint and Saintess in the presence of the elders of the Spirit Hall at the Pope's palace. Be prepared. Qianjun Douluo advised. Gu Chen nodded, expressing his gratitude once more, as the two titled Douluo took their leave. Upon returning to Class A of the Spirit Academy, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na addressed Huabu Luo and the others, stating, "We have attained the positions of Saint and Saintess, thanks in no small part to your assistance. As a token of our gratitude, let us dine together in Spirit City tonight at that same restaurant as before." Huabu Luo and the others nodded, while Shui Yu beamed with a smile. Meanwhile, Feng Ming sat in silence, remaining behind as the others departed, seemingly excluded from the group. Upon reaching the school gate, Gu Chen and his companions spotted Jin Zi and Ling Xiaojiu. Rather than displaying disappointment from their elimination, the two greeted them with smiles. "What's this? You didn't invite us to dinner? We certainly contributed to your victory. Haha, if you wish to join, you are most welcome," Gu Chen exclaimed, embracing them warmly. Now, Gu Chen had begun to establish his own base within the Spirit Hall. After the dinner, Gu Chen and the others returned to their respective dormitories to resume their training. Time passed swiftly, and within a week, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, originally at the peak of level 42, broke through to level 43, an impressive feat that nearly shattered the records of the Spirit Academy. This day marked the official ceremony where the Pope would bestow upon Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na the titles of Saint and Saintess. Except for a few elders and worshippers out on missions, all the worshippers and elders within Spirit City, including the level 99 title Dou, Luo, Qiandao Lu, gathered at the Pope's palace. However, Bibi Dong, who should have had a seat, was notably absent. Her previous assassination attempt on Gu Chen was only one reason. The more pressing matter being the assassination of her disciple, Hu Lai Na, undoubtedly orchestrated by Qian Sun Ji. Naturally, Bibi Dong would refrain from attending the ceremony. When the time came, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na walked side by side into the Pope's palace, where Qian Sun Ji conferred upon them the identities of Saint and Saintess. They subsequently vacated their previous dormitory. The Pope established separate residences for the Saint and Saintess within Spirit City, and as the two residences were nearly adjacent, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na decided to connect them. Thus, once again, they resided together since entering the Spirit Academy. However, Gu Chen occupied the bedroom on the 3rd floor, while Gu Yue Na took the 4th. The 2nd floor was designated for guests. During this time, Luo Chen, Feng Xiaoyu, and Huabu Luo frequently visited, taking advantage of the guest quarters. As Luo Chen put it, the residence was grand, with a spacious bed that offered a comfortable sleep. 2 months passed in this manner, with Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na breaking through to level 45. Luo Chen also advanced rapidly, now possessing a cultivation level of 34. With the assistance of various cultivation resources gifted by Gu Chen, Huabu Luo, Feng Xiaoyu, Xianmo, and Shui Yu have all successfully advanced to level 39. Jin Zi and Ling Xiaojiu, who recognize Gu Chen as their leader, have reached level 45. At this juncture, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na were once again summoned by Pope Qian Sun Ji. Upon entering the Pope's hall, they encountered Qian Sun Ji. "Greetings, Your Holiness." Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na bowed respectfully. "Holy son, holy daughter, every 50 years, our Spirit Hall recruits all gifted newcomers into a place known as the Death Training Camp, where mortality rate of trainees reaches an astounding 98%. However, those who emerge are nothing short of prodigies that astonish the Douluo Continent. Given your status, entering the Death Training Camp poses considerable danger. I now present you with a choice. Will you enter?" Qian Sun Ji gazed at Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. Gu Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such a training camp within the Spirit Hall. The staggering mortality rate explained the abundance of talents. Yet only a handful emerged during the Elite Soul Master competition. This death training camp resembled a crucible, sifting through trainees to extract the strongest. Akin to the legendary Do Wang, it appeared that characters like Gu Yue Na in the original narrative either survived the camp by sheer luck or benefited from the privileges of being a saintess, avoiding the trials altogether. Nevertheless, if Gu Chen and his companions participated in the death training camp, they might gain substantial rewards. Your friends will all participate in the death training camp, but given their abilities, it is highly likely they will perish there. Qian Sunji remarked casually while toying with a gemstone. Your Holiness, I wish to participate, Gu Chen declared resolutely. Whether for the sake of enhancing his strength or to rescue Luo Chen and the others, he felt compelled to embark on this venture. Gu Yue Na, looking at Gu Chen with a smile, added, Your Holiness, I too wish to participate. Excellent. 1 month from now, individuals from the death training camp will come to collect you, Qian Sunji responded. Chapter 60. The Eye of Ice and Fire after departing from the Pope's Hall. Gu Yue Na turned to Gu Chen. Gu, a place with a 98% mortality rate must be exceedingly perilous. Why do you wish to go? Not only must our newly formed team participate, but opportunities often accompany risks, Gu Chen replied. Gu Yue Na regarded him, a charming smile gracing her lips. Because you are going, I shall go as well. Was that a confession? Gu Chen momentarily lost his focus, and by the time he regained his senses, Gu Yue Na had already walked away. He hurried after her, saying, But before we head to that death training camp, there are certain items we must retrieve. Gu Yue Na looked at him in confusion. In the Sunset Forest, there lies a place known as the Eye of Ice and Fire. The remains of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King are located beneath it, Gu Chen explained. Ding. The system detected the host's current situation and activated a storyline choice. Proceed to the Eye of Ice and Fire to obtain over 80% of the medicinal herbs therein. Assistance, Xiantian Treasure Record, Celestial Herb Edition, Xian Yu Hand Proficiency Card, which can instantly elevate the host's Xian Yu Hand to perfection. Sunset Forest Map, System Points, 1000. Abandon the journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire, leaving it for Tang San's team. Assistance, Secret Technique, Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Purple Extreme Demon Eye Proficiency Card, which can instantly elevate the host's Purple Extreme Demon Eye to perfection. System Points, 1000. I choose this. Gu Chen thought briefly and realized the utility of the system's assistance. Firstly, the Xiantian Treasure Record, Celestial Herb Edition, would enable him to understand celestial herbs and their uses. The Xian Yu Hand Proficiency Card would perfect his Xian Yu Hand, facilitating the plucking of celestial herbs. The Sunset Forest Map would guide him swiftly to the Eye of Ice and Fire without detours. Set forth to the Sunset Forest. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Gu Chen utilized his status as Holy Sun to lead 100 soul sect guards and a convoy of carriages towards the Sunset Forest. Simultaneously, Gu Chen requested the presence of the title Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiang Mo Douluo. Esteemed sirs, there is a treasure in the Sunset Forest that my companion and I wish to cultivate. However, there is a title Douluo there, and I kindly ask for your assistance in diverting him, Gu Chen diplomatically stated, deliberately withholding the specifics of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Believing Gu Chen had been swayed by hearsay and was acting on a whim, he did not fathom that the Sunset Forest could harbor anything of value, let alone the abundance of celestial herbs within. After 2 days, the carriages finally arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. The remainder of the journey required Gu Chen and his companions to proceed on foot, leaving the 100 soul sect guards at the forest's edge. Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, under the protection of Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo, entered the Sunset Forest following the map in Gu Chen's possession. The system's map was no ordinary chart. It clearly marked the locations of soul beasts and their quantities within each area. After another day's journey, Gu Chen arrived at the entrance of a valley, which was none other than the lair of Poison Dog Dugobo's system. Can you check if Dugobo is inside? Gu Chen inquired. Ding. Yes, please pay 400 system points. Damn it, you truly are a shrewd merchant. Gu Chen exclaimed. Ding. Conducting an investigation also requires energy, you know? 400 system points is quite reasonable. Fine, deduct it, Gu Chen conceded. Ding. Investigation complete. Dugobo is currently at the Eye of Ice and Fire, suppressing his poison injuries. Gu Chen nodded and addressed Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo. This treasure contains a title Douluo, whose title is poison. I would appreciate your assistance in drawing him away. Dugobo, rest assured, with us here, he will not return within 7 days. Jiang Montak Douluo confidently assured. With that, Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Dou unleashed their soul power and took to the skies. Who, sensing the presence of two titled Douluos outside his lair, Poison Douluo assumed was an enemy seeking vengeance. He rose, releasing his emerald-scaled Serpent King spirit, with 9 soul rings looming behind him. Qianjun Douluo, Jiang Mo Douluo, what brings you to my humble abode? Douluo asked, cold sweat beading on his brow. Nothing of consequence, merely seeking to reminisce with you. Qianjun Douluo stated, unleashing his dragon-taming staff spirit, activating his 6th soul skill to pull Douluo closer. Douluo had no intention of resisting. After all, anyone present was far beyond his capabilities. He could only hope that Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo were indeed merely here for a friendly visit. As Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo escorted Douluo away, Gu Chen turned to Gu Yue Na with a smile, saying, the opportunity has arrived. First, tell me how you knew the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King's remains were here, and how you were aware of the presence of a titled Douluo. Gu Yue Na questioned, her eyes filled with curiosity. Gu Chen could hardly reveal that he had traversed through time, familiar with the plot, and had the system's assistance. Instead, he quietly replied, I acquired the information in Spirit City. Gu Yue Na suspected nothing amiss and followed Gu Chen toward the direction of the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, a thick miasma obstructed their path. This is the poison array of Douluo. How troublesome. Gu Chen sighed as he rubbed his brow in distress. Hold me, Gu Yue Na said. Gu Chen looked at her in surprise. Noticing Gu Chen's hesitation, Gu Yue Na took the initiative to grasp his hand, and with a fluctuation of spatial elements, the two vanished into the distance. At the other end of the poison array, Gu Chen felt immense regret. Even wishing to slap himself, he could have embraced her upon entering, yet they were left only holding hands, all due to his indecisiveness. He longed for the scene in the Star Dou Forest, where he had held her close, and now that precious opportunity had been squandered by his own hesitation. Turning his gaze towards the valley, he noticed a hot spring within, modest in size yet divided into 2 sections. In the oval-shaped pool, the colors of the spring water were strikingly milky white and crimson. Curiously, even though they existed within the same pool, the 2 colors remained distinct and untainted by one another, maintaining their positions. The steam rose vigorously, dissipating only at the mountain's peak. This was the ice and fire duality, one of the 3 great treasure troves described in the Shintian Baolu volume on celestial herbs, which also served as the burial ground for the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Chapter 61. A bountiful harvest. Let me have a look at these celestial herbs. They will greatly aid our cultivation, Gu Chen remarked. The first herb that caught his eye was a white plant, resembling a large white flower with an octagonal shape, its center sparkling like ice crystals. It emitted no fragrance. Positioned at the center of the cold extreme spring, this herb was known as the octagonal profound ice grass, a rare cold flower that could induce a chilling heart and paralysis of the central nervous system. Within 10 meters, it exuded an oppressive cold that, if prolonged, could prove fatal. Mere proximity to it was ill-fated, and to harvest it, one needed a tool of gold or iron. At the opposite end of the hot spring was a plant resembling a fiery red cabbage, in stark contrast to the frigid octagonal profound ice grass. This plant was a top-tier poisonous celestial herb known as the flaming apricot blossom, thriving only in extreme heat, capable of surviving even in lava. Its effects were the antithesis of the octagonal profound ice grass. The flaming apricot blossom could not be harvested with metal. Only jade could preserve its efficacy. Nana, consuming these 2 herbs simultaneously will yield the effect of tempering your body with ice and fire. Your physique is comparatively weaker than mine, so I suggest you utilize them for this purpose, Gu Chen advised Gu Yue Na. All right, what should I do? Gu Yue Na asked, nodding obediently. Without responding, Gu Chen swiftly approached the octagonal profound ice grass, transforming his left hand into a golden dragon claw. The octagonal profound ice grass had to be severed with a tool of gold or iron, and his dragon claw certainly qualified. With a fierce swipe, he cut through the grass, which fell at once, releasing a wave of cold air that left a light frost on the surrounding herbs. After harvesting the octagonal profound ice grass, Gu Chen quickly moved to the flaming apricot blossom, his hands turning white jade as he swiftly uprooted it from the ground. Thanks to his formidable physical strength, he did not suffer burns like Tang San did. Grasping the flaming apricot blossom, He placed it beside the octagonal profound ice grass, their essences vanishing simultaneously. Although these two herbs would suppress each other's effects upon contact, they would completely lose their potency after 10 breaths. Seizing this brief moment, Gu Chen instructed, Nana, consume these two herbs, and when their effects kick in, jump into the spring's intersection to absorb the celestial energy. Gu Yue Na trusted Gu Chen completely, and despite the terrifying temperature emanating from the spring, she swallowed the two herbs and, without hesitation, leapt into the water. As the effects began to manifest, Gu Yue Na felt little of the outside world, as the pain from the octagonal profound ice grass and the flaming apricot blossom overwhelmed her senses. The power of the two herbs erupted, and Gu Chen stood on the shore, watching Gu Yue Na in the water. Though her exquisite features occasionally twisted in pain, Gu Chen felt a pang of heartache, wishing he could bear her suffering in her stead. A day and night later, Gu Yue Na awakened, her garments having been incinerated by the extreme heat, revealing her delicate skin. Gu Chen instinctively turned away, not realizing her attire was gone. Gu Yue Na saw Gu Chen's back and asked, Gu, why are you always facing away from me? Gu Chen felt an itch in his heart, but he knew that if he turned to look, Gu Yue Na would surely resent him. He replied, your clothes. Clothes? Gu Yue Na looked down, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly exited the spring, her stunning form and fair skin on full display. On the shore lay a dress that Gu Chen had prepared. Gu Yue Na quickly donned it, her cheeks rosy as she said, I've dressed. Gu Chen turned to see her in a light white dress, exceedingly beautiful. How is it? He asked. My physical strength has increased significantly. Gu Yue Na beamed, her skin shimmering with a silver glow. Gu Chen nodded in relief and continued exploring the valley. Suddenly, he spotted an 8-petaled orchid exuding a fragrant scent and exclaimed, Is this the 8-petal celestial orchid? It should be beneficial for Luo Chen. This is the coxcomb phoenix tail palm. Nana, you should refine this. You excel in elemental control and can enhance your mastery over fire elements, Gu Chen suggested. No, I must maintain equal control over all 7 elements to maximize their power, Gu Yue Na replied with a gentle smile, following closely behind Gu Chen. Very well. I shall leave this for Xiao San, Gu Chen thought. This is the Chilua tulip, quite suitable for Xiao Jiu. I shall keep it. He used a Xian jade hand to collect it. The heartbreak red? That shall go to Xiao Wu. After all, she is one of us. Spotting a pristine flower resembling a blue lotus, Gu Chen unearthed it. Nana, consume this. It can harmonize your body. He offered it to Gu Yue Na. All right. She replied with a sweet smile as she accepted the water fairy jade bone, savoring the time spent with Gu Chen. The water fairy jade bone posed no danger upon consumption, allowing Gu Chen to continue searching for celestial herbs in the valley. 9th grade purple Ganoderma. It strengthens the foundation and enhances energy. It will be quite beneficial for my spiritual power, he mused, harvesting it for himself. After consuming the 9th grade purple Ganoderma, Gu Chen felt his spiritual power rise again. Since he had previously consumed the clear autumn water dew and could not take it again, he decided to leave the remaining clear autumn water dew for Tang San. Having finished consuming the celestial herbs, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na continued their exploration in the valley, gradually discovering snow silkworms, vermilion lotus, and other detoxifying herbs, as well as the fragrant Chilua celestial herbs, all of which Gu Chen stored in his system backpack. Before Gu Chen stood a plant known as the snow swan's kiss, each leaf glistening with purity, elongated and curved, reminiscent of a swan's neck. Gu Chen swiftly unsheathed his claws, extracting the snow-colored swan kiss from afar without any direct contact and placing it into his system's backpack. The virulent effects of the snow-colored swan kiss were beyond his current endurance. Suddenly, a small emerald-green snake darted from the nearby grass, hissing at Gu Chen. This diminutive serpent, nearly translucent and about 5 inches long, shimmered with a swirling green light within, its pair of crimson eyes appearing exceptionally adorable. Its green body was adorned with 9 bamboo-like transverse stripes. This was the exquisite 9-segment jade from the green bamboo. Wasn't it the pet of Douluo? How could he have left it behind? Contemplating this, Gu Chen noticed the little creature hissing at him and unleashed his dragon might. An overwhelming aura suppressed the 9-segment jade, causing it to cower on the ground, trembling. Gu Chen bent to pick up the 9-segment jade, intending to crush it. Wait, Gu Yue Na called out to him. What is it? Gu Chen inquired, puzzled, glancing at her. Gu Yue Na snatched the quivering 9-segment jade from his hands, affectionately stroking its head, and softly said, "This little one is so adorable. May I keep it?" Chapter 62. The Ice and Fire Mortar. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, but smiled, of course. Gu Yue Na then looked at the little creature in her palm, gently slicing her finger to squeeze out a drop of silvery blood, feeding it to the 9-segment jade. Upon consuming the blood of the Silver Dragon King, the 9-segment jade immediately fainted in her hand, its lineage evolving, gaining immunity to most toxins and a trace of dragon bloodline. Gu Yue Na placed the unconscious 9-segment jade into her waist pocket, and together with Gu Chen, they continued their search for medicinal herbs in the valley. Gu Chen encountered several strains of celestial herbs, yet few were suitable for himself or his companions. Ultimately, he only unearthed some ordinary treasures and 2 to 3 celestial herbs. Upon returning to the hot spring, their expressions shifted to one of gravity. The remains of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King lay beneath this spring, but how to descend was a crucial question. "I'll take you down," Gu Yue Na offered, looking at Gu Chen. Understanding her intent, Gu Chen embraced her from behind, feeling the warmth radiating from him. Gu Yue Na's face flushed crimson as she quickly activated spatial elements, executing 5 consecutive flashes until they arrived in a small chamber beneath the hot spring. Though termed a small space, it was more aptly described as a blessed land. Reluctantly, Gu Chen released her, the lingering fragrance of the maiden enchanting his senses. When Gu Chen opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he was astounded. The entire chamber was imbued with the divine powers of ice and fire. He had not anticipated that both the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King had perished in the Dragon God War. In truth, had Gu Chen not escaped with Gu Yue Na, their fate would have mirrored that of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. The space harbored not only the divine powers of the 2 Dragon Kings, but also their consciousness. "Master, you have come," the Ice Dragon King exclaimed, excitedly approaching upon noticing Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na. Gu Chen succinctly conveyed their current predicament and his plans. The gravity of their mission concerning the revival of the Beast Clan weighed heavily on the Ice Dragon King's tone. "Master, should you discover any promising candidates in the human realm, bring them here. I will bestow upon them the legacy of my 2nd-tier divine status. Once the heir accepts my divine position, their subconscious will remain eternally loyal to you." System, does this legacy's effect resemble that of the enslavement talisman? Gu Chen inquired inwardly. Beep. The enslavement talisman does not compel submission from its target, but rather ensures their unwavering loyalty, preserving their consciousness. Like the legacy from the Ice Dragon King, it alters their subconscious perception of the host. Additionally, should the target harbor any resentment towards the host, the talisman will modify their subconscious again, making them perceive all actions of the host as reasonable. Gu Chen nodded, addressing the Ice Dragon King. "Very well. Master, I feel the same. Since I have already perished, let my divine status be passed to the candidate you choose." The Fire Dragon King's consciousness added. With this, Gu Chen realized there was no need to take them with him. "Then we shall take our leave now," Gu Chen declared. "Wait, Master!" The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings exclaimed in unison. Gu Chen looked at the 2 Dragon King's spirits in confusion. "Master, we will transform our remains into a weapon and present it to you, hoping that you can achieve the dream of unifying the Dragon Clan in Douluo Continent," the Ice Dragon King stated. Simultaneously, the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings began to levitate their remains, merging them. A prototype of a divine weapon gradually materialized, and thus, 2 full days passed. Finally, a weapon shimmering with ice blue and flame red appeared before Gu Chen, resembling a mortar from his previous life. One that could be wielded by a single individual. "Master, this weapon can launch energy projectiles imbued with ice and fire attributes, capable of reaching distances of 1,000 meters and exploding within a range of several dozen meters. Furthermore, it can be activated simply by infusing soul power or divine power." The Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, seemingly exhausting their strength, offered the mortar-shaped weapon with weakened spirits. Gu Chen grasped the mortar, crafted from the bones of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, now at the level of a quasi-divine weapon. "Thank you. Should you ever require assistance, I would risk my life," Gu Chen stated earnestly. "Absolutely not, Master. You are our sovereign spirit beast. How could we allow that?" The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings replied hastily. "By the way, Master, you should give this divine weapon a name," the Fire Dragon King suggested. After a moment's reflection, Gu Chen said, Let's name it the Ice and Fire Mortar. Truly befitting of a master. What a splendid name. The Ice Dragon King praised. Very well, Nar. It is time for us to depart, Gu Chen said to the quiet Gu Yue Na beside him. She gently nodded, linking her arm with his. Master, may you succeed. With the blessings of the two Dragon Kings, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na transformed into a silver light, vanishing and reappearing outside the original hot spring after several flashes. With the transformation of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's bones into a weapon, the energy sustaining the Eye of Ice and Fire had dwindled significantly. Within a few decades, it would revert to being an ordinary hot spring. In total, the two had spent 6 days in this place. Entering the Eye of Ice and Fire marked the first day. Gu Yue Na's ice-fire body refinement consumed a day and a half. Gu Chen's search for celestial herbs took another day, and locating the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, as well as acquiring the weapon, consumed 2 days. It is time to leave. Thousand Jin Douluo and demon-subduing Douluo are still with Douluo, Gu Chen remarked, embracing Gu Yue Na again, taking advantage of the moment. Gu Yue Na shot him a glare before utilizing her spatial control, allowing them to traverse the poison array and emerge outside the valley. Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na spent more than a day exiting the setting sun forest, reuniting with the spirit hall guards outside. Thousand Jin Douluo and demon-subduing Douluo had also returned with Douluo, joining them. Thousand Jin Douluo and demon-subduing Douluo had not mistreated Douluo. They had merely taken him to a tavern for 7 days and nights of drinking. Yet, with their powers as titled Douluo, digesting alcohol was an effortless task. How did it go? Thousand Jin Douluo inquired. Nar has successfully ascended through the ranks using the resources within the treasure grounds, now possessing the formidable power of level 48. I, too, have advanced 2 levels, currently standing at level 47, replied Gu Chen. What treasures does the scoundrel Douluo conceal within that have allowed you both to break through so effortlessly? That old poisoner must be in agony now. The demon slayer Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, Douluo returned to his lair. Upon entering the valley, he discovered that it had been thoroughly stripped, leaving fewer than 10 celestial herbs in his garden. Overcome with grief, he wailed and beat his chest, his voice echoing throughout the valley. Cursed little thieves. I shall never forgive you. Chapter 63. Dividing the spoils after spending another 2 days, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na returned to the Wuhuan Academy. Upon entering Class A of the Tianzi class, they were greeted by Luo Chen, Huabu Luo, Feng Xiaoyu, Shui Yaoyao, Xian Mo, Jinzi, and Ling Xiaojio. The former student Feng Ming had defected to an elder of the Wuhuan Temple and transferred to Class B of the Tianzi class after Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na secured their positions as the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Meanwhile, Jinzi and Ling Xiaojio, originally in Class B, had transferred to Class A. Now, Class A of the Tianzi class had effectively become Gu Chen's stronghold. You've been away from the academy for 2 weeks. What have you been up to? Luo Chen inquired upon seeing them. We visited a remarkable place and brought back some treasures for you. Gu Chen replied with a mysterious smile. What treasures? Ling Xiaojio and Shui Yaoyao asked curiously. Gu Chen explained, items that assist in cultivation. I am now at level 47, and Nar has reached level 48. Wow, the others exclaimed in unison. What could these extraordinary items be that enabled Gu Chen and Nar to ascend so rapidly? Gu Chen retrieved several boxes from his system backpack. One of them was a white jade box, appearing quite valuable, yet could be acquired for merely 2 golden soul coins. Luo Chen, this is for you. Gu Chen handed over the white jade box. Luo Chen accepted it with delight. Thank you, Brother Chen. Opening the jade box revealed 8 petals of the celestial orchid. This herb, named the 8-petal celestial orchid, is a celestial-grade medicinal plant that needs to be stored in a jade vessel. Once placed inside, it will not wilt for a millennium and shall retain its efficacy for countless generations. Among all the celestial herbs I brought back, this one possesses the gentlest yet most potent medicinal properties. It is easy to absorb, but requires considerable time. Its function is to strengthen the foundation and expel impurities from within your body, thereby compensating for the slow cultivation speed typical of food-type soul masters. Its effects can even last until you reach level 70, Gu Chen elaborated. Is it really that good? Thank you, Brother Chen. Luo Chen exclaimed, his hands shaking with excitement as he carefully took the box containing the 8-petal celestial orchid. Ling Xiaojio expressed concern. Will using medicinal substances to enhance our strength have any side effects? There have been soul masters who attempted this before, but their outcomes were not favorable. We are inherently gifted and should not resort to such shortcuts. Rest assured, the celestial treasures I selected for you are tailored to the characteristics of your soul powers, and they will not induce any adverse effects, Gu Chen reassured them. Ling Xiao Jiu smiled sweetly. Thank you, Brother Chen. Jinzi, this is for you, Gu Chen continued, retrieving a large chrysanthemum from his backpack. The chrysanthemum was a splendid purple hue, and each petal appeared delightfully fuzzy. The entire flower was a cohesive entity, exuding no fragrance, while its central stamen rose nearly half a foot above the petals, gleaming with a soft golden light. What is this? Jinzi inquired. Gu Chen replied, This is the extraordinary chrysanthemum, a neutral celestial-grade medicinal herb. Consuming it will invigorate your limbs and enhance blood circulation, enabling the cultivation of an indestructible body. An indestructible body? Jinzi was exhilarated. Though the notion of an indestructible body might be somewhat exaggerated, this herb aligns perfectly with your soul power, which is neutral and forceful. Its effects will significantly enhance your cultivation efficiency. The medicinal properties will provide lasting benefits, leading to substantial improvements, Gu Chen explained. The extraordinary chrysanthemum is not only suitable for Dai Mu Bai, who possesses the evil white tiger soul, but also for Jinzi, who has the golden crocodile king soul, while Dai Mu Bai could be considered friend. Gu Chen deemed a loyal and powerful subordinate far more valuable than a friend prone to betrayal. Thus, Gu Chen resolved to bring the extraordinary chrysanthemum back for Jinzi. Thank you, Brother Chen. Jinzi accepted the extraordinary chrysanthemum with great care. Xiao Jiu, Gu Chen called out. Yes, does Brother Chen have an appropriate celestial herb for me? Ling Xiao Jiu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded and took out the elegant tulip from his backpack. This is the elegant tulip, which is both regal and magnificent. Consuming it will allow you to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the brilliance of the sun and moon. Your 9-leaf swordgrass is already classified as a celestial herb, and with the aid of this elegant tulip, you will achieve complementary effects. This flower should not be swallowed. Instead, gently inhale the stamen to gradually absorb its essence, and then cultivate your soul power at a slow pace to allow the medicinal effects to permeate your entire being. Thank you, Brother Chen. Ling Xiao Jiu's eyes sparkled as she accepted the elegant tulip. Brother Chen, how should we use our celestial herbs? Luo Chen asked. They do not require any special preparation. Simply chew and swallow them. They possess a sweet and fragrant taste. You and Jinzi should gather your soul power to assist in integrating the medicinal effects into your being. Then, gradually absorb them over time, Gu Chen instructed. Luo Chen nodded in understanding. These are the only celestial-grade herbs I have, but I also brought many ordinary celestial treasures suitable for you, Gu Chen added. The 4 individuals, Feng Xiaoyu, Shui Yao Yao, Huabu Luo, and Xianmo, who did not receive celestial herbs felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet they still looked at Gu Chen with eager anticipation. Gu Chen produced a white, lustrous flower that appeared as pristine as a clear lotus. He presented it to Feng Xiaoyu, smiling. Xiaoyu, this flower is called the water immortal jade skin bone. It nourishes the muscles and strengthens the bones, enhancing the flow of qi through the 7 channels and 8 vessels. Though it is not celestial grade, it is exceptionally suited for you. The celestial grade water immortal jade skin bone had already been refined by Gu Yue Na, leaving only an ordinary version for Feng Xiaoyu. However, this ordinary version possessed medicinal effects comparable to those of celestial-grade herbs. Thank you, Brother Chen. Feng Xiaoyu's voice remained cool, yet there was a hint of gratitude. Gu Chen continued, when consuming it, only eat the petals and then suck on the stamen to absorb its efficacy. It is essential to use your soul power to aid absorption. Xiaoyu, remember to maintain a calm and focused mind to fully assimilate its essence. Huabu Luo. This is the 9th-rank spirit cherry blossom. Your soul power is a cherry blossom, and this will cleanse and strengthen your soul, Gu Chen said, handing a cherry blossom to Huabu Luo. Thanks, Brother Chen. Huabu Luo accepted the 9th-rank spirit cherry blossom. Release your soul power and absorb its energy through your cherry blossom soul, Gu Chen instructed. Huabu Luo responded affirmatively. Shui Yao Yao. This is the Millennium Snow Mushroom, which will enhance your soul's strength and amplify your ice element power, Gu Chen said, offering a snow mushroom to Shui Yao Yao. Thank you, Brother Chen. Shui Yao Yao's icy blue eyes lit up as she accepted the Millennium Snow Mushroom. Like Huabu Luo, you will absorb its energy through your soul power, Gu Chen advised. Xianmo, this is yours, the Jade Mud Crystal. It is not a celestial herb, but it is also a highly effective celestial treasure. By using your shattered mountain shield soul to absorb it, you can comprehensively enhance your soul strength, Gu Chen said, presenting a soil-covered jade stone to Xianmo. Thank you, Brother Chen. The honest and earnest Xianmo expressed his gratitude as he accepted the jade mud crystal. You may absorb the energies here in the classroom, while Nar and I will safeguard you, Gu Chen concluded. Gu Chen lightly tapped the table with his slender fingers and spoke. Chapter 64, Basketball. The first to fully absorb the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were the 4 members of the Flower Does Not Fall group. They had already possessed a strength of level 39, and after absorbing the treasures, they reached the level 40 bottleneck. It appeared that perhaps after obtaining the 4th soul ring, they might advance another level or 2. The cherry blossom martial spirit of Huabuo underwent a transformation after absorbing the 9th grade spirit cherry, summoning cherry blossoms that shimmered like crystal and were exceedingly sharp. Feng Xiaoyu, after absorbing the ordinary water fairy jade bone, experienced a significant enhancement in her physical prowess. Shui Yu, upon absorbing the Millennium Snow Mushroom, transformed her ice snow sword, originally an iron sword encased in ice, into a blade of pure ice crystal. Her mastery over the ice element also improved greatly. Xianmo, after absorbing the jade mud crystal, transformed his mountain shield into a gem-like shield, and his 3 soul skills shifted from an earthen shield to energy shields resembling precious stones. Following the 4 was Luo Chen, who was the first to begin absorbing the 8-petal immortal orchid. As he stood up, a peculiar expression crossed his face, a blend of joy and disbelief, his smile gradually widening. If not for the others still cultivating around him, he would have laughed heartily. I actually leveled up by a full 6 levels. Brother Chen, I adore you, Luo Chen exclaimed excitedly. Gu Chen stepped back. Do not say such things. I only have affection for Nar. Luo Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. It was no wonder he was so thrilled. He had surged 6 levels to reach the level 40 bottleneck. He had spent 3 years climbing from level 24 to 30. Yet he achieved the more arduous leap from 34 to 40 in just 2 short hours. After Luo Chen, Jin Zi also completed the absorption of the wondrous Tang Tian chrysanthemum. The sharp cry of an alligator echoed, and Jin Zi instinctively activated the golden alligator possession, his golden armor radiating power. Brother Chen, I have broken through 2 levels, and I am now at level 47, Jin Zi exclaimed with delight. The effects of the wondrous Tang Tian chrysanthemum primarily enhanced his physical constitution and talent, with only a small portion contributing to his soul power. Jin Zi's martial spirit had become nearly equal in strength to the Haotian hammer. Lastly, Ling Xiaojio completed her absorption. The 9-leaf sword grass in her hand had grown to a meter tall, emanating a dazzling sword light. Brother Chen, I am at level 47, Ling Xiaojio said with a sweet smile. Let us continue our training. In a month, someone from the Spirit Hall will come to take us to a place known as the Death Training Camp, Gu Chen said solemnly. Luo Chen nonchalantly replied, A training camp? No worries. With our talents, passing through will be a piece of cake. The mortality rate, there is 98%. Gu Chen warned. What do you mean by 98%? 98% mortality rate. Brother Chen, you must protect us. Luo Chen was taken aback. Having completed their absorption of the immortal grasses, the group left the classroom. The 9 of them reconvened a month later on the carriage sent by the Spirit Hall to collect them for the Death Training Camp. During that month, Luo Chen, Huabuo, Feng Xiaoyu, Xianmo, and Shui Yu, under the guidance of their mentors, had acquired their 4th soul rings. Luo Chen, what is your 4th soul skill? Gu Chen inquired on the carriage. My 4th soul ring is fried rice with chicken diced. Upon consumption, it allows me to summon an energy ball that autonomously attacks enemies within a 10-meter radius for 10 minutes. The quality of the energy ball varies for each person. Luo Chen replied. Let us give it a try, Gu Chen suggested. Nodding, Luo Chen recited the soul incantation, which was somewhat peculiar, resembling a song. After a moment, a rice ball appeared before them, filled with diced chicken, filling the carriage with a delightful aroma. Luo Chen took a bite, raised his hands, and a pearly energy ball floated in front of him, about half a meter in diameter. Make one for me too? Gu Chen expressed interest. Luo Chen produced another fried rice with chicken diced and handed it to Gu Chen, who swallowed a whole. Mimicking Luo Chen, Gu Chen raised his hands, only to have a basketball, identical to those from his past life, hover before him. What is this? Gu Chen lamented, feeling as though he had misallocated his skill points. Following Gu Chen, Gu Yue Na and Ling Xiaojiu also requested a fried rice with chicken diced. Luo Chen was thoroughly drained, managing to produce 7 more servings. Gu Yue Na summoned an energy ball composed of 7 elements, while Ling Xiaojiu conjured a floral wreath. Hua Buoyuo summoned a pale, pink energy ball. Xian Mo manifested a technologically advanced metallic sphere. Jin Zi produced a golden orb. Feng Xiaoyu's energy ball was transparent, seemingly made of wind. And Shui Yuyu summoned an ice ball. Why is mine a basketball? Is there some hidden meaning? Gu Chen was at a loss. What are your 4th soul skills? Ignoring Gu Chen, who was squatting and drawing circles, Luo Chen turned to the 4 members of Hua Buoyuo. My 4th soul skill is the timed cherry blossom bomb, which can create a field of cherry blossoms and set a detonation time, not exceeding 1 day. The blossoms will explode at the designated time, causing significant damage within a 10-meter radius, Hua Buoyuo explained. My 4th soul skill is wind barrier, which can conjure a wall of wind to protect myself or a teammate. Feng Xiaoyu elaborated. My 4th soul skill is forced repair, which can restore defensive structures with damage below 70%, Xian Mo described. My 4th soul skill is a domain-type skill, Extreme Cold Storm, which can create temperatures of minus 40 degrees within a 50-meter range, but teammates remain unaffected. Within this domain, I can control the generation of ice and snowstorms, Shui Yuyu declared with excitement. Originally the weakest in the team, she would become significantly stronger with her domain-type soul skill. The group congratulated one another, particularly impressed by Shui Yuyu's 4th soul skill. Shortly thereafter, the carriage came to a halt, and Gu Chen and the others, along with several other students from the Spirit Hall Academy, were ushered off the carriage. It seemed there was an age restriction for the death training camp, limited to those under 25. Among the students from the Spirit Academy, Gu Chen spotted a familiar figure, Yi Wuyo. Once they disembarked, Gu Chen and his companions found themselves in a setting resembling a concentration camp, with elite soul masters from all over Douluo Continent nearby. Everyone disembark. Next, we will ride the sky-eating rock to our destination, a middle-aged man, appearing military-like, announced from atop the rock's head, holding a soul tool resembling a loudspeaker. The sky-eating rock is a 1,000-year-soul beast trained by the Spirit Hall, massive in size, with a back spanning hundreds of meters, serving as a means of transportation for long journeys. Chapter 65, Abyss Plain. The assembled students boarded the sky-eating rock one by one. Gu Chen surveyed the scene. There were nearly 1,000 students on the rock. What does a 98% mortality rate imply? It suggests that out of these 1,000 individuals, only 20 would return alive, and that includes those who might return severely disabled. I am Rost, a level 91 title Douluo, with a martial spirit of array flags. I'm the one in charge here. To prevent you from dying too quickly once you arrive, I will now introduce you to that place, a middle-aged man, looking like a soldier, declared while standing on the head of the sky-eating rock, surveying the crowd below. Rost's voice captivated everyone's attention. The destination we are heading to is situated at the northernmost end of Douluo Continent, nestled against the ocean. A century ago, our ancestors ventured there and uncovered a terrifying spatial tunnel. Yes, you heard correctly, a spatial tunnel. This tunnel connects to another realm beyond Douluo Continent, which our forebears named the Abyss. Rost's expression turned grave. Initially, Gu Chen paid little heed, but upon hearing the word Abyss, he became transfixed and hurriedly inquired of the system. System, is it not true that the Abyss dimension emerged due to the collision between Douluo Continent and Sun-Moon Continent, forming an endless valley at their juncture, which led to the creation of this spatial tunnel? Why would the Abyss dimension appear now, when Douluo Continent has yet to collide with Sun-Moon Continent? Ding. Please pay 500 system points first. Damn, a profiteer. Gu Chen winced as he made the payment. Ding. The spatial tunnel connecting the Abyss dimension to Douluo Continent has always existed, albeit in a minuscule form. Following the collision between Douluo Continent and Sun-Moon Continent, the tunnel was widened 100-fold. Currently, only low-grade Abyss creatures can traverse this spatial tunnel. Beings of Emperor and Saint rank cannot access Douluo Continent through it. In that realm known as the Abyss, many abyss creatures emerge through the spatial tunnel to wreak havoc upon the local populace, feeding on human lives and souls, embodying evil. These abyss creatures once ravaged the soil of Douluo Continent, extending for thousands of miles around the spatial tunnel. It was only through the concerted efforts of our spirit hall that we succeeded in driving them back into the mountains where the tunnel is located. Rost continued his exposition. These abyss creatures are nearly impossible to kill, for whenever we slay one, it dissipates into gray mist and returns to the spatial tunnel. We suspect that this gray gas, upon returning to the abyss dimension, revives the abyss creatures we have defeated. Indeed, one of our soul saints once encountered two identical abyss creatures. Presently, we are aware of 4 claw bats, 6 claw bats, Ban, Imo, Mei, Shi, He Huang, abyss bombees, and the most terrifying of all, the possessor demon. We surmise that the abyss dimension is home to even more creatures, though some are unable to traverse the spatial tunnel for various reasons. The 4-claw and 6-claw bats resemble bats, while Ban is a dragon-like monster. Mo Mei takes on a humanoid form, typically manifesting as a human female. Sure, she is a lizard-like abyss creature, and He Huang is the most formidable among them, each possessing the strength of a tidal Douluo. If you encounter a He Huang, your only means of survival is to flee. The abyss bomb bee is a gregarious creature, always appearing in swarms, and each one attacks by self-detonation. They can revive after exploding, but you cannot. Thus, upon sighting abyss bomb bees, you must also escape. The most fearsome of all is the possessor demon, which usually appears in a spiritual form. Once possessed, one is entirely under its control. Those below the rank of tidal Douluo have no means of resistance. Even a tidal Douluo's mental strength is significantly affected, requiring immense effort to break free, during which time one finds it difficult to move. Our spirit hall has previously suffered the loss of 4 tidal Douluos to the possessor demon, who suddenly turned against us, resulting in the deaths of 6 of our tidal Douluos. However, we have discovered that the possessor demon can only possess a target 3 times in its lifetime, leading it to choose its targets with caution. Rost gravely expounded on the circumstances of the abyss dimension, casting a deep glance at the 1,000 students below, stating, "What you must do is enter that valley devoid of any Douluo Continent life, where only abyss creatures dwell, with a month's worth of provisions and water, striving to eliminate as many abyss creatures as possible. Once there, I will provide each of you with a counting soul guide device. For every abyss creature you slay, the device will automatically award points based on the creature's strength, which you can exchange for food, water, and weapons. If you accumulate no points, even after a month, you will not receive any new supplies. Furthermore, even if you secure sufficient points, you are permitted to leave the valley for resupply only once during the month." Ross announced the rules of this death training camp. This is no mere training camp. It is a veritable hellscape. They are not merely training these newcomers. They are utilizing the abyss creatures to forge the strongest among them, with only one opportunity to leave the valley each month. It means they will not enjoy a single restful night for 30 days, constantly on guard against abyss creature assaults and the threat of humans vying for food, water, and points. "I must remind you," Ross said, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, "that within this valley, the most terrifying threat is not the abyss creatures, but the human heart." After delivering his speech, Ross leapt down from the head of the sky-devouring rock and retreated to the area designated for the instructors. Below, the students erupted into fervent discussion regarding the abyss dimension and the death training camp, with the more astute among them already beginning to seek out allies. This contest transcends mere rivalry among students. It is a clash between the Douluo Continent and the abyss dimension. Gu Yue Na remarked gravely. The dragon god has ruled Douluo Continent for so many years, yet has never discovered the existence of other dimensions. It seems this spatial tunnel formed after the dragon god ascended to the divine realm. Gu Chen nodded in agreement, turning to Gu Yue Na, Luo, Chen, and the other 6 companions, stating solemnly, "From here on, we can rely only on each other." Chapter 66. Entering the Nameless Mountains. The remaining members nodded in unison. Indeed, at the extreme northern end of Douluo Continent, even traveling on the sky-devouring rock took 7 days to arrive. Descending from the rock, they stood before the Nameless Mountains. A towering wall, hundreds of meters high, encircled the mountains, constructed of concrete and measuring 10 meters thick, specifically erected to thwart the invasion of abyss creatures. This meant that all abyss creatures were confined within the mountains, unable to escape. Every 100 meters along the wall, there were guard points manned by hundreds of soldiers, each at least of Soul Master rank. This was undeniably an army of Soul Masters. These soldiers fought for humanity, steadfastly guarding this mountain even as the Spirit Hall neared annihilation in the original narrative. Form a line to receive your counting soul guide devices and identification numbers, along with provisions and water for the next month, Rost instructed. Consequently, over 1,000 individuals formed an elongated queue. However, the numbering was random and not based on the order of their arrival. The food and water were stored within the counting soul guide devices, which had a total capacity of 5 cubic meters, ample enough to accommodate the supplies. Gu Chen received his counting soul guide device, a metallic bracelet inscribed with the numbers 0413, his identification number. In the center of the bracelet was a white screen prominently displaying a blood-red 0, his score. Gu Yue Na and the others also collected their metal bracelets. Gu Yue Na's code was 0726, Ling Xiaojio's was 0806, Jin Zi's was 0123, Huaba Luo's was 0115, Luo Chen's was 0908, Feng Xiaoyu's was 0803, Xian Mo's was 0034, and Shui Yao Yao's was 1222. At the base of everyone's wristbands, the number 1329 was displayed, indicating the total number of students present. If memory serves, 9 individuals would spend a year here, as the elite competition for senior Soul Masters across the continent would take place a year from now. These numbers would serve as their code names for the duration of a year. You have 1 day to prepare. I expect you to appear here with vigor tomorrow. Do not allow yourselves to be slaughtered by abyssal creatures upon entering the mountains. Rost declared coldly. Gu Chen and the others nodded in agreement, fully aware that the unknown abyssal beings lurking within the mountains posed a significant threat. While they could manage the soul beasts of the Star Dou Forest, the abyssal creatures were a complete mystery. Although Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na could easily survive if they released their seals, the failure of their plans and the demise of Luo Chen and the others were outcomes Gu Chen wished to avoid. The following day, Gu Chen took the opportunity to relax, sleeping the entire day, for he understood that once they entered the nameless mountains, restful sleep would be a luxury he could not afford. Gu Yue Na and Luo Chen shared a similar sentiment. Over 1,000 students, each entering through different entrances, formed teams to avoid immediate conflict. Once they stepped into the nameless mountains, Gu Chen became alert. I will lead the way, not beside me. Luo Chen and Xiao Jiu in the center, Xian Mo and Bu Luo on either side, with Jin Zi at the rear, and Shui Yao Yao and Xiao Yu flanking us. He instructed, stay vigilant and report any discoveries immediately. As they entered the nameless mountains, an eerie darkness enveloped them. There were no people, no wild beasts, and no signs of life. All vegetation had been drained of its life force by abyssal creatures, leaving only withered trees and dried-up streams. Initially puzzled, Gu Chen realized the mountains bore no water, rendering them akin to sheep in a lion's den, awaiting their inevitable harvest by the abyssal beings. After traveling several dozen miles into the mountains, perhaps due to their good fortune, they encountered no abyssal creatures. Gu Chen retrieved a bag of compressed biscuits from his metallic ring. The bland food consisted solely of tasteless biscuits, with each meal comprising 1 bag of biscuits and a small pouch of less than 200 milliliters of water. Hurry and finish your meal to maintain your energy, Gu Chen urged, quickly consuming his own biscuit. Once finished, the 9 continued deeper into the mountains, though they could have remained at the periphery of the nameless mountains for the month without incident. They were aware that free food and water would only be available for this month. Without sufficient points, they would not have enough sustenance in the following month. Suddenly, a roar echoed from nearby. Gu Chen leaped onto a branch of a dead tree, his expression shifting. 3 Bon. Before them stood 3 dragon-like creatures adorned with dark green scales that shimmered with an eerie glow. The Bon seemed to have heard Gu Chen's presence, charging towards them with a roar. Chicken fried rice. Luo Chen recited his soul incantation once more, tossing the dish to Gu Chen. As Gu Chen consumed the chicken fried rice, a basketball materialized in front of him. 1 Bon appeared right before him, without needing to control it. The basketball spun and struck the Bon's head multiple times. The Bon shook its head and charged at Gu Chen again, summoning the golden dragon spear. which was known to devour the life force of abyssal creatures. Gu Chen thrust it forward, piercing through the bond, as it transformed into a gray mist, attempting to escape. The long golden spear captured and forcibly absorbed it. Now, my golden dragon spear and your silver dragon spear can consume the energy of these abyssal beings for our own use, preventing their resurrection. Gu Chen advised. Gu Yue Na's eyes brightened as she summoned her silver dragon spear, teleporting in front of a bond and delivering 3 precise thrusts that pierced its eyes and heart. The silver dragon spear unleashed a silver glow, absorbing the life energy generated by the bond. Simultaneously, Gu Chen dispatched the last bond, glancing at his metallic ring. The once glaring red numeral 0 had transformed into 10, while Gu Yue Na's red 5. According to the rules of the death training camp, every 10 points could be exchanged for 3 portions of food and water, equivalent to a day's supply. This meant that to secure a month's worth of sustenance, Gu Chen needed to amass 300 points. However, this was not a daunting task for him. The true challenge lay in ensuring that his teammates also secured sufficient food and water. They were a team, after all. It seems that one bond is worth 5 points. With 9 of us, we need a total of 700 points to obtain enough food and water, which translates to slaying 540 bond or higher level abyssal entities. Gu Chen stated gravely. Chapter 67, Survivor's Ding. Detecting the host's current circumstances, initiating task selection. Eliminate 100 abyssal creatures of any kind. Reward: 1 revolver, 1,000 bullets. Eliminate 1,000 abyssal creatures of any kind. Reward: 1 revolver, 1,000 bullets, 3 low-level enslavement talismans. Eliminate 10,000 abyssal creatures of any kind. Reward: 1 revolver, 1,000 bullets, 3 low-level enslavement talismans, 1 mid-level enslavement talisman. I choose, Gu Chen decisively declared. As Gu Chen and the others progressed toward the heart of the nameless mountains, they encountered numerous 4-clawed bats. Fortunately, without needing Gu Chen or Gu Yue Na to intervene, Luo and the others successfully dispatched the bats. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed from a short distance away. Peering ahead, Gu Chen and his companions were astonished to find over 100 abyssal bomb bees. We must go. The swarm of abyssal bomb bees had detected their presence and charged towards them. Gu Chen quickly ordered a retreat to their previous location. However, even though Gu Chen's speed surpassed that of the abyssal bomb bees, Luo Chen and the others would not outrun them. Barrier shield. Xian Mo, seeing no way to evade, stepped forward, activating his 3rd soul ring. After his martial soul was enhanced by the jade mud crystal, he summoned a massive energy shield. The abyssal bomb bees launched suicidal attacks against the energy shield. Upon impact, they exploded, creating a breach in the shield while the remnants of the bomb bees dissipated into gray mist, fleeing towards the spatial tunnel. 4th soul technique, forced repair. Xian Mo hurriedly moved forward to repair the energy shield. Yet, despite Xian Mo's formidable soul power, it proved insufficient against the relentless charge of the abyss bomb bees, leading to the shattering of the energy shield. Gu Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned the golden dragon spear, thrusting it at the encroaching abyss bomb bees, while Gu Yue Na also summoned her silver dragon spear to eliminate those threats. However, upon nearing them, the abyss bomb bees detonated, leaving Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, Luo and Luo Chen were struck repeatedly by several abyss bomb bees, leaving their bodies mangled and unconscious. Nevertheless, the numbers of these abyss bomb bees diminished significantly after their explosions, as Gu Chen's golden dragon unleashed a tremor that sent many plummeting to their demise. Brother Chen, Luo Chen, and Luo are gravely injured in this desolate place. If they do not receive immediate medical attention, they will perish. Feng Xiaoyu knelt before Luo Chen and Luo, her expression fraught with urgency. I shall take care of it, stepped forward Ling Xiaojio. 9-leaf spring warmth, revitalizing grass. As Ling Xiaojio chanted, the 9-leaf sword grass in her hand surged with growth, extending toward Luo Chen and Luo. However, just then, shadows flitted nearby, heralding the arrival of unwelcome guests. We witnessed your encounter with the abyss bomb bees. Surrender your score rings, or you shall meet your end here. The leader, appearing to be in his early 20s, wore a black mask and smirked wickedly. Behind him stood 9 men and 1 woman, all clad in black masks. Why do you choose to rob your own kind instead of confronting those abyss creatures? What is the meaning of this? Gu Chen's face darkened. Brother Chun, you must stop them. They cannot be allowed to interrupt my healing. Ling Xiaojio's eyes were filled with anxiety. The masked man smirked, revealing 5 soul rings, while his 10 companions did the same. The weakest among them was already at the soul master level, and there were 3 others who matched the masked man at the soul king level. From an initial count of over 1,300, only around 800 remained, with 500 having perished in less than a day within the Endless Mountains. Those present were no longer students, but survivors. The masked man sneered. We are merely striving for survival, albeit through means different from yours. Hand over your score rings, or we shall not hold back. Xuan Montak, Jin Si. Protect Ling Xiaojio and the others. The rest follow me. Gu Chen commanded, the golden dragon spear reappearing in his grasp. The masked man revealed a glint of murder in his eyes, drawing a large blade that evidently served as his martial soul. His 3rd soul ring flared to life, propelling him toward Gu Chen in an instant with a throat-slashing strike. Gu Chen countered with the golden dragon spear, deflecting the masked man's blade and seizing the opportunity to thrust the spear toward his throat. Meanwhile, a masked woman launched her attack, her figure flickering like an apparition, ultimately positioning herself behind Gu Chen, aiming her dagger at his heart. Had Gu Chen been intent on killing the masked man, the dagger would have pierced his heart. Unbeknownst to the masked woman, her strength was insufficient to breach Gu Chen's defenses. Feng Xiaoyu sprang into action, activating her 1st, 3rd, and 4th soul rings, reinforcing Gu Chen with the wind barrier while unleashing a gale thrust toward the masked woman. From her vantage point, she could have easily slain the masked woman, but hesitated, ultimately opting to severely injure her instead. Yet, Feng Xiaoyu refrained from delivering the final blow, as Gu Yue Na was ready to strike. Utilizing spatial teleportation, Gu Yue Na appeared above the masked woman, driving her silver dragon spear downward, piercing through the masked woman's throat. The masked woman's eyes widened in shock, her life extinguished. Simultaneously, Gu Chen's golden dragon spear found its mark, piercing the masked man's throat. The group of 11 black-masked individuals suffered a sudden loss of 2 members. Boss! One masked man cried out in anguish, his hooked nose trembling in rage. Kill them. Avenge our boss. Another, bespectacled man summoned twin swords, wordlessly advancing toward Gu Chen. The remaining 6 unleashed their martial souls, charging at Gu Chen's side. On the battlefield, mercy towards one's enemies is the greatest cruelty to oneself. Gu Yue Na glanced at Feng Xiaoyu, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it resonated clearly with the recently awakened Luo Chen and Huabu Luo. Tan Cherry Blossom Bomb. A cherry blossom drifted swiftly towards a masked man, its timer set for 1 second. Boom! The explosion erupted violently, obliterating the masked man, while another nearby lost his right arm, blood gushing from the wound. Luo Chen rose, tossing a fragrant fried rice dish to Gu Chen. Gu Chen swallowed it in one bite, thrusting the golden dragon spear at the approaching bespectacled man. The man activated his 4th soul ring, his form flickering as he created a clone to assault Gu Chen. The 2 exchanged positions in a dizzying display. The one on the right is the real one. Gu Yue Na suddenly exclaimed. Trusting her entirely, Gu Chen unleashed his 4th soul skill, Golden Dragon Claw, which pierced through the bespectacled man's chest and emerged from his back. At that moment, the hook-nosed man thrust his spear into Gu Chen's back, but Gu Chen was enveloped in golden scales from head to toe. Even with the enhancement from the hook-nosed man's 3rd soul skill, the inferior spear could not penetrate Gu Chen's defense. How is this possible? The hooked-nosed man gasped, attempting to retreat. But Gu Yue Na, having freed her hands, would not grant him that opportunity. A spike of earth erupted from the ground, impaling the hooked-nosed man between his legs while simultaneously puncturing his skull, skewering him like a kebab. With a flick of her wrist, Gu Yue Na sent an ice shard flying, striking true to the heart of another masked man. Feng Xiaoyu obeyed Gu Yue Na's command, no longer holding back, her form gliding like a gentle breeze across the battlefield, piercing the hearts of 3 more masked men with her gale thrust. Shuiyu wielded her ice and snow sword, severing the head of a masked man who had lost an arm. At that moment, only one of the 11 black-masked individuals remained, kneeling before Gu Chen, yet calm. He raised his gaze. My father is an elder of the Spirit Hall, and I possess vast riches. I can offer you 1,000,000 gold soul coins to buy my life. Conversely, should I die, my father will pursue you without regard for cost. Quite an enticing offer, indeed, Gu Chen replied with a sardonic smile. The masked man, believing he had swayed Gu Chen, grinned. So what is your choice? Gu Chen's smile faded as he raised his right hand, gripping a silenced pistol. My choice is bang. The silenced pistol erupted with a thunderous sound, and a searing bullet spiraled forth, piercing the masked man's brow. This, we have killed? Shuiyu realized belatedly as silence enveloped the scene, witnessing the severed head tumble to the ground, prompting her to double over and retch. Huaba Luo and Feng Xiaoyu joined her in distress, their faces equally pale. They were enemies, after all, and enemies must be vanquished. Gu Chen spoke softly, remarking that if they could not even pass the threshold of killing, they were unworthy to be his subordinates. However, it seemed that Shui Yu and the others had indeed met his expectations. Brother Chen, what should we do if we encounter enemies again in the future? Luo Chen asked, his face uneasy as he looked at Gu Chen. Strike to kill. Leaving no chance, Gu Chen replied coldly, bending down to retrieve the score bracelets from the corpses, storing them within his own bracelet's spatial compartment. Luo Chen, come here, Gu Chen called, and though Luo Chen was puzzled, he complied. Open your hand, Gu Chen instructed. Following his command, Luo Chen extended his right hand. Gu Chen raised his own hand, and in the next moment, a gleaming scorpion-style pistol was placed steadily in Luo Chen's palm. This is for you. Protect yourself well. Gu Chen's tone softened. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Having just witnessed Gu Chen use the scorpion-style pistol to kill, Brother Chen, thank you. Gu Chen chuckled and patted Luo Chen's shoulder, saying, do we still need to say thank you between us? Having observed Luo Chen's attributes, with his loyalty reaching a remarkable 90%, Gu Chen felt no hesitation in entrusting him with the scorpion-style pistol. However, the weapon lacked a silencer and contained only 19 bullets. Xian Mo, your task from now on is to protect Ling Xiaojiu. Jin Zi, you will accompany us in hunting abyss creatures, Gu Chen instructed, and the two nodded in agreement. 2 days passed, and upon entering the inner region of the Nameless Mountain Range, Gu Chen's team paused their advance, as the appearances of abyss creatures had become increasingly frequent. During these 2 days, they encountered 4 waves of abyss bomb bees, over 300 four-clawed bats, and even a demon enchantress. Wen Xiaoyu was gravely injured during a sudden attack by the demon enchantress yesterday, and, despite Ling Xiaojiu's healing, remained in a coma. Luo Chen willingly carried Wen Xiaoyu on his back. There's a fire ahead, Gu Chen said. A wooden cabin constructed from dead trees stood 100 meters away, flickering with light within. Nar, and I will go take a look. The rest stay put, Gu Chen declared as he approached the cabin. After knocking on the door with no response, he pushed it open. Upon seeing the scene inside, Gu Chen's eyes brightened. So many compressed biscuits and water bags. We have food for 3 days. Nar, let's take it away. He wondered which fool had so carelessly left food and water in the cabin, but now it would serve Gu Chen well. The two quickly gathered the provisions. Who are you? A startled voice exclaimed as a figure leaped through the window, attempting to stop Gu Chen. Nar, Gu Chen shouted, delivering a punch that sent the intruder tumbling. Gu Yue Na supported Gu Chen, using spatial teleportation to reappear 100 meters away, where Luo Chen and the others were. There are others. We must retreat, Gu Chen urged. I sense that person's soul power. They should be at the Soul Emperor level, likely a survivor around 25 years old, Gu Yue Na informed. The 9 quickly evacuated. On their escape route, they inadvertently stumbled upon a massive swarm of abyss bomb bees, numbering at least 1,000. The largest group Gu Chen had ever encountered. This swarm relentlessly pursued them. Now, use Dragon Hot transformation to eliminate these abyss bomb bees. Dragon God transformation was their only hope. Gu Yue Na boldly embraced Gu Chen, the sensation of soft jade in her arms momentarily disarming him. But Gu Chen had no time to dwell on it, quickly channeling his soul power to merge with her. A colossal dragon god silhouette emerged, an overwhelming energy brewing. A radiant 9-colored beam shot forth, streaking across the sky, incinerating countless abyss bomb bees, leaving not even a trace of gray mist behind. Over 1,000 abyss bomb bees were reduced to mere ashes, with fewer than 200 surviving the dragon god's full force strike. As Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na collapsed from exhaustion, the swarm of abyss bomb bees surged forward, overwhelming Xian Mo and Jin Zi, who had valiantly defended them but succumbed to severe injuries after slaying dozens. The remaining bees charged at Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, who, lacking the strength to defend themselves, received grievous wounds. Meanwhile, Huabu Luo and the others fought desperately against the swarm, managing to eradicate it. Yet Shui Yu lay gravely injured and unconscious, with the only healer, Ling Xiaojiu, also in a coma. Huabu Luo had succumbed to unconsciousness, and Wen Xiaoyu, who had previously been knocked out, remained unresponsive. At that moment, the only one still standing was Luo Chen, whose scorpion-style pistol had run out of ammunition. Chapter 69. Survivor Base. When Gu Chen opened his eyes, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place, beneath a ceiling constructed from dead wood. Lying on a bed, made of the same material. Struggling to sit up, he called out, "Nar, nar." Once upright, he noticed Gu Yue Na lying beside him, as well as Jin Zi, Ling Xiaojiu, and 4 others within the wooden room. Aside from the recently awakened Gu Chen and Luo Chen, a strange woman also occupied the space. She had long hair cascading to her waist, azure eyes, and her face bore traces of mud, likely remnants from battles with abyss creatures. "Hello, I am Zhang Yishuan, with the martial soul of the Blue Lotus, 24 years old, and a 53rd level support type soul master." She introduced herself. "Where is this?" Gu Chen inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice, but maintaining his composure. Zhang Yishuan replied, "This is our survivor base. We arrived here after losing several companions while being pursued by a swarm of abyss bomb bees. This base was established by the previous group 50 years ago, and we're using it as a refuge against abyss creatures." Gu Chen nodded, surveying the room, while Gu Yue Na and the others bore some injuries. Their complexions had evidently improved. "Brother Chen, you all have been unconscious for a day. Zhang Jie has treated your internal injuries. Only some superficial wounds remain," Luo Chen explained. Gu Chen got off the bed, retrieved the scorpion-style pistol from beside Luo Chen, loaded it with 20 more bullets, and returned it to him. Afterward, he turned to Zhang Yishuan, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for everything today. No need for thanks. Since you are awake, I will show you around our survivor base." "Allow me to introduce you," Zhang Yishuan said warmly. Gu Chen nodded and accompanied Luo Chen. Zhang Yishuan opened the wooden door, leading them outside. They found themselves on the first floor of a 3-story wooden building, facing another 2-story wooden structure. Between the two buildings lay an open space filled with weapons, presumably brought by the survivors. The survivor base was small. Aside from the 2 wooden buildings, there were only wooden walls and a row of barricades. Just outside the wooden building, 2 young men in their 20s and a boy just over 10 years old approached. "Hey, Yishuan, are these the guys you brought back?" One of them said, introducing himself. "I'm Yuan Yi, with the martial soul of an iron pillar, 54th level soul king." The young man at the forefront appeared somewhat robust, yet his gaze harbored an insidious intent. "I am Su Bai, wielder of the martial spirit, solitary heart sword, and a soul king at level 52. Another seemingly frail youth spoke, gesturing towards the boy beside him. His name is Mo Yun, a green scorpion king and a soul master at level 34. His sister tragically perished 3 days ago while hunting abyssal creatures outside the survivor base. I am Gu Chen, a soul sect at level 48. By the way, is this survivor base comprised of only a handful of individuals?" Gu Chen inquired. Yuan Yi responded, "How could that be? Dongfang Pe and his group are still out hunting abyssal creatures and have yet to return. Given the time, they should have arrived by now. What if something has happened to them?" Zhang Yishuan expressed her concern. Yuan Ye's expression shifted. "That is indeed a possibility. Let's go and check. Quickly, follow us." Zhang Yishuan urged Gu Chen and Luo Chen. The group hurriedly made their way outside the survivor base, tracing the footsteps of Dongfang Pe and his companions. Within a few hundred meters, they spotted Dongfang Pe and his group. Accompanying him were 2 men and a woman, totaling 4 individuals, who were presently in a precarious situation. They were encircled by a dozen abyssal wasps, with several in the front brandishing their dark green claws. Dongfang Pe wielded a blue-scaled spear, adorned with 4 soul rings, the second and third glowing vibrantly as the spear tip shimmered with azure light. He navigated deftly among the abyssal wasps, leaving swift marks upon their bodies. The woman, named Lu Yin, was a control-type soul master, also bearing 4 soul rings. A chessboard materialized in her hand, and with deft movements, she activated it, summoning black and white pieces. Simultaneously, her first soul ring illuminated, and several pieces matching the number on the board descended from above, with one larger piece crashing down upon an abyssal wasp's head, resulting in a violent explosion. Gu Chen, ensure Zhang Yixian's safety. Su Bai, we advance, Yuan Yi commanded, conjuring a massive iron pillar and charging towards the abyssal wasps. Upon unleashing his first soul skill, the already gigantic iron pillar transformed into a colossal pillar of heaven, striking an abyssal wasp's head with lethal force, killing it instantly. The other two young men with Dongfang sprang into action. One, named Wan Tianyu, wielded the martial spirit of the army flag, and with the activation of his fourth soul skill, red light enveloped all allies. The speed at which Dongfang, Yuan Yi, and Su Bai dispatched the abyssal wasps increased dramatically, swiftly slaying several. The other young man, named Sima De, possessed the soul-cutting blade, capable of attacking souls. During this skirmish, a few abyssal wasps, mistaking Gu Chen and the others for easy prey, rushed towards them only to be impaled by Gu Chen's golden dragon spear, ensuring their eternal demise. Gu Chen tightened his grip on the golden dragon spear, having sustained severe injuries due to depleted soul power and not having unsealed the weapon. His physical condition was dire, only able to exert the strength of a soul king despite his golden dragon king's lineage. After vanquishing the abyssal wasps, Yuan Yi led the group back to the survivor base. Allow me to introduce you to Gu Chen, our newest member. By the way, what is your name? Yuan Yi inquired of Luo Chen. I am Luo Chen, a food-type soul master at level 41, with a martial spirit of fried rice. My companions in that room are all soul masters at the fourth ring, Luo Chen replied. At that moment, the door to the wooden chamber creaked open, revealing a pale-faced Gu Yue Na. Upon seeing her condition, Gu Chen felt a pang of guilt and approached her, saying, I am sorry, Nar. I failed to protect you. Gu Yue Na merely smiled at Gu Chen, and in that instant, silence enveloped the room as she reassured him, it is not your fault. Encountering over 1,000 abyssal bombees was indeed terrifying, otherwise it would not have come to this. Chapter 70. The Enchantress what? You encountered over 1,000 abyssal bombees. Dongfang exclaimed incredulously, for he believed that facing such a multitude would only result in death. After all, this was not the technologically advanced world of Dou San. Here, the most formidable defense was akin to the Great Wall from Gu Chen's past life. Indeed, we narrowly exterminated that swarm of abyssal bombees, but we sustained severe injuries in the process, Gu Chen affirmed. A newfound wariness flickered in Dongfang Po's gaze towards Gu Chen. Nar, how is your condition? Gu Chen inquired telepathically. Gu Yue Na responded, I am Manizan, though I sustained injuries from depleting my soul power. Had it not been for the previous enhancement of my body through the ice and fire tempering, I might still be unconscious. Currently, I can only exert the strength of a soul king. Gu Chen nodded, recognizing their shared plight. What about the others? He asked. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Yu have awakened, but the others remain unconscious, Gu Yue Na replied. Ah, so this is your younger sister? Dongfang Pa asked with a smile. Indeed, this is my sister, Gu Yue Na, Gu Chen confirmed. By the way, how are your companions faring? May we see them? Yuan Yi inquired. Gu Chen nodded and opened the wooden door. Feng Xiao Yu is currently tending to the others, while Ling Xiao Jiao utilized her 9-leaf sword grass martial spirit to heal them. Brother Chen, who are they? Ling Xiao Jiao asked, eyeing Yuan Yi and the others with caution. Sister Jiao, this is Yuan Yi, whose martial spirit is the Iron Pillar and is the leader of this survivor base. This is Zhang Yixian, with the martial spirit of Green Lotus, who assisted in your healing. This is Dongfang Pa, who wields the Azure Wing Spear. This is Wan Tianyu, with the Army Flag martial spirit. This is Su Bai, the Solitary Heart Sword. This is Lu Yin, the Square Chessboard. And this is Si Mada, with the Soul Cutting Blade. They're all part of this survivor base, Luo Chen introduced. Evidently already briefed on Dongfang Po's group by Yuan Yi. Ling Xiaoju nodded appreciatively, saying, Thank you all for saving us. No need for thanks. It is our duty, Yuan Yi replied, though a contemplative glint sparkled in his eyes. At that moment, Jin Zi, Huabu Luo, and Xian Mo all regained consciousness simultaneously, prompting Ling Xiao Jiu to assist them in sitting up. Shortly thereafter, Shui Yao Yao also awoke. Since everyone is awake, let us gather for dinner, Yuan Yi suggested. Su Bai stepped outside first, igniting a pile of dry wood to create a campfire, then retrieved a substantial chunk of wild boar meat from his spatial ring. "Where on earth did you acquire this wild boar meat?" Jin Zi exclaimed, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. "Hee, I sneaked it in from outside." Dong Fong chuckled. "Impressive." Gu Chen gave a thumbs up. "Tonight's feast shall serve as your welcome banquet. From this day forth, you are members of this survivor base. Starting tomorrow, we shall venture out in groups to hunt abyssal creatures. Since you are all injured, I shall accompany you," Su Bai declared. The following day, Ling Xiaojiu, Feng Xiaoyu, and Luo Chun remained in the wooden chamber to care for the still recovering Huabu Luo and others, while Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na departed the survivor base with Su Bai to hunt abyssal creatures. Initially, their endeavors were remarkably successful, but as the trio grew weary and prepared to return, the winds of fate shifted unexpectedly. An ever-watchful enchantress, sensing their moment of complacency, launched a sudden and lethal assault. The alluring demon sensed the powerful bloodline aura of Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na and immediately targeted the weakest, Su Bai. With its sharp claws, it pierced Su Bai's abdomen, extracting his bloodied intestines. Gu Yue Na was the first to react. She instantaneously teleported to Su Bai's side, grasped his collar, and teleported him away from the demon's grasp. Gu Chen hurled his golden dragon spear, the 5-foot-long spear beam aimed directly at the demon's forehead. Yet, the demon was not so easily slain. With a cold smile, it tilted its body to the right, narrowly evading the golden dragon spear's attack. However, a preemptively anticipated silver dragon spear pierced the demon's skull, sending it flying several dozen meters before it disintegrated into a gray mist, devoured by the silver spear. Although the demon had been vanquished, Su Bai's condition was dire. His intestines lay strewn about, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness. It was evident that without timely medical attention, Su Bai would surely perish. Gu Chen hurriedly stepped forward, roughly stuffing Su Bai's intestines back into place, and urged Gu Yue Na, "Quick, use spatial teleportation to return immediately." Nodding in agreement, Gu Yue Na placed her hand on Gu Chen's shoulder, and the three of them teleported 5 times in succession, returning to the previous survivor base. Upon seeing the unconscious Su Bai, Yuan Yi and the others rushed over in alarm. Dong Fong nearly lost his composure, roaring, "What happened? What is wrong with Su Bai? How could he be in this state after being with you for less than a day?" Gu Chen calmly explained, "We encountered the demon. Su Bai was ambushed and gravely injured. After we killed the demon, we returned as swiftly as possible." The mere mention of the demon felt like a bucket of cold water poured over them, chilling them to the core. "A demon? You managed to kill a demon?" Dong Fong exclaimed in disbelief. "Stand aside. There is still hope for Su Bai." Zhang Yixian approached with Ling Xiaojiu, pushing past Yuan Yi and Dong Fong. Dong Fong quickly moved aside, fearing he would impede Zhang Yixian's treatment. Yuan Yi also stepped back, yet a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Zhang Yixian summoned her green lotus martial soul, her 4th soul ring illuminated, and a stream of green light flowed gently into Su Bai's body, visibly healing the wound on his abdomen. However, the speed of recovery remained painfully slow, primarily due to the severity of the injury inflicted by the demon and a malevolent aura hindering the healing process. 9-leaf spring revival herb. Ling Xiaojiu activated her soul skill to aid Su Bai's recovery. Even so, it took an entire night for Su Bai's wounds to fully heal and for his complexion to regain its rosy hue. Yet he remained unconscious and had not yet awakened. "Su Bai cannot participate in today's hunt," Yuan Yi stated. "Today, I will go with Huabu Luo and Xianmo," Jin Zi suggested. "I will accompany them to ensure their protection," Gu Chen declared. The 4 departed the survivor base to hunt abyssal creatures, while the others remained behind. In truth, at the survivor base, only 2 individuals were needed to stand guard each night, allowing the rest to sleep soundly without trepidation. Indeed, encountering a demon proved to be no trivial matter. After a full day, Gu Chen and the others only managed to slay a few ba and several 6-clawed bats before returning to the survivor base. Another bonfire gathering ensued, celebrating Su Bai's anticipated awakening and the safe return of Gu Chen and his companions. "Thank you all. Had it not been for you, I truly might have died there." Su Bai expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 71. The underground tunnel, it's nothing. It was my duty, Gu Chen replied. "The meat is ready," Dong Fong exclaimed as he removed the roasted pork from the grill, tearing it in half, releasing a savory aroma. He handed a large piece to Gu Chen, who accepted it with thanks, realizing that the wild boar meat was infinitely more delectable than compressed biscuits. By the way, do you all want some? After finishing the wild boar meat, Gu Chen pulled out a package of way-long spicy strips from his system backpack. What is this? Dong Fong inquired, intrigued by the exquisite packaging of the spicy strips. Spicy strips, they taste amazing, Gu Chen replied, distributing one to each person until the entire package was gone. Gu Yue Na and the others unhesitatingly put them in their mouths, their eyes sparkling with delight. Yuan Yi, however, cast a keen glance at Gu Chen but refrained from eating, instead handing it to Zhang Yixian. She accepted it promptly, swallowing it whole as if fearing someone might snatch it away, the reason being that the spicy strips were simply too delicious. Brother, could you spare me another package? Dong Fong looked at Gu Chen with hopeful eyes. Gu Chen rolled his eyes. There are none left. Don't. I've only had one. Dong Fong lamented. System. Check the attribute panel, Gu Chen commanded. Beep. System character panel. Character, Gu Chen age, 12 strength, 1, 150, 000 mental power, 8, 130 bloodline. Golden Dragon King bloodline 99. 125, Dragon God bloodline 0, 875 level. Level 48 Soul Master, seal 4 layers unlocked, soul rings. Purple, black, comprehensive evaluation. Surface strength comparable to a Soul Douluo, yet actual strength beyond imagination. System backpack, 61, 980 gold soul coins, 8 soul power enhancement cards, for low-level enslavement talismans, night cloak, original Yuinga puppet 5. Original Yuinga paper Huluan. Original Yuinga steel wire, 920 scorpion-style pistol bullets, 1 bronze sword, 7 packages of way-long spicy strips, 1 raptor egg. Secret manuals, 8 extremes collapse, Xian Tian treasure record, herb chapter, 500 system points. System, check Dong Fong pose attribute panel, Gu Chen continued. Beep. System character panel, character, Dong Fong age, 18 strength, 6, 970 mental power, 1, 200 bloodline. Human bloodline 100 level. Level 52 Soul King soul rings. Yellow, purple. Purple, black loyalty. 50 comprehensive evaluation. A youth of average strength, straightforward personality, easily deceived. Not bad. Once I acquire a mid-level enslavement talisman, I could attempt to enslave him. Gu Chen mused, noting that Dong Fong hailed from a family that produced 2 elders of the Spirit Hall. As the only son of these elders, it was clear that they would support him. System, check the task panel, Gu Chen ordered. Beep. System task panel. Current task, kill 10, 000 abyssal creatures. Task reward, 1 revolver, 1, 000 revolver bullets, 3 low-level enslavement talismans, 1 mid-level enslavement talisman. Completion progress, 382, 110, 000. Still quite a distance to go, Gu Chen sighed, realizing that without the previous swarm of over 1,000 abyssal bomb bees, his task progress would not have reached such a figure. As night deepened, everyone returned to their rooms to sleep, leaving Zhang Yixian and Yuan Yi on guard. Due to the scarcity of available rooms, the 9 of them had to share one, creating a cramped situation. Due to the limited availability of 2 withered wooden beds, Jin Zi, Huabu Luo, Xian Mo, and Luo Chan voluntarily chose to sleep on the floor. Ling Xiaojio, Feng Xiaoyu, and Shui Yu squeezed onto one bed. Gu Chen initially intended for Gu Yue Na to sleep alone on the bed while he took the floor, but Gu Yue Na insisted on pulling him onto the bed. Fortunately, the 2 beds, while small, were not cramped enough to force them together. Suddenly, Gu Chen felt the urge to relieve himself and decided to rise quietly to avoid waking Gu Yue Na. He gently lifted her small hand, which had inadvertently fallen on him, and carefully got out of bed. To his relief, Gu Yue Na merely frowned but did not awaken. Exhaling softly, Gu Chen opened the wooden door and stepped outside, quietly closing it behind him. Upon reaching the lower level of another building, he found a makeshift toilet made of the same withered wood. After relieving himself, Gu Chen intended to return to his room for sleep. However, on his way back, he faintly heard the sound of an argument. The source of the commotion was not far from him, beneath a piece of rotting wood. When he lifted the wood, he was astonished to discover a metallic door, unseen in the nameless mountains. Throwing out his puppet, its sharp claws swiftly pried the door open. After retracting the puppet, Gu Chen leaped through the metal door. The reason he did not use the golden dragon claw to open, it was that releasing the claw would emit a powerful aura, easily detected by others. Only the puppet could accomplish many tasks silently that the golden dragon claw could not. Having inherited the legacy of Yuan Gu, Gu Chen excelled in sound control, remaining undetected until he reached the source of the noise. Beneath the iron door lay a narrow underground tunnel. Gu Chen, having been in this area for several days, was surprised to discover that beneath the survivor's base, there was an underground chamber. Peeking out, he saw that the arguing individuals were Yuan Yi and Zhang Yixian. Those damned creatures. You knew they would come for us, you knew, Zhang Yixian exclaimed, her gentle demeanor replaced by unrestrained fury. Calm down. I've confirmed that aside from the 9 newcomers, there are no suspicious figures near the survivor base, Yuan Yi replied. Confirmed? You said the same last time, with such conviction, Zhang Yixian retorted. Enough. Be quiet, Yuan Yi shouted angrily. What on earth was happening? Gu Chen wondered, wanting to move closer to investigate, but accidentally brushed against a dry branch beside the tunnel. Who is there? Come out. Yuan Yi, being a soul king, immediately detected the sound from Gu Chen's location. He raised his homemade lantern and shone it towards Gu Chen. It's me. With no option to hide. Gu Chen stepped out. I was just taking a stroll and chatting with Zhang Yixian. It's getting late. You should return to sleep. Yuan Yi forced a terrifying smile as he spoke. Chapter 72. A fatal blow, no second chances. You two are clearly not just chatting. Gu Chen did not leave, but stood in place, silently observing the pair. You're overthinking it, brother. We're really just chatting, Yuan Yi said with a smile. The person you encountered in the withered wooden house, we know them. Zhang Yixian gathered her courage to say, referring to the incident where Gu Chen had procured 3 days' worth of food. That was mentioned during dinner, Gu Chen recalled. Didn't I tell you to be quiet? Yuan Yi shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yixian. Gu Chen stepped between them, saying coldly, let her finish. Yuan Yi intends to give Ling Xiao Jiu to them. Zhang Yixian blurted out, only to be interrupted again by Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi laughed loudly, huh? She's joking, right? It's time for bed, Zhang Yixian. Gu Chen grew increasingly suspicious of them, especially when Zhang Yixian mentioned Ling Xiaojiu. Ignore him. Continue. They are a formidable group of students who have always known we are here. To curry favor with them, Yuan Yi periodically sends young girls to them. Zhang Yixian spoke through her tears. Enough, Zhang Yixian, enough. Yuan Yi beloit. Mo Yun's sister was also sent to them. Zhang Yixian bravely stated, suppressing her fear of Yuan Yi. I told you to be quiet. Yuan Yi erupted, striking Zhang Yixian on the forehead with a steel rod. Blood gushed from her head. At that moment, an energy surged into Zhang Yixian from her 7 orifices, and she slowly stood up, her eyes now entirely black, exuding an eerie charm. The Qinglian martial soul was unleashed, and alongside it, numerous powers previously unknown to Zhang Yixian emerged. Damn it, it's a possessing spirit. Yuan Yi's expression shifted from anger to deep terror. He bolted towards the exit of the underground chamber, and Gu Chen, momentarily stunned, quickly gave chase. Yuan Yi burst out of the chamber, activating his 5th spirit ring. A metal pillar the size of a door frame slammed into the entrance, sealing it completely. The pillar created by his 5th soul skill was no longer an energy form but real metal. You bastard, open the door! Gu Chen shouted, fiercely clawing at the metal pillar, but its thickness was 5 meters, making it impossible for him to break through with just one claw. Yuan Yi sneered, I'm sorry, but I must do this, and ran off. Gu Chen clawed at the pillar again, nearly splitting it in 2, revealing the moonlight outside. However, he had no time to escape. The possessing spirit had granted Zhang Yixian strength akin to a soul emperor. She was now behind Gu Chen, who could only muster the power of a soul king. Damn it, I'll go all out. Gu Chen cursed inwardly, invoking the golden dragon-s possession, and unleashed his 4th soul skill, golden dragon-s claw, aimed at the possessed Zhang Yixian. Zhang Yixian let out a maniacal laugh as a wave of black energy surged towards Gu Chen, clearly the possessing spirit's ability. Gu Chen summoned the golden dragon spear, thrusting it toward the oncoming black energy. The spear displayed its formidable devouring capability, forcibly transforming the dark energy into pure soul power. Zhang Yixian was momentarily stunned, giving Gu Chen the opportunity to stab forward. The golden dragon spear pierced her chest, activating its devouring effect. Life force was relentlessly drained from Zhang Yixian, and she screamed, a piercing sound that made Gu Chen's head throb. She quickly distanced herself, eyeing the golden dragon spear in Gu Chen's hand with apprehension. Yet, Gu Chen, seizing the advantage, unleashed his third soul skill, Golden Dragon Soaring, rapidly closing the distance to Zhang Yixian while thrusting the spear dozens of times in a single second. Countless life forces were consumed, and Zhang Yixian's aura began to wane, now only exuding the strength of a Soul King. Gu Chen panted heavily. Normally, his stamina would handle this with ease, but his previous injuries made his full-on assault strain his condition. Desperate, Gu Chen focused all his energy, hurling the Golden Dragon Spear toward Zhang Yixian before collapsing to the ground. Seeing the spear hurtling toward her, Zhang Yixian screamed in terror, retreating rapidly. However, her speed was no match for the Golden Dragon Spear, which swiftly pierced her skull, draining her life force, including the very essence of the possessing demon. After vanquishing the demon, Gu Chen gasped for breath, struggling to rise, clutching the Golden Dragon Spear as he trudged toward the ground, step by step. Meanwhile, on the ground, Luo Chen squinted, exuding a palpable aura of danger as he aimed his scorpion-style pistol at Yuan Ye's head. Yes, it was indeed that Gu Chen. He killed Zhang Yixuan, and her body lies in the basement. Go see for yourselves. Yuan Yi retreated step by step, cold sweat pouring down his back. He had witnessed how Luo Chen used the scorpion-style pistol to slay abyssal creatures. If something were to happen to Brother Chen, you would all be doomed. Gu Yue Na's stunning visage emanated a chilling glare, her tone instilling dread deep within. Yes, in that basement. You need only investigate. Yuan Yi insisted. Silence, you lying scoundrel. A deep voice resonated from behind Yuan Yi. Gu Chen advanced deliberately, leaving a trail of blood in his wake as he raised the Golden Dragon Spear, appearing exceedingly menacing. Brother Chen, Luo Chen, Gu Yue Na, and the other six exclaimed in unison with surprise. Why don't you tell everyone how you sent Mo Yun's sister to curry favor with those other students? Gu Chen's voice was frigid, brimming with lethal intent. Mo Yun stepped forward in shock. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Yuan Yi. What? My sister wasn't killed by an abyssal creature? Luo Chen also shifted his attention to Mo Yun, inadvertently lowering his guard. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Yi lunged forward, snatching the scorpion-style pistol from Luo Chen's grasp and pointing at the others. Listen to me. I do this for everyone's safety. If we don't deliver that girl to those students, do you think we can survive? I've done so much for you all. Would you rather trust this sudden apparition named Gu Chen? Yuan Yi's gaze swept over Su Bai, Dongfang Pe, and the others, who each averted their eyes. Gu Chen stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch to Yuan Yi's abdomen, and with a swift motion, knocked the scorpion-style pistol from his hand, which was promptly retrieved by Luo Chen. Yuan Yi collapsed to the ground, enduring the agony in his abdomen before finally rising again. All right, enough. Gu Chen, I understand my mistakes. Seeing Gu Chen poised to strike again, Yuan Yi hastily pleaded. Everything I did was for the greater good. Yuan Yi murmured, his eyes glazing over. Ding. The system has detected the host's current situation and activated a plot choice. Spare Yuan Yi, as one more person equates to additional strength. Assistance. Intermediate Enslavement Talisman 3. Those who wish to kill me must be prepared to die. Eliminate Yuan Yi. Assistance. Intermediate Enslavement Talisman 1. Just as Gu Chen contemplated his choice, a gunshot rang out. Bang. The scorpion-style pistol in Luo Chen's hand erupted with fierce flames, the glimmering bullet piercing Yuan Yi's forehead, creating a gaping wound. Blood sprayed forth, splattering Gu Chen nearby. A large blood hole appeared on Yuan Yi's head, and he could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground. Gu Chen looked at Luo Chen in astonishment. Luo Chen's hand trembled slightly around the scorpion-style pistol, revealing a once innocent yet now terrified expression. Luo Chen turned to Gu Chen. Brother Chen, it's you who taught me to strike decisively, leaving no chance. Chapter 73. Purification Ding. The system has automatically made a choice. The Intermediate Enslavement Talisman has been placed in the system backpack. Gu Chen appeared momentarily dazed, pondering what had transformed the once timid and gentle Luo Chen into someone so drastically changed. System. Check Luo Chen's attribute panel. Ding. System character panel. Character. Luo Chen age. 12 years strength. 600 mental power. 950 bloodline. Human bloodline 100 level. Level 41 soul master soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple. Purple loyalty. 100 comprehensive evaluation, a being with significant potential in the food-based martial soul, possessing high potential value, completely loyal to the host, willing to alter himself for the host. This was without using the enslavement talisman. Yet Luo Chen's loyalty had inexplicably reached 100%, leaving Gu Chen's expression somewhat complex. Brother Chen, did I do something wrong? Luo Chen asked, head lowered, noticing Gu Chen's gaze. No, you did right. He truly deserved to die. Gu Chen replied. Dongfang couldn't help but interject. You killed Yuan Yi? Gu Chen cast a sidelong glance at him. What? Do you intend to keep him alive for the new year? System, apply the intermediate enslavement talisman to Dongfang Pe. Gu Chen silently commanded. Although the enslavement talismans have specific protocols for use, Gu Chen could directly employ the system. Ding! The intermediate enslavement talisman has been consumed. Dongfang Pe's loyalty has reached 100%. Dongfang Pe, who had intended to say something, seemed momentarily stunned, before lowering his head and bowing. You are right, Brother Gu. What about Zhang Yishuan? Subai inquired. After Yuan Yi severely injured Zhang Yishuan, she was possessed by a demon. Gu Chen stated, and before he could elaborate, Subai gasped in alarm. What a possessing demon! We must leave quickly. We cannot contend with a possessing demon. Subai urged in haste. No need to worry. That possessing demon has already been slain by me. Gu Chen smiled, assuring them. How could that be? You killed the possessing demon. Subai and the others gazed at Gu Chen with awe. Thank you, Brother Gu. Had it not been for you, I would have never known my sister was taken away by that wretched fiend. Mo Yun expressed his gratitude to Gu Chen. Check Mo Yun's attribute panel. Ding. System character panel. Character. Mo Yun age. 11 years strength. 800 mental power. 650 bloodline. Human bloodline 100 level. Level 34 soul master soul rings. Yellow. Purple loyalty. 73 comprehensive evaluation. A soul master with divine grade developmental talent. Mo Yun's loyalty has surprisingly reached 73%. Gu Chen glanced at Mo Yun in surprise, noting that the system's evaluation indicated he had divine potential, suggesting that, barring any misfortunes, Mo Yun had the potential to become a divine powerhouse. Of course, according to the original narrative, Mo Yun could have perished in the nameless mountains. System, use the basic enslavement talisman. Gu Chen commanded. Ding. The basic enslavement talisman has been consumed. Mo Yun's loyalty has reached 100%. Mo Yun appeared momentarily stunned. Yet he did not reject the subconscious influence from the system, thus avoiding the overt signs of daze exhibited by Dongfang Pe. Please allow me to follow you in the future, Brother Gu. Mo Yun implored. Count me in. Dongfang Pe added. Gu Chen nodded, stating, You two shall henceforth be my subordinates. At this moment, Gu Yue Na leaned closer, whispering in his ear, Brother Chen, can they be trusted? Gu Chen's lips curled into a smile as he replied, Their mental seas are already under my control. They shall not betray us. Gu Yue Na nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. It seemed that with the loss of Yuan Yi, the backbone of the survivor base, Su Bai's loyalty had risen to 61%, thus meeting the threshold for utilizing a basic enslavement talisman. Consequently, Gu Chen also employed a basic enslavement talisman on Su Bai, converting him into an ally. Both Su Bai and Mo Yun came from distinguished backgrounds. An elder from Su Bai's family, the Su clan, held a high-ranking position in the Spirit Hall and possessed the strength of a title de loi. Similarly, the Mo clan, where Mo Yun hailed from, also boasted a title de loi elder within the Spirit Hall. Essentially, by subjugating Mo Yun, Su Bai, and Dongfang, Gu Chen could command a total of 4 title de luos, including 2 from the Dongfang family. As for the other 3 individuals in the survivor base, although Lu Yin was willing to heed Gu Chen's orders, her loyalty was merely at 51%, and having exhausted the intermediate enslavement talisman, Gu Chen found himself unable to exert complete control over her for the time being. He decided to keep her close, but cautioned Luo Chen and the others to remain wary of her. Meanwhile, Wan Tianyu and Sima appear to be loyal to Yuan Yi, refusing to submit even unto death. Gu Chen merely smiled at this. Returning to his room and leaving behind a light command, eliminate them, but do so quietly. Bang! Gu Chen entered the desolate wooden room and shut the door. Whoosh! Thud! The first to strike was Gu Yue Na, who teleported behind Sima De. Her beautiful amethyst eyes glimmered with coldness as a luminous sword materialized in her delicate hand, which she unhesitatingly plunged into Sima Da's heart. Luo Chen raised his hand and fired, unleashing a barrage of 20 bullets that whistled towards Wan Tianyu. As a support-type Soul Master without the protection of a strong, offensive Soul Master, how could he possibly survive? Luo Chen's marksmanship, though inferior to Gu Chen's, resulted in 20 gory holes appearing on Wan Tianyu's head, ultimately leading to his demise. Witnessing the death of her former companion, Lu Yin covered her eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her gaze toward Luo Chen and Gu Yue Na held a touch of resentment. Shortly thereafter, Gu Chen emerged once more. Tomorrow's hunt, Nar, Luo Chen. Mo Yun, come with me. The rest shall remain at the survivor base, he stated before returning to his room to continue sleeping. It was already dawn, a time meant for slumber. Had it not been for these events, Gu Chen and the others would have been sound asleep. Upon hearing his words, a wave of drowsiness washed over Luo Chen and the others, prompting them to retreat to their rooms to rest, leaving behind 3 lifeless bodies on the ground, alongside the decaying corpse in the basement. The following day, when Gu Chen awoke, Lu Yin had already buried the bodies of Yuan Yi, Wan Tianyu, and Sima Da. Meanwhile, Dong Feng had interred Zhang Yishuan's corpse in the basement and cleared the space entirely. Very well, this basement shall serve as our temporary refuge, Gu Chen mused, surveying the area with satisfaction. Xian Mo, he suddenly called out. Xian Mo hurriedly approached. Utilize your 3rd soul skill to transform the walls of this basement into metal, Gu Chen instructed. Since Yuan Yi had blocked the entrance, Gu Chen had deemed it prudent to employ the ability of metal transformation for fortification. Xian Mo complied, descending into the basement to unleash his 3rd soul skill. Instead of generating an energy shield, as Gu Chen required, he produced a former type of metal shield. The metal shield molded into walls at Xian Mo's behest, and soon the entire basement resembled a metallic chamber, with metal encasing the surroundings, including a ceiling fashioned for metal. Excellent. Now we only need a door. Ordinary metal will not suffice, Gu Chen pondered, while the others stood silently behind him. Gu Yue Na leaned slightly against him. System. Show me my system backpack, Gu Chen internally requested. Ding. System backpack. 61, 980 gold soul coins, 8 soul power amplification cards, 2 basic enslavement talismans, night cloak, 5 original puppets of Yuinga, original paper Huelwan of Yuinga, original steel wire of Yuinga, 900 rounds of scorpion-style handgun bullets, 1 bronze sword, 7 packs of Wei Long spicy strips, 1 raptor egg, and 500 system points. System, I wish to draw lots. Please allow me to draw 5 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Thank you for your patronage. 1 meteorite alloy door, removable, from the level 3 technological plane, 24th century Earth. 5 bottles of chilled cola, from the level 2 technological plane, Earth, a complete seasoning set, including 3 jars each of 39 different seasonings such as salt, MSG, sugar, and pepper, from the level 2 technological plane, Earth, and 1 soul power amplification card. Gu Chen's eyes gleamed. This was akin to a gift arriving just when he needed it. He retrieved the meteorite alloy door from his system backpack and forcefully installed it onto the original door frame. Just as he attempted to push open the meteorite alloy door, he found it immovable. Upon closer inspection, he realized it required a fingerprint recognition system. Gu Chen recorded his own, Gu Yue Na's, Luo Chen's, Dong Feng Po's, Su Bai's, and Mo Yun's fingerprints, stipulating that others could only enter the underground refuge while accompanying one of the 6. As for why these 6 were chosen, it was self-evident that Gu Yue Na was indispensable. While Luo Chen and the others had achieved 100% loyalty, who else could be trusted? However, Ling Xiaoji and the others had also reached over 90% loyalty. Gu Chen then turned to Gu Yue Na beside him, saying, Nar, come with me for a moment. Without further ado, he pulled Gu Yue Na into the newly constructed basement, leaving the others above ground, exchanging glances of confusion. What's wrong? In the dim light of the basement, Gu Chen did not notice the blush on Gu Yue Na's face. He produced 2 cards in his hand and approached her. Gu Yue Na, unaware that Gu Chen intended to use the soul power amplification cards to elevate her abilities, mistakenly thought otherwise. Consequently, her face flushed as she closed her eyes, anticipating warmth. Instead, a cool hand brushed against her forehead, accompanied by Gu Chen's puzzled inquiry. Nar, why is your face so red? Are you unwell? At this, Gu Yue Na, embarrassed and indignant, opened her eyes, delivering a swift knee to Gu Chen. Startled, Gu Chen shielded himself and retreated several steps, gazing at Gu Yue Na in shock. "Speak, what is it?" Gu Yue Na demanded. "Oh." Gu Chen tossed the cards toward Gu Yue Na. Instinctively, she raised her guard, only to find the card melding into her being, accompanying the surge of her soul power. Upon realizing she had ascended to level 50, Gu Yue Na gazed at Gu Chen in astonishment. What just happened? Gu Chen grinned mischievously. He is secret. He suddenly recalled that the soul power amplification cards were only effective for soul masters below the rank of Soul King. If not used now, he might never have another opportunity. What? I thought. Gu Yue Na shot Gu Chen a glare, and he finally discerned the misunderstanding. It seemed she had thought he was going to. However, he mused, it should be possible to amend this now, right? With that thought, Gu Chen leaned closer. Gu Yue Na swiftly delivered another knee strike, causing Gu Chen to hastily retreat. Oomph. Gu Yue Na huffed, her arms crossed behind her back as she exited the basement. Slap. Gu Chen smacked himself on the face, berating his own foolishness. Gu Chen hastily pursued and discovered that Gu Yue Na had already entered the desolate wooden chamber, leaving him on the verge of tears. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the northern wind howled. Following Gu Yue Na, Luo Chen was also summoned into the basement. Could be that Chenggu is. Jin Zi shrank back, his neck retracting. Don't speak carelessly. Chenggu must have a reason for seeking Luo Chen. Ling Xiao Ju shot him a glare. In the basement, Gu Chen handed over the remaining 7 soul power enhancement cards to Luo Chen. The rationale for bestowing all of them upon him was manifold, beyond the fact that Luo Chen was his first friend at the Martial Soul Academy. He was uniquely the only one who achieved 100% loyalty without the need for a servitude symbol, warranting Gu Chen's assistance in elevating his cultivation. Chenggu, what is this? Luo Chen exclaimed, astonished as he felt his cultivation surge to level 48, turning to Gu Chen in disbelief. This is my secret, but now it is also yours. Do you understand what I mean? Gu Chen's gaze fell upon him. Yet what was with that paternal look? Luo Chen nodded vigorously. As the two exited the basement, Jin Zi cast curious glances at them. Gu Chen shot him a sidelong look. What are you staring at? Nair, Lu Chen, Mo Yun. Follow me. The rest stay back at the base, Gu Chen commanded before stepping out of the survivor's base. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Yet Gu Yue Na still heard him and instantly teleported to his side, her cheeks slightly flushed. Luo Chen and Mo Yun quickly followed suit. Luo Chen held Mo Yun's hand while gripping a scorpion-style pistol in the other. Along their journey, the four vanquished over 100 abyssal creatures, including a swarm of over 40 abyss bomb bees, with others being scattered bond and 4-clawed bats. The most perilous moment came when they encountered 2 6-clawed demons. One charged straight for Luo Chen, while Gu Chen and Mo Yun were occupied with the other. Fortunately, Mo Yun bravely intercepted the demon, narrowly avoiding a fatal gash to his throat. Seizing the moment, Luo Chen raised his scorpion pistol, firing 20 consecutive rounds that pierced through the 6-clawed demon's skull. Meanwhile, Gu Yue Na had already dispatched the other 6-clawed demon with her silver dragon spear. Gu Chen then freed his hand, thrusting his golden dragon spear fiercely, draining the life essence of the 6-clawed demon that threatened Luo Chen, ensuring it would never be reborn. Mo Yun, are you all right? Gu Chen inquired, observing the youngest member, whose face was etched with determination, albeit marred by a gruesome wound on his chest. Mo Yun shook his head, and his second soul ring illuminated, visibly healing his injuries at an astonishing rate. His second soul skill turned out to be a self-healing ability, which remained valuable even at higher levels. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby, as if someone was approaching them at an alarming speed. Hide! Gu Chen communicated telepathically, and all four swiftly concealed themselves behind a corroded boulder. Chapter 75. A reunion with Yi Wuyo. The newcomer appeared like a dark specter, his entire form cloaked in shadow. With a swift motion, he darted to the opposite side of the stone where Gu Chen and the others were hiding, collapsing to catch his breath. Blood coated his arms and feet, indicating he had sustained injuries. Yi Wuyo? Gu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Who? Yi Wuyo instantly became alert, flipping his palm to reveal a dagger, his weapon known as the Purple Winged Angel. It's me, Gu Chen, he replied. It's you all. Yi Wuyo relaxed momentarily but tensed again upon hearing rapid footsteps nearby. Instantly, he activated his second soul skill, vanishing into the darkness. Soon, dozens of people rushed past them, emanating a murderous intent. "Hurry, that kid went this way. Kill!" one shouted, and Gu Chen recognized it as the person who had previously robbed him of food for 3 days. "Yue, what is happening?" Gu Chen asked, perplexed. "They're a group of students who want to forcibly recruit me. Anyone who refuses is executed on the spot," Yue whispered. "I didn't want to join, so they chased me here. Luckily, they are unaware of my martial soul's characteristics. Otherwise, I would be in real trouble." Gu Chen go. "They're the ones who previously tried to assimilate our survivors' base. My sister was handed over to them by Yuan Yi." Mo Yun gazed hatefully at the retreating figures. Gu Chen proposed to Yue, "Why not join us for a bit of respite at our survivors' base before making further plans?" After a moment of contemplation, Yue sighed. "Very well, I shall join you. After all, we are from the same martial soul academy. Welcome aboard." Luo Chan extended his hand for a handshake with Yue. "By the way, could you tell us about your soul skills?" Gu Chen suggested. Yue nodded and began, "My first soul skill is Nightblade, allowing me to summon blades for rapid strikes against enemies. My second soul skill is Shadow Escape, which enables me to meld into shadows and manifest my body from any shadow. My third soul skill is Shadow Strike, capable of summoning an enemy's shadow to attack its physical form. My fourth soul skill is Night Shadow Kill, which calls forth multiple shadows to deliver lethal blows to a single target. My fifth soul skill is Eternal Night, a domain-type skill that plunges a 100-meter radius into endless darkness, affecting only enemies while enhancing my attack and movement speed by 10%. Gu Chen nodded, then introduced himself, Gu Yue Na, and Luo Chen's soul skills to him. He then turned to Mo Yun, pausing briefly to ask, "By the way, Mo Yun, have we inquired about your soul skills yet?" Gu Chen Gu, "My martial soul is the Green Scorpion King. My first soul skill is Green Scorpion Pinch, extending my pincers to grasp, inflicting poison that can kill a soul king. My second soul skill is Poison Tail Barbs, allowing me to launch barbs that carry poison capable of slaying a soul emperor. My third soul skill is Healing Light, which can restore my own injuries," and Mo Yun elaborated. Gu Chen nodded and remarked to Luo Chen, "Though your fragrant fried rice doesn't heal injuries, it can replenish soul power. Please prepare some for Yue." Luo Chen nodded and recited the soul incantation. "I would rather starve to death outside than consume anything from you. Ah, so fragrant. First soul skill, fragrant fried rice." This time, Luo Chen's voice seemed to resonate more loudly. Yue grimaced, receiving the fragrant fried rice, and remarked, "What kind of soul incantation is this? It's rather peculiar." Gu Chen chuckled, recalling a certain philosopher from his past life. "It's not so bad. I know another soul master with a sausage martial soul whose incantation is far stranger." Yue shook his head and consumed the fragrant fried rice. "Let us head back to the survivor's base, where Xiao Jio can tend to your wounds," Gu Chen stated, rising and heading toward the survivor's base. Yue stood, revealing his injuries to the group. A deep gash extended from the base of his neck to his abdomen, and had the assailant applied even slightly more force, Yue might have perished. Even so, blood continued to flow profusely from a wound. The five hastened back, but as they neared the survivor's base, approximately 100 meters away, Yue succumbed to shock from excessive blood loss. With no other option, Gu Chen instructed Gu Yue Na to utilize her space element control, forcefully transporting all five of them back to the survivor's base. "Xiaojio, come here," Gu Chen called as they returned to the survivor base. Ling Xiaojio sprinted over from her post. "Xiaojio, please attend to Yue." Gu Chen gestured towards the unconscious figure of Yue, addressing Ling Xiaojio. Without further inquiry, Ling Xiaojio nodded and summoned her martial soul, the 9-leaf spring revival grass. The 9-leaf grass began to grow wildly, extending towards Yue's body. Upon contact with his wounds, it transformed into a green energy that fused with him, healing his injuries. Once Yue regained consciousness, everyone at the survivor base gathered around. "Allow me to introduce our new companion, Yue, a level 58 Soul King," Gu Chen announced. "Welcome, esteemed one," clapped Dongfang Pe and the others. "Actually, I am at level 59, Yue scratched his head. "Even better," Gu Chen chuckled. Yue proceeded to recount his soul abilities, and Ling Xiaojio and the others followed suit, leaving only Dongfang Pe, Su Bai, and Liu Yin yet to introduce themselves. My martial soul is the solitary heart sword. My first soul skill, heart-piercing joy, allows me to stab an enemy, inducing uncontrollable joy that distorts their judgment while inflicting both mental and physical damage. My second skill, heart-piercing rage, causes a similar effect but with uncontrollable fury. The third, heart-piercing worry, instills a sense of worry, and the fourth, heart-piercing longing, evokes longing. Lastly, my fifth skill, heart-piercing sorrow, induces sorrow, all while affecting the enemy's judgment and causing harm. Subai rapidly enumerated his abilities. Ah, your 5 skills are quite similar. Can't you summarize them? Gu Chen sighed, realizing how loquacious Subai was. Sorry, it's a habit, Subai chuckled. My martial soul is the dragon wing spear. Dongfangpa began. My first soul skill, the open heart gun, allows me to unleash 3 consecutive strikes that inflict damage. My second, thunder flash, lets my spear shimmer, teleporting me 20 meters away to pierce enemies in my path. The third, continuous thrust, permits me to stab forward 100 times while moving 10 meters ahead. My fourth skill, infinite domain, allows me to continuously unleash my second and third skills without restriction for 20 seconds. Dongfangpa explained. Impressive. Liu Yin, it's your turn. Gu Chen turned to her with keen interest, particularly in her chessboard martial soul. Liu Yin appeared somewhat apprehensive but softly spoke. My martial soul is the chessboard. A control-type soul. My first skill, no regrets in placement, summons giant black and white chess pieces from above, causing shock damage upon impact. My second skill, 5 in heart black, allows me to hurl 5 black pieces consecutively, penetrating enemies while inflicting corrosion. My third skill, 5 in heart white, enables me to heal allies with 5 white pieces. My fourth skill, global control, reveals the surroundings within a kilometer on the chessboard, enhancing the range of my first skill to 1,000 meters. Such powerful abilities. Gu Chen praised. Internally resolving to use an intermediate enslavement talisman to ensure her loyalty was at 100%. System, check the task board, Gu Chen thought. Ding. System task board, task accepted. Eliminate 10,000 abyss creatures. Task reward. Revolver 1, revolver bullets 1,000, low-level enslavement talismans 3, intermediate enslavement talismans 1. Completion progress, 460 to 10,000. Having completed nearly half of the task, Gu Chen was still far from the finish line. Just as he was about to speak, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside the survivor base. There are intruders. Gu Chen's expression changed as he leaped onto the wall. Outside, a horde of formidable academy students rushed toward them, numbering over 100. Most of these students bore soul rings, indicating they were predominantly soul kings. Despite his recent recovery, Gu Chen could only display the strength of a soul emperor. Descending from the wall, he faced the approaching students. A figure stepped forward from their ranks, exuding the power of a soul emperor, likely a seasoned 25-year-old student. You have 2 choices: surrender this outpost and join us, or face annihilation. The soul emperor sneered at Gu Chen. Ding. The system detected the host as predicament and activated a storyline choice. Join the opposing faction, where strength in numbers prevails. Aid. Invincible body skill experience card grants 1 minute of invincibility. 1. System points 500. Fight to the death. Never surrender. Aid. Intermediate enslavement talismans 1. Soul power recovery card. Instantly restores full soul power, usable by others. 2. System points 500. I choose to fight to the death. Gu Chen declared audibly, no longer just thinking it. Ding. Rewards have been issued. Please check your system inventory. Upon hearing Gu Chen's declaration of battle, Liu Yin immediately unleashed her chessboard martial soul, activating her fourth skill, global control. The entire kilometer around them appeared on the board. Boss, apart from the group before us, there's a small team of over 10 approaching from the northwest, likely planning a sneak attack, Liu Yin reported anxiously. Any more? Gu Chen inquired. Liu Yin surveyed the dire situation, nearly despairing, when a terrifying shadow emerged at the edge of the board, causing her eyes to brighten. Boss, a Black Emperor has appeared 1,000 meters behind them. The Black Emperor possesses the strength of a tidal Dou. If we can lure it here, even if we perish, they won't escape. Gu Chen nodded, contemplating using the Black Emperor to eliminate the intruders. But how to attract it from 1,000 meters away? Currently, both he and Gu Yue Na could only muster the strength of Soul Emperor and could not hope to defeat such a multitude. Now, Use Dragon Hot Transformation. The nine-colored ray can reach a kilometer. Gu Chen suddenly remembered and directed his words to Gu Yue Na. After a moment of hesitation, knowing that using Dragon God transformation would deplete all her soul power, Gu Yue Na trusted Gu Chen not to lead her astray. She stepped forward, embracing him. Gu Chen reciprocated, holding her slender waist, as she lifted her gaze to meet his, with only a small distance between them. Gu Chen lowered his head and pressed his lips against Gu Yue Na's, the gentle fragrance enveloping his senses as their soul powers intertwined, continuously infusing into one another. The golden and silver hues of their soul energies merged, transforming into radiant streams of nine-colored brilliance. The immense silhouette of the dragon god loomed over the students below, who appeared as insignificant as ants, as the nine-colored energy coalesced. What kind of martial soul fusion technique is this? It's terrifying, one soul king exclaimed in horror, attempting to flee, only to be pierced through by the spear of the leading student. No one is allowed to escape. Disrupt it. The leading soul emperor roared, commanding others to charge forward and interrupt the martial soul fusion technique. However, the energy of a nine-colored dragon had already reached its peak, unleashing a radiant beam that streaked across the sky and struck the crowd, incinerating every student it touched to ashes. The Dragon God transformation's first form. The awakening of the Dragon God. The Soul Emperor student narrowly evaded the attack, his eyes filled with dread as he gazed at the nine-colored dragon's silhouette. This cursed entity has killed so many of us. Capture their companions and make them laborers. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away, a black emperor observed the nearly explosive nine-colored light rushing towards her, her heart racing. If that beam were to extend just a few more meters, it would strike her and inflict severe injury. Yet, the Black Emperor was intensely curious about the source of the nine-colored ray. Possessing the strength of a tidal Douluo, she believed she could easily annihilate those humans. Chapter 77. The Dragon God Possession, Annihilation of the Black Emperor. Once Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na completed the first form of the Dragon God transformation, they found themselves utterly devoid of soul power. Gu Chen hastily retrieved a soul power replenishment card from the system rewards, placing it on both their foreheads. Ding! Fully revived. What is this? Gu Yue Na exclaimed in astonishment. A secret, Gu Chen replied with a smile. At this moment, the number of invaders had plummeted from over 100 to below 50 due to the impact of the nine-colored ray. You hold them off, Gu Yue Na, and I will eliminate those 10 or so in the northwest, Gu Chen declared, unleashing his golden dragon flight, propelled by golden wings that took him 100 meters away in an instant. Gu Yue Na followed suit, utilizing spatial traversal to keep pace with Gu Chen. The 10 or so individuals, startled by the sudden appearance of Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na, quickly unleashed their martial souls in a desperate attempt to resist. However, Gu Chen and Gu Yue Na moved like wolves among sheep. Gu Chen's golden dragon claws sent heads flying with a single swipe, while Gu Yue Na launched ice spikes that pierced the hearts of the students. In mere moments, all the students lay dead, some unable to even unleash their martial souls. Had the leader of the invaders known that his carefully arranged ambush team had been annihilated, he would surely have been furious enough to spit blood. The speed of a tidal Douluo, while not 1,000 meters per second, is certainly sufficient to cover a kilometer in a minute. Upon returning to the survivor base, Gu Chen found the Black Emperor already present. The Black Emperor, having failed to locate the source of the nine-colored ray, was already irritable, and upon encountering the incessant chattering of the ants, she erupted in rage. The over 50 invaders suffered catastrophic losses, with only a few agile soul emperors managing to escape. The leader of the invaders was among those swift attackers. After eliminating the remaining invaders at the survivor base's entrance, the Black Emperor clawed through the decaying wooden barrier, charging towards Dongfang Pe and his companions. Gu Chen quickly positioned himself in front of Dongfang Pe, his golden dragon claw fiercely meeting the Black Emperor's strike. However, the impact exacerbated his previous injuries. Even though he had used the soul power replenishment card and regained most of his strength as a soul sage, he was still sent flying. Seeing that Gu Chen had not been immediately killed by her strike, the Black Emperor prepared to unleash another claw to finish him off. At that moment, Gu Yue Na teleported beside Gu Chen, wrapping her arms around him from behind, and then instantaneously shifted 100 meters away. Yet, 100 meters was merely a heartbeat for the Black Emperor, who could easily close the distance. Gu Yue Na quickly turned to Gu Chen. Use the dragon god transformation again. Invoke the second form. Gu Chen nodded, pulling Gu Yue Na close and passionately kissing her. Ordinarily, their cultivation levels would have made it impossible to activate the second form of the dragon god possession. However, after their recultivation, the bloodline of the golden and silver dragon kings had become purer and elevated, allowing them to harness their bloodline advantage to unleash the second form of the dragon god transformation, the dragon god possession. Nevertheless, even with this, their possessed form of the dragon god was but a shadow of its potential, possessing the strength of an unparalleled Douluo. The nine-color divine light enveloped them, and the nine-color dragon scales emitted a terrifying radiance. Gu Chen led the dragon god possession, striking down with a nine-colored claw towards the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor's expression shifted dramatically as she attempted to escape, only to find herself forcibly restrained by an overwhelming force, rendering her immobile. Ultimately, the nine-color dragon claw struck her forehead with devastating force, tearing her apart. Simultaneously, the gray essence was absorbed by the claw, transforming into pure soul power. After delivering this decisive blow, the two could no longer endure the tremendous drain of soul power and were compelled to separate, ending the effect of the dragon god possession. Gu Yue Na collapsed to the ground, completely drained of soul power, while Gu Chen instinctively fell atop her. This position is indescribable, only to be understood. After a while, Gu Yue Na opened her eyes. Are you done sitting? Enough. Gu Chen hurriedly stood up. Gu Chen surveyed the survivor base, which had become a pile of ruins following the Black Emperor's assault. Many intact wooden structures lay shattered or reduced to ashes. Xian-mo, can your fourth soul skill repair them? Although Gu Chen had little hope, he still inquired of Xian-mo, who approached him. Xian-mo shook his head. I'm sorry. My fourth soul skill can only repair structures with less than 75% damage. Here, the damage exceeds 90%, so I cannot restore them. However, the basement, with only about 10% damage, can be repaired. By the way, is everyone else all right? Gu Chen asked, looking towards Dongfang Po, who was approaching. Dongfang Po appeared somewhat anxious. Boss, Missouri Yun, Hua Buluo, and Shui Yu have been captured by that group. What? A fierce killing intent erupted in Gu Chen's eyes. These people are courting death. At that moment, Yu Wuyo stepped forward. Gu Chen, I know where their stronghold is. However, their numbers are vast. Even with the loss of that 100, nearly 200 remain in their camp. 200, Luo Chen exclaimed. But it seems the survivors are down to only 500 now, right? It should be noted that the red number on the back of everyone's metal wristbands has dropped from over 800 to just over 500. However, among those 200, over 100 are laborers forcibly captured by that group, most of whom are at the soul zone level. If we can persuade them to rebel alongside us, we might be able to take down that group. Yi Wuyo proposed. Let us go. Take us to their stronghold. Gu Chen commanded. But what about your and Gu Yue Na's soul power? Yi Wuyo hesitated and asked. Gu Chen paused for a moment, realizing that his physical body was nearly devoid of soul power. Luo Chen, please prepare 2 portions of fragrant fried rice for both Gu Yue Na and myself. I must replenish my soul power overnight. We shall depart in 5 hours. Gu Chen declared resolutely. At that moment, he fervently wished that the system would bestow upon him 2 soul power replenishment cards, granting him the strength necessary to rescue Hua Buluo and the others. Suddenly, an idea struck him. System, I wish to draw 5 times. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 1 intermediate enslavement talisman, 10 boxes of vanilla Nestle ice cream, 10 packets of Nestle coffee, a life-saving talisman stone, which can sustain the user for 6 months as long as there is breath, derived from a level 5 fantasy realm, and a 1% bloodline ascension. The effects of the final bloodline ascension integrated seamlessly into his being. However, under Gu Chen's restraint, it did not provoke any upheaval in the heavens and earth. Nonetheless, his soul power was restored by 10%, and his injuries were completely healed. Remarkably, he had drawn items from a level 5 realm. Yet, the life-saving talisman stone was considered a low-grade product even in a level 5 realm, with a value comparable to that of a level 4 realm item. Gu Chen felt a twinge of regret for not obtaining a soul power replenishment card this time. He would have to rely on cultivation to restore his soul power henceforth.